Chapter 351 Gift of the Sea. When you have the initiative, you might as well be bolder. When facing strangers, offer a high price. When facing acquaintances, offer an even higher price. This is still what old Charlie said. Arthur deeply agrees. When you have the initiative, it means you will have everything. As for why you offer a higher price when facing acquaintances, Arthur didn't understand at the time, and asked old Charlie in confusion. When old Charlie faced this question, he sighed helplessly. Mental compensation. Arthur still didn't understand at the time, but old Charlie didn't explain any more. But now Arthur certainly understands. As long as you collect money from acquaintances, whether you make a loss or a profit, acquaintances will think you make a profit, which will make them feel uncomfortable. If you meet someone with a lower price than you, it will be even worse. Acquaintances will only scold you for being dishonest. However, they will never care about quality or reliability, but only look at the price. But if you go to a stranger store, they don't care about the price, but only care about the quality of the store. It feels like when you are dating a rich man. You don't care about money, but you care about spiritual support. And when you are dating a poor boy, you don't care about spiritual support, but you care about money. Maybe this is business, not the so-called familiarity. Arthur muttered the homophonic pun that he just knew in his heart, and his eyes looked at Kong Shang in front of him. After hearing Arthur's resolute refusal, Kong Shang, the whale slayer, showed no anger on his face, nor surprise in his eyes. He just sighed softly. As expected, nobles cannot be trusted. At first, when I contacted the Baron Collar, he said that he only needed 100,000 gold coins to give me a copy of the interim map. When I was trying to raise money, the other party suddenly contacted me and said that if I did him a favor, he could give me a better copy of the interim map. Obviously, this bastard is using their block knowledge to exploit me. But, Master, you didn't. You just rejected me honestly. But you didn't think of deceiving me. Your sincerity is enough to prove that you are a real master. Moreover, the entry map in your hand must be better than that of that bastard noble. Please teach me. As long as it is not death or slavery, I can accept it, Kong Shang said, while bowing to Arthur sincerely. There is more than one kind of atlas. And there are good and bad ones? When Kong Shang bowed, Arthur quickly sorted out the information. And when Kong Shang straightened up, Arthur continued calmly. Do you know my origin? Your origin? Kong Shang looked confused. The sword competition registered today. The whale slayer sword just arrived in Nanlos today. The news about Arthur was only heard from the servants of Baron Collar on the way. Naturally, not comprehensive. No, definitely not comprehensive. And those cunning nobles must have hidden the most crucial information. I am the contemporary Black Cat of Cat faction. Black, Arthur said frankly, this secret is no longer a secret. With Garcia's propaganda, in Nanlos at this moment, as long as you investigate carefully, you can know this news. As for why Kong Shang in front of him didn't investigate, it is likely that he has absolute confidence in himself. The other party did not think that with his Grand Arcana strength, he would not meet an opponent in the swordsmanship contest, even if the contestants had the same noble privileges as him. Changed age, origin and so on. In fact, this is also true. In any place in Nanjun, Grand Arcana represents a force that cannot be ignored. As long as it is not facing some great nobles, no one will care if you occupy the mountain and become the king. Just like Kong Shang's Whale Island, that's it. Therefore, Kong Shang never thought that he would meet an enterer in a sword competition. Originally, he thought that the biggest opponent in this sword competition was Wind Sword Deljo. Hiss. As Arthur clearly gasped, Kong Shang's face showed a look of realization. No wonder there is the power of death mixed in it. Is this the Tongyu of Cat School? Black? No wonder you can't teach me. The initial ritual is different. And the entry map is naturally different. Although it can be used, it will cause a lot of trouble later. And some will cause irreversible damage. Seeing the realization on Kong Shang's face, Arthur sat there without any expression, and thought to himself, sure enough, the ritual is related to the subsequent map. What will be the subsequent map of the ritual Cat Orange? Big Orange's self-portrait? Or Big Orange's eating picture? After teasing himself, Arthur quickly became serious. When Kong Shang just mentioned the atlas, Arthur was wondering whether the atlas and the ritual of the gifted stepping into the mysterious side were closely related. The answer was neither good nor bad. Different rituals can also mix the atlas. However, you have to bear the corresponding price. Moreover, It is definitely not as perfect as the one that has been passed down from generation to generation. Even, it is impossible to move forward again. And this is what the nobles and major forces want. They need to make the mysterious people who are not in their circle always one level lower than themselves. Knowledge is connected layer by layer, but it is blocked layer by layer. What an effective method. Arthur sighed in his heart, but he was not anxious at all. In his current situation, there are too many breakthroughs to make up for this. Earl Nanlos is needless to say. The remaining 3 of the 4 barons of Nanlos. In addition to the nobles, there are some forces that are also worth paying attention to. Moreover, he has the biggest advantage. He is already an entry-level person. As long as this point exists, he has the initiative and space to operate. Arthur's mind raced, and he had a lot of ideas. Kong Shang on the opposite side also made a decision. Master, your character and strength have completely convinced me. I hope you can lend a helping hand to Whale Island, because a West Sea general has appeared among the pirates in the West Sea. The pirates in the East Sea are unwilling to be lonely. They will also hold a pirates gathering during the summer festival next year. At that time, the offshore and ocean trade will be affected. But the first to be affected are our immovable islands. These pirates will raid everything they see like locusts. But if there is an enterer, it will be different. The reputation of the enterer is enough to deter them. Kong Shang changed his strategy. After the Whale Slayer confirmed that he could not become an enterer in a short time, he immediately chose to hire an entry to go to Whale Island. As for other people, this Whale Slayer sword is still not at ease. But Arthur? This Whale Slayer sword is absolutely at ease. Not only is Arthur's current character impressive to this Whale Slayer sword, but also because of the reputation of the previous generation of Black Cat. Everyone knows that the previous generation of Black Cat was arrogant. How could the successor of such a person be bad? At least there is no need to worry about someone else taking over your place. Kong Shang was terrified when other entrants went to Whale Island, but if Arthur went to Whale Island, Kong Shang was relieved. I am willing to use all my savings to invite you to Whale Island for a vacation. Of course, in order to more legitimately hang the flag of the Kratos family, Whale Island's future income will be 30% of yours. As he spoke, Kong Shang, the Whale Slayer, stood up and saluted. This time, no longer bowing. Instead, he knelt on one knee, and swore with his hands holding the door sword horizontally. Raging waves, raging winds and thunder. I swear with the sword in my hand, from today on, I will use my sword to protect the reputation, interests, territory of the person in front of me. I will stand together with the person in front of me, and fight to the death with the enemy of the person in front of me. My oath will spread across the sea. Never change. Almost without giving Arthur a chance to refuse, Kong Shang began to swear. Different from the oath of the Lionheart ceremony. It is also different from the ordinary oath. This time it is the sea ceremony. With the encouragement of Kong Shang's spiritual, Arthur can easily sense the movements of the person in front of him. Although it is not as intimate as the Lionheart ceremony, it also has corresponding constraints. Arthur's face showed just the right amount of helplessness. When he saw the helplessness on Arthur's face, Kong Shang immediately felt happy in his heart. As expected. People have to be shameless. This time, I made a lot of money. Then, this Whale Slayer sword stood up, came to Arthur and whispered, Master, should we do something big? Chapter 352 That Big Deal. A big deal? Arthur looked at Kong Shang with a playful look. If it weren't for the sea gift just now, he would have thought that this Whale Slayer sword was setting a trap for him. However, because of the sea gift just now, Arthur understood that the big deal mentioned by this Whale Slayer sword was probably really big. Or maybe because of this big deal, this led to the preconceived notion of the Whale Slayer sword and the subsequent sea right. When a person has a goal in mind, anything that appears will be rationalized as long as it is beneficial to this goal. This is what old Charlie said. Arthur deeply agrees. So at this moment, Arthur naturally doesn't mind listening to what the Whale Slayer sword has to say. Master, the reason why these pirates in the East Sea knew about what happened in the West Sea so quickly, because someone is deliberately spreading the word. That guy is very secretive, and very resourceful. But obviously, he is not familiar with the rules of the sea. He never knows what kind of people he hires, and what these guys will say after drinking too much. At this point, this Whale Slayer smiled proudly. As the owner of Whale Island, basically anything that happens on Whale Island can't be hidden from Kong Shang. In addition, the sailors' nonsense after drinking too much and their boasting in the brothel. Kong Shang always knows something that others don't know. Of course, there are true and false things, which need to be distinguished. This time, It is no exception. Moreover, this time, Kong Shang attaches great importance to it, because the sailor who was talking nonsense after drinking too much died of bleeding from all 7 orifices after he finished speaking. Such obvious power of the contract made Kong Shang block the news immediately and investigate it carefully. After my investigation, that guy must have bad intentions. As for what they want to do specifically, I don't know yet. However, one thing is certain, because of this guy's propaganda, some impatient bastards have begun to gather on Coconut Island, which is their gathering place. They use that as their base. It's not far from my Whale Island. But before arriving at Coconut Island, my people have confirmed that they have been wandering around several deserted islands near the coast, Kong Shang said, with a smile on his face. Arthur understood the meaning of this smile at a glance. Robbers eating robbers. No! It's justice for the heavens. The young medium quickly corrected the words in his heart. Pirates make a living by plundering most of the time, and rarely accumulate wealth. They prefer to use the money they get from robbing to enjoy strong wine and women. But definitely not all pirates will do this. For example, pirate captains. These captains are not unwilling to enjoy, but because they have accumulated wealth far beyond that of their crew members. Simply put, after they enjoyed it, there was still some left. Most of the time, these riches would be placed in the place that each captain thought was the safest. Especially when they were going to accomplish something, these captains would definitely place their wealth in a safe place. Just like those uninhabited islands near the sea. After completing the gift of the sea, are you trying to show me goodwill again? Arthur thought subconsciously. Because, this kind of wealth that is taken at random, Kong Shang could do it easily by himself. But immediately, Arthur shook his head secretly. No! Although these pirate captains are rich, they can't be called big spenders just by relying on this wealth. You should know that Kong Shang is the owner of Whale Island. The wealth he has is definitely more than the captains of these pirate ships. So, even if Kong Shang has a covetous heart for the captains of these pirate ships, he will not use the adjective big spenders. Therefore, Arthur did not speak immediately, but quietly waited for Kong Shang's follow-up. Sure enough, after a slight pause, Kong Shang immediately continued to speak. When I said people to investigate those deserted islands, I found the people of Bloody John. They also seemed to be concerned about those deserted islands, even if they pretended to be nothing. I could see their nervousness. It is rumored that Bloody John, who had obtained part of the legacy of Pirate King Edward, would actually be nervous about those nameless deserted islands. If there were no secrets on them, I don't believe it. As for this bastard eyeing the wealth of those captains, I don't believe it either. Whale Slayer said it quite confidently, and Arthur did not refute it, because, in the notes left by William, this Bloody John was also mentioned. Before the 7 Years' War, in the late Silver Age, this Bloody John had already gone to sea, and until the 7 Years' War, he became famous for repeatedly robbing warships. After the 7 Years' War, he escaped the North County Navy's capture, and was regarded as an idol by the younger generation of pirates. William was inspired by this Bloody John when he went to sea, the legacy of the Pirate King. White Raven. This flying battleship popped up in Arthur's mind. And then, some of the original uncertain plans quickly became complete. He definitely didn't want to trick Melinda. Absolutely not. He simply wanted to know more. Keep an eye on him, Arthur said. Got it. Master. If there is any news, I will contact you immediately. Whale Slayer's sword took out a communication stone from his arms. After Arthur took the communication stone, Whale Slayer's sword saluted again. I am at your service at any time. Saying this, Whale Slayer's sword stood up and saluted Arthur again, and after confirming that Arthur had no more instructions, only then did he choose to leave quietly. Standing in the courtyard, Arthur watched the other person's back disappear into the night, and sighed slightly in his heart. A guy who is good at seizing opportunities, and dares to take risks. With such a sigh, Winnie on the roof followed him quietly. Even with the gift of the sea, but facing this kind of adventurous guy, Arthur still chose to observe the things that he had entered into the game, although it was rare, but it was not that nothing happened. Arthur didn't want to lose the whole game by making a mistake. Afterwards, Arthur stood at the door of the courtyard, reviewing the meeting just now, while waiting for the meal from the enduring Granny's kitchen and his guests. The young medium explained that fortunately, the two came one after the other. The meal came first, and the guests came later. It was just right, not making him wait too long, and not making the guests feel rude. In addition, Merlin also delivered 2 barrels of wine in time. Among them, honey fruit wine was purchased normally. The other barrel of wheat juice was given as a gift. Standing next to the dining room next to the kitchen, Arthur looked at Melinda and Julie coming out of the smoke ring, and smiled gently. "Good evening, Miss Julie." Chapter 353 Guests. Although Grandma and Dora passed away, her two distant nephews and apprentices obviously inherited the skills of the grandma perfectly. The taste of the crispy clay pot beef and the fried and roasted platter was almost the same as Arthur remembered. There were some flaws. Arthur believed that with time, the taste would be able to make up for it. However, the freestyle dishes of the two apprentices surprised Arthur. Stewed chicken. This was the freestyle dish of the two apprentices. It's called stewing. But actually, before stewing, fry the chicken legs on low heat until both sides are golden brown. Then pour in white mushrooms and garlic and stir fry. Then take out and set aside. Next, start to stir fry diced onions and diced carrots in hot oil. And finally pour in diced tomatoes and stir fry until the diced tomatoes melt into a sauce. Then start to add the previously fried chicken legs and prawns. And use chicken soup mixed with a proper amount of brandy to stew the prawns thoroughly. The taste is quite delicious. Even though Arthur is a little bothered by the slight smell of alcohol, still ate the whole chicken leg. As for the soup, he took a sip. The faint aroma of wine was filled with a strong umami flavor. It was chicken, shrimp mixed with black pepper, basil leaves, garlic, cumin and tomato. The taste was not bad, but in order not to let the slight smell of wine affect himself, Arthur picked up the lemonade beside him and began to drink it in big gulps. People always have inertia. Or to put it another way, the bottom line is always meant to be broken. If you want to keep your bottom line from being breached, you must stick to it, and never give up because of anything. Because if you give up once, there will be a second time, and then a third time. After 3 times, you will get used to it. Then you will sigh. It's already like this, so let it be. Arthur doesn't he want to be like this? It's not that he has any extraordinary willpower. Arthur is just simply afraid of death. Melinda watched Arthur gulp down the water, and she couldn't help but take the soup spoon to her mouth, blowing gently, and deliberately winking at Arthur. Arthur smiled, picked up the white bread, and put it on Melinda's plate. "Dear, eat the bread." As she said that, her fingertips gently rubbed Melinda's wrist. Suddenly, she felt like vomiting. Immediately, the lady lost her appetite. The lady gently put down the spoon, staring at Arthur. Arthur smiled back, then his face changed slightly. Melinda stepped on his toes with her shoe. The thick sole prevented the lady's aversion to men quite well. "Come, have soup." With an unprecedented smile, Melinda pushed the cream pumpkin soup in front of Arthur. "Well, okay." Arthur nodded. But Melinda's hand, which was pushing the cream pumpkin soup, trembled. The lady's other foot was stepped on by Arthur. "Is the bread good?" Arthur asked softly while trying hard. "It's good." "Is the soup good?" Melinda smiled and nodded, and she also started to use force with her feet. The two of them stared at each other, using force on the soles of their feet, and it was unknown who started to rotate their ankles, or whether they both rotated their ankles at the same time. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. The toes are even stronger, even with their physiques. At this time, their faces became slightly stiff. However, neither of them spoke. At this time, speaking would mean admitting defeat. This was something they could never accept. Moreover, not only could they not speak, but they had to accept the other party's provocation perfectly before they could fight back. Otherwise, they would lose. Inexplicably, the two reached a tacit understanding. Therefore, "Honey, try adding some chili sauce." A large amount of chili sauce appeared on Arthur's plate. The spicy taste rose, and Arthur's face turned slightly red. "Well, you should try this white pepper too." Arthur shook his wrist slightly, and the white pepper flew to the tip of Melinda's nose. The tip of her nose was itchy, and Melinda's eyes turned red almost instantly. Gulp, gulp. Julie drank a bucket of wheat juice in big gulps, looking at Arthur, whose face had turned red, and then at Melinda, whose eyes had turned red, and the swordsman couldn't help laughing. "You have such a good relationship." Hearing such praise, Arthur and Melinda smiled together. And then, they tacitly put their feet away. Then, they rubbed their feet behind the intact leg under the table. "Just wait, you bastard." "Hee hee. I'm afraid of you. You bastard." Their eyes met, bringing an unusual burning heat. However, it made the swordsman even more envious. "With Consultant Kratos here, Melinda, You can finally decide on the swordsmanship, Chief. Right, Julie asked. Master of swordsmanship? Arthur was puzzled, but he quickly collected his thoughts and glanced at Melinda calmly. Melinda didn't look at Arthur at all, but the finger of the lady on the side of the plate moved slightly in the cover. The plate blocked Julie's view, but Arthur could see it clearly. Arthur's heart moved, and he immediately listened in. Well, Mary will be my housekeeper and in charge of the kitchen, and Edwin will be the chief hunter. I have already discussed with him about Arthur. He will be the chief swordsman and the chief guard, with Arthur's reputation as the champion of the Nanlos fencing competition. I don't think anyone will object. Melinda nodded slightly and said, Of course. But, have you thought about the guests for the ceremony? The chief swordsman continued to ask. Except for the Earl. I haven't thought about other guests yet. Does Sister Julie have any suggestions? Melinda asked the chief swordsman intimately. Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, Lord Bath are good. As for Baron Culler and Baron Houseman, I will ask them for you. Melinda, Lord Bourne's health is becoming more and more worrying. However, he will send a corresponding gift as compensation for his impoliteness. As for Lord Lysop, hasn't he always been the theme of our dinner tonight? The swordsman looked at Arthur with a smile. Of course. From the beginning to the end, our topic is him. Similarly, his topic should also be us. And he is not stingy with his actions. Arthur answered without any hesitation. Just now. With a hint from Melinda, Arthur roughly guessed what the swordsman wanted to say. In order to thank him and Melinda for being frank, the Countess of Nanlos not only finalized the matter of inheriting the title that Melinda had originally put on the agenda, and his matter of the title of knight after winning the championship, he also gave away the manor of Lord Bourne. Although he didn't like the noble's secretive way of talking, he was quite used to it. And he could not only answer the questions freely, but also answer them freely. Of course, Arthur wanted more than just these. So, in the surprised eyes of the swordsman, Arthur stood up, looked at the direction of the door, and said softly, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown fell, the doorbell of number 2 Kirk Street rang, ding-ling-ling. Chapter 354 Destiny, like a wheel. Wheels, wheels. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the gravel road. The heavy rain that had started at some point made the driver more cautious. He didn't care to put on a raincoat. He turned on the lantern and tried his best to control the speed. Because, the driver knew very well that the boss in the car was not a generous person. Especially tonight, the driver obviously found that something was wrong with his boss. It was a look of excitement mixed with trepidation. Even when he got on the carriage, he almost fell down. The driver didn't know what his boss was going to do. He was just a driver, and he only needed to take his boss to his destination. As for the rest, he couldn't control it. He didn't dare to control it. Hurry up. Speed up. The shouts from the carriage made the driver speed up reluctantly. He wanted to explain that the rain was too heavy, but he didn't dare. Feeling the carriage speeding up again, Todgley snorted coldly. Then he ignored the self-righteous driver. But he had already decided. After tonight, he would change the driver. He didn't need such a self-willed guy. Moreover, after tonight, he would be Master Todd Gilly. He was no longer a businessman. He no longer had to rely on the Joel Jock Fencing Club to make a living. He would live a richer and more carefree life. Because he had flattered a big shot. Even Todd Gilly himself didn't expect that. The steward of Lord Lidhop actually came to him and entrusted him with a task. Without any hesitation, Todd Gilly agreed. You know, this is the son of a lord. Although it is a bit sorry for the medium, it is better than sorry for himself. Of course, he was also concerned about the weirdness of the medium. But the steward assured him that he would be safe. Suddenly, the owner of the fencing club had no worries. The nobles are not to be trusted. Of course, Todgley had heard this sentence. At this time, Todgley had been blinded by greed. He placed his paw on the box beside him and tapped his fingers gently. He was completely immersed in the fantasy of a beautiful future. Why are the nobles not to be trusted? This is why the nobles are not to be trusted. Greed is the original sin. Hurry up, you lazy thing. Opening the car door, looking at the heavy rain outside, Todgley said in a low voice. The driver quickly jumped off the carriage and held an umbrella for Todgley. The whole process was fast enough. But Todgley still felt it was too slow. This made Todgley feel that he should fire the driver immediately. However, considering that he had to go back tonight, he still followed his original decision and fired him tomorrow. But he would deduct the wages for tonight. Hey, why is there a big banyan tree here? Was there one before? It seems like there was. Todgley was a little dazed, but he didn't take it to heart. He thought that he was too busy with the sword competition these days. And he was too excited tonight. Standing in front of number 2 Kirk Street, he held a small box in one hand and arranged his clothes with the other. Then, he rang the doorbell. Ding-ling-ling, the brass bell with a blessing inscription under the lion's body and eagle's head immediately made a crisp sound, which could be heard from a long distance even in the heavy rain. About 2 or 3 seconds later, the door opened. The young medium stood in the corridor holding his orange cat. The candlelight in the corridor illuminated the figure. It seemed that because of the background of Pendragon, the medium looked softer. Good evening, Mr. Kratos. I'm here for our appointment. The owner of the fencing club standing outside the door showed a humble and warm smile. Just like the afternoon when he first met Arthur. He wanted to make Arthur feel friendly. But, looking at the other person's smile, Arthur inexplicably thought of what happened at the Red Rose restaurant at noon. In the cut cheese, densely packed maggots squirmed. Suddenly, Arthur's good mood disappeared. Originally, he had forgotten about it. But now, the person in front of him reminded him again. If it weren't for the subsequent plan, he would have grabbed a handful of live maggots and stuffed them into the other person's mouth. Well, good evening. Arthur nodded and made way for the corridor. Todd Gilly was a little puzzled why Arthur was so indifferent. You know, he came here to fulfill his promise. You know, this is what the other party asked for. Did something unexpected happen? Todd Gilly, who had something to hide, held a small box and walked towards number 2 Kirk Street very nervously. However, before entering the door, the owner of the fencing club did not forget to stamp his feet to make himself look cleaner. Although the owner of the fencing club did the same thing before, when he did it at this moment, he always felt that it had a special meaning. It seemed to be a ritual of becoming a superior person. Almost immediately after stamping his feet, Todd Gilly's uneasiness disappeared. This was even more evident when Todd Gilly saw the scarlet painting, the ferocious deer head, the war armor, and the terrifying appearance of Miss Anna. It was undoubtedly the first time for the other party to step into number 2 Kirk Street. Logically speaking, it should be similar to other ordinary people, and would be shocked by old Charlie's arrangement. In fact, at first, the owner of the fencing club was really shocked. But immediately, the other party calmed down. The other party moved forward in an almost calm manner. Terrible greed. Looking at the state that the fencing club owner achieved after self-hypnosis, Arthur gave a heartfelt admiration in his heart. Human potential is infinite. Especially when the goal is within reach. It will stimulate infinite potential. Arthur agreed with this sentence. But he thought it was not accurate enough. He thought that potential should be changed to desire. Desire is the driving force of human beings. It is endless. Sir Kratos, please forgive me for being late. You know, knowledge is precious. Especially swordsmanship knowledge. It took me a lot of effort to find these two things. Todd Gilly emphasized again. Arthur did not refute this. Knowledge is precious, which is recognized by the world. Even learning ordinary words requires much more money than other industries. As for swordsmanship knowledge, real swordsmanship knowledge has long been involved in the mysterious side knowledge. And its own value is even more immeasurable. After all, when swordsmanship was first created, it was used by nobles to stimulate the blood of their descendants. Although it has changed slightly over time, it has not changed in essence. So, its value is still extremely high. Even Arthur now will not ignore it. After all, the blood of the death snake. He awakened, it still had the labels of thin and incomplete. After seeing Arthur finally show interest, Todd Gilly did not hesitate, and immediately opened the small box, took out the scroll inside, and spread it out in front of Arthur. Almost instantly, words began to appear in front of Arthur's eyes. Discovered secret technique, swift bird breathing method. Discovered secret technique, swift bird meditation method. Chapter 355 Cold Ice Rain. Arthur's eyes flashed with surprise, and the text in front of him continued. Judge the possession of swift bird swordsmanship. Pseudo LV 3 foot, should 100 XP be consumed, fuse swift bird breathing, swift bird meditation? Looking at the fusion prompt that appeared, Arthur was not surprised. What was really surprising was the small box in Todd Gilly's hand containing swift bird breathing and swift bird meditation. Obviously, that little Lissip had conducted a very in-depth investigation on him, and even knew about the swift bird sword technique. Fake. That he had only used a few times. Therefore, he specifically took out the swift bird breathing method and the swift bird meditation technique. You kid really spent a lot of money to trick me, Arthur thought in his heart. And his face showed an ecstatic expression. Seeing Arthur's expression, the owner of the Swordsmanship Club was delighted. According to the agreement, they are yours, said the owner of the fencing club. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I will always remember it. Arthur looked grateful. Promise. Promise, the owner of the fencing club said. But he sneered in his heart. Oh, medium is just that? With contempt. The owner of the fencing club, who had completed the task, no longer wanted to stay at number 2 Kirk Street. He couldn't wait to report the news to the noble man. Therefore, he stood up and said goodbye. Arthur sent him to the door with a smile. After watching him get on the carriage, and watching Edwin quietly follow him in the dark, he turned around and returned to number 2 Kirk Street. In the medium small hall, Melinda and Julie, who came out of the secret room on the side, were looking at the 2 volumes of secret arts in the small box. Emotions appeared on both of their faces. However, the direction of emotion was different. Melinda, like Arthur, they all sighed at the work of Little Lit Hop. Julie, the master of swordsmanship, sighed with nostalgia swift bird swordsmanship. During the 7 Years' War, the Grand Duke used this swordsmanship to train soldiers, but it aroused opposition from the entire South County nobles, including the old Earl, who was a staunch opponent. And now it seems, the Grand Duke is really amazing. He gained unprecedented fame among the common people with this swordsmanship. This sword technique also caused many nobles to intrigue, and they did not take into account the changing battlefield. Even if this is not the lion sword technique, it is the same. As he said this, the swordsman sighed for a long time. Arthur followed this sigh and recalled some information he had consciously collected recently. The Duke of Newen was called the Lion, in addition to his unique bloodline ability Lion Group. Lion sword technique also contributed greatly. This is a sword technique that perfectly matches the Lion Group. It allows the user to bring out his or her own charm to the fullest. Or to put it another way, the king's appearance. According to rumors, the young old lion was able to directly make the 2,000-man elite musketeer team turn against him in battle, because he had practiced the lion swordsmanship to a very high level, and combined it with the Lion Group ability of his own bloodline. Of course, there is another version of the rumor. In order to build momentum for the young old lion, the Golden Lion family, all the gold coins accumulated by the family for 100 years were burned, which resulted in the amazing scene. The old lion's talent gap required so many gold coins to achieve this effect. If a person with normal talent were replaced, the effect would be 10 times greater. Arthur was skeptical about this news, although he believed that nothing would come out of nowhere. There must be a reason for it. But the original Golden Lion family was not the only heir to the old lion. If the old lion was really that bad, how could he get the full support of his family? In addition to this news, there are many other news that are difficult to distinguish true from false. For example, in the spring, the old lion needed 30 ladies a day, but each time was only 10 seconds. Once, because the time was too short, he was grabbed by the collar and beaten by a lady. For example, the old lion loved to stroll in the inner bay in the evening, as if patrolling his territory. But he always got lost, and was considered a suspicious person by the night patrol, and was taken back to the police station and locked up with a group of hooligans. The next day, when the whole Leo Palace was in chaos, the palace steward brought the old lion back from the police station after bragging with a group of hooligans all day. For example, the old lion can eat 40 kilograms of meat in one meal, and he especially likes barbecue. Every time he is advised by the court doctor to eat more vegetables, he will hide the extra vegetables under the table, feed the rabbits, then, when the rabbits grow fat, secretly roast them in the middle of the night. Once, because he didn't control the fire well, he burned half of the back garden. For example, the old lion actually has no beard and is bald. Now his thick hair and beard are all fake. Once when meeting guests, the old lion put his beard and hair on the wrong way. When he was corrected, he immediately adjusted it as if nothing had happened, and continued to chat and laugh with the guests. To sum up, if we summarize all the true and false information about the old lion and publish a book, it will definitely be a big hit. The people of Newen will definitely like the various interesting lives of their lord, because it is so interesting that even if we remove the halo of the old lion as a Grand Duke and a pioneer, it is enough to make people laugh. Just like Arthur. He just reads it as a joke collection. Before I really came into contact with the old lion, Arthur would never jump to conclusions. Facing such an opponent, any deviation will be fatal. As for the Count of Nanlos, It's the same. Sir Julie, please keep this box and the secret technique. I think in tomorrow's game, I may need you to prove my innocence for me. Arthur also sighed. That's why I came here. The Count swordsman replied with a smile. At the same time, the swordsman also took out a contract, write down everything that just happened in detail. Immediately, Arthur had a direct impression of the reliability of this swordsman. Any verbal agreement is not as powerful as a contract. This is my personal reward. After handing the contract to Arthur, the swordsman picked up the bucket of honey wine that he had just opened and drank a sip of, waving his hand to refuse Melinda's farewell, and walked straight out. Julie is a good person, right? I hope she won't be caught in the vortex in the future chaos, falling into the abyss. Melinda was smoking a pipe. Her voice was a little unclear. Because, this lady knew very well that this was impossible. The other party's identity had already destined him to be in the vortex. As for whether he would fall into the abyss? Who knows? She herself didn't know whether she could be safe and sound. And Arthur probably didn't know either. Subconsciously, Melinda turned her head to look at her partner. In the heavy rain, the young medium stretched out his palm to catch the cold autumn rain. His face was calm and filled with unquestionable affirmation. Chaos is never an abyss. Chaos is always a step up. As he said that, Arthur turned his head and smiled brightly at Melinda. Melinda was slightly stunned. She looked at the man in front of her, and the flickering frequency of the pipe in her mouth became faster. Then, she was splashed with rain. Chapter 356 The Sword Fighting Competition begins. When Melinda left, she almost set fire to number 2 Kirk Street. This woman is so scary. Arthur, who had avoided the last kick on the crotch, tooted his tongue, turned around and hugged his cat. Hee, little cat. Dad will tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. There was a temple on the mountain. In the temple, there was an old father who told the little cat a story, saying that the woman at the foot of the mountain was a tiger. Hey, the woman is a tiger, be careful. Arthur returned to number 2 Kirk Street with his cat in his arms. As the door closed, the young medium sighed in his heart. Who understands my family? I not only have to plan my own layout, but also take into account the psychological state of my partners, fearing that one mistake will lead to failure. But no one understands me. It's so hard for me. My little cat is still the best. Pan, you must not let your old father down. Arthur held Pendragon and rubbed his face back and forth. Pendragon looked disgusted and kept pushing Arthur with the pads of his paws. When he couldn't push him anymore, he hit him twice. Then, the kitten had no desire to live. Instead of returning to the restaurant to clean up, Arthur added enough charcoal to the boiler as usual, and after adjusting the valve, he returned to the medium small hall and picked up the books he brought back from Emer Manor. Except for the parts that interested him, the rest of the books, Arthur just skimmed through it, and it was not enough to read it through. This was not what Arthur expected. Intensive reading was not enough. Reading through it was the basic. This was a habit Arthur had kept since his previous life. For any valuable book, it was the same. This habit brought Arthur considerable benefits. Therefore, Arthur did not intend to change it. Pendragon, who was let go by Arthur and ran away, ran back after a while, looking at Arthur, who was concentrating on reading. It jumped directly into Arthur's arms, lying there with its eyes squinting. And when Arthur put his hand on it, it made a series of gurgling sounds. Then, Arthur put his feet under Kaliki's belly. Kaliki, crawling at Arthur's feet, moved his belly a little, so that the soft fur could better cover the soles of his master's feet. From beginning to end, the eyes of the death hound were not open. Only the ears kept changing directions. Outside, the rain was getting heavier. Inside, it was warm and quiet. The night was gradually passing. When the next day came, even though there was still some light rain, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the people of Nanlos. The triennial swordsmanship competition was a rare celebration for ordinary citizens. For this reason, local merchants prepared early. According to their respective chambers of commerce, merchants took out their carefully prepared goods and hung up their huge signs. These signs are not only big, but also colorful. The main point is to be conspicuous. In such a celebration event where thousands of people gather, every merchant is not a fool, and will naturally not miss this opportunity to advertise. Moreover, the booth fee here is not cheap, and merchants will naturally make the best use of it. The fees paid will naturally belong to the Earl. The Earl will use this money to hire a circus, bards, and singers to warm up for the swordsmanship competition that will start at noon. Of course, the money cannot be spent so much. The remaining money will naturally be invested in the subsequent winter festival. You know, the Harvest Festival and the Winter Festival are hosted by the Earl, and the residents of Nanlos will be provided with limited drinks and meat. This is not a small expense. Do you expect the Earl to pay for it himself? It's unrealistic. The Earl will pay a little, and the rest will be shared by the merchants. It was already merciful, and the ratio was about 1-9. When Arthur went out at about 11 o'clock in the morning, the drizzling rain had stopped. It was Edwin who drove the carriage to pick up Arthur. Good afternoon, Arthur. Melinda's driver greeted Arthur, without Arthur asking too much. He told him the follow-up of last night. As you and the adults expected, Little Lidhop was going to kill to silence him. The person was saved by us. The murderer was fooled by the illusion. This guy was also famous in the old town of South Los. He disappeared for several years. I thought he was dead, but he turned out to be with Lord Lithorp. The driver opened the door for Arthur. Lord Lithorp is more ambitious than we thought, Arthur commented. This is not an unfounded guess. It is what the bandaged swordsman heard from Eli, the spy and part-time intelligence dealer. After the last time, the bandaged swordsman played his due role and temporarily left the stage. This guy stuck to him like a dogskin plaster. Arthur knew what the other party wanted to do. He just wanted to get more information from the bandaged swordsman after tasting the sweetness. But Arthur did not let the bandaged swordsman expel the other party, because this guy is quite smart. He seems to have noticed that the bandaged swordsman is not well informed. From time to time, he would reveal some secret information. Therefore, Arthur not only knew that Lord Lithorp had a guard on the surface, but also a guard in secret. We can only pray that he has the strength to match his ambition, the driver joked. In Edwin's opinion, Lord Lithorp was doomed. Being targeted by his master and Lord Kratos at the same time, even if he was favored by the goddess of fate, it would be useless, unless he was the illegitimate child of the goddess of fate. Otherwise, he will surely die. Well, I will bless him. Arthur got on the carriage while saying this. The carriage began to move slowly as Edwin shook the whip. The blessing of death had been issued. Lord Lithorp, who was in his manner, looked up and looked around as if he had sensed something. Just now, he felt a chill on his back. This feeling was a little strange, because, since he left the battlefield, he had never felt this way again. But he never doubted this feeling. Lissop knew very well that it was this intuition that gave him everything he is now, although it was later confirmed that it was not blood, but a kind of seemingly gifted talent. This did not affect the Lord's trust in his intuition at all, especially at this moment. Has it been exposed? No. I will never allow it. We must act immediately, the Lord thought in his heart, and a different kind of hideous feeling appeared on his face. It was a bloodthirsty, exciting and twisted enjoyment. As long as he thought of that result, the Lord's strong body trembled. At this moment, the bell of Elta Square was rung, and the fencing competition officially began. Chapter 357, Who Says Sleeping Standing Up is Not a Hero. Ding! 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 The bell tower of Elta Square rang, a total of 27 times. At the beginning of each celebration in Nanjun, the bell would be rung 27 times, to commemorate the first 27 heroes. And because the heroes were from different eras, the 27 bells were not continuous, but divided into 3 times. The first 3 bells represented the golden age from dragons, elves, orcs, among the dwarves and other races, the sword warrior, shield warrior, and staff warrior won a place for mankind to thrive. The second 19 sounds represent the 19 heroes who stood up for mankind in the Mist War during the Empire era. The third 5 sounds represent the 5 heroes in the Holy Empire's disappearance of 100 years. For the first 22 heroes, people now have no doubts. But for the 5 heroes of the Holy Era, due to the lack of records, people today doubt its authenticity. However, as an ancient custom, it is still preserved. As the bells echoed, the swordsman of Count Nanlos stood on the high platform on behalf of Count Nanlos and read the blessing. When the storm comes, hold the rope tightly. When the waves are surging, hold the oars tightly. I am willing to give you courage and promise. Because Count Nanlos is used to staying at home, he still didn't show up at the swordsmanship contest. In fact, not only at the swordsmanship contest, but also at the 4 fixed festivals of Nanjun, the Peace Festival, and the Storm Calming Day, the Earl rarely showed up. The last time he showed up was at the Storm Calming Day 3 years ago. However, even though the Earl didn't show up, The speech was still long, and Arthur felt drowsy after hearing it. For today's swordsmanship contest, Arthur didn't read all night, he went to bed early. And then? I didn't fall asleep. People are so strange. They have something important to do the next day, but they can't fall asleep the night before. Instead, when they have to do something important, they feel sleepy. Just like Arthur at this moment. They obviously slept the necessary 6 hours. But at this moment, they still feel their eyelids are sinking like 1,000 pounds. Especially when the blessing from the swordsmanship master is ringing in their ears. It's like hypnosis. Arthur knew what the next speech would be without even listening. It was nothing more than reviewing history, looking forward to the future, praising the Nanlos family. It was the same. There would be no difference. No! There was still a difference. When he stood up to listen before, Arthur couldn't sleep. When he stood up to listen now, relying on his strong physique and the balance brought by the secret technique of cat and snake, Arthur could fall asleep. Moreover, his slight snoring was well controlled. It was like a long breath. As long as you don't stare at Arthur, you won't notice that Arthur is asleep. And since Arthur is standing in the front row, it's impossible to be discovered. The only person who might have discovered that Arthur was asleep, the swordsman Julie, was seriously reciting the blessing. The 6,000-word blessing was written by the Earl himself. She had to read it word for word, and she was concentrating at the moment, and couldn't notice that Arthur was asleep. About half an hour later, the recitation finally came to an end. The swordsmanship competition begins now. When he read the beginning, the swordsman let out a long sigh. Finally, he finished the recitation, and the change brought about by the change of mood immediately changed the tone of voice. Arthur woke up instantly. And then, he instinctively applauded. Clap. Clap. The next moment after the crisp applause sounded, there was applause all around. Little Lissop standing on the other side snorted secretly. You are such a show-off. I will ruin your reputation in a moment. Arthur clearly felt the malice. But it doesn't matter, he is eagerly waiting. Holding the A01 number plate, Arthur went directly to the ring representing Area A. The ring set up for the swordsmanship contest is divided into 8 areas. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Arthur's number plate is number 1 in Area A. Whale Slayer Kong Shang is number 1 in Area B. Sword of the Wind Deljo is in Area C. Number 1. Then, Little Lid Hop is in Area D. The 3 sons of the Bourne family are in Area E. And the nephews of the 3 lords, Lord Ernest, Lord Dubois, and Lord Bath, are in 3 areas of FGH respectively. Among them, Little Lid Hop and the 3 sons of the Bourne family are special cases. Because the waiters of the 4 people had an accident, they had to go on stage in person. As for the result of the draw, of course it is fair and just. Drawing lots in public, how can you cheat by heating the wooden ball? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. According to the order, Arthur is the first to play. Because he is number 1, he needs to fight at least 9 games to enter the quarterfinals, which is extremely disadvantageous for anyone, but Arthur is an exception. The opponent is a student of the Joel Joker Fencing Club. When the opponent saw Arthur, his face turned green. This student remembered how Arthur easily defeated his coach, and he couldn't even survive 3 moves from his coach. The student was about to admit defeat. But at this moment, just like you usually train, draw your sword and attack. Arthur spoke. The student was stunned. The people watching the game were also stunned. What's going on? Arthur ignored the eyes of the people around him, and showed a gentle smile to the student opposite him. He nodded encouragingly. Good. The encouraged student nodded excitedly, and then drew his sword and attacked. He has a certain foundation, but that's all. It's probably basic sword skills LV1. Arthur looked at the opponent's blade, steps, and evaluated in his heart. After slightly sideways to avoid the sword, Arthur said loudly, Move your wrist, don't use brute force, you are using a sword, not a sledgehammer. Oh, got it. The student nodded repeatedly, and attacked again. At this time, people were sure that Arthur was giving a coaching match. What a kind lord. Yes. This lord's character is better than his swordsmanship. Yes. The admiration was endless all around. And this is what Arthur wanted. On how to gain a lot of reputation in the swordsmanship competition, a clean and neat battle can, but it is better to show virtue. Because people like the latter. And because it can further stimulate Little Lissop. It is definitely not because he is about to take over the Joel Jock Fencing Club, in order to better operate this fencing club, attract more people, select talents openly. Well, absolutely not. As for why the Joel Jock Fencing Club is Arthur's? If you make a mistake, you have to admit the punishment, right? Todd Gilly made such a big mistake, it is reasonable to give the Jorjock Sword Club to Arthur as compensation. Right? Snap. Another confrontation. The sword in the young student's hand was knocked down by Arthur. This time, the young student did not attack again. Instead, he bowed respectfully like an apprentice. Thank you for your teaching. This sentence was said sincerely, because, after just a few attacks, the student felt that his sword skills had greatly improved. If I can get more guidance from Mr. Kratos, my swordsmanship will surely improve rapidly. With this regretful feeling, the student picked up his sword, saluted Arthur again, and then jumped off the stage. The second contestant was next. Just like the first contestant, the coaching match. Then the third contestant, the fourth contestant. Gradually, the people in the square were completely attracted by the area stage. Compared with the fighting in the other 7 rings, area ring is too different. If it is just fighting and guiding at the same time, the former is definitely more attractive. But when 7 are fighting and 1 is guiding, the latter will unconsciously attract attention. Because it is different. Especially when the whale-slashing sword and the wild wind sword pass the level like cutting melons and vegetables. Arthur's attention here is even higher. And every time the opponent completes an attack, when Arthur began to teach his opponent swordsmanship, he could always hear cheers from the crowd. You grandstanding clown. Since you want to win the support of these civilians, you have to bear their criticism. Who told you that these guys are only worthy of being fooled? As the last player to appear in Area D, Little Lit Hop was always paying attention to Arthur. When he saw more and more people gathering around Arthur, the son of the Lord knew that the opportunity had come. Looking at the 2 people still fighting on the ring in Area D, and the 3 people in front of him, the son of the Lord walked towards Area A with a smile on his face. And before Arthur's next player came on stage, he shouted in that long tone unique to the nobility. Wait! Chapter 358 The Worst of Human Nature. The unique, peculiar tone attracted the attention of everyone near the A area of the ring. People looked at the young nobleman in white bottom shirt, breeches and brocade top in confusion. It was not that little Lissop was so famous that all the people in South Los knew him, but the way of wearing breeches that exposed the white stockings on the calves only belonged to traditional nobles. Of course, there was also the eye-catching pair of high heels. In fact, as early as the 7 Years' War, victorious soldiers used high heels to identify who was aristocratic. After all, wigs and coats can be thrown away. However, the foot deformation caused by wearing high heels for many years cannot be changed in a short time. Many people maliciously speculate that in the pioneer era, the reason why aristocratic clothing was simplified was to make it easier to escape in the future. Therefore, men wearing high heels, it can only be a conservative noble. This is common sense for the people of Manlos. Therefore, the people around him did not shout or scold. Little Lit Hop was very satisfied with the angry, but unaware look of the people around him. This would make him feel that he was rich in power, just like his father. Especially when Little Lit Hop saw the flash of displeasure on Arthur's face, the pleasure that was about to erupt made him pick up a handkerchief and gently wipe the non-existent sweat in his palm. But the next moment, the son of the Lord's hand froze. Go down, you pretentious fellow. You are the son of a lord. Why do you pretend to be a nobleman? You don't have a title. Go down. Such a voice came from somewhere in the crowd. And then, such voices became one after another. And continued. This situation made Little Lit Hop feel unhappy. Especially when he saw the sneer on Arthur's face. This displeasure immediately escalated into anger. Suddenly, the son of the Lord took up his handkerchief and gently placed it on his lips, covering his expression. Then, the son of the Lord slightly changed the original plan. He omitted some steps in the plan. He wanted to see the miserable end of the medium in front of him in advance. As for whether the remaining steps would affect the entire plan? Of course not. After all, he was sure to win. The evidence was conclusive. How could he lose? Everyone, please be quiet. Maybe you are confused and dissatisfied with my presence here. But I am here for the sake of fairness. The fairness that should belong to the ring. It was still the same special tone. But after raising the voice, it completely lost its so-called elegance. Just like the quacking of a duck. However, the content of the words still attracted the surrounding civilians. Curiosity appeared in people's eyes. This made Little Lit Hop start to smile. The son of the Lord stepped on high heels and took the edge of the rectangular ring as his route. After circling twice, He aroused people's curiosity to the highest point, and then returned to his original position, which was about 3 meters away from Arthur. This was a very good position. Little Lithop specially chose it. He could see the expressions of the people around the ring clearly, and he could also see the expression of the medium opposite. When he saw Arthur frowning, and wanted to speak but finally kept silent, Little Lithop smiled in his heart. "Oh, you found something wrong? It's too late," he sneered in his heart. And Little Lithop coughed twice, and said to the civilians who were waiting for him, "Do you know why our medium Arthur Kratos is so strong?" "Why?" His words were interrupted. But Little Lithop was not angry at all this time. Instead, he looked at the person he had arranged, and said slowly, "Because he stole our family's treasured swift bird swordsmanship." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around. People looked at Arthur with surprise, disbelief, and a little bit. So it was this kind of look. Arthur clearly felt this kind of look. In this regard, the young medium was completely indifferent. He had guessed this scene a long time ago. There was no surprise at all. Because this is human nature. Humans, what they like most is to create gods first, and then pull the created gods down from the altar. This process of self-creation and self-destruction makes everyone enjoy it. The pure happiness born from it makes people fall into it. Or, this itself is a temptation brought by pure evil, and no one can resist it. Arthur asked himself if he could do it. So, he chose to stay away from such people and things. And when he was labeled as one of them, there was no fear, nor any rejection. There was only a slight excitement. Thanks to this world for having a mysterious side. Arthur was sincerely grateful to this world. When the great power belongs to oneself, it will always make all complicated things simpler. On the surface, Arthur stared at Little Lithop with increasing indifference. "Do you know what you are talking about?" "Of course." "Then do you know the consequences of slandering others?" "Of course." "Then can you bear such consequences?" "Of course." As Arthur took a step forward, the breath of death on his body became stronger. Although Little Lithop was oppressed by the breath of death and trembled all over, he wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but there was no stuttering in his words. It was so resounding. It was so sonorous and powerful. Little Lithop looked at Arthur, who had walked in front of him, with a look of great pride in his eyes. The Son of the Lord confirmed it. The medium in front of him was a coward. The other party had obviously understood everything, and was ready to scare him with the momentum of the Emperor, and then return home to deal with the swift bird breathing method and the swift bird meditation method. How could he let the other party do what he wanted? Huh? In front of Arthur, the Son of the Lord took a deep breath, and he said loudly, "I, Little Lithop, absolutely did not slander the medium Arthur Kratos. Everyone present can testify. If I slandered the medium Arthur Kratos, I am willing to be your follower, and I am willing to use all my assets to compensate. This includes, but is not limited to the properties in Nanlos and Nanjun." Little Lithop said this, and paused slightly. Then, in words that only he and Arthur could hear clearly, continued, "Oh, by the way, in the coal mine and iron mine business in Nanjun, I have 10% of the shares. I think this is enough to offset my disrespect to an Enter. Of course, this is on the premise that I slander you." As he said, Little Lithop turned around and looked at the high platform. There was Julie, the swordsman representing the Earl of Nanlos. The Son of the Lord bowed first, then he shouted loudly, "Miss Julie, please do me justice. Chapter 359 asks for a hammer, and you will get a hammer." Just now, the commotion caused by the A area of the ring had already attracted the attention of people in other places in the arena. And with the shouting of the Lord's Son, the whole of the Elta Square was drawn to him, and the original fight on the ring stopped. Hiss. What? The psychic medium Arthur Kratos actually stole the secret technique of others? Did you know? The reason why the psychic medium Arthur Kratos is so powerful is that it's because he stole other people's secrets. Did you know? The reason why medium Arthur Kratos is so powerful is because he can steal other people's secrets. Did you know? Medium Arthur Kratos can obtain other people's memories and secrets by eating people's souls. In less than 5 minutes, the rumor began to turn into a lie. Moreover, it spread in all directions with an incredible and exaggerated content. Oh, a little trick of the nobles. Wild Wind Sword Deljo sneered. He had also encountered similar things. However, after he cut off the bastard's head, all the rumors were broken. Although because of this, he was punished. For example, a huge fine. At that time, when he paid the fine, he could clearly feel the joy of the small noble family opposite. For this reason, he suspected that the other party was deliberately looking for him to make trouble. After that, the whole team tightened their belts for half a year, which made him more certain of the shamelessness of the nobles. It was just like what happened before his eyes. Even if he didn't know the details of the incident, Deljo could be sure that it was the nobles who did it. This guy is dead. Kong Shang, the whale slayer, looked at the smug little Lissip and said with certainty, "This is what a noble without inheritance is like. If it is a noble family with 3 generations of inheritance, they will never choose to attack an enterer. Only these new nobles don't understand what entry really means. It is completely different from Arcana and Great Arcana. No! Even when facing Arcana and Great Arcana, a noble family with 3 generations of inheritance will be cautious, because they know very well that their identity also comes from the same power of their ancestors. As for the new nobles, merits are worthy of praise. They are also worthy of admiration. But strength is the foundation. Just like those great pirates who gallop across the sea, even if they are hated by everyone, they can still gain the admiration of others, even worship, because they have power that ordinary people do not have. The sea can accommodate everything, but those who have power are always so conspicuous, unique. Just like the pirate general of the West Sea. The other party is the best example. The other party was able to have his current status and position because he punched him one by one. Pirates are probably the most sensible people in the world. It's probably because they are not protected, Kong Shang thought in his heart. And his eyes swept over the civilians, who had become excited. This whale slayer sword remembered clearly that these guys were just praising the master. Kong Shang, who had finished his game early, witnessed the whole process. This made Kong Shang sigh for the Count of Nanlos. It was the other party who spoiled the civilians under his command. To some extent, the other party was also a good lord. Because, if it was on his whale island, such a person would have been hanged long ago, and his wife and children would have become slaves. And this was already his mercy. On other islands, if such a person appeared, their family would also be hanged together. What an admirable Nanlos. Listening to the crowd that had already started shouting, Kong Shang sighed from the bottom of his heart. However, this whale slayer's sword had no intention of attacking. He knew very well that the master had already made a plan. So, this whale slayer's sword quietly watched the swordsman of Count Nanlos walk towards the ring. "Good afternoon, Julie." The swordsman. Little Lissip bowed to the female swordsman. When he lowered his head, the son of the Lord couldn't help but smile. "Listen to the voices around you. Asshole. Liar. Get out. The medium should be sent to the stake." Such voices rose and fell as before. But to little Lithop, they sounded so beautiful. Common people deserve to be fooled, not treated kindly. Thinking about what his father said, little Lithop straightened up, and the smile on his face had long been replaced by seriousness. "Master Julie, I beg you to do me justice. Sir Arthur Kratos stole the secrets of my family." "Are you sure?" the Countess's swordsman asked back. "Sure," little Lithop replied with certainty. "Are you sure?" the Countess's swordsman asked again. This time, little Lithop immediately found something wrong. However, little Lithop did not think about himself, but thought about Arthur's lover. Melinda, the lady who was known for her cruel methods, had close contacts with the Countess. There are even rumors that the other party has become the Countess's money bag. So, is this to put pressure on me as the Countess? So as to fool me? Ha! Too naive. Do you really think that our Lissip family is afraid of that tigress? With a sneer in his heart, little Lissip looked at the swordsman with a more serious expression. "Are you going to protect a thief?" "I will not protect a thief." The female swordsman shook her head simply. Then, the eyes turned to Arthur. "Advisor Kratos, do you have anything to ask?" This question puzzled little Lithop. It also puzzled the people around him. Because, this didn't look like asking a thief, but rather like consulting. And the next scene made everyone even more confused. The young medium had compassion in his eyes, and asked little Lithop softly, "Are you sure?" Little Lithop looked at Arthur at this moment, listening to Arthur's question. He panicked a little. This time, he began to think about himself. Was there something wrong in some link? Impossible. All the links were perfect. And the people were silenced. Even if there was a problem, there would be no evidence. At least these fools could be used to attack the medium. Thinking of this, little Lissip said with certainty, "Sure." When this sentence came out, everyone saw the regret and gloom on the face of the young medium. There was even a sense of sadness. as if he couldn't bear to see what was happening before his eyes. The young medium turned around. The next moment, a contract appeared on the stage. It was suspended in midair, showing the contents to the people around. When people saw the contents clearly, boom, the crowd went wild. Chapter 360. Arthur gives everyone the wings of their dreams. The contract is made of lambskin, the background is a picture language, and the content is a common language. The bright glow represents that the contract has come into effect. Of course, what people care about most is the content of the writing. From the appearance of the owner of the Joel Joker Swordsmanship Club last night, to his departure, the female swordsman described everything she saw in a straightforward manner. Even, it also wrote what might happen today. And this is the key. Because the swordsman asked the medium several times from the perspective of a bystander, and really gave him another chance. The medium gave the same answer several times. Recalling the scenes that just happened, everyone had a sense of realization. No wonder such a conversation just happened. So that's how it is. At this moment, no one doubted the authenticity of the contract at this time. Mysterious people would never doubt the authenticity of the contract. People who are well informed have also heard of the reputation of the contract. As for ordinary people, perhaps everyone is blindly following. But after calming down, everyone saw the pale little Lit Hop. Even those who can't read, after seeing the expression of little Lit Hop, will not doubt every word on this contract. Then, guilt, self-blame. People looked at Arthur standing on the stage. Still calm suddenly. I felt so ashamed that I couldn't face myself. What did they just do? Why would they doubt such a kind person? Why would they doubt such a tolerant person? After asking themselves, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads, and didn't dare to look at Arthur again. But immediately, everyone raised their heads again. They looked at little Lit Hop. That's right. They were not wrong. It was little Lit Hop who was wrong. It was this bastard noble who deliberately led them. Nobles cannot be trusted. This famous saying has been around for a long time. At this moment, it hit the instinctive area in everyone's heart. That is the last protection mechanism after being born as a human being. Escape. Escape is shameful. But it is very useful. Especially in this situation, putting the blame on an unforgivable nobleman is really the best choice. Asshole. Damn guy. You liar. How harshly Arthur was scolded just now, how harshly little Lithorp was scolded now. After all, the people who cursed were the same group of people. They used curses to vent the anxiety in their hearts caused by guilt. As if as long as they cursed little Lissip, the mistakes they had made before would no longer exist. Some of the radical people even picked up stones on the ground and threw them directly at little Lissip. Whoosh! Bang! The stones were full of force and went straight to little Lissip's eyes. If you were hit, it would definitely be uncomfortable. However, a hand stopped the stone. Yes, Arthur. The young medium smiled gently, looking at the people around him. He said softly, I can feel everyone's anger. But I can feel everyone's kindness even more. Arthur's words once again attracted the people around him. Kindness? Everyone was stunned. They were really angry, but kind? Can they be called kind just now? Everyone was a little confused. Arthur, who took in everyone's expressions, the smile remained, and even a touch of emotion appeared on his face. Please never doubt your kindness. Because only truly kind people will be so angry when faced with deception. You even forgot your identity and crossed your class. You did it just to seek justice for me. Isn't this enough to prove your kindness? Look at it. It is the best proof of your kindness. As he said, Arthur spread out his palms. The stone in the palm of his hand was exposed. It was originally an ordinary stone, but for some reason, an inexplicable brilliance appeared in everyone's eyes. And Arthur's words continued. I will treasure it forever. It represents the most beautiful brilliance in your hearts. It is something I need to remember for the rest of my life. As he spoke, Arthur bowed slightly. The excuses you find can only deceive yourself, but the excuses given by others are the wings that can truly get rid of the fetters. Arthur is willing to give everyone a pair of wings. Because he is a medium. There is no good or evil, and there is no right or wrong. So what? Benefits. Hidden under many protective shells, the purest benefits. This is what the young medium is pursuing. But no one can really see this clearly. When seeing Arthur bow, everyone around him immediately returned the greeting, whether it was civilians, businessmen, the contestants. And those mysterious people were all like this. The former were completely moved by Arthur's kindness and mercy. The latter, although still skeptical, had to follow the crowd. Therefore, An unprecedented scene appeared in the huge Alta Square, with thousands of people returning the favor. Some painters, sculptors, and playwrights from Clara Street trembled all over when they saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with tears. That's it. That's right. This is the scene I want. Many people began to mutter to themselves. Pen, paintbrush, give me a paintbrush. More people shouted excitedly. Arthur saw the scene. He looked at these people with great kindness. These are all his XP makers. Although the scene in front of him is enough to bring a huge wave of XP, but the key is to keep it steady. Does anyone have a paintbrush? Please lend it to these gentlemen temporarily. I am willing to pay for the use fee. Of course. It can't be too expensive. I'm just a not-so-rich medium. Arthur said this while standing on the stage. Immediately, the people around him laughed. I am willing to sponsor these gentlemen. I have asked my servants to get the brushes and other tools. And me. Me too. The businessmen in the crowd stood up. Their keen sense of smell allowed them to discover business opportunities, although they were a little nervous at first. When they felt the increasingly friendly eyes around them, these merchants knew that they had made the right bet. The remaining merchants were annoyed, but they joined in unwillingly. Of course, Arthur would not stop them. He wanted more. The better. Therefore, the young medium standing on the stage smiled, and such a smile encouraged the merchants, who joined later. Even several young painters had already taken out charcoal pencils to depict the medium at the moment on paper. And under the filter in their hearts, the medium that appeared on the miscellaneous drawing paper began to gradually become distorted. The medium, who could only be regarded as a pretty face, became handsome and extraordinary, and began to move closer to the statues of gods in the temple. His eyes were as clear as spring water. His smile was full of compassion and kindness, and his black clothes were shining at this moment. As for the little lit hop at Arthur's feet, he was short, ugly, and under Arthur's glory, he looked like an evil creature like the demon of the fallen. The female swordsman on the stage was also appropriately reduced in size. In short, all the glory was shrouded in the medium. The rest? It doesn't matter. With his extraordinary eyesight, Arthur saw the sketch. It's really like the real thing. Arthur gave it great approval. But Arthur did not forget the important things. Therefore he spoke again. Everyone, please allow me to leave for a while, to deal with some personal matters. Arthur said, and looked at little Lissop. Suddenly, everyone understood what Arthur was going to do. No one objected to Arthur handling the matter privately. Because, in the final analysis, this was Arthur's private matter. Many people even speculated that the kind-hearted Lord Kratos should be prepared to let the evil man like Little Lidhop go privately. Why privately? Of course, he was worried that the impulsive people around him would do something outrageous. What a kind lord! People admired him in their hearts. Seeing the back of the figure walking down the stage, everyone bowed again, and shouted from the bottom of their hearts. Okay, master! That voice resounded through the sky. That voice echoed endlessly. That voice made Arthur's steps brisk. What a pity. There is the mysterious side here. Otherwise, I could raise my arm and call for help. However, it can be regarded as leaving something behind. When I become the Shadow Earl, it will be smoother, Arthur thought to himself, and walked into the bell ringer's room under the bell tower. Little Lidhop followed behind in a daze. When the two of them walked in, the door slammed shut. Chapter 361, Breaking the Deadlock. The sound of the door closing echoed in his ears, and Little Lidhop came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. Without any hesitation, the Lord's son turned around and ran. When he came to the door, he pushed hard at first, and when it didn't work, he pulled hard. But the door had already been closed. No matter how hard the Lord's son tried, he couldn't open the door. Then, the Lord's son began to shout, "Let me out! Let me out! Open the door!" The shouting of Slish was enough to make people frown. But there was no movement outside. However, the son of the Lord did not give up. Not only did he not stop shouting, but he also began to bang on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The loud banging sound echoed in the room. But as before, there was still no response. At this moment, the son of the Lord finally gave up. Little Lidhop turned around and looked at Arthur, who was sitting in one of the two chairs in the room. He looked at the contract on the coffee table again. This is an unwritten contract. As for what it is used for, the Lord's son knows it very well. This is his indenture. When he thought of his miserable days in the future, the Lord's son's lips trembled slightly, not wanting to say anything, but completely out of fear. After 4 or 5 seconds. Sir Kratos, I think there are some misunderstandings between us. The Lord's son had an awkward but polite smile on his face, after bowing to Arthur. He said softly, "Yeah." Arthur nodded as if in approval. His eyes and face showed no extra emotions, and he still had that gentle smile. But a cold feeling suddenly appeared on little Lissop. The son of the Lord immediately understood what Arthur meant. If he said more nonsense, he would be dead. Suddenly, the son of the Lord sat down on the ground dejectedly. But he was unwilling in his heart. The other party raised his head and asked again the next moment, "When did you know?" "I don't know. I never speculate about others with malice. But I don't want to get hurt either," Arthur answered. Facing a nobleman, such a cautious answer is necessary. No one is sure whether the other party has any props for taking photos. Arthur doesn't want to be a villain who is overturned by the other party because of 1 or 2 words. You know Arthur Kratos, is a young, honest, simple and kind-hearted medium. Oh, right. He is also temporarily respected by the people of Nanlos. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Especially when the two skills' eyes as sharp as a blaze, and observe words and expressions, have different flashing prompts. It is even more impossible. Arthur kept a gentle smile on his face, and his words became softer and softer. If you don't want to fulfill the promise, I won't blame you. The words were full of tolerance, but the coldness became stronger. Little Lithop knew that his last plan had failed. The son of the Lord reluctantly let go of the recording stone he was holding secretly, then stood up, patted the dust off his body, and took the pen on the table and began to write the indenture. There was no panic and dejection on his face. He was just unwilling to accept it. Undoubtedly, everything that had just happened, they were all pretending. Faced with being forced into a desperate situation, the son of the Lord did not give up. It was the same even if he signed a sale contract. After all, he was just a follower, not a slave. I still have a chance. Everything now is just because I'm unlucky. Little Lithop thought so. Arthur just took a glance and guessed what the son of the Lord was thinking. But the young medium didn't care. Because, when the other party took the initiative to go up to the ring to cause trouble for him, the other party completely lost the opportunity. Although the contract only included 3 shops in Nanlos, and 10% of the coal and iron mines in Nanjun, these things were enough to become the key to pry open the entire Nanjun. And, most importantly, this would become his bargaining chip. The bargaining chip to ask for the cat as things from Count Nanlos. As the contemporary Black Cat of Cat, Black, it is my duty to take back what belongs to the cat faction. It is definitely not to test whether there is the entry map of the cat faction in it. Arthur raised his hand and put the written contract into the box of Athos. And then said softly, "Since you have made a choice, then please wait here. I still need to finish the game. After that, I will take you back to number 2 Kirk Street." After that, the young medium seemed full of emotion. He couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Looking at the medium in this state, little Lissop politely responded, "Okay, I'll wait for you here." On the surface, this is a master and servant who knows etiquette well. In fact, the servant's etiquette is even better. Even if the master leaves, the servant maintains a respectful attitude. However, the female swordsman standing outside the bell tower easily discovered the other party's small movements. The palm of the other party's hand in the jacket pocket, it kept shaking. Obviously, the other party admitted his failure. But the other party did not think that he had completely failed. The other party thought that he still had a backup plan. For example, the other party's Lord Father. And this was what she wanted. Long ago, Lord Lissop became a thorn in the eyes of the Nanlos family. If it were not for the noble rules, and if the Lord had always been cautious, the Lissop family would have been wiped out long ago. You're threatening that old lion by selling coal and iron mines? Humph. I'll see how your old lion can save you this time. The female swordsman was filled with resentment when she thought of the previous battles with the Lord. Although the other party was not a hereditary lord, everything in the territory still belonged to him while he was alive. Simply put, everything in Nanjun was decided by him. The same was true for the 2 mines. And it was precisely because of these 2 mines that, for so many years, the other party has always held a certain initiative. The old lion has praised Lord Lissop's heroic performance in the 7 Years' War more than once in public. What the old lion wants, the Nanlos family naturally knows clearly. As for killing Lord Lissop, the old lion hopes that the Nanlos family will do so. As long as the Nanlos family does this, the old lion will have a reason to intervene in the Nanlos territory. You know, the Baron Borna, who was saved by Lissip, he had already become a staunch supporter of the Grand Duke of Niwen. According to the rules of the nobility, if Lissip died unexpectedly, Baron Borna had the responsibility and obligation to investigate the cause of death of his savior and avenge him. Therefore, the two sides were deadlocked. However, that was before. Now, the point of breaking the deadlock appeared. The female swordsman looked at Arthur beside her, and after turning several thoughts in her heart, she finally smiled. Last night's wheat juice was good. Can I try it again tonight? Chapter 362. Everyone has their own agenda. Lord Lithorp, you are really hated. Listening to the female swordsman's impatient question, Arthur sighed in his heart. The female swordsman saw little Lithorp's little move. Arthur also saw it. Arthur was not surprised that little Lithorp contacted his father. In fact, Arthur would be surprised if the other party did not do so. According to his plan, the next step would be to negotiate with Lithorp. The so-called wheat juice in the swordsman's mouth is just an excuse to intervene. At the same time, there is Arthur's attitude. His attitude after he owned the Nanjing coal mine and the iron mine business. People can change at any time. And this change will not only change themselves, but also affect others to make corresponding changes. Friends can become enemies. Enemies can also become friends. Only interests are eternal. Therefore, if you want to have eternal friends, you must share interests. Or, it's okay to have the same goal. But the Countess of Nanlos is different. Her current role is similar to a protective umbrella for Arthur. Arthur needs her to deal with possible enemies, such as the old lion. Therefore, the intervention of the Countess of Nanlos is beneficial to Arthur. So, anytime. Arthur gave a positive reply. Hearing such a positive reply, the female swordsman smiled even more. I was in such a hurry last time that I forgot to bring a gift. If I go this time, I will definitely bring it, said the female swordsman. Thank you very much, Arthur responded. And then the two smiled at each other. You have an attitude, and I have a response. Things are always settled in this way. Benefits are also distributed in this way. Arthur and the female swordsman returned to the area ring. However, this time, the female swordsman did not go on stage, but completely handed the ring to Arthur. In the eyes of the female swordsman, this is Arthur's stage. There is only one protagonist in today's swordsmanship contest. That is Arthur. It is better for a strong woman like her who is 2 meters and 5 meters tall not to steal the limelight. After the female swordsman, who is quite self-aware, announced the continuation of the swordsmanship contest on behalf of the female countess, she handed everything over to her deputy, and quietly left the Elta Square. Although the Earl may have known everything, she still needs to report truthfully. Of course, more importantly, she needs to prepare a gift for Arthur. The words just now are not just talk. And all of this needs to be discussed with the Earl. Whale Slayer Sword Kong Shang, Wind Sword Del Xiao looked at the departing female swordsman and the Earl's guards, who walked out of the crowd, in the shadows with different expressions. Sure enough, choosing this cautious way to Nanlos is the most correct. Wind Sword Del Xiao frowned secretly. As a pure adventurer, explorer, Deljo led his team to travel all year round, searching for treasures. Therefore, he could clearly feel that the entire South County had become turbulent in the past 2 years. As for why, of course, it was because of the old lion's age, and the reason why he was invited to come to Nanlos this time. In addition to the fact that the Baron Houseman offered him the entry map, a reward that he could not refuse. It was because he wanted to come to Nanlos openly. Otherwise, if he showed up in Nanlos rashly, he would definitely be targeted. Even more, his real purpose would be exposed. The ruins. Thinking of the ruins of the Mist Tower, the Wind Sword could not help but get excited. Compared to the reward of the entry map offered by Baron Houseman, the Mist Tower ruins was what he really valued. If his previous investigation was correct, there were not only multiple entry maps in this ruins, there are also a lot of treasured items and secret techniques. After all, this is the tomb of one of the 4 wizards. Although I don't know which one it is. But no matter which one it is, he will get everything he dreams of. This Wild Wind Sword wanted to take action immediately. But, no! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone was paying attention to the medium. And if he chose to leave, it would be too conspicuous. Calm down. Calm down. This Wild Wind Sword told himself that there was still enough time to find the location of the ruins. In this way, he forced himself to calm down. But the occasional anxiety on his face was seen by the Whale Slayer's sword beside him. What is this guy anxious about? Whale Slayer's sword was puzzled, and couldn't help but pay attention secretly. Arthur, who had been paying attention to the two of them, also noticed the strangeness of this wild wind sword. In addition to the possibility I guessed before. Does the other party come to Nanlos for other things? Arthur thought in his heart, on the surface. He remained calm, and walked slowly onto the stage. Although the competition was interrupted by an accident, the restarted swordsmanship competition was even more lively. Of course, it was limited to the area around the A-zone stage. Clap, clap, clap. As Arthur stepped onto the stage, applause immediately broke out. Sorry, everyone. I was delayed because of some personal matters. Now, let's continue. Arthur said this and bowed again. Then, he looked at his next opponent. Just like before, it was another coaching match. But unlike before, this time, the audience around him also joined in. Every time Arthur dodged easily, people would be amazed. Every time Arthur taught, people would applaud. Even later, when Arthur finished his game, there were still people seeking guidance. Arthur did not refuse. Not only was it extremely beneficial to his reputation, also because he is a man who will soon own a fencing club. This kind of enthusiastic guidance will help the development of the fencing club. A fencing club owned by a strong fencing champion who is willing to teach others will have an incomparable appeal to young people who love fencing. And such guidance continued until late at night. Until the last player who was instructed walked off the stage. Arthur still kept smiling. But he shrugged helplessly. Everyone, I seem to have missed dinner time. Melinda, did you save some food for me? I feel like I can eat a cow now. Arthur shouted to Melinda outside Alta Square. That look was just like most men who work overtime and come home late. This kind of intimacy unconsciously brought Arthur closer to the people around him, making the people around him subconsciously treat Arthur as their own. And this is what Arthur wanted. Even if the world in front of us has a mysterious side, the support of the majority is still important. Melinda kept smiling. This lady behaved quite decently. Not only did she take the initiative to hold Arthur's hand, she half leaned against Arthur's arms. When she raised her head slightly, her eyes looked at Arthur with a burning love. All the people who saw this scene all smiled knowingly. They liked this scene. So Arthur, Melinda performed this scene for everyone. However, as soon as they got on the bus, ugh! Melinda began to retch. Arthur quickly shrank to the corner of the car. The young medium was afraid of getting vomited. This ungrateful act made Melinda give Arthur the middle finger. But Arthur didn't care at all, just asked softly. Are you ready? Chapter 363, I am only good at guessing. And I never lie. Late at night, outside the gate of number 2 Kirk Street, Lord Lissop's butler stood beside the carriage and looked at the entrance of the alley, with the anxiety in his eyes as real as the substance. Master, you must be safe. Sure enough, those so-called secret guards are not trustworthy. They were exposed without knowing it. The young master suffered such a great humiliation. When the butler thought of what happened in Alta Square, he was extremely anxious. In the eyes of the butler, his young master's plan would certainly not encounter any accidents. Therefore, the only ones who made mistakes were those recruited secret guards. When he thought about his young master being punished for the mistakes of others, the old butler began to pray. In the carriage, Lissop glanced at his old butler, sneered in his heart, and then closed his eyes and thought quietly. Little Lissop's failure did not affect his plan. On the contrary, it can make his plan go more smoothly. Maybe this is God's compensation for me, Lissop thought to himself, and his body twisted unconsciously because of excitement. He couldn't wait any longer. However, he knew that there was still a little more to go. He still needed to wait patiently. After that, it was time for him to really taste the delicious fruit. Sir, that gentleman is back. The old butler's voice rang in his ears. Lissop opened his eyes immediately. And then he opened the door and jumped out of the carriage. Although he was old enough to be a grandfather in an ordinary family, Lissop was still agile. Similarly, Arthur saw this strong old man at first sight. He had a straight posture and sharp eyes. He had a stronger military aura than Malt's. Moreover, his communication style was so straightforward. Sir Kratos, good evening. I came here for Little Lithorp and the Southtown iron mine and coal mine business, the other party said directly. To be honest, Arthur definitely didn't hate this kind of direct communication. But the Lord Lithorp in front of him gave him a strange feeling. It seemed he couldn't wait. He really loves his son. Arthur recalled that on the way back just now, Melinda emphasized the fact that Lord Lithorp had only one son. Immediately, a smile appeared on the face of the young medium. "Let's talk in my study." Arthur said so. As the hostess, Melinda had already entered number 2 Kirk Street one step ahead, lighted the candles in the corridor and the medium's small room. At the same time, she also added coal to the boiler. When Arthur and Lord Lithorp entered the medium's small room, Melinda even brought tea. "Thank you." Lithorp thanked him in a somewhat rigid way. Obviously, as a traditional aristocrat, this lord could not accept Melinda's hairstyle and clothes. However, as a traditional noble, he had the proper etiquette. After a simple chivalric salute, the lord waited until Melinda left with a smile, then sat in the chair in front of Arthur. His back was straight. His buttocks were only 1/3 of the way up, and his hands were habitually placed on his knees. It was a military habit. It was both a courtesy and a way to react quickly. Arthur half leaned in his chair and looked at Lord Lithorp in front of him, smiling. "What can you offer in exchange for little Lissop?" The other party did not beat around the bush. And Arthur certainly would not beat around the bush either. Miss Caesar's wealth ranks among the best in the entire South Los. And I cannot give you any compensation in terms of wealth. And you? You have a great reputation in the mysterious side of South Los. And I also cannot give you any compensation in terms of secret arts and props. However, I have some information here that can serve as compensation," Lord Lissop said seriously. Arthur looked at the other person calmly. Undoubtedly, the other person's words were naturally facts. At least, the part about Melinda was true. But this truthfulness gave Arthur a strong sense of compliment. Even though you were a soldier, after becoming a noble, you still have considerable speech skills? You know, the words just now were not just compliments. More importantly, they were bargaining chips. This Lord Lithorp abandoned the real thing and used empty news as a bargaining chip. News is of course valuable, but it is relative, and it has a direction. As a medium, Arthur knows too well that the harm caused by truth and half-truth is far greater than lies. However, Arthur did not object, because he likes this kind of truth and half-truth method the most. He, Arthur, a young, kind, honest and simple medium, never lies. Okay. As Arthur nodded, Lord Lithorp immediately took out a contract. He began to describe according to the principle of truth and the principle of immediacy. Then, he signed his name. After Arthur checked it, he also wrote his name. After Lord Lithorp also checked it, he immediately said, "I have a message for you. There is a spy with a very special identity in your mansion. He is not only observing your every move, but is also secretly planning." Dead Poets Society. Before Lord Lithorp finished speaking, Arthur interrupted him. Lord Lithorp was not more surprised. In the eyes of this lord, it is not incredible for Arthur or Melinda to detect the presence of a spy from the Dead Poets Society around them. But he can be sure that Arthur, Melinda definitely doesn't know the other party's identity. So, the Lord calmly said another piece of news. This secret agent of the Dead Poets Society has linked up with nearby pirates, and is preparing to make a big move. I know, Bloody John has appeared near the coast. The words were interrupted again. This time, Lord Lithorp was really stunned. The Lord began to doubt his previous speculation. Could it be that Arthur, has Melinda discovered the identity of the Dead Poets Society's hidden agent? Otherwise, how come the other party already knows everything about the news he just learned? When Arthur accurately said Bloody John, the Lord went to check the contract. The complete contract was telling the Lord that everything Arthur said was true. Looking at Lissop, who was full of surprise, Arthur's expression was full of indifference, but he secretly thought in his heart, no wonder when I heard the description of the Whale Slayer sword before, there is always a sense of familiarity. It turns out that this guy is the one who is doing the trick. Linking up with the pirates. This guy really wants to make a big move. Arthur is very concerned about the very special Dead Poets Society spy. You know, since he came to South Los, most of the things he experienced were related to the other party. He didn't know how many times he had ruined the other party's plan. If there was a chance, the other party would definitely want to kill him. And he, in order to protect himself, he also had to kill the other party. The feeling of being hidden on the side, like being stared at by a poisonous snake, Arthur declined. And before, Arthur had no idea where to start. But now it was different. Looking at Lord Lithorp in front of him, Arthur quickly guessed in his heart. That guy was very hidden. Even after Melinda had a general direction, she couldn't find him, but Lord Lithorp in front of him could find him. What does this show? It shows that Lithorp in front of him has a deep friendship with the other party. Only in this way, Leadhop can know the other party. But that is to say, with that guy's caution, he will never be so easily exposed, and even, it is impossible for Leadhop to know. In other words, middleman. There is a middleman between the two. Arthur narrowed his eyes secretly, and a person suddenly popped up in his mind. Lord Leadhop adjusted his mood and continued. This secret agent of the Dead Poets Society has received great support recently. The person who supports him is Grand Duke of Niwen. Lord Lithorp, whose words were interrupted again, widened his eyes, looking at Arthur as if he had seen a ghost. How do you know? Tell me one and you know, tell me one and you know. Could it be that the hidden man of the Dead Poets Society was instigated by you? Lithorp was a little uneasy. The Lord found that he seemed to have hit a wall. And looking at the Lord, Arthur smiled gently. He finally knew what the Lord wanted to do. Chapter 364 Speculator. The first impression that Lysop gave Arthur was that he was a soldier who kept his honest habits. Maybe he had some speaking skills, but not much. But as the conversation deepened, Arthur gradually saw the true side of this Lord. Speculator. A speculator who used a soldier as a mask. There is no doubt that the other party was extremely successful. If it weren't for the news given by the other party, the continuous direction was that of the old lion. Arthur couldn't possibly discover the other party's true face. Is it because he hit a wall with the old lion? So, he chose to tentatively turn to the tigress? No. To be precise, Lysop wanted to use the tigress to put pressure on the old lion. What a bold guy. Arthur, who had seen through the other party's purpose, evaluated in his heart. This kind of boldness does not mean that the other party jumped back and forth between the old lion and the tigress, but that the other party was willing to use his own son to make a nest. Lysop couldn't possibly not know about little Lysop's plan. And even though he knew it, the Lord still let little Lysop do it. Is this because he has confidence in his son? Or does he not care about his son's life or death? According to the other party's performance, it should be the former. But Arthur has some doubts. Because, whether little Lysop succeeds or fails, it is good for Lysop. If little Lysop succeeds, the other party can take advantage of the situation to get more chips. You can either propose an exchange with the tigress, or you can ask the old lion for a price. Little Lysop failed. But it was just the current situation. And he used some news to put pressure on the old lion. But in addition to success and failure, there are also accidents in little Lysop's plan. If an accident occurs, little Lysop will definitely die. Doesn't Lysop know this? He must know. And if he knows, he still chooses to let his son do such a dangerous thing. Would he really be a qualified father? Arthur was puzzled. As for Lithop's jumping around, what did he want? A hereditary title. Besides this, Arthur couldn't think of anything else. In fact, Arthur could think of Lithop's more than one offer of loyalty to the old lion, but the old lion just laughed it off. The tigress was afraid of the old lion. Similarly, the old lion was also afraid of the tigress. In mutual fear, the two sides can fight secretly. But they will never fight openly. The old lion in Niwen knows very well that once he accepts Lysop's loyalty, he will completely break up with the tigress of Nanlos. The old lion didn't care when he was young. But now, the old lion must consider more. The coal mines and iron mines in Nanjun are very valuable. But it is definitely not worth starting a war for them. Compared with Nanlos, which lacks coal mines and iron mines, Niwen is not short of these things. You, young man, used your own life as a bargaining chip, completed 3 first landings, and obtained the status of knight. Then, having tasted the sweetness, you used your own life as a bargaining chip again, saved the then Baron Borna, and reversed the entire battle situation with a death raid, and obtained the title of Lord for your merits. No! No! Arthur thought about the life of the Lord in front of him, but he suddenly frowned secretly. It is difficult for a speculator who has tasted the sweetness to stop. And in the more than 30 years after the 7 Years' War, the other party has not made any moves, which is really strange. You know, compared to the 7 Years' War period, after the war, there are more speculation opportunities. According to the other party's behavior pattern, it is impossible to remain indifferent. Even if the other party surrendered to the young old lion at that time, it is also enough to obtain a hereditary title. Has everything been taken up by something? What kind of thing would take 30 years to complete? Arthur had more guesses in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled at Lysop in front of him. Lord, we need to be more honest. Yes! Lysop gave an affirmative answer. However, in the eyes of this lord, there was a flash of helplessness. Obviously, everything in front of him was somewhat beyond the lord's expectations. In the lord's expectation, the 3 pieces of information he had just received were enough to exchange for his son and the iron ore and coal mines. But now, let alone exchanging for his son and the iron ore and coal mines, it would be good enough to exchange for his son alone. And this requires more iron ore and coal mines as bargaining chips. When he thought about the need to use more iron ore and coal mines to exchange for little Lysop, Lysop's heart was filled with reluctance. But this was the only bargaining chip he could offer that was valuable to the medium in front of him. Moreover, when he thought of the arrangements and plans for so many years, Lysop secretly gritted his teeth. I will use iron ore and coal mining business to exchange for little Lysop. The Lord said so. Immediately, Arthur's smile became more brilliant. More iron ore and coal mining business are what Arthur needs most at the moment. Unlike the subsequent distribution, the iron ore and coal mining business he has obtained now belong only to him. As long as the Earl of Nanlow still cares about his honor, the honor of the family cannot be swallowed up, thanks to the rules of the nobility. Arthur thought silently in his heart, and then offered. 30%. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As soon as Arthur's offer came out, Lord Lysop on the opposite side jumped up. The Lord retorted loudly. In the shouting of Shung Salixi, the Lord's facial expression, there was a distortion called anger. But Arthur did not react at all, still smiling. The initiative was in his hands, so how could Arthur be anxious? Moreover, the young medium was ready to fight with the other party until dawn. Anyway, for him, the night was the time when his mind was most active. But what Arthur didn't expect was that Lord Lysop, who was so angry that his face was distorted the moment before, calmed down the next moment. The other party sat back in the chair, still in that military posture. After a few seconds of deliberation, the other party said, 20%. I can only give you 20% at most. Arthur was shocked. You know, he was not only prepared for a tug-of-war, but also in Arthur's heart. As long as he got 10% of the coal mines, the iron ore business would be a big victory. If he was only given 0.5%, it would not be unacceptable. Who would have thought that this lord not only did not argue with him, but was also so generous? Did I just blame this father wrongly? Maybe that kind of risky behavior is the family belief that Lysop upholds. Facing such a generous Lysop, Arthur thought unconsciously. Then, Arthur stood up and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Chapter 365. You caught it. Looking at the hand extended by the medium in front of him, Lysop still had displeasure in his eyes, but he did not act rudely. The Lord stood up, and after shaking hands with Arthur, he immediately began to write the content of the transaction on the contract just now, and mark some details. For example, if the Lord violated the contract, he would directly encounter death. After Arthur checked it, the Lord pierced his finger and dripped blood. Unlike the contract signed in public by little Lysop, this kind of private transaction contract requires the blood of one party as proof. Especially the blood of the noble party. Which is even more important, because it is all well documented. Arthur watched the blood from the other party's fingertips drip onto the parchment. The scarlet and black ink lit up at this moment, which lasted for less than a second. All the words on the contract were shrouded in a faint red, and the radiant light of the contract itself was even more intense. After checking it again, Arthur put away the contract and made a gesture of invitation to Lysop. The Lord immediately stood up and walked towards number 2 Kirk Street, under the banyan tree. Little Lysop had been waiting for a long time, accompanied by Edwin. Looking at his father coming out, the Lord's son immediately lowered his head in shame. Lysop looked at his son, but did not say much. Just patted his son's shoulder gently. Let's go. Back to South Town. Yes, father. Lysop took little Lysop away. Edwin also returned to the carriage. Arthur stared at the Lord's carriage. He always felt that something was wrong. As a medium, Arthur believed in his intuition very much. Therefore, the next moment, Falcon on the roof of number 2 Kirk Street flapped his wings and merged into the night. At the same time, Arthur couldn't help asking Melinda beside him, does Lord Lysop really have no illegitimate children? Only little Lysop is a son? The nobles' lives are quite decadent. Most nobles have more than one illegitimate son or daughter. The illegitimate sons of some traditional nobles are fully capable of forming a family guard. This is not an exaggeration. For some traditional nobles, making the identity of illegitimate sons public, signing a contract, Calling them into the family to work is a very cost-effective approach. Not only do they not have to worry about the right of inheritance, but they also have blood ties. Even if one or two of them awaken their bloodline, it would be even better. And many new nobles who follow tradition are also following this practice. As for Lysop, he happens to be a new noble who follows tradition. Lord Lysop is only one son. Little Lysop. At least, that's the information I have collected, Melinda emphasized. No one can give a 100% correct answer. But this lady was obviously shocked by Lysop's hand. 20% of the coal and iron or business in exchange for her son. If this news were known, I'm afraid a group of people, including the sons of nobles, would rush to Lysop to be his son. You have to know that this 20% share of the business is enough to be called an astronomical figure, because it is a continuous, annual dividend. If this 20% iron or in coal mine business is given to her, in less than 3 years, she can organize an ocean-going trade fleet again. After that, it will snowball. As long as the mineral resources are not exhausted within 10 years, she was confident that she could establish her power throughout the entire South County, and even expand her business to the North County. Unfortunately, the 20% profit was not hers. It belonged to Arthur. Although Arthur was her partner, she knew Arthur's greed and understood that if she wanted to use this resource, she had to pay a sufficient price. What should I give in exchange? The lady began to think. Unconsciously, the lady frowned, because she really couldn't think of what to exchange for it. Melinda, who was thinking with her head down, followed Arthur past the Death Snake Banyan and walked towards number 2 Kirk Street. When they reached the corridor, Arthur suddenly asked, Melinda, if I use 10% of the Nanjing iron mine and coal mine business to exchange for Nanjing, will the Earl agree? Although Nanjing itself is not worth much, it is still a town with a population of 20,000. So, 10% of the shares is not enough. 15% to 20% is more reliable. After evaluating, Melinda said so. Then, the lady glanced at Arthur, who was thinking, and reminded him directly. Murdering a noble is a serious crime. If you want to get Nanjing from Earl Nanros, naturally, Nanjing must return to Earl Nanros. And if you want Nanjing to return to Earl Nanros, the current owner, Lord Lysop, must die. But as we all know, Lord Lithorp has always been in good health. Not only is he strong, but he is also very agile. With that appearance, he can live another 20 years without any problem. Of course, accidents always happen. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. But Melinda doesn't want Arthur to be the one who takes action. After all, the nobles not only have a lot of self-protection methods, but also have more methods of hunting down murderers. As long as they are willing to invest resources, these nobles can always find out who killed the nobles. Melinda didn't want her partner to lose his future. She and Arthur were still young, and had enough time to wait. Of course, apart from the advice from her partner, the lady still had some small complaints in private. After all, the day before, Arthur had asked her about her thoughts on Southtown, and she had also expressed her interest quite frankly. But now, Arthur was going to take Southtown for himself. Humph, a guy who forgets his principles when he sees profit. I heard the news about Bloody John so easily, and I was sure that you had joined the game, lured the other party out, and tracked down the whereabouts of the White Raven. I felt embarrassed and thought I needed to compensate you. Now? Humph! It's gone! This news I heard by accident. Just consider it as your compensation to me. Melinda hummed several times in her heart, picked up her pipe again, took 2 puffs, and her cheeks were puffed up. Then she blew the thick smoke at Arthur. This lady was despising Arthur in her own way. Almost instantly, the smoke enveloped Arthur. The young medium waved his hand to disperse the smoke, while continuing to walk forward saying, How could I murder a noble? Lord Lithorp and I have no grudges. Moreover, I just completed a pleasant transaction with Lord Lithorp. I didn't say it was Lord Lithorp. You are obviously guilty. Melinda rolled her eyes at Arthur. People with a dirty heart. Everything they see is dirty. Arthur hit back. Oh, compared to yours, my heart is as pure as a virgin. Melinda sneered and blew smoke at Arthur again. Arthur, who had already walked to the door of the medium's small hall, stopped in the face of such a smoke attack. He turned around and looked at Melinda, who was indignant. He smiled. What do you want to do? Melinda became alert. The young medium shook his head, turned around and continued to walk into the medium's small hall, but he took out the contract he had just signed with Lysop. He kept walking, threw it back, and said softly, Go on. Chapter 366 Youthful Beauty, who has not been silent. Melinda raised her hand, and the contract scroll fell directly into her hand. Looking at the contract scroll in her hand, the lady's face was full of astonishment. An unprecedented strange feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. It was like the feeling of suddenly climbing from the bottom to the clouds, not just physical pleasure, but a more gentle feeling. It was like a constant flow of warm current filling the empty heart. She felt a strange sense of solidity. This strange feeling made the lady stunned. She stared blankly at Arthur's back. Under the candlelight at number 2 Kirk Street, there seemed to be a beam of light behind him at this moment. The appearance of this beam of light made Arthur dazzling. Melinda, holding a cigarette holder, couldn't help but whispered, "Is this for me?" When Arthur heard this, he stopped immediately. Then, when the young medium turned around, the lady looked frightened, panicked, and began to retreat step by step. The young medium raised his eyebrows. He felt that this woman was holding back her fart. In fact, it was true. The next moment, "I treat you as a friend. And you actually want to sleep with me?" Without hesitation, Arthur raised his middle finger. "I am with you." "Who is sleeping with whom?" Arthur said, and his face showed a look of "Don't try to take advantage of me." "Then," he said with a stronger tone, "how can I give it to you?" "Exchange. I will exchange 20% of the iron ore and coal mine business in Nanjing with you for all the resources you can find related to Cat Faction, Cat Cave secrets, props, etc." Arthur emphasized. He is not old Charlie. How could he give up his life just to pick up girls? The reason why he chose Melinda as the exchange object was because of the pleasant cooperation between the two parties. Although Melinda has many shortcomings, but there is one advantage, which Arthur, as a partner, appreciates the most: intelligence. This woman is not greedy, cunning, or cruel. But when facing a true partner, smart Melinda will give enough fairness. This is what Arthur needs. It is precisely because of this that the cooperation between the two parties will become more pleasant. At least, Arthur can be sure that he can get something of equal value in exchange, and will not be treated as inferior. And the 20% iron ore and coal mine business in Nanjing. Maybe I can get the Cat Faction and Cat Cave entry map, Arthur thought in his heart. If possible, he wanted to find what he wanted from Melinda as much as possible, instead of trading with the Countess of Nanlos. Although the latter has a higher chance of finding it, the degree of danger is also rising sharply. If it is not good, unnecessary flaws will be exposed. Alas, it is still weak. Arthur sighed in his heart. Then, I watched Melinda raise her hands and give 2 middle fingers. I was scared to death. You must tell me about this kind of thing in advance in the future. Otherwise I would think you are a pervert. Melinda let out a long breath. You are the pervert. Your whole family is perverted. Arthur curled his lips. How do you know? However, if I use 20% of the iron ore and coal mine business to exchange for Southtown, I am reluctant to give it up. I suddenly think that Bourne Manor is more suitable. But I really want this 20% business. But the cat sex, Cat Cave secrets, rituals, and props I have collected are not worthy of them, and are not even equal to them. So, these 20% of the business are our joint business. And as for the rest, I'll write you an IOU. The kind with interest. I'll write it off after I find the right cat sex and Cat Cave resources for you. Melinda looked proud. But the topic was brought back on track. Looking at the woman in front of him calculating seriously, Arthur's mouth curled up. See, this is why he is willing to cooperate with this woman. Smart Melinda always brings fairness. And then, the two walked side by side with smiles on their faces. They passed by the scarlet paintings, walked under the hideous deer head, bypassed the scarred armor and the hanging meat hooks, and walked into the medium small hall under the gaze of the sitting MS. Anna. Neither of them spoke. Moreover, no one could guess what they were thinking. People like Arthur and Melinda. It is impossible to use common sense to guess. When they want to speak, no one can stop them. When they want to hide, no one can peek. Perhaps only when two people face each other can they guess each other's thoughts. So, they chose to walk side by side. Would you like some tea? Melinda asked when they entered the medium small room. Then, without waiting for Arthur to refuse, the lady went straight into the kitchen and started to boil water. No need for tea. Are there any snacks? Recalling the tea that Melinda brewed last time, Arthur's tongue was already bitter. The young medium picked up Pendragon and asked. Melinda did not answer. However, when she came back with the boiled water, there was already a plate of snacks on the table. Arthur took a sip of the tea carefully. It was completely different from the previous one. It tasted good. It was not his kind of honey water tea. It is a way to use pure skills to fully utilize the advantages of tea. Arthur was sure. This woman was just cheating him last time. Facing Arthur's angry eyes, Melinda was calm. This is the second time I make tea for someone. The last time was the first time. Oh, then you have made great progress. Arthur looked unconvinced. After drinking the tea, he picked up the snacks. In the eyes of Arthur, a fake tea drinker. Tea, no matter how delicious it is not as delicious as snacks. Especially Melinda's cook, Ms. Mary, whose skills are really worthy of recognition. If possible, please ask Ms. Mary to copy a pastry recipe. I think I can expand the scope of my cooking skills. Arthur ate the egg tarts with crispy crust and sweet and sticky inside. And a comfortable smile appeared on his face. Sweet food always makes people happy. Especially for a guy like Arthur, who is full of darkness in his heart. Sweet food is really one of the few salvations. Melinda? Same thing. The lady listened to Arthur's words with disdain on her face. TSK. One word, just one word, but it revealed endless distrust. Melinda never thought that Arthur knew any cooking skills, just as she firmly believed that Arthur was a bad guy. What copying recipes? It's obvious that he wanted to kidnap her cook. Do you really think she doesn't know? Just when Melinda was about to continue to ridicule Arthur's wishful thinking, suddenly, she found that something was wrong with Arthur. Surprise and astonishment appeared on Arthur's face. Melinda knew that Arthur, this bad guy, always kept a fake appearance of indifference or smile, and rarely showed his true appearance, unless he really encountered something incredible. Immediately, the lady's curiosity was aroused. She immediately asked, "What happened?" Chapter 367 Father and Son. Late at night, a carriage sped out from Nanlos. The driver shouted, and the wheels rolled. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was solemn and depressed. Just now, Lissop had told his son that he had exchanged 20% of the profits from the Nanjing iron mine and coal mine for his safe return. Lissop could see that. After hearing this news, his son felt even more guilty. But this was not what he wanted. He didn't want to see this kind of guilt. Therefore, the Lord spoke again. "It's not your fault, my son. I was careless." "No, father. This is all my fault. It's my arrogance and carelessness that caused the family to suffer humiliation and loss." Little Lissop interrupted Lissop's words. The Lord's son looked at his father, his fists clenched, his nails pierced into the flesh, and blood slowly flowed down his palms. When the old butler saw this, he immediately took out a handkerchief and bandaged his young master. The old butler's eyes were full of heartache. His words were full of self-blame. "It's all my fault. If my investigation could be more detailed, this situation would not have happened. You are not wrong either. It's my fault. It's because of that guy. If it wasn't for him." "Pa!" Facing the comfort of his butler, little Lissop squeezed out an ugly smile, and then he gritted his teeth. There was a strong hatred in his eyes. But the next moment, such hatred was replaced by astonishment. The son of the Lord covered his face and looked at his father in surprise. He didn't understand why his father would hit him. Don't blame your mistakes on the enemy's strength. When you choose the other party to be your enemy, you should have expected such strength. If you can't even face this point, I won't hand over Nanjing to you," Lissop said in a deep voice. After hearing his father's words, the stunned little Lissop nodded immediately. He thought his father was right. He shouldn't make excuses for himself. The old butler beside him also thought so. However, in the eyes of the two, there was more surprise at this moment. "Did the prince agree?" little Lissop asked. The old butler also looked at his master expectantly. The two knew very well what Lissop had been doing recently, seeking the help of the Grand Duke, make the Lord's title hereditary. However, it had been in a stalemate before. Even though the Lissop family had paid enough benefits, the old lion was still vague. And Lissop's words just now, "I'll leave Southtown to you," seemed to prove a major breakthrough. "Well, when you became the follower of the medium in public, the prince contacted me. He was worried that I would completely turn to the Earl because of you. So I agreed." Lissop nodded with a complicated expression. Little Lissop and the old butler did the same. A sense of fate immediately caused a brief silence in the carriage. 3 or 4 seconds later, little Lissop broke the silence. "What do we need to pay?" After confirming that he could be the future master of Southtown, little Lissop, who had received aristocratic education since childhood, quickly grasped the key point. 50% of the income from iron ore and coal mines. Lissop replied. Even though he knew that he would pay a huge price, he still felt distressed after hearing his father's words. Including the money given to the medium, the Lissop family only had 20% of the income from the iron mine and coal mine in Nanjing. Although this 20% income was not small, it was enough to make any Nanlos nobles envious. For ordinary people, it was an astronomical figure. But he could obviously inherit more. Unwilling, angry, waves of emotions appeared in little Lithop's heart. Even with his father's previous education, little Lithop still couldn't control himself at this time. Almost involuntarily, the son of the Lord began to think about how to take revenge on Arthur. Of course, not the kind of open and above board. It must be hidden and unknown. Maybe I can do something with the profits of the iron ore and coal mines. Or just have a mine accident. Let them pay more. Little Lithop thought. People. Isn't that the case? Greed has long been ingrained in their bones. In the past, they had reason as a restraint, suppressing the demon called greed in their hearts. But once the restraint was removed, there would only be madness. Lithop certainly knew what his son was thinking. The Lord immediately said, "Don't use those tricks. Both His Highness and the medium are extremely intelligent people. Especially the medium. He has eyes that can see through people's hearts. So, young Lissop, don't do anything unnecessary in the future, just cooperate. And now? We still have troubles to deal with." Speaking of this, the Lord sighed, looked at his old butler, with a hint of apology in his eyes. Little Lissop immediately understood what his father meant. The mistake of this swordsmanship competition, someone must take the responsibility. Otherwise, it will seriously affect the honor of the Lissop family, and make people feel uneasy, and affect future development. Therefore, someone must take the responsibility. It can't be him, nor can it be his father. The only one left is the old housekeeper of their family. The other party's identity is just right. He has a certain status, power, and can justify it to the outside world. Even if it can't be investigated in depth, it's enough as long as it can be justified. Moreover, his father had secretly reminded him before that the old butler knew too much. Thinking of this, little Lissop looked at his father. When he found that his father lowered his head and kept silent, little Lissop understood everything. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand to cover the mouth of the old butler beside him. With his left hand, he shook out the dagger hidden in his sleeve and stabbed it directly into the heart of the old butler. Puff! The sound of the metal blade cutting flesh and blood, the old butler's eyes widened. But there was no more surprise or disbelief in the old butler's eyes. There was only helplessness and deep regret. Such a look surprised little Lissop. What surprised the son of the Lord even more was that, even at the last moment of his life, the old butler raised his palm without struggling. Instead, he just placed it on the back of his hand. There was no strength. It was more like caressing. Little Lissop was startled. He pulled his hand away almost instinctively, and his whole body leaned back against the carriage. However, Lissop, who was sitting opposite him, laughed. He laughed loudly. He laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He laughed so happily. Hee ha ha. Hill, how does it feel to be killed by your own son? Lissop stared at the old butler, who was barely breathing, and asked with a grim face. Chapter 368 The Twisted Avenger. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap sounded in little Lissop's mind. He sat there in a daze, looking completely at a loss. The old butler, with a dagger stuck in his chest, looked at Lissop with a pleading look on his face. Please, please! You still have the nerve to beg me? Do you know why I chose to join the army? Do you know what supported me to survive in battles where I was doomed to die? Family. I want to create a family that my descendants will be proud of. Lissop interrupted the old butler's words. His voice rose involuntarily, and later, he pointed at the old butler and shouted. But it's because of you. You lowly thing. You ruined everything. When I was trying to get the Lissop family one step closer, you and Jenny, that bitch, actually hooked up together. Oh, did you know? Before I strangled her to death, she was begging me to let you and this bastard go. As he said that, Lissop looked at little Lissop, who was sitting opposite him, and raised his hand and punched little Lissop in the face. Bang! This punch was very heavy. The hit was on the chin. Little Lissop, who was sitting there, left his seat, and his back hit the car. I feel sick when I see this face. But for revenge, I endured it for 20 years. Do you know how I have lived these 20 years? Every day I told myself, be patient, be restrained, don't show any abnormality. Lissop opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on little Lissop's face. Then, the Lord looked at his butler again. I am patient. I am restrained. In fact, for this reason. I gave up my original life plan and became conservative. Everyone thought that I had gained territory and became satisfied after digging iron and coal mines and became less aggressive. But only I know what I want to do. Revenge. Revenge on you, revenge on that bitch Ginny. I will make you suffer the most painful death. I will let your son kill you with his own hands. Only in this way can I get rid of the hatred in my heart. Lissop's face was distorted to the extreme, and his words were filled with coldness. The old housekeeper could only beg. He even had no strength to speak. He could only look at Lissop like this. And Lissop's voice suddenly showed pride. Don't worry, I won't let this little bastard go. I'll let my son kill him with his own hands. Lissop prolonged his tone. The old housekeeper suddenly thought of something, and became excited all of a sudden. Looking at this scene, Lissop laughed again. Ha ha ha, that's right. It's just what you think. The so-called son is my son. The son I gave birth to after raping your wife, my son. I'll let my son chop your son into pieces one by one. Lissop leaned over to the old butler and said word by word. The old butler raised his hand and grabbed Lissop's collar. But it was useless. The strong Lissop raised his hand and broke free. And even grabbed the other person with his backhand. Take a good look at your son. In a while, he will be chopped to pieces. Lissop whispered in the old butler's ear. The old butler struggled to raise his hand, as if he wanted to push little Lissop out of the carriage. As if he wanted his son to run for his life, but he only raised his hand halfway, and then it fell heavily. The old butler was no longer breathing. Lissop let go of the old butler's body with a bit of reluctance. So many years. He has waited for so many years. How can this little revenge be enough? Everything has just begun. Lissop stared at the bastard, and punched him hard again, and knocked him out directly, and then jumped off the stopped carriage. Lissop did not hide anything just now. The driver naturally heard a lot of secrets. This is something that Lissop would never allow. This is related to his future plans. Did he really think that the 20% profit from his iron or in coal mines was so easy to get? He must surprise that medium. So, he would never allow anyone to find out. And this also doomed the driver's death. Even if the panicked driver ran as hard as he could, he was soon caught up by the agile Lissop. Then, in the pleading, the driver's neck was broken by Lissop. Lissop, who came back with the body, checked the surroundings and confirmed that no one had discovered it. He then threw the body into the carriage, jumped into the driver's seat, and drove the carriage to South Town. The Lord never noticed that on the branch there was a crow that had completely blended into the night. When little Lissop woke up from his coma, he was already in the cellar. He was stunned at first, and then his whole body trembled. He thought of everything that had just happened. Lissop was only his nominal father. He was raised just to use him to avenge his biological father. Butler Hill was his biological father. And he had killed his biological father. No! This is not true. It's fake. It's all fake. Little Lissop wailed. The well-dressed young man began to dig the ground with his head at this time, and he could not accept the reality at all. Lissop, who was watching all this in secret, laughed out loud. Yes. 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 That's it. Feel the pain. Feel the pain for me. Lissop came out from the corner. How could he leave this little bastard alone in the cellar? If he committed suicide, his efforts would be in vain. He just wanted to appreciate the other's expression a little more. And now? Chains and shackles appeared in the hands of this lord. Father! Bang! Little Lissop just opened his mouth to speak. Lissop kicked him in the lower abdomen. Shut up. You bastard. If you dare to insult me with these 2 words again, I will pull out your tongue. Lissop tied the little bastard in front of him with shackles, then, like tying a dog, tied the little bastard to the side of the cellar. There was a wooden stake he had specially prepared. Tied here, it can't hit the wall. As for biting the tongue to commit suicide, a piece of rag is enough to seal the mouth. Wait! The most exciting part that belongs to you is about to begin. Looking at the little Lissop tied there, the Lord sneered, and then turned and walked away. The footsteps faded away, and the tightly bound little Lissop was filled with reluctance, confusion, pain, and fear. Countless negative emotions intertwined in the heart of this young man. In the end, it was all dead. Maybe, for him, death is also a relief. The young man completely gave up struggling and collapsed there. But at this time, a palm suddenly appeared on the top of the young man's head. The warmth of the palm made the young man tremble. Then, a compassionate but gentle voice sounded. Are you sure? Chapter 369 Merciful Father. Are you sure? The familiar voice brought little Lissip's thoughts back to an earlier time. At that time, he was also asked the same question. At that time, he also saw compassion on the face of the owner of the voice. At that time, he did not understand where this compassion came from. Now he understands. His fate was determined at that time. And the master who saw his fate was trying to stop him. That's right. The merciful master was trying to stop him. But he didn't listen. He regretted it. Little Lithop cried, crying loudly out of regret. Self-healing after collapse. Cry after crying. Tell me what choice you want to make. In a gentle voice, Arthur sat cross-legged beside the bound little Lithop, so that little Lithop could lie on his knees and cry loudly. Amid the crying, Arthur's palm gently stroked the top of little Lithop's head, back. Bluff flashed to the extreme at this moment. Like a light in the darkness, it illuminated the cellar. At least, that was the case with little Lithop, who had fallen into a state of extreme mental state after his collapse. At first, he lay on Arthur's knees. Later, he crawled in front of Arthur. Arthur's expression was always gentle, and his eyes were full of compassion. After 3 or 4 minutes, the crying subsided. Little Lithop raised his head and looked at Arthur in front of him. Master, what should I do? Little Lithop asked respectfully. Everything depends on you. If you choose death, I will guide your soul into the land of the dead. If you choose to live, I will help you through this difficult time. Arthur lowered his head and looked at little Lissip, and the smile on his lips became softer. Such a smile seemed to contain infinite power, making little Lissip feel a backer at this moment. He has a backer. He is not alone. He has someone to talk to. He has someone to seek shelter from. After all these, how could a dead heart choose death? I want to live. Master, little Lissip said. However, the moment the words came out, confusion appeared in little Lissip's eyes. If he lived, he had to face his father. No, Lissip. Lissip was about to come back with the executioner. He needed to face them. How should he face them? As he thought about it, waves of pain burst out from the depths of his brain. Little Lissip let out an awe and fell to the ground screaming. It hurts. It hurts like never before. But the next moment, it no longer hurts. Because the warm hand was placed on his head again. Little Lissip subconsciously looked up. In a trance, the young man seemed to see a figure sitting on a throne in the clouds, looking down on all living things with compassion. Unconsciously, little Lissip knelt down neatly again. Master. Arthur looked at little Lissip's appearance. I know that this young man is probably half crazy. Overnight, not only did his father become his enemy, but he killed his father himself. Anyone would have a mental breakdown. And out of the instinct of self-protection, in order to survive, the mentally broken little Lissip needs a spiritual sustenance. And his appearance became such a spiritual sustenance. Arthur guessed this. But what Arthur didn't guess was that Lissip was so crazy and perverted. Arthur, who watched everything, was sure that Lissip is also an extremist. With the status of a noble, the other party could have easily dealt with his butler, but in order to retaliate more freely, he chose to endure for 20 years. Such a mentality is really terrible. Such a distortion makes people's back hair stand on end. So, Lissip must die. Thinking in his heart, Arthur pulled out a hair. Caw! In the clear Tufu language, the hair seemed to come alive. All the shackles on little Lithop were opened. But Arthur did not take them off. He even handed the rag to little Lithop. In his ears, footsteps were heard. One belonged to Lithop. The other should belong to the other's son. Whatever choice you make, I support you, Arthur said softly, and the whole person was hidden in the shadows. The next moment, little Lithop also heard the deliberate footsteps. Lissip wanted to torture him. He wanted to keep him in fear all the time. Before, he would be afraid. But not now. Before, he would be in pain. Now, there is also a trace of pain. Isn't that right? Why should I be in pain? I shouldn't be in pain. I still have the master. The master supports me like a real family. The broken spirit is reborn from the ashes, soaked in deceitful words, becomes twisted and blindly obedient, but there is no pain. That fatherly warmth nourished little Lissip's heart and soul. Little Lissip was no longer himself. No! He was still himself. He just saw some things clearly. He just understood who should be cared about. So, he was still little Lissip. The loud footsteps were getting closer and closer. Little Lissop was getting calmer and calmer. The damp, cold and smelly cellar became bright, warm and fragrant in Little Lissop's eyes. Because the master is with him. Lithop led his son into the cellar and walked up to little Lithop. The Lord looked at his excited and bewildered son kindly and began to give him instructions. Tell, do you see him? That's him. It's this guy who forced me to let you hide in that kind of pig dog life. Now, pick up your dagger. Start from his hands and feet. And chop him up bit by bit. Tell, the son of the old housekeeper. He was only a few months younger than little Lissop. The young man who used to respectfully call him young master now had greed and ferocity in his eyes. And he approached little Lissop step by step. Tell still seemed to be living in a dream. He turned out to be the master. No, his father's biological son. His father told him that. He had to choose this strategy in order to avoid danger. He was puzzled by this. But he wanted to inherit Southtown. He wanted to own everything in Southtown. So he came. So he drew his sword at little Lissop. So his sword was snatched away by little Lissop. Tell had also been taught by a swordsmanship teacher with little Lissop, but only incidentally. The swordsmanship teacher paid more attention to little Lissop. In terms of swordsmanship, Tell was more than one level behind little Lissop. Moreover, looking at little Lissop bound by iron chains, Tell didn't care at all. By the time the Lord's son reacted, the dagger was already on his neck. This scene happened in a flash. It was completely beyond Lissop's expectations. When the Lord wanted to rescue him, Lissop had already held Tell and retreated to the wall. The dagger on Tell's neck had even cut a bloody mark on the neck of the Lord's son. Calm down. Let's talk. Lissop was shocked to see his own son injured. Lissop smiled. Talk? Okay. With these words, Lissop pulled the dagger inward. Puff. Chapter 370, the second section of the first paragraph. The bloody ear slid down from the side of Tell's head. But Tell did not scream. It was not fearlessness, nor fear of pain. But the moment Tell, the son of the Lord, opened his mouth, little Lissop's dagger was stuffed into his mouth. The cold and sharp blade was tightly attached to the tongue of the son of the Lord, making him unable to move, especially when he felt that the tip of the sword seemed to be about to hit the depths of his throat at any time, even though he was trembling with pain. The son of the Lord still raised his hands, not even daring to make a sound. Lissop on the opposite side did not dare to move either. In fact, after taking a step, the Lord stopped. The Lord looked at little Lissop, who seemed to be crying and laughing, but also had a crazy look. He knew that his plan was successful. After the collapse, little Lissop went crazy. According to his plan, this time was the most enjoyable torture stage for him. Except, Tell was held hostage. The Lord didn't know how little Lissop unlocked the shackles and chains, but he knew that. He needed to comfort little Lissop at this time. He must get Tell back. After all, he only has one son. Thinking of this, the Lord spoke. My son, you passed the test. A familiar smile appeared on Lissop's face again. Looking at such a familiar smile, little Lissop was stunned. What stunned the young man even more was Lissop's words. Test? What test? Was everything just now a test? Little Lissop was at a loss. The young man looked at Lissop in disbelief. Seeing Lissop nod calmly, and his eyes full of encouragement and joy, little Lissop believed that the scene just now was a test for him. Or to be more precise, little Lissop was willing to believe that it was a test. Looking at little Lissop's appearance, the Lord smiled with pride but contempt in his heart. This is what he wanted. With everything that happened before, he knew that it was useless to persuade people to calm down directly. It would only irritate the madman little Lissop. So, he could only start from the key point. What is the key point of little Lissop? Identity. He said little Lissop's identity in person. Words spoken in person, of course, cannot be changed. But words spoken in person can have different meanings. Nobles are best at such tricks. And he, Lord Lissop? He had already learned such tricks. Tell, who was held hostage by little Lissop, was stunned. Could it be that just now? Father, no! The master was just bluffing him. Was he using him to test the young master? Thinking of this, despair appeared in Tell's eyes. Lissop saw Tell's expression and felt helpless that his son did not know how to cooperate. But he had no choice. He would not blame his son, because he knew that his son's previous education was not enough to cope with the current situation. But these can be made up. Now, what must be done is to make my son safe. As for the cut-off ear, it doesn't matter. There are many ways for the nobles to reattach the ear. While thinking in his heart, the Lord looked at little Lissip, smiled and slowly took out an unwritten contract from his arms, and in front of little Lissip until he bit his finger and wrote on the contract, I, Lissip, will sell the Southtown iron mine and coal mine to little Lissip for 1 gold coin. The bright light began to bloom. The contract took effect. No! 1 step further. 1 gold coin short. Come on, my son. Come and take everything that belongs to you. You will be the master of Southtown. Next, you will follow me and learn how to truly manage the town, and how to become a qualified lord. Little Lissip had no gold coins on him. Lissip, who had searched him, could be sure of this. So, the Lord took out a gold coin from his pocket. The Lord's idea was simple. He used the gold coin as a prop to distract the view. When little Lissip took the gold coin, he would kill little Lissip. As long as little Lissip was killed, the contract would not be fulfilled. Although there was no way to torture little Lissip. It was a pity, but saving his son was the top priority. In order to ensure the safety of his son, Lissip continued to hint to little Lissip that a qualified lord would not wantonly kill his subjects. In the cellar, little Lithop looked at the gold coins in Lissip's palm, and his excitement could not be described in words. Fake. It was fake. Everything just now was fake. It was really great. Hee hee ha ha ha. The ecstasy in his heart made little Lithop laugh crazily. He who had escaped appeared again. He pushed aside the him who was born from the collapse. He knew that everything was fake. He was still the son of Lord Lithop of Southtown. He is little Lissip. He wants to tell his father about the bewitching of the medium just now. But before that, poof! Little Lissip thrust the dagger forward and pierced Tell's throat directly. Tell's eyes widened and fell straight to the ground as little Lissip loosened his hand. Looking at the fallen body, little Lissip slowly shook off the blood on the blade and looked at Lissip with a look that wanted recognition and needed to be boasted. Father, you once said, as a qualified lord, you must not let your subordinates know too much, especially when this subordinate has ill will towards you. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Lissip stood there as if struck by lightning. Dead. His only son is dead. The Lord's eyes dimmed at this moment. But the next moment, the Lord's face became distorted. It's you? It's all your fault. I'll kill you. Lissip roared and threw little Lissip to the ground, raising his fist high, but not falling. The Lord looked down in astonishment, looking at the dagger stuck in his chest, with astonishment and disbelief on his face. Thump! Lissip fell to the ground. Little Lissip was completely stunned. Just when Lissip rushed at him, he subconsciously raised his sword, but who knew it would pierce Lissip's heart? The next moment, Father? Father? Little Lithop climbed up and hugged Lithop. Get out! You bastard! The Lord used up his last strength to struggle and roar. But soon, such struggle became powerless. The voice quickly weakened. About 10 seconds later, no matter how little Lithop shouted, the Lord would not answer. In the shadows, Arthur watched this scene. He slowly put on the gloves. The bad luck temporarily dissipated, but death was still there. He stared at everything he saw. Chapter 371 Ring. Arthur stared at Lissip's body. The Lord's eyes were wide open until his death, looking angry. Anyone who saw the Lord's body could feel the reluctance and anger. Although Arthur would not let the Lord live, Arthur did not know that the Lord would die so coincidentally, and so dramatically. Looking at the scene in front of him, Arthur thought for a while, and then commented. Then, the young medium looked at little Lissip. Little Lissip at this moment was not in a good state. I killed my father? I killed my father again? Why should I say again? Little Lissip killed him. Not me. Then who am I? Fake. It was all fake just now. Real. It was all real just now. How could I not tell the difference? I can't tell the difference. Ah. Little Lissip held his head and howled wildly. One destruction is not terrible. What is terrible is repeated destruction. He escaped and thought he could finally control everything, but he was facing collapse again. This time he couldn't escape and couldn't avoid it. He was firmly targeted by death. Or rather, he chose death. He just disappeared. He thought everything was false, and such falsehood made him have his own choice. But little Lissip didn't die. He was still there. He firmly believed that a loving father will not abandon him. In fact, this is true. After Arthur took another look at the brand new 1 gold coin contract on the ground, the young medium's hand appeared above his head again. Even through the gloves, he could feel the warmth, and that voice made him burst into tears. No matter what you choose, I will be with you. The gentle voice nourished him. It also turned him, who disappeared in the collapse, into nutrients. He became stronger, finally, completely replaced him. The new little Lissip crawled on the ground, kissing Arthur's boots, whispering in his heart, "Father." Then, little Lissip turned over, rushed to Lissip's body, tear off a corner of his clothes, take up the bitten finger and dip it in blood and quickly write on the clothes. Butler Hill, Tell was bribed by the Dead Poets Society, yes. The blood letter stopped abruptly. The word yes made people think about it. Arthur instantly guessed what little Lissip was going to do. Lissip was dead. But this does not mean that Lissip has no value. On the contrary, the dead Lissip is, to some extent, more valuable. Because Lissip once saved Barenborna. Because Lissip's territory is now in South Los. The former is related to the old lion. The latter, it's about the tigress. And both of them covet the mineral resources in South Town. This is almost known to everyone. Coupled with this imaginative bloodletter, it really can be anyone. Arthur thought in his heart, with more compassion in his eyes. And little Lissip picked up the 1 gold coin contract, and handed it to Arthur for safekeeping along with the bloodletter, then said, "Master, leave everything else to me." Arthur did not refuse to participate in this matter. It was not appropriate for him to come forward directly. In fact, his appearance would make the originally normal things abnormal, and would be suspected. But it was different for little Lissip, the victim. Everything would become reasonable. Even if there were some unreasonable things, Arthur would make them reasonable. After all, tonight, the tigress's swordsmanship master would come to visit. Arthur returned to number 2 Kirk Street from the secret passage. When I came up from the bedroom in the basement, Melinda was chatting with Julie, the Countess's swordsman. Although the emergence of gunpowder changed the situation on the battlefield, it was only part of the situation, not all of it. The secret technique is the real power, the Countess's swordsman said. Well, the secret technique is indispensable, but gunpowder can also be used in conjunction with the secret technique to exert greater power. Melinda did not object. As a mysterious person, this lady knows the power of secret arts. In fact, to some extent, those truly strong people can influence the direction of a battle. And there are many such strong people in Nanjun. Old lions, tigresses, and even those famous nobles are all such strong people. And she is also trying to become such a strong person. It is going quite smoothly at present. Yes. From a gifted person to a mysterious person, even growing to the Arcanal level is an extremely long process. Even if one is extremely talented and has sufficient resources, it will take at least 10 to 20 years. There are many accidents in this process, and a musket can reduce at least half of the accidents. Therefore, it is a good choice to let ordinary people serve the mysterious side with gunpowder as the foundation. The Countess's swordsman nodded repeatedly. However, it is obvious that the swordsman misunderstood what Melinda meant. What Melinda wanted to express was gunpowder combined with secret arts. Not ordinary people holding gunpowder weapons to serve mysterious people. Nobles. But this smart lady would not argue with the female swordsman at this time. The two sides have different views. But both sides are right. The only difference is the different positions. Just at this time, Arthur walked in, and Melinda smiled immediately. Is the meditation finished? When he just left, the two agreed to use meditation as an excuse. This is the best excuse for the mysterious person. Each mysterious person has a fixed or irregular meditation time. The fixed one is naturally the time to mobilize spirituality. At a fixed time every day. The irregular one is random. Maybe a breeze on the face can make the mysterious person feel something and start meditating. Arthur smiled and nodded. Then greeted the female swordsman. Good evening, Julie. Good evening, Arthur. The female swordsman handed a box to Arthur. It was obvious that the female swordsman was not just talking about the Mayup gift. Inside the box was a wind chime with small cylinder's name, warning wind chime. Type, other items. Quality, secret. Attributes, 1. Malice perception, 2. Pleasant. Note, one of the warning props made by the alchemist Ms. Abel, this master who has been looking for materials outside for many years pays great attention to his own safety. This inspiration comes from the warning oil lamp carried by the great nobles of the West Coast during the winter battles in the North County, however. Compared with the brutal light shadow sentinel, this master prefers to use more gentle means. Malice perception, when the emotions filled with negative energy appear within a radius of 50 meters of the wind chime will ring immediately, while when the wind blows normally, the wind chime will never ring, even if it is already shaking. Pleasant, When the wind chime rings, the pleasant sound will put the malicious person into a trance, which requires a spirituality judgment. When the spirituality is higher than 5, the trance will not occur, but the sound of the wind chime will become rapid. Thank you so much for your generosity, Arthur said sincerely. Any secret item is precious, because you never know when they will save your life. So, even if Arthur is not short of mystical props, he will not refuse. What's more, this also represents the fencing master's honesty. Arthur calmly glanced at the description of warning wind chime about malicious perception, and he already knew everything in his heart. Come, I'll help you hang it up, the female fencing master said as she picked up the warning wind chime and was about to walk to the door. In response, Arthur did not stop her, but thanked her with a smile. The female swordsman's height of 2.5 meters made her very suitable for this job. Is this okay? The female swordsman raised her hand above the scarlet painting. Of course. Arthur nodded repeatedly. Just as the female swordsman hung up the warning wind chime, a pleasant sound rang out. Ding-ling-ling. Chapter 372, An Unexpected Opportunity. A series of pleasant sounds began to echo in the corridor of number 2 Kirk Street. Just a moment later, the bell sounded harsh. Arthur, Melinda, the female swordsman looked at each other. Where did the malice come from? Or to be more precise, who has malice towards this female swordsman? You know, this warning wind chime was hung by the female swordsman. According to the rules of using secret props, it is naturally aimed at the female swordsman. Arthur definitely didn't have it. When the warning wind chime was hung up just now, he had already adjusted his state. Melinda didn't have it either. Arthur believed that his partner would not fail to adjust his state. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. Outside. It could only be outside. Immediately, Arthur squinted and looked outside the door. Melinda did the same. The female swordsman was stunned, and then, seeing the appearance of the two people, she immediately became alert and also looked outside the door. A few seconds later, a clear sound of footsteps appeared. The other party rang the doorbell of number 2 Kirk Street. Lady Julie? The other party asked softly. Yes, I'm here. The female swordsman said this, and pushed open the door and walked out. Outside was a guard of the Countess of Nanlos. The dress and sword were very recognizable, and Arthur had seen that face before. After seeing the female swordsman, the other party saluted directly, and then handed over a note. The female swordsman raised her hand and reached for the note, but the door panel sword was faster. Woo! The door panel sword swept across with a whistling sound that made people's scalps numb. The Countess's guard was about to dodge, but an inexplicable suction force appeared on the sword, pulling the Countess's guard into the sword. Clang! A loud metal sound echoed in front of number 2 Kirk Street. When the sword was about to pass through the body, this Countess's guard put a short sword in front of the big sword. The blade of the big sword was blocked, but the terrifying power contained in the big sword was not blocked. The Countess's guard's body was ringing with the sound of broken bones and tendons, while the whole person flew backwards, and blood spurted out of his mouth. And he flew less than 2 meters away, and was sucked back again. However, these are not important. The important thing is that the confidence of this Countess's guard has been hit. He thought his disguise was perfect. He was not a random replacement. He was a real hidden man who grew up under the command of Count Nanlos, and used the contract as a cover. If it weren't for the fact that this incident was too important, he would not have tried to restrain the swordsman and divert the Count's attention. But he didn't expect that he was discovered. Moreover, he was discovered at the very beginning. Before that, he might have been under surveillance. The female swordsman in front of him was waiting for him to pass on important information, waiting for him to reveal himself. Thinking of this, the guard completely tore off his disguise. The face, which had turned pale due to vomiting blood, turned completely blue and purple, and the body with broken bones and tendons exuded a faint stench. At the same time, a strong breath of death emerged from the guard. Dead Poets Society. The female swordsman shouted in a low voice, and a terrifying murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The female swordsman knew about some of the tricks of the Dead Poets Society, but she didn't take it to heart. But this time it was different. The Dead Poets Society actually dared to plant a hidden man next to the Earl. This has touched the bottom line of the Nanlos family. There was no more holding back. The suction force on the door panel sword was more than doubled, and the power soared to the limit. The originally knotted muscles on the female swordsman's arms began to grow wildly in dimension. In just a breath, the dimension reached a terrifying 100 centimeters. and the whole person seemed to have grown taller, 3 meters. Arthur estimated it with his eyes, and came up with a fairly accurate number. Then, he looked at the member of the Dead Poets Society. There was a playful look in his eyes. Arthur swore that he didn't mean it. When the female swordsman took out the warning wind chime, to show her honesty, Arthur did not refuse to show his honesty. He just released a little bit of inconspicuous malice to remind the female swordsman that someone outside had bad intentions. As for why they had bad intentions, of course, it was because an accident happened in Southtown. Some people did not want the female swordsman to know that she had appeared. Some people hoped to use some means to divert the attention of the female swordsman. After all, when the Countess of Nanlos lived in seclusion, the female swordsman could be regarded as the representative of the Countess. As long as the attention of the female swordsman is diverted, it will naturally mean that the attention of the female Countess is diverted. Arthur assured that he simply wanted to divert the attention of the female swordsman, who knew that the Dead Poets Society would actually jump out to cooperate. Not only the cooperation in front of us, there is also cooperation in Southtown. When little Lissop handed him the blood letter and the contract, Arthur knew that there must be other forces hidden in Southtown. For safety reasons, only little Lidhop would choose to do this. Arthur was not surprised. Southtown is such an important place. If he had enough power, he would also send people to keep an eye on it. However, Arthur did not expect that. The first one to jump out would be the Dead Poets Society. In Arthur's original guess, the first one to jump out should be the Old Lion of Niwen. Even if the Dead Poets Society and the Old Lion of Niwen have cooperated at this time, the Old Lion of Niwen should be the hidden man in front. This is not a simple matter of order. It involves interests, ambitions, and respect. No way. No way. No one will act on their own. Right? If you do this, I want to be polite. Arthur, who has grasped a key point, smiled kindly in his heart. All along, the Old Lion has had a great sense of oppression towards Arthur. In addition, the Dead Poets Society appears from time to time around this Old Lion, even after possessing the talent of Breath of Death. Arthur did not dare to be careless. But now, it's different. Everything is different. The Old Lion and the Dead Poets Society are not as close as imagined. This gives him an opportunity. He wants to let the Dead Poets Society and the Old Lion have a good fight. Only in this way can he have more time to develop. So, Arthur, who was standing in front of number 2 Kirk Street, took action. Arthur sighed softly. He took a step forward, but his foot did not land on the ground, but seemed to step on an invisible staircase. Not one step. It was like this step by step. Under Melinda's surprised gaze, Arthur came to the air step by step. He looked down at the members of the Dead Poets Society and the female swordsman, who separated in astonishment, and whispered softly, "So that's how it is." After that, Arthur raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the members of the Dead Poets Society and tapped them lightly. Chapter 373 Pale Hand. Arthur looked down at his opponent, pointed in the air, and it was as if nothing had happened. But the members of the Dead Poets Society standing on the ground instinctively felt that an unprecedented crisis had fallen from the sky. Roar! A loud roar like a beast came from the mouth of this member of the Dead Poets Society. The originally pale and blue face turned completely blue, and 4 canine teeth protruded from his mouth, and long gray-green hairs stood up like hedgehogs. More importantly, a 3-meter-high skull shadow appeared behind this member of the Dead Poets Society. As soon as the shadow appeared, the surroundings began to be filled with a strong breath of death. Gray, withered, and accompanied by low temperatures. Major Arcana level. Undoubtedly Major Arcana level. Moreover, it is not an ordinary Major Arcana level, but a person who has chosen extremely special power, and has truly reached the extreme. He only needs a diagram to break through to the Major Arcana level of the Enterer. Feeling the unique grayness and decay of the aura of death, Melinda and the swordsman were very sure of this. At the same time, Melinda was full of surprise. As someone who also chose part of the power of death, this lady could clearly sense that the member of the Dead Poets Society in front of her was unusual. He was different from any member of the Dead Poets Society she had seen before. The aura of death possessed by the other party was more restrained, but also more violent. Very contradictory. But it really exists. After deceiving the power of the contract with its own death. No! To be precise, it is against the contract, using the power of violating the contract, constantly letting the contract cause its own death, and thus absorbing such death energy to infiltrate its organs, bones, muscles, and thus becoming the form before us. The zombies of the Dead Poets Society. TSK. It should be said that it is the ghoul ritual. Melinda's eyes showed interest. Melinda naturally knew about the three major rituals of the Dead Poets Society. The Rite of Malice. The Rite of the Ghoul. The Rite of the Buried Chanter. Most of the Dead Poets Society members would choose the Burial Chanter-esque ritual, which is better at using words, to stir up other people's emotions and guide death. Even the New School Dead Poets Society members, who choose a more direct way of death, are like this. Because, compared to the Rite of Grudge and the Rite of Corpse Demons, Rite of the Buried Chanter is easier to complete. So, most of the Dead Poets Society members that Melinda could see had completed the Rite of the Buried Chanter. For example, the one that could make oneself extremely powerful, and not afraid of great swords and artillery. The Rite of Corpse Demons? This is the first time I have seen it. As for the Rite of Grudge, Melinda has never seen it, but she is full of expectations. For her who has chosen part of the power of death, this experience has only benefits, no harm. Compared to Melinda's interest, the female swordsman had a gloomy face. She never thought that a member of the Dead Poets Society, who had reached the major arcana level and possessed special powers, would sneak into the Earl's side. Perhaps such power could not cause any harm to the Earl. But what if? Fate is unpredictable. Things in the world are unpredictable. No one can be sure whether a nail will really destroy a country. But everyone will try their best to be optimistic about this nail. What's more, there is a hidden crisis in it. Corpse ritual? But what about that disguise? Oh, Pale Hand! You sons of bitches! The female swordsman naturally knows the three rituals of the Dead Poets Society, but unlike Melinda, she focuses on. The swordsman was more concerned about the disguise of the members of the Dead Poets Society in front of him. Using the corpse ritual to deceive the contract and obtain death, that is fine. But being able to cover up the various death phenomena that appear on one's body is not the strength of the corpse ritual. In other words, the corpse ritual simply cannot do this. In the swordsman's mind, there is only one organization that can do this, the Pale Hand. And worship of death, they believe that death is elegant. Like poetry, which is different from the Dead Poets Society that purely creates death. The Pale Hand pursues the holiness of death. These lunatics believe that death should be holy, full of ritual, and accompanied by flowers and applause. They pay more attention to what happens after death. Therefore, compared to the death of some ordinary people, the death of some big people will naturally make them feel more satisfied. According to rumors, the death of the Blood Marquis family had the shadow of the Pale Hand. Of course, these were just rumors. The female swordsman could not be sure. But there were some things that the female swordsman could confirm. The death of the family of Viscount Primo, a vassal of the Nanlos family, was inseparable from the Pale Hand. Although the Nanlos family initially only wanted to reduce the power of the Viscount Primo family, the Primo family, whose three descendants all awakened their blood power, had to some extent affected the Nanlos family's rule over the entire Nanlos. Therefore, the old Earl at that time made some responses. However, the old Earl absolutely did not want the Primo family to disappear. But the result was that all members of the Primo family died in the war, including the women in the family, all died on the front line of the 7 Years' War. And this became one of the old Earl's concerns. Obviously, these rat-like guys appeared in South Los again. Moreover, they even targeted their own Earl. When she thought of this, the female swordsman's teeth creaked. However, she did not act impulsively. She knew it was not easy to find those crazy rat-like people. With the exposure of the member of the Dead Poets Society in front of her, the members of the Pale Hand must have gone into hiding. These guys are more cunning than rats in the gutter. I will definitely not stay there. So, the female swordsman's eyes were fixed on the members of the Dead Poets Society in front of her, from beginning to end. She wanted to know more from them. For example, Arthur's true strength. For the Kratos family hiding in South Los, the swordsman has always been wary, especially when the rumors of Cat faction Black began to spread, which made the swordsman even more cautious. After all, when the Cat faction Black was destroyed, the Nanlos family also got a share. Now the contemporary Black Cat of Cat faction Black has appeared again. It is not too much to be vigilant. At this moment, it is a rare opportunity. Arthur, let me see your strength. The swordsman thought in his heart, and his eyes were fixed on the battlefield. But the next moment, the swordsman's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. His mouth opened involuntarily, and there was only one thought left in his mind. How is this possible? Chapter 374 Dark Sound. Buried in silence. Pop! More than 3 meters high, the skull that looked like a real thing exploded. There was no earth-shattering sound. It was just a gentle sound. It was like a soap bubble flying up in the sun. As long as it flies up, it is destined to disappear. And the member of the Dead Poets Society who completed the corpse ritual fell to the ground wailing, and the body that could withstand the frontal bombardment of the little Emperor cannon was rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. More importantly, the female swordsman even saw pleading in the eyes of this member of the Dead Poets Society. Pleading? How is this possible? How could the Dead Poets Society, a bunch of madmen who pursue death, beg when facing death? The female swordsman stood there and began to wonder if she had seen it wrong. And Melinda, who was standing next to her, was also a little bit nervous. The lady raised her hand to stabilize the pipe that almost fell from her mouth. She stared blankly at Arthur in midair. She knew Arthur was very strong. Born in the cat clan. Black. Contemporary black cat. Hiding for many years. These conditions are enough to describe anyone as strong. But Melinda didn't expect Arthur to be so strong. That light finger, how could it be so powerful? And, more importantly, she had never heard of such a secret technique. That left only one possibility. Is this the secret technique of the Kratos family? In addition to the swordsmanship filled with pure killing intent and death, did they create this silent and powerful secret art? The terrible Kratos family. Melinda couldn't help thinking. The female swordsman beside her also had similar thoughts in her heart. And Arthur in midair saw the expressions of the two at a glance. Without the skilled blessing of torch eyes. And observe words and expressions. Arthur could guess what Melinda and the female swordsman were thinking at the moment. Without any hesitation, the young medium slowly lowered his palm and said calmly, "Dark sound. Burial without sound." Arthur was a good man who didn't like to disappoint others. So, since Melinda and the female swordsman had started to guess, Arthur would certainly satisfy their guesses. He would never tell the two that this situation was only due to his talent death breath. Any death energy. Any death power. It was useless in front of him. Death breath. Naturally nemesis of all death energy, death power users. Whether it is Arcana level or Great Arcana level, it is the same. Even when the Enterer comes, it is the same. But such a fact is really too boring. And such words are even more boring. Therefore, in addition to the core swordsmanship, the Kratos family has another core secret art. As for why the other members of the Kratos family don't know it, how do you know they don't know it? They just didn't use it. Arthur thought in his heart, walking slowly down from midair. He once again silently thanked the best assistant hand of nothingness. In his heart, he stood in front of the member of the Dead Poets Society, and the death aura continued to flow out of the other party's body, and was absorbed into his body. Arthur glanced at the death aura value that was still rising wildly, and had broken through the 2,000 mark, and helplessness appeared in his eyes. Even if he was wearing Daniel's hope, although the bad luck was greatly reduced, the effect of isolating the absorption of death energy was not good, especially when this kind of mobile storage tank appeared in front of him. It was even more so. Arthur lowered his head and looked down at this mobile storage tank. At this moment, the opponent's body had already rotted to the point that his internal organs were exposed. And those exposed internal organs were also rotting rapidly. Just like the oxygen in the air was highly toxic. But the opponent did not die. The opponent who was in contact with death for a long time, possessing a slightly stronger resistance than ordinary people, so that the other party can still breathe. You, son of death. After the other party stuttered out this sentence, his 2 eyeballs shattered with a snap, and the whole person was like a deflated ball, shrinking and decaying, like a dead tree. This situation, it was as if the words the other party had just said had a terrible curse. Melinda, who was still in shock of Kratos' secret technique dark sound. Silent burial, the female swordsman immediately looked up in surprise. And her eyes locked onto Arthur. Arthur, however, looked calm. It's just some additional effects of the secret technique dark sound. Arthur said so. This is indeed caused by death breath, absorbing the opponent's original death energy. The previous members of the Dead Poets Society also had similar effects. In response, Melinda, the female swordsman, did not refute, because of the death of the previous generation's black cat, so during the period of hiding, he began to borrow the concept of the core secret technique of the cat school. Black, passing the mystery, and created a more aggressive, more secretive secret technique. Enming? Melinda, the female swordsmanship master, felt a chill in her heart. The fact that it was more aggressive was enough to make people worry. Not to mention that it became more secretive. This alone was already making people unable to sleep or eat. Recalling the scene just now, it was confirmed that Arthur did not need any preliminary preparations when the two ladies attacked directly. And the whole process was silent. The hair on their backs stood up. They asked themselves if they were suddenly attacked. They would not be able to dodge, and could only bear it. The result would naturally be injury or death. No matter which one. It would be unacceptable. Fortunately, I have a good relationship with this guy. Melinda breathed a sigh of relief. The female swordsman became more vigilant. Before making sure it is completely safe, Arthur must not be allowed to meet the Earl. No! It is best not to meet him in this life. After the female swordsman made up her mind secretly, she looked at Arthur and smiled heartily. What an amazing secret technique! Thanks to my grandfather, the ideas of these secret techniques all came from him, and I am just a lucky user. Arthur said very modestly. In the mysterious side, age is not absolute, but elders are indeed more likely to be respected in the mysterious side. Because, living long enough in the mysterious side is also a kind of capital. Mr. Charlie? If there is a chance, I will definitely pay a visit to this gentleman. The female swordsman responded very politely. The previous battle has allowed the female swordsman to raise the status of the Kratos family straight up. Arthur, she will not ignore it. The other members of the Kratos family, naturally, are the same. Especially the oldest person in the Kratos family, who needs to be paid more attention. There will be a chance. My grandfather would never refuse a lady's visit. Arthur complained about old Charlie openly. He believed that, as the Kratos family's reputation rose, old Charlie's reputation would be even more in the spotlight. Rather than being caught off guard at that time, it would be better to be honest now. Anyway, he is not old Charlie. And, Arthur believed that someone must have investigated the Kratos family. In fact, that was the case. When he saw the female swordsman showing an awkward but rude smile, Arthur shrugged helplessly. Then, the young medium became serious and said softly, There is a big trouble. Chapter 375 Hidden Murderous Intent. Arthur raised his hand and pointed at the rotting corpse on the ground, and then pointed at himself, Melinda, and the female swordsman. The young medium could clearly feel that when he pointed at the two people, Melinda's figure appeared like a smoke-like illusion, and the female swordsman's muscles were tense. It was obvious that the secret art of the Kratos family, dark sound, had begun to take root in people's hearts. In response, Arthur expressed his innocence. Immediately, Melinda and the female swordsman returned to normal. Neither of them was embarrassed. And they didn't dwell on this topic at all, and looked directly at the decaying corpse on the ground. Arthur is at number 2 Kirk Street, Julie and I are here, not to mention a mysterious person of the ultimate major arcana level, even if an enterer comes. The fate will be the same, even if he has mastered special powers. The difference in power levels will never change because of this. The major arcana is the major arcana, Melinda said. So someone wants to use him to attract our attention? The female swordsman immediately grasped the point. No, it's not us. It's you, Julie, Melinda emphasized. Immediately, the female swordsman's face changed. Then, she took out a communication crystal from the bag on her waist and started to quickly connect from Jiar Mountain to Quanshui Town, Saoji Town, Bath Town, Barney, then to South Town, Bourne Manor, Oak Manor, then Lake Bowl, Mandela, Camille Manor, Harold Manor. Among them, Lake Bowl and Mandela are the territories of Baron Culler and Baron Houseman respectively. And these places almost include the territories of the vassals of the Countess of South Los. After receiving the reply from the female swordsman, except for South Town and Camille Manor, all the remaining nobles responded. Camille Manor was due to the death of Baron Camille, and the absence of heirs. The entire family has been confirmed extinct. And the manor was naturally sealed by the Countess. It will not be opened again until Melinda inherits the title. Therefore, it is normal that there is no response. But Nanjing is not normal. Moreover, Nanjing is particularly important because of its coal mines and iron mines. Without any hesitation, the female swordsman immediately took out another communication stone. Madam Susan? I am Julie. There are some problems in Nanjing. I need to dispatch a cavalry of 100 people from the Earl to investigate in South Town. The swordsman asked respectfully. Okay. They will set off soon. An elderly female voice sounded from the communication stone. Arthur listened to the elderly female voice and showed a hint of surprise. He had never heard of the name of this Lady Susan. In order to devote himself to the ascending the ladder, the Earl handed over all the chores to this Lady Susan. Lady Susan is the housekeeper of the Nanlos family. She has been Nanlos's housekeeper since the old Earl, and is a very capable and kind old lady. The captain of the guards, the captain of the hunters, and Granny Cullen are responsible for assisting this old lady. Granny Cullen is the person in charge of the kitchen in the mansion, and she is very skilled, the female swordsman explained to Arthur. As Arthur showed more and more of his value and position, the female swordsman did not mind Arthur knowing more. So that's how it is. Arthur looked as if he had realized something. In his heart, he thought to himself, sure enough, has the tigress's strength begun to climb? It's really stressful. Arthur sighed in his heart, and without the female swordsman in front of him saying anything, he took the initiative to say, I own 30% of the coal and iron or revenue in Nanjun. I need to go and see. Arthur said so. Melinda on the side squinted secretly. Nanjun. For hours ago, Melinda welcomed the visit of Lord Lithop in Nanjun as the hostess of number 2 Kirk Street. As the other party left, she also stood up to see him off. Then, Arthur left. Then, something happened in Nanjun. How could it be such a coincidence? It must be related to this guy. Looking at Arthur, who took the initiative to stand up, Melinda thought with great certainty in her heart. But she didn't show any of it on her face. She just smiled at Arthur and said, As your lover and partner, I am also very curious about Nanjun. After saying that, Melinda raised her hand and waved. In the thick smoke, a carriage guarded by the undead appeared outside the courtyard of number 2 Kirk Street, facing Arthur. Melinda's clear attitude made the female swordsman laugh. Thank you, both of you. As she spoke, the female swordsman walked towards the carriage outside the courtyard. She knew Melinda's carriage. Not only was it extremely fast, but it could also fly at low altitude. With this carriage, they would definitely be able to reach South Town in the shortest time. But the next moment, the swordsman was stunned, because Arthur and Melinda were looking at her with strange eyes. Subconsciously, the swordsman looked down at his clothes. I controlled it very well. Didn't my clothes get exposed? Then, he touched his face again. Is there no rice on my face? Seeing the swordsman's puzzled look, Arthur whispered, It's too conspicuous. Suddenly, the swordsman understood. The other party has set a mysterious person of the ultimate major arcana level to divert attention. And naturally there will be more preparations. Melinda's car is of course among them. I'm afraid that once it appears near South Town, it will be taken special care of. So, precisely because of its conspicuousness, we can use it as an alternative trap. Use it to attract those secret voyeurs, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Melinda explained on the side, while raising her hand. She opened the door of the car, because Arthur had already started to move the explosives out of number 2 Kirk Street. There was no verbal communication during the whole process. Even, there was no eye contact. Seeing the two people moving the explosives, while the other was loading the explosives, the female swordsman felt that she was a bit redundant. Then, the female swordsman suddenly came to her senses. What Arthur just said was 30% of the profits from the Nanjun iron and coal mine. ISNT at 10%? How did it become 30%? It was a deal with Lord Lithorp before. He asked me to do something. Maybe. This lord had a premonition, so he made this deal with me. Arthur sighed, and his expression was solemn. Bluff flashed at this moment. Frequent accidents? It doesn't matter. He, Arthur, as a medium, is best at adapting to circumstances. He will make everything reasonable. So that's it, the female swordsman said. Her face continued to look surprised. But Arthur saw a trace of unnaturalness on the other's face. Immediately, Arthur's heart trembled. He guessed a possibility. Chapter 376 Go. Countess Nanlos wants to attack Lissop. No. Looking at the expression of the female swordsman, she may have already done it. It is really easy for the Countess to send someone to infiltrate Lissop's secret guards. In fact, the Countess sent more than one person. Then, naturally, slowly corrode and corrupt him, completely undermining Lissop. And at the critical moment, he can kill him with one blow. For example, when the old line of Niwen and Lissop reached a contract that was absolutely disadvantageous to Nanlos, that was when the Countess's hidden men took action. However, the Countess had never expected the accident that happened, if that's the case. Not bad. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. The unexpected insertion of the Dead Poets Society made Arthur a little worried about Little Lit Hop. In fact, when the members of the Dead Poets Society appeared just now, Arthur had already prepared for Little Lithop's death. Ordinary people, even ordinary people who are proficient in swordsmanship, facing a mysterious organization like the Dead Poets Society. It is absolutely certain that there will be no chance of survival. Therefore, Arthur slightly changed the way he took over South Town. However, the situation did not go in the worst direction when facing death. I am really lucky, Arthur sighed in his heart. But on the surface, he looked at the female swordsman and Melinda calmly. Let's split up. I really can't hide silently. You go ahead. I will follow closely with the cavalry, the female swordsman said immediately, with a helpless tone. The normal height of 2 meters and 5 meters, and the strong body, gave the female swordsman far more power than ordinary people, but also inevitably lost some agility. The female swordsman thought she was not weak in terms of linear burst speed, but she couldn't move forward silently. She did what she said, and the resolute female swordsman turned around and left. In this regard, Arthur, Melinda would naturally not refuse. Or rather, this is what the two wanted. As the female swordsman left, Melinda took a deep puff of her pipe. The fire in the pipe was bright. After consuming a quarter of the tobacco, the fire became dim again. Huh? The thick smoke was then spewed out by Melinda, turning into a light gray mist that enveloped the ghost carriage filled with explosives. Roar! The undead around the carriage roared silently, then the gray fog quickly thickened. It was not until the carriage was completely covered by the undead that the carriage rose into the air. From Arthur's perspective, he could still see the outline of the carriage and the figures of the undead. But Arthur understood that in the eyes of ordinary people, it was just a ball of fog. What a convenient ability, Arthur exclaimed. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Melinda held her pipe in her mouth and smiled. Looking at that fox-like smile, Arthur raised his middle finger. He could clearly feel the part of Melinda's ghost carriage that belonged to death. But only part. The remaining power should be smoke. In addition to the smoke, there are some powers that Arthur cannot confirm. Simply put, even if Melinda teaches, Arthur cannot learn it. It is precisely because of this that Melinda behaves so generously. TSK. After seeing Arthur's middle finger, the lady expressed her counterattack with her voice. Arthur did not respond anymore, but stepped forward and disappeared into the shadows. So anxious? It's all about you, Melinda thought, and immediately chased after him. The gray fog in the sky slid rapidly, and the two voices on the ground were silent behind. Arthur was completely born with skills. The special effect hide and shadow, brought by the bloodline snake of death, allowed Arthur to have a +5 level of stealth effect. This was enough to make Arthur move forward in silence. Not to mention the use of one of the core secrets of the cat hole. Silent steps. Arthur was like a shadow moving through the dark night. Melinda was shrouded in smoke, and she was floating forward like a ghost. She was not as agile as Arthur, but she was a little more weird, because Melinda was moving in a straight line. No matter if there were tall trees in front of her, whether it was a low bush or a bush, Melinda kept moving forward, as if these things didn't exist. This secret technique was very similar to the ghost carriage, but it was a little different. The roots are the same, but there are new changes. Is it innovation? Arthur guessed in his heart. As for Melinda's somewhat pretentious way of moving forward, it was because Arthur's family's secret technique dark sound, burial and silence had just made this lady feel pressured. That's why she showed herself to Arthur. The lady knew very well that any long-term cooperation requires both parties to be equal. Arthur also knew this. Similarly, the young medium also knew another point of long-term cooperation, integrity. Therefore, after leaving Nanlos in the true sense, Arthur's pace began to slow down a little. Melinda immediately noticed the change. The lady immediately came over. Lissop is dead. Arthur didn't make a sound, just lip synced. You killed him? Melinda frowned. Arthur rolled his eyes immediately. He knew the woman in front of him was doing it on purpose. There was 70% probing, and 30% joking. Immediately, Arthur responded to the lady with a smile that was 10% cold, 20% mean, 30% ridiculing, 40% careless. In the end, this smile completely turned into a mockery. At least that's how it looked to Melinda. However, Melinda was not angry, because she got the answer she wanted. Arthur did not kill Lithorp. Maybe there was some relationship, but it was definitely not Arthur who did it himself. With this point, it was enough. Otherwise, She would have to reconsider her partnership with Arthur. She had already given him a hint before. If he made a similar mistake again, she didn't need such a stupid partner. It's probably the Dead Poets Society. There is a small probability that it is the Old Lion in Niwen. And Arthur lip-synced, but he did not say the last possibility. Almost instantly, the lady guessed the last answer. Suddenly, the lady's heart trembled. She once again thought of the surprise that Arthur had shown before. What kind of situation can make a hypocritical guy like Arthur show his true feelings? Beyond the unexpected? Maybe, but it won't be so direct. So, it must be an accident under many coincidences. But it is reasonable. That is, the people from the Dead Poets Society, the Old Lion of Niwen, and the Countess all took action at the same time. The result was that the people from the Dead Poets Society succeeded first, after the people from the Old Lion of Niwen and the Countess found out. In order to prevent the situation from spreading, they had to choose to protect Little Lit Hop. And the people from the Dead Poets Society wanted to expand their victory. Well, wait. Melinda thought of something, and her steps suddenly stopped. Chapter 377 Evil Weapon. What kind of organization is the Dead Poets Society? In the eyes of most people, the people in this organization are all sick. The kind of mentally ill. After all, normal people stay away from death, while the Dead Poets Society worships death. Therefore, the Dead Poets Society and normal people have irreconcilable contradictions. Also, the things that normal people pursue are really not worth mentioning for the Dead Poets Society. For example, mineral resources in South Town. Others, powers may flock to it. But the Dead Poets Society? I definitely disdain it. But now that the Dead Poets Society is involved, it must be for a greater death. Almost instantly, the lady thought of the 3 incomplete news that Lee Sop had mentioned before. 1. The Dead Poets Society hidden by her side. 2. The other party has linked up with the pirates. 3. The other party has a team of good players from the Duke of Niwen, Nanlos. Nanjun is also trying to cover up. The real target of the bastards of the Dead Poets Society is Nanlos. Thinking of this, Melinda took out a message stone and began to pass on the message. You know, most of her properties are in Nanlos. If something goes wrong, she will suffer unimaginable losses. And, most importantly, she not only has to be wary of everything that the bastards of the Dead Poets Society do, she should be more careful about those who take advantage of the situation. In fact, the latter is more terrible. Because you don't know who will be involved. For example, the Tigress of Nanlos. Although the Earl showed a very good character, but there is a Nanlos family behind the Earl. Who knows what will happen? So you have to be on guard. While Melinda was delivering the information, Arthur was at ease. Earlier, he asked Wu and I to deliver the message to Maltz and others. It's not about being optimistic about the industry, but hiding well. The only industries that Arthur can call in Nanlos are Miss Chio's security company and Mr. Wu Exchange, but these 2 industries have just been listed. Simply put, they are just empty shells. It doesn't matter if they are lost. Anyway, the land is lost but the people are alive, and both the people and the land are alive. Therefore, Arthur is very confident in the protection of Nanlos' family for Nanlos. Moreover, Arthur is also convinced that, even if the warehouses with the signs of Miss Chio's security company and Mr. Wu Exchange were blown up to the sky, even if the Countess wanted to appease people, she would give him corresponding compensation. So, Arthur didn't care at all. Even when Melinda looked at him, Arthur calmly mouthed, "Trust our Lord Count." Immediately, Melinda raised her middle finger again. Arthur responded with a smile. But the next moment, Arthur's smile was gone, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Rat Street, the 2nd floor of Gio grocery store. Haywood sat in the corner and looked at Maltz, who was sitting on the stool. The old sheriff was holding his cat, squinting his eyes, and looked like he was asleep. But Haywood knew from the fact that the old sheriff still hadn't put down the long crate behind him that the old sheriff was just taking a nap. If there was any movement, he would definitely jump up immediately. Of course, there was another person, Bob, who inserted the white darts, daggers, short swords, and long swords into his sleeves respectively. Boots, both sides of the waist. Then, the veteran began to adjust the crossbow and musket. The arrows had to be coated with poison. 3 muskets were needed. Watching this man's preparation, Haywood touched the musket he carried with him, sulfuric acid and kerosene. He always felt like a farmer with no offensive power. In order to find a little comfort, Haywood looked at Scott, who was still cutting the tape with his head down. The young editor-in-chief had no weapons. Haywood was very sure of this. This made Haywood feel a little relieved. At least, there were more than one farmer. But the next moment, this once black-hearted landlord could no longer sit still. Because Wiggins came up from downstairs with a box of explosives and put half of it in front of Scott. The young editor picked up the tape he had just cut and began to wrap the explosives. Okay. I am just a farmer. Watching Scott's skillful movements, Haywood began to give up on himself. However, immediately, Haywood found the source of his confidence again. Cook. The new sheriff of Door District only had 2 muskets in front of him. More. It was just a dagger. It looked a bit primitive, but there was nothing special about it. This should be someone of the same level as me. Fortunately, I am not the only good-for-nothing under your command. Haywood was thankful. He planned to build a relationship with the new sheriff of Door District in the future. After all, the two are the same. But before the black-hearted landlord could finish his words, the simple dagger suddenly trembled and emitted a unique vibration of the weapon. Buzz. The sound was low and bloody. It was not an illusion. It was bloody in the true sense. Because a person had been cut by Bob. Haywood did not notice when someone entered the second floor of the Solving Worry grocery store. It was as if he hadn't noticed Bob's attack at all. Nice dagger. Bob glanced at the dagger in Cook's hand, with surprise in his eyes. Although he also noticed the intruder, but the dagger in Cook's hand was earlier. Did you consciously gather talents? The former death squad leader thought, and turned his head to look at his old friend. I leave this to you. After saying that, the death squad leader jumped out of the window. Obviously, compared to passive defense, Bob prefers to take the initiative. Watching his old friend's actions, Mouth looked helpless. Just like when he learned that the other party had come to South Lowe's early, but had been lurking in the dark. However, compared to the latter, Mouth at this time was more accustomed. Moreover, fighting side by side with Bob again, Mouth recalled the battlefield in the past. Trample, tramp, tramp. Amid the shouting and killing, the old sheriff seemed to have returned to the battlefield in his memory. He could hear the sound of uniformed footsteps. And around him were the 119 comrades. In front of him was the enemy hiding on the side of the Solving Worry grocery store. Martz, who was standing in the room on the second floor, saw the enemy clearly. Shoot! The captain's voice echoed in his ears. Martz pulled the trigger instinctively. Bang! The bullet flew out. It passed through the wall. It hit the man right between his eyebrows. The enemy who was brewing a secret technique fell to the ground with his back to the sky. A small scratch appeared on the handle of the heavy matchlock again. At this moment, 101. Then, Mouth tilted his head and blew gently. The matchlock lit up again, and the trigger was pulled again. Bang! Another scratch. 102. Mouth tilted his head and blew gently on the matchlock again. When he was about to pull the trigger for the third time, a breeze appeared behind him and rushed straight to his neck. Be careful! Everyone in the room shouted. Wiggins, Cook rushed towards the infiltrated attacker. Looking at the two people rushing towards him, the attacker sneered. Slow. Too slow. Just watch him die. The attacker thrust the dagger straight down. Puff! A saber passed over the attacker's neck. The attacker looked at the broad-bladed antique-like saber, his face filled with disbelief. Because at the handle of the saber, an eye was slowly opening. Chapter 378. My dear friend Arthur once said that I was very lively, just like a human eye. No! It should be said that it was a human eye. When the eye on the handle of the knife opened, Mouth's left eye disappeared. The deep eye socket was left with only a hole. However, the next moment, a faded metal appeared there like an eye mask. Not only did it emit a faint fluorescence, but when the light shone on the corpse on the ground, the corpse melted like a burning candle. It turned into thick wax oil, and was absorbed by the heavy matchlock and the broad-bladed saber. Then, more refined power, through the heavy matchlock and the broad-bladed saber, flowed into Martz's body. The aging body immediately became full of vitality and became stronger. At the same time, a deep voice sounded in Martz's mind. Do you feel it? This is my power. Submit to me. I will give you more power. Accompanied by such a voice, Martz's face changed slightly. Evil spirit? Or evil spirit? Just when such a guess appeared in Martz's mind, the scenery in front of the old sheriff changed. He appeared in a dark wasteland. The cold wind blew on his body, making his joints feel frozen, and the breath in his mouth turned into ice crystals as soon as it appeared, falling like seeds. Then, the wind got stronger. Martz had to try his best to stand firm. But he could only stand firm. Moving was basically impossible. And, accompanied by the cold wind, small stones were blown up and hit Martz. Pa! 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 With a continuous crisp sound, Martz was knocked to the ground. But the old sheriff's face was extremely calm. First it was misery. And then it had to be redemption? In fact, it was a lie. The old sheriff recalled the daily chats with his good friend Arthur, some of the evil spirits and evil spirit methods mentioned. Then, a glowing figure appeared in the air. Suddenly, the cold wind stopped. Warm sunlight appeared in the sky. The injury that the old sheriff had just suffered was completely restored under the sunlight. The figure slowly fell. Heh! Exactly the same. The old sheriff sneered in his heart, raised his hand, and touched the thing in his arms. Feeling the coldness, the old sheriff raised his head slightly and looked at the existence in front of him. Shrouded in light, his features could not be seen, but his whole body was extremely sacred, and auspicious clouds floated around him, just like the gods described in vernacular novels. But he knew that the other party was not. The other party should be the evil spirit that used illusion to cover his eyes. The evil spirit. Do you want power? Purification. With a low shout, Maltz casually threw out a test tube containing holy water, without the obstruction of the cork. The holy water in the test tube all fell on the shining figure. Shichichi. With a unique sound, the glowing figure turned over and fell to the ground. Ah! The glowing figure couldn't help but scream. It didn't understand why the human in front of it could be so confident in causing harm to it. Didn't the other party know that? The high-level evil spirit posture it had transformed into at this moment could not be hurt by ordinary things, and was immune to most extraordinary means? Why? Why? Suspicion appeared in its heart. Heh, playing tricks. Don't you know that? My friend is the best medium in Nanlos? Although I haven't learned systematically, but it's enough to deal with tricks like yours. Feel the purification of holy water, Maltz said, and poured 2 more test tubes of holy water. Holy water? Why do I feel like concentrated sulfuric acid? But concentrated sulfuric acid can't hurt me at all? Is it really the legendary holy water? Ah! This being thought in his heart, and felt more and more painful. More importantly, as his thoughts arose, the part of his body that was stained by the holy water began to vaporize at a very fast speed. This kind of damage immediately made this being scream continuously. Almost the next moment, it lost its ability to move. And, more importantly, the unexpected situation made its mind begin to become confused. Therefore, it did not notice at all. Maltz took out 2 more test tubes from his arms. The eternal night tower is crisscrossed, blood and bones are rolling backwards. The scorching light reigns over the earth, fading and stopping, and the ashes are burning. Like his friend, Maltz smashed the test tubes filled with kerosene at the evil spirit in front of him. Then, he took out a match and lit it. Boom! The flames rolled. The being wailed in the flames. It's useless. Any evil spirit, will be reduced to ashes in the holy flame of the Kratos family, Maltz said with certainty. Because, the old sheriff never doubted Arthur. He firmly believed that Arthur's way was the most correct. Because, he saw the evil spirit with his own eyes, and the evil spirit was destroyed. And such a firm belief turned this ordinary flame into a true holy flame. The red flame immediately appeared golden. No! With a long scream, under the burning of the golden flame, the existence hidden in it was completely wiped out. Or to be more precise, it turned into the best nutrients, nourishing Maltz. It made Maltz's body more adaptable to the heavy matchlock gun, broad-bladed saber, and faded metals in his hand. Almost at this moment, Maltz sensed the emotion of his old friend. It was joy. Surprise. 30 years. 30 years since the end of the 7 Years' War. Maltz chatted with his old friends almost every night. He also hoped more than once that his old friends would respond to him. However, he also knew that this was wishful thinking. But ever since his good friend Arthur reminded him to always take his old friends with him, he knew that there should be changes. And everything was different. He firmly believed that Arthur was doing this for his own good. Even Arthur could see things that he couldn't see. Does that mean that his old friends would really come back to life? With this idea, he had been looking forward to it these days. And now, the old sheriff finally confirmed it. These old friends of his really came back to life. And he was different too. When Maltz came to his senses again, the heavy matchlock gun along with the Y-shaped gun support and the broad-bladed saber scabbard, were all integrated into his body. And after the faded metal reappeared in his eyes, it moved down to the side of his cheek. And then, hungry. Extremely hungry. Almost instinctively, the old sheriff stared at the explosives that Wiggins had just brought up. What a nice smell. It looks edible. Should I try it? The old sheriff swallowed his saliva. But his common sense told him that he shouldn't eat these. But it smells really good. Should I try a little? And just as the old sheriff was hesitating, all the explosives, muskets, daggers, and other weapons in the room started to move, like streams returning to the sea, rushing towards the old sheriff. Chapter 379 Help You Think. Explosives, musketeers, daggers, and other weapons touched Mouse's skin, and immediately the flesh and blood body rippled like water. All the weapons were integrated into Mouse's body. Immediately, I felt full. But I'm still hungry. Mouse felt that he could still eat a small Emperor cannon. The old sheriff immediately turned his head and looked at Wiggins. Anything else? If there are cannons or something, it will be even better. With Arthur as the link. The old sheriff was not polite to Wiggins. Of course. In Rat Street, you can get as many of these things as you want, Wiggins said with a smile, and turned to go downstairs. Similarly, it was precisely because of Arthur that the golden finger of Rat Street did not have the emotion of fear. In fact, except for Wiggins, the rest of the people had different expressions. But they did not have any fear. They were just surprised. Helpless and thoughtful. Scott was surprised. The editor-in-chief of the newspaper was simply curious about the changes in the old sheriff. Haywood was helpless. The former black-hearted landlord felt more and more like a farmer. No, he was worse than a farmer. At least farmers can only face poisonous snakes. And he? He had to face monsters. Real monsters? Fire guns? Why did it feel like a fire stick? Haywood shouted in his heart. Cook was thoughtful. The sheriff of the Dord district, who has a certain family heritage, is thinking about whether he should ask his father to give him special training. Otherwise, facing such emergencies, it would be too uncomfortable to always be so passive. He remembered that when he was a child, his father said that he had a little talent. It doesn't seem to be much, but it should be enough. Right? The old sheriff stood there, took in the expressions of the crowd, and immediately laughed. He took the explosives brought back by Wiggins' fire gun, let it blend into the body, while saying, "Believe in Arthur. His daily teachings are not aimless." The old sheriff said so. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Of course, they were very concerned about Arthur's daily words and deeds, even deeply engraved in their minds. But they felt that the old sheriff's words were full of meaning. The old sheriff still kept smiling, and raised his right hand directly. Under the gaze of everyone, the flesh on the right hand began to wriggle rapidly, and the 5 fingers quickly joined together, turning into 5 large-caliber gun barrels with a hint of metallic luster. The bullet chain stuck to the flesh of the forearm was directly wrapped around it, and one after another blood-colored explosives were filled on the bullet chain. When this wrapped bullet chain was filled, another bullet chain hung from the forearm, and one after another extremely special explosives continued to be filled. There was no abnormality, and there was no pain. All the changes in the old sheriff, it's as easy as eating and drinking. Such instinctive changes made the old sheriff more certain that everything in front of him was arranged by Arthur. Arthur had already discovered these things, and he guided him step by step. I just experienced something that is definitely a nightmare for ordinary people. But with Arthur's guidance, I passed it easily. Then, I felt my body was full of vitality. My condition is better than ever, the old sheriff said truthfully. The people present were not stupid, and they immediately understood what the old sheriff meant. Especially Haywood, who thought he was not even as good as a farmer, became even more excited. You mean, Lord Kratos deliberately chose us? The former black-hearted landlord knew that he should be calmer and control his emotions, but in the face of this change, he really couldn't help it. Others also stared at the old sheriff without blinking. The old sheriff smiled and nodded, and said with certainty, "That's right. I believe that as long as you remember Arthur's teachings, you will get what you deserve one day." Although Arthur won't say it clearly. I don't think it's just him being mysterious. But it must be done. No one at the scene objected to the old sheriff's statement. Mystery is bound to be full of uncertainty and danger. Once it is spoken out, it will naturally increase this uncertainty and danger. The best approach is to make them feel that it is not simple by giving them some mysterious tips, and to control the uncertainty and danger within the scope. As expected of Arthur, he has already anticipated everything. Scott spoke for everyone. Then, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper gave the old sheriff a thumbs up. "You are so handsome now." Scott's words were full of envy. If possible, he would also like to have similar abilities. "I don't know what his talent is like. What kind of ability will he get?" The young editor-in-chief of the newspaper couldn't help but be full of expectations, and his mind was recalling the scenes after he met Arthur. He hoped to find clues from it, and to make himself remember everything more. For a higher success rate. Scott, who had a very deep impression of Arthur at this moment, wanted to firmly imprint Arthur in his soul. Others were in a similar situation. Especially Wiggins, his expression was even more pious. For Wiggins, who had a lion heart with Arthur, Arthur had long been the monarch he followed in his life. After the worry-solving grocery store was opened, it was even more unchanged in his life, because Arthur helped him achieve the life goal that he thought was hopeless. The rest of his life? It should be dedicated to Arthur. Although Arthur was involved in it, the worry-solving grocery store was there. The stronger Arthur was, he could survive better in Rat Street. But the burning passion remained unchanged. Haywood thought of the clock and gold ingots. Cook was even simpler. The sheriff of the Door district thought of his father. Because Arthur had asked his father more than once. The two immediately had some ideas. Looking at the thoughtful expressions of the others, the old sheriff smiled slightly. He did what he should do. The rest, of course, they need to work hard on their own. If they don't work hard, even Arthur can't help them. Of course, he also needs to work hard. The old sheriff glanced at the dagger in Cook's hand. Among the weapons he just swallowed, there was no dagger. Because his intuition told him that if he forced himself to eat it now, he would have indigestion, sure enough. Just like Arthur said, "I'm just getting started," thinking in his heart. The old sheriff walked to the side of the window. He didn't forget the agreement with his old friend. While the old sheriff was looking at the situation outside, someone was looking at this place in doubt, and exclaimed, "Dawn Green Mechanical Gunpowder Cult? How is this possible?" Chapter 380 Dawn Green Mechanical Gunpowder Cult. In the distance, Freeman was staring at mouth-swallowing weapons, and changing his arms with his eyes shining. For this newborn blood, this ability is really interesting. And at this moment, Almur on the side exclaimed, "Dawn Green Mechanical Gunpowder Cult?" Freeman asked without understanding. As a newcomer to the mysterious side, Freeman remained humble enough. As for Almur, Miss Talon, who loves to teach others, will definitely not refuse. The Dawn Green Mechanical Gunpowder Cult appeared at the end of the Silver Age. It was only spread in a small area within the territory of Count Bet. It lasted for about 10 months before it was wiped out by Count Bet at the time. According to rumors, the one who led the Dawn Green Mechanical Gunpowder Cult was founded after receiving part of the inheritance of the alchemist Geppetto from the Holy Empire Age. Alchemist Geppetto was the first alchemist to be sent to the stake in the Holy Empire Age. Unlike the 11 masters who were sent to the stake, Geppetto was recognized as having committed an unforgivable crime. He wanted to give life. Many masters have studied this topic. But only Geppetto chose to extract the lives of ordinary people to bring his puppets to life. About 200 people died. After that, things went wrong, and the master Geppetto and his puppet Pinocchio were burned together. A puppet that can use a saber is really something that people can't help but want to hold in their arms. Almur couldn't help but wipe his saliva while talking. Freeman on the side had long learned to turn a blind eye. After speaking subconsciously on one occasion, the topic went off the topic by 1,000 miles, and after being pestered by Almur for a whole night, the newborn blood understood the importance of keeping silent. Almur, who was not interrupted, after a little imagination, continued, "Dawn Green is a mysterious person from a declining noble family. The family can be traced back to the end of the Holy Empire era. According to records, the earliest patriarch of the Green family was a hunter recruited by the church. He accumulated merits by hunting monsters and became a noble. However, with the destruction of the Holy Empire, everything has long been reduced to ashes. However, after Dawn Green dug up Master Geppetto's laboratory from somewhere, the name of this family was remembered again. The eradication of the Silver Age did not really make Dawn Green's mechanical gunpowder cult disappear. During the 7 Years' War, in several major battles, this sect showed extraordinary strength. Many people became curious about this power. But, Almur said, frowning. Freeman resisted the urge to roll his eyes. This was what he hated most about this woman. When she talked about important topics, she often went off topic and kept people on suspense from time to time. This kind of person is so annoying. Freeman resisted the urge to beat Amr up, continued to wait. About 2 or 3 seconds later Amr, who did not wait for further questions, could not help but curl his lips. Then, his voice became weak. There is a weird power in that power. Yes. It is the weird power you imagined. So Mars is dead. That Lord Kratos will probably be sad. Do you think if I go to comfort that lord now, will I be favored? Amr said. He looked at Freeman. The newborn blood couldn't he bear it this time, because it concerned his father as partner. Immediately, the blood snorted coldly, saying, Others may be dead. But the men that Lord Kratos found? Absolutely not, Freeman said in a resounding voice. Oh, you are a rookie who has just started out. You will never know the danger of the mysterious side. According to the experimental records of those people, in 10 seconds at most, mouths will die. Amr looked at Freeman with the attitude of a veteran. That attitude was extremely arrogant and full of a different kind of seeing through everything. But as time passed, Amr's eyes began to widen. The old sheriff did not die. Not only did he not die, he became more energetic. In the perception of this woman from Talon, the old sheriff's vitality became vigorous at this moment. Impossible? How is this possible? This is not mysterious. Amr held his head with both hands, rubbing his hair. Because he is the person selected by my father's collaborator, Mr. Kratos, Freeman said calmly, and no longer paid attention to his supervisor. The new blood stared at the battlefield that he was most interested in. When the old sheriff fired the first shot and killed a mysterious person, more enemies came out from their hiding places. They stared at the figure in front of the door of the Solving Problems grocery store with cold eyes. Bob shook his neck. Crack, crack. After 2 crisp sounds, the former captain of the death squad waved at the group of people. Without any hesitation, these people raised their muskets and crossbows. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh. Bullets and arrows were dense like rain. Facing the hail of bullets, Bob was not afraid at all. He opened his arms and stood straight. Bullets and arrows hit him, leaving only shallow marks before being deflected. Ding, ding, ding. Bob laughed out loud as bullets and arrows landed. Ha ha. That's right. That's it. The long-lost familiarity made the former captain of the death squad feel extremely happy. He looked at the enemy in front of him, as if he was back on the battlefield again. The next moment, buzz! A strange roar sounded in his body, as if he was equipped with a motor. Bob rushed to the front of these people at a speed far beyond others' imagination, and raised his hand and waved it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dart was shot out in a fan shape. 7 or 8 people were hit by the dart and fell to the ground. But more people jumped over the corpses with swords and surrounded Bob, and chopped Bob's body with swords in their hands. Most of the swords were useless, but one of the sharp swords cut Bob's skin and some muscles. Bob was not angry at all, but his eyes lit up. The former captain of the death squad grabbed the sharp sword. Give it to you, he said in a low voice, and the sword in his right hand had already beheaded the opponent. And the sharp sword that he had just snatched, which he held tightly in his left hand, drew a perfect arc around his body. Clang, clang, clang. Instantly, the long swords in those people's hands were cut off. Before those people could react, Bob started to spin. The dual wielding of the 2 swords did not make the former captain of the death squad's attack any slower. On the contrary, the long sword of the sharp weapon level made the former captain of the death squad even more powerful. The rapidly spinning Bob was like a gyroscope, sweeping everywhere. More like a big millstone, continuously drowning flesh and blood. Hee. Ha ha ha. Watching Bob wreaking havoc on the battlefield, Freeman smelled the bloody smell. His mouth couldn't help but split open, and he laughed hysterically. The newborn blood leaned back, covering his face with one hand and shaking with the other. He couldn't control himself. He wanted to join in, too. After all, he came for this. But the next moment, the young blood's face changed, and he jumped to the side. Amr disappeared from the spot a moment earlier. Boom! As if in the sound of an explosion, the ground nearby trembled slightly, and a tall figure in the smoke and dust said in a sarcastic tone, Is this the subordinate of the medium Arthur Kratos? It's really disappointing. The undisguised sarcasm immediately attracted the attention of everyone inside and outside the battlefield. At the same time, a crow standing at the highest point of Rat Street in the night also cast his eyes silently over. Chapter 381 Prove Your Oath. The night wind blew gently, and the dust dissipated. A strong man over 2 meters tall appeared where Freeman and Amur were originally. He squatted, and his huge fist was completely buried in the solid ground. He raised his head, and his eyes were full of mockery, and his dark red hair was spread out. However, the most noticeable thing was the scar on the right side of his face. It was a burn mixed with sword marks. As the other party smiled, jumping. Woo! Bang! Freeman swept his leg across. After the dull sound of breaking through the air, there was an even duller collision sound. The unknown attacker simply raised his arm to block the powerful kick, and his half-crouching figure was motionless. Freeman narrowed his eyes, and immediately launched a series of fierce attacks. Woo woo woo! The newborn blood used both fists and feet, and each blow was accompanied by a numbing sound of breaking through the air. Even a stone would not be able to withstand such a violent attack. All of them had to be crushed. But the unknown attacker resisted them easily. And from beginning to end, he only used one hand. Even the half-crouching figure did not move. That's it? Only like this? Weak. Too weak. The mockery in the other party's eyes became more and more intense. And then he raised his hand and grabbed the fist of the newborn blood. And his 5 fingers began to tighten. Crack. Crack. With the sound of the knuckle bones breaking, the fist of the newborn blood almost instantly turned into mud. But Freeman ignored him, and he used his intact left hand to punch again. Ha ha ha. Seeing this punch, the unknown attacker laughed out loud. A guy with brute force but no skills. Huh? The unknown attacker killed Freeman accurately and directly. But a test tube flew out from the corner. Pop! The test tube shattered. And the green medicine turned into mist and floated towards the unknown attacker. Child's trick. The unknown attacker looked disdainful, then took a deep breath and blew hard. Huh? The air gushing out of his mouth directly rolled the green mist back. But the other party's hand was light. Freeman was dragged by Amur's collar and ran away. The other party looked at his palm in astonishment, then stared at Amur with shining eyes, licked his lips unconsciously, and laughed strangely. Hee, an unexpected surprise. As he said this, he was about to chase after Amur, but a figure holding 2 swords blocked his way. The long sword of the sharp weapon level directly cut the opponent's body, and the opponent was split in 2 in Bob's sight, but Bob, whose attack was successful, had a different expression. The feeling of the long sword touching the opponent's body was wrong. Without thinking, Bob put the long sword behind his back with his right hand. Clang! Just when the former captain of the death squad finished his defense, a huge force appeared behind him. The long sword made of fine iron shattered directly under the opponent's fist. The fist continued to hit Bob's back without losing momentum. Bob did not look back. Nor did he dodge. He turned his body and slashed back with his left-hand sword. Bob knew very well that he could not dodge. The strange guy in front of him was too fast. And he also mastered the secret technique of mirage that assassins were best at. The more he dodged in front of this kind of enemy, the faster he would die. His fighting instinct told him, it must be a death for a death. And this is the skill that the death squad is best at. Even though it happened 30 years ago, it is an instinct that has long been imprinted in his soul. How could Bob forget it? Buzz! A faint glow bloomed on the long sword of the sharp weapon level in his hand. It was like a crescent moon slashing at the person behind him. Huh? For the first time, surprise appeared in the eyes of the unknown enemy. However, it was immediately replaced by disdain. For the person in front of him, who was only 1 step away from the Arcanal level, the other party was very surprised. But that was it. For the other party, as long as it was not a true Arcana level, there was nothing worth worrying about. A grim smile appeared on his face. The unknown attacker was going to finish Bob off first, and then go after the other 2. Especially Amur. It was a long night. Hot wind began to appear around the restless unknown attacker. It was already cold in Nanlos in late autumn. Especially in the late night and morning, the bone-chilling coldness made people shiver unconsciously. And now? This area of Rat Street seemed to have turned into a midsummer evening. It's the Arcanal class. This guy is scorching wind Greta. Amur, who was running away, felt this change. Especially when he noticed the hot wind. He immediately thought of something and his face changed suddenly. Scorching wind Greta was born in West Berlin. After the 7 Years' War, she was active on the coast of West Berlin. He is famous for robbing ships, kidnapping wealthy businessmen, and being ruthless. The tattoo on his right cheek is particularly eye-catching. It is enough to make people tremble when it appears. Especially some ladies who would rather die than live. because this guy is not like an ordinary person. Therefore, he always chooses some perverted methods. But he suddenly disappeared 15 years ago. It was rumored that this guy robbed a noble ship and was killed by the guards on the ship. Everyone thought the other person was dead, but they didn't expect that he was still alive. Before, Amur didn't think of him because his scar covered his tattoo. Now that he knew the other person's identity, he turned pale with fear. She didn't want to be pierced by the red-hot hook. However, the lady from Tallinn still reminded Bob. And she threw out more potions. She hoped to give some support to Bob, who helped. Ha ha, I feel your passion. Wait, I will love you well in a while. Facing the potion thrown by Amur, Scorching Wind Greta didn't care at all. His hot wind was enough to blow away the poison. And what he had to do now was to kill Bob. Raising his hand, Scorching Wind Greta grasped the long sword between his fingers. Come on, use force. Greta laughed viciously. At the same time, she raised her left hand to kill Bob. But at this moment, a strong sense of crisis appeared in her heart. Without thinking, Greta raised her hands and crossed them to block her forehead. At this moment, bang! The sound of gunfire echoed. A bullet penetrated Greta's hands and embedded in the forehead of this Scorching Wind. It was a close call. I almost died. But, if I don't die, you will die. I will kill you. I will kill all the men on this street. All women are XX. Feeling the pain in his palm and forehead, Xiaofeng roared. And with such roar, a ball of phantom flame appeared behind this Xiaofeng. Major Arcana level. Amur saw the phantom flame that seemed to be blown out by the wind at any time, and despair appeared in his eyes. The phantom flame that seemed to be blown out by the wind at any time represented a chasm. It was like a chasm between two worlds. Without hesitation, the lady from Tallinn took out the poison she had prepared for herself. She would rather die painlessly than suffer torture. But, snap! A gust of hot wind blew past, and the test tube containing the poison was shattered. The liquid medicine was evaporated immediately. Amur collapsed there. Seeing this scene, Greta, the burning wind, became more and more interested. He grinned. Want to die? It's not that easy. Here, my will is the absolute master. Even death requires my permission. As he spoke, the Scorching Wind glanced at Mounts in the distance and Bob in front of him, his eyes full of mockery. Are you the subordinates of the medium Arthur Kratos? I wonder what his expression will be when he sees your bodies. Or you can try to call your master and see if he will come to save you. The words full of malice and humiliation made Mounts' face cold. Reload the ammunition. Bob took a deep breath and clenched the long sword in his hand. Wiggins pursed his lips tightly. Under the feet of this Goldfinger, more explosives were spread out, and in the hand of this Goldfinger was a lit kerosene lamp. Scott, who knew he couldn't help, sat in a chair, took out a pen from his jacket pocket, and slightly twisted the pen cap. Although there was a high probability that he couldn't help, he still wanted to try. Is this my end? It's a bit unexpectedly sloppy. The young editor sighed and put the cap on the back of the pen. The sharp tip of the pen was stained with some strange ink, mixed with snake venom and frog venom. This is the self-defense weapon that the young editor prepared for himself. Cook held the dagger given by his father tightly. The sheriff of the Dord district began to take a deep breath. He was adjusting his state. He thought of the skills his father taught him. He hoped that he could deliver a similar blow as his father did. As for more, he didn't think that much. Haywood was different. As a farmer, he began to pick up explosives from the floor and put them in his coat pocket. He had no extraordinary strength, no extraordinary speed, and no skills. So he chose the most direct way. Of course, in his heart, this former black-hearted landlord still unconsciously shouted, "Sir, help me." But he didn't say anything. Because no one around him said anything, the former black-hearted landlord felt that he shouldn't be so unsociable. Scorching Wind Greta saw all this clearly, laughed so hard that tears came out. You really won't shout? Maybe a miracle will happen? Before killing the prey, Greta always teases the prey like this. He will humiliate the enemy nakedly, shatter the dignity and fantasy of the other party, let the other party taste the feeling of despair. However, what surprised Greta was that Amur, who was limp there, turned over and climbed up, after kneeling there, actually shouted, "Sir Kratos, help me." Greta was stunned, and then laughed even more happily. "Ha ha, as a reward, I have decided, I will use 2 red-hot stove hooks to insert into your body one after the other. The words of Zhao Feng made Amr even more desperate. Because this lady can be sure that the other party is not joking. Immediately, she shouted with increasing fear. Lord Kratos, help me. There is a perverted killer here. Scream, scream. It's so pleasant to hear. Zhuofeng felt that it was absolutely right for him to come to Nanlos. If he hadn't come to Nanlos, how could he have met such an interesting woman? For this reason, Zhuofeng did not hesitate to cooperate with Amr. Greta, who had a bad temper, wanted to see more interesting things. So, Zhuofeng said seriously, if that guy really answers you now, I will die in front of you. After the words fell, this Zhuofeng could not hold it back. He laughed again. Arthur. Kratos? How could he be here? If the other party was here, how dare he come? With a firm idea in his heart, this Zhuofeng who had had enough fun was ready to start the next step of enjoyment. But at this moment, really? As he spoke calmly, a 40-meter-long pale sword energy fell from the sky. Chapter 382. Some personal emotions are involved. Buzz. Amidst the unique buzzing sound, the pale sword energy descended from the sky and sank into the ground. Greta, who was in the sword energy, stared blankly at the night sky. Before the horror in her eyes dissipated, a streak of bloody red extended from the top of her head to her forehead, and then from her forehead all the way down finally. Snap! Split into two. The corpse fell heavily to the ground with the sound of blood spurting out. Amr stared at this scene in amazement. Then, the lady from Talon subconsciously looked up at the night sky. She wanted to find the figure of the medium. But there was nothing in the dark night sky. Mr. Kratos left? The lady from Talon thought in her heart. But she shouted, Thank you, Mr. Kratos. Your light illuminates my soul and makes me feel the warmth I have never experienced before. I will definitely be reborn in this warmth. My admiration for you is like a surging river. About 500 words of praise came from the mouth of this lady from Talon. The newborn blood on the side glanced at the other party with contempt, moved his right hand that had fully recovered, and his heart was turning rapidly. The recovery ability is faster than I thought. The strength and the speed is faster than I thought. It's just a skill. For Greta, who wanted to die, the newborn blood had no more comments. In the eyes of the newborn blood, the other party was just a fool who was lost in power. However, the newborn blood recognized some of the other party's words. As a newborn blood, he possessed strength, speed and recovery far beyond that of ordinary people. But he lacked the corresponding skills. Immediately, the newborn blood thought of his father. He hoped to ask his father for the secrets of the blood clan. It's just that his father is erratic. Then, does the medium Sir Arthur Kratos know the secrets of the blood clan? He should know. Right? Even if he doesn't know the secrets, as a collaborator, he should know the whereabouts of his father. I must visit this lord as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Freeman knelt beside Amr and shouted loudly. Thank you, Sir Kratos. You have given me a new life just like my father. I will respect you as I respect my father. Freeman's shameless words attracted the sidelong glance of Amr. The lady from Talon stared at the newborn blood with disdain. Shameless. The lady from Talon expressed her emotions with her eyes. And this time, Freeman rarely refuted. Because Freeman thought of the Bloodfire secret technique that the other party had performed. Before, the newborn blood had begun to plan to use this secret technique. He was very confident that he could obtain this secret technique from Amr. But he had to consider his father's attitude. That was why he had not taken action before. And now, he was still hesitating. Can I ask my father through Mr. Kratos? Freeman thought in his heart. And his words became louder. Amr, who was standing beside him, was not to be outdone and also raised his voice. Bob carefully examined the traces left by the sword energy. Hiss. When he put his palm, forearm, and upper arm in, and still couldn't touch the bottom, the former captain of the death squad immediately took a breath of cold air. Not only the depth, but also the smooth touch. The sword mark left in the middle of Rat Street has a smooth feeling. It's like it was polished with sand and stone. Bob, who has a strong fighting instinct, can immediately imagine the sharpness of the huge sword energy just now. I'm afraid my body can't bear it at all. Bob thought in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. For the former captain of the death squad, his strength was naturally part of his pride, especially the body that became invulnerable after drinking the death potion twice, which made him absolutely confident. But now facing this sword energy, Bob's confidence was shaken. At this moment, Maltz appeared beside his old friend. Looking at his old friend's expression, the old sheriff immediately raised his hand and patted Bob's shoulder. Arthur is our leader. The stronger he is, the better it is for us, isn't it? The old sheriff said with a smile. Bob was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. The former captain of the death squad heard the reminder from his old friend. Yes. He is now a subordinate of Sir Arthur Kratos. The stronger this sir is, the better it is. Quickly, the former captain of the death squad began to formally change his mentality. The old sheriff, who looked at his old friend's expression carefully, was relieved immediately. He knew very well that his old friend was not the kind of double-faced person. As long as he thought it through, he would not regret it. It was for this reason that he recommended his old friend to Arthur. Otherwise, even if Bob was more capable, he would not mention him at all. Because, compared with Bob's ability, Arthur was the strongest in his heart. If the former is a firefly, the latter is the sun. The sun at noon, dazzling and full of vitality. A captive crow can kill an enemy that all of them are helpless with a feather. How strong is Arthur? Is he probably about the same as that person? Because of the change, among the people present, only the old sheriff saw Arthur's crow. It was because of seeing it that the old sheriff became more confident in Arthur. Even, the old sheriff thought of the thunderstorm that day, and the person in the thunderstorm. Almost immediately, the old sheriff became more and more excited. He felt that he could really see a miracle. He didn't know what kind of miracle Arthur could create in the end. However, he wanted to follow and see. Haywood, Cook, and Wiggins didn't have so many ideas. They just marveled at Arthur's strength, and at the same time believed more and more what mouths had said before that Arthur had already arranged everything for them. They just need to follow the plan. As one of the first people to follow Arthur, Wiggins, who already believed in him, stood beside Jian Hin, his eyes full of piety and burning passion. With such power, the whole Rat Street will become safe. The golden finger thought in his heart, and then he walked directly to the body of Greta. The scorching wind pointed at the bodies around, and shouted to the whole Rat Street. This is the Kratos family! Scott watched this scene with a smile. Just now, Goldfinger had told him more than once that many of these guys were from Rat Street. And now that they had the opportunity, they would naturally have to completely eradicate those forces and truly unify Rat Street. This was naturally a good thing. And he, if possible, he would certainly give some help. Scott changed his pen and began to write a manuscript, recording everything that had just happened. He hoped to write a biography for Arthur. With the help of Winnie's vision, Arthur took everything in. It was obvious that the appearance of Greta, the scorching wind, was arranged by the member of the Dead Poets Society. There was a little personal grudge involved. Therefore, the young medium decided to repay the other party. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Melinda, who was walking side by side with him, and whispered, Do you want to check who is missing from number 6 White Bird Street now? Chapter 383, Small-minded and stingy. That guy can't possibly reveal such an obvious flaw. Although Melinda said this, she didn't stop walking, but took out the communication stone again. The lady contacted the loyal coachman Edwin again. She asked her coachman not only to thoroughly investigate number 6 White Bird Street, but also to send more people to keep an eye on her property in the dock area. Obviously, the lady had guessed something from Arthur's words. Arthur was not surprised by this. Melinda was always so smart. Therefore, the young medium did not hide anything and confessed directly that his people were attacked in Rat Street. It should be that the guy from the Dead Poets Society has a preference for me. Right? He instigated the remaining forces in Rat Street and besieged my grocery store. He also sent out the guy Greta, the scorching wind, as a backup. This guy should be one of the people given to him by the old lion. I don't know where the rest of the guys are now. Arthur shrugged. Facing the smart Melinda, Arthur was happy to help her. It wasn't out of any ill will. It was just because he had too few people in South Los, and he needed to use the manpower of this lady to suppress the opponent's recklessness. It was just pure suppression. It was definitely not revenge. As a medium, how could Arthur be petty? If she is not petty, she will not be able to pay too much. But if she takes the initiative to ask for it, although the lady may not ask for too much, she will definitely have to pay something. This is what Arthur absolutely does not want to see. Arthur, who is weak and has no savings, cannot afford it. Therefore, he can only let the lady take the initiative. Listening to Arthur's words, Melinda frowned. Scorching wind Greta? This guy actually joined the old lion. What about the rest of the people? the lady said, while raising her middle finger at Arthur. Melinda had guessed what Arthur wanted to do, but she couldn't ignore this point. Of course, this lady wouldn't take it to heart. This lady was more concerned about the meaning of the appearance of scorching wind Greta. You know, since the end of the 7 Years' War, in the past 30 years, the famous bandits who disappeared were not just Greta's scorching wind. There were some who were weaker than Greta's scorching wind. There were some who were stronger than Greta's scorching wind. If the old lion really gathered these guys together, it would be a big trouble. No! If only half of them were gathered together, it would be enough to make people unable to sleep or eat. Melinda knew that her worries were a little too tense. Even if the old lion had the talent of lion group, he could not do this. However, Melinda, who had achieved today's success by being cautious, would never dare to be careless. Therefore, the lady asked Arthur, "Can you still use the backup you left behind?" Of course. Arthur smiled and nodded. Fukin and Winnie, who had completed the promotion of arcane creatures through Breath of Death, had feathers on their bodies that were the best carriers of Death Cave. After the crazy accumulation of death energy during the day, Arthur generously used Death Fire, Death Slash, Control Corpse, Minor Curse, and other death skills are poured into Fujin, Muni's feathers, and more than one feather is enchanted, like the previous Death Slash. Muni still has 2 more, and the remaining death skills are even more. Well, send your backup to the dock area. Whether the worst happens or not, I will give you a brand new Kirk sailboat. If the worst happens, I will give you corresponding compensation depending on the situation. Also, I heard about the Bloody John thing before, and I will also compensate you with 2 brand new cogs, Melinda said directly. Why Arthur likes to cooperate with Melinda. This generosity is really hard to refuse. A brand new cog costs as much as 25,000 gold coins. Moreover, it will take a long time to launch it. If he could get 3 brand new Kirk sailing ships from Melinda, then he only needed to buy a few second-hand ships to start coastal trade immediately. Unlike the 20 ships he cooperated with Melinda, with 20% of the profit, it was completely his own. This was when the 2 of them were in their new home, and they finally decided on the number of ships to cooperate and the profit sharing. However, Arthur didn't mind making more. Of course, Arthur was more aware of the dangers. There was no such situation as whether the worst thing happened or not. At the docks, the worst thing will happen. Otherwise, why would the member of the Dead Poets Society collude with the pirates? But Arthur is very happy to see this happen. Arthur is very confident about Wu and I. Maybe Wu and I can earn him a fleet this time. Come on. Wu and I, Arthur said in his heart. But he looked at Melinda. Happy cooperation, Arthur said with a smile. After that, Arthur did not ask any more questions. He would not ask Melinda what she put in the dock area, and he would choose to pay such a price. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Looking at Arthur's back as he continued to move forward, Melinda curled her lips. Although she knew that Arthur would probably not ask further questions, but being so straightforward, still made the lady feel a little helpless. She had dug a trap here. As long as Arthur asked, she would make Arthur bleed as soon as she said it. After all, the ruins of the Misty Tower are enough to attract anyone's attention. Its value is inestimable. So, she said it, Arthur had to give her some compensation after hearing it. 100,000 gold coins is not too much. Right? It's a pity that this guy, doesn't he have the slightest curiosity? Wait! How could this guy not have curiosity? Could it be that this guy knows something? Melinda thought, and her gaze towards Arthur became tangled. A secret family that has been rooted in a certain place for decades. It is not surprising that they know any secrets. In fact, the reason why they are rooted here is because of some secrets. For example, that ship. For example, this ruins. Arthur keenly noticed the abnormality of Melinda. Did this guy find anything good in the South Los dock area? Let Wu and I pay more attention. Maybe there will be a surprise. Arthur thought in his heart, then switched to Fukin's perspective. When the young medium borrowed Fukin's perspective to see everything in South Town, he was immediately surprised. Is this possible? Chapter 384 Family Heritage cannot compare to the guidance of a loving father. Little Lidhop quickly walked into the study of Nanjun Manor, raised his hand to call a male servant. Go and invite Lord Gold and Lord Lesshit immediately, and tell them that I have something very important to tell you. Little Lidhop said seriously. The male servant immediately took action. And when the male servant left, Little Lidhop's breathing began to quicken. The severe headache stimulated the son of the Lord. I am right. It's not me. My loving father told me that it was the Dead Poets Society that was wrong. Little Lidhop propped himself up on the desk with his hands, and couldn't help murmuring. As he murmuring, his headache quickly subsided. When he confirmed once again that the Dead Poets Society was the cause of all the mistakes, his headache completely disappeared, leaving only a sense of comfort from the inside out. It was like the feeling of being full of energy after a good night's sleep. It was also a feeling of vigor that filled the whole body with energy. Dead Poets Society. You actually instigated the Hills to assassinate my father and me. My father died in your despicable way, but I survived. My loving father not only saved me, but also guided me. I will make you pay the price. Little Lissop's eyes were red, his fist slammed hard on the table, and he growled with gritted teeth. Then, the son of the Lord quickly calmed down. He knew very well what the Dead Poets Society was like. For him now, it was impossible to deal with it. I must arm myself. I must make myself stronger. Little Lissop immediately walked to the bookshelf on the side, pulled out a book from it, reached in and pressed it. Click! With a crisp sound, the spring turned. Immediately, one side of the bookshelf slowly moved forward, and a gap appeared that was big enough for a person to pass through. Little Lissop stepped in. This is his father's collection. Or rather, the heritage of the Lissop family. A large number of books on the mysterious side, there are some secrets introduced. And more are special knowledge, including but not limited to secret arts, rituals, etc. However, this is not the purpose of Little Lissop's trip. What he needs is more direct things. Scrolls and props. If it was before, he would not have thought of these things. Even if the Lissop family has fallen into an absolute crisis, it is the same. Because he can't use it. His father is a meritorious nobleman, and he does not have a real blood talent. He is the same. These collections are for his sons and daughters. But just now, when he witnessed his father being assassinated and was about to collapse, the kind father blessed him. The kind father's words comforted him, made him understand what to do again, and also gave him some talents. Why did he know this? His intuition. No, according to the mysterious side. It was spirituality. That told him. He was a little unsure. So he wanted to try it. Little Lidhop quickly stepped forward, walking to the equipment cabinet, where his father stored scrolls and props. Opening a drawer, Little Lidhop took out a scroll. Sensing the activity in it, Little Lithop's face showed a touch of joy. It's different. It's really different. The son of the Lord murmured in a low voice. He had touched it before, and it was lifeless. And now? He can really use it. It's not the kind of scroll that ordinary people can use props, but scroll props used by the real gifted people. The former are more precious, and most of them are fine products. Although the latter are common, their power is not bad. For the Lissop family, the former is more expensive and does not meet the noble status. So the latter is the focus. Of course, Little Lissop is very clear about the truth. The former is expensive enough. But now it is different. He can use these scrolls and props normally. But, Father! Little Lissop's expression showed sadness, but it immediately turned into determination. He lost his father, but he still had a loving father. Thinking of this, Little Lissop immediately took action. He first took a vest from the upper drawer of the cabinet and put it on. This is a vest that can provide effective protection for the wearer, and can hold a large number of scrolls. All the scrolls will be put into a pocket on the lower left side, but it can only hold scrolls, nothing else can be put in. But this is already magical enough. Little Lissop put 273 scrolls of various types into it, and found that there was no bulge in the pocket, and he marveled at the magic. Then, he picked up 2 coins from the second to last drawer. A copper coin. A silver coin. The copper coin is a copy of the rumored 13 copper coins, which can give the carrier protection against explosions. The silver coin is a copy of the rumored 7 silver coins. It can make the wearer immune to the influence of mysterious mind and illusion. 2 coins, Little Lissop put in the pocket on the right side of the vest. Then, he took out 2 rings from the last layer of the cabinet. 1 ring, inlaid with rubies, can shoot powerful fireballs. 1 ring, made of brass, engraved with a pair of small wings, can allow people to fly for a short time. The safe zone is the index finger, the little finger. Little Lissop muttered. He put 2 rings on the index finger and little finger of his left hand. His right hand took down the long box on the top of the cabinet. Inside was a long sword. The long sword was a broad-bladed half-sword, with leather wrapped around the hilt and a diamond inlaid at the bottom of the counterweight. The scabbard was mainly made of oak and supplemented by leather. This was a long sword in the style of the late Holy Empire and the early Silver Age. It was restrained but not without luxury. Of course, little Lissop was more concerned about the sharpness of the long sword and its ability to release sword energy. Although he could only release 3 sword energies in a short period of time, and needed to use secret techniques or gold to replenish them after releasing them. For him, who was good at swordsmanship, there was nothing more suitable than this long sword. Little Lissop did not throw away his original sword. This was also a long sword of the sharp weapon level, which was quite rare. Therefore, little Lissop put his original sword on the other side of his waist. Then, he placed his hands on the hilts of the 2 long swords. Take a deep breath. Father, please bless me. In little Lissop's opinion, even if he is fully armed at this moment, he still cannot match the guidance of the Father. Only under the guidance of the Father will his heart be firm and not confused. Therefore, after praying again, little Lissop stepped out of the secret room. The lights in the secret room slowly went out. In the study outside the secret room, little Lissop had a firm face and waited quietly. About 4 or 5 minutes later, Gold, the chief guard and swordsman of the Lissop family, arrived first. He was a middle-aged man. His family had military experience since his grandfather's generation. He himself had made a name for himself when he was young. Unfortunately, he did not have aristocratic blood and could not get the treatment he deserved. In the end, with the help of Lord Lissop's huge investment, he became the chief guard and swordsman of the Lissop family. The 100-man guard under his command, which he trained personally, was an indispensable guard force for the Lissop family. His swordsmanship is admired by most people. Of course, the most admirable thing is Gold's responsible, serious and loyal attitude. Seeing the serious little Lissop, but not finding Lissop, the guard leader and swordsman had doubts in his heart. But he still stood beside the little Lissop with respect, quietly waiting for the hunter leader Lashid. Unlike Gold, who was born in a military family, Lashid was once a mercenary. Because of his excellent archery skills and his proficiency in hunting and domestication, he became the chief hunter of the Lissop family. After becoming the chief hunter of the Lissop family, Lashid still remained casual. My dear young master. Good evening. Good evening, Chief Hunter Lashid. Little Lissop smelled the alcohol on his chief hunter, but he didn't care. Instead, he motioned for the 2 to sit down and spoke directly. My father was assassinated. It was the people of the Dead Poets Society who bribed the father and son of Tur to do it. What? Gold and Lycide were shocked. How are the Lord's men? Gold asked anxiously. Lycide also looked at little Lithop without blinking. Father. Little Lithop opened his mouth. Gold and Lycide immediately knew what was going on. The faces of the 2 people who were closely related to the Lithop family were full of grief. Lycide's eyes were red. Gold's tears fell, and the long sword in his hand was unsheathed and stabbed little Lithop. Chapter 385 The Power of Persuasion. Gold's sword was not only fast, but also fierce. The next moment after he drew his sword, the tip of the sword was about to pierce little Lissop's throat. This sudden sword attack was beyond everyone's expectations. Hunter Chief Lashid did not react. Little Lissop himself did not react either. Because, in the eyes of the 2, even if everyone in Nanjun rebelled, Gold would not rebel. This is a person who completely abides by the Knight Code. As a knight, the most important thing is honor. Before the tip of the sword touched little Lissop's throat, it was blocked by a force field. The protective copper coin worked. Little Lissop, who was shocked, quickly recovered and drew his sword to fight back. Clang! Gold's sword was horizontal, and it blocked little Lissop's long sword. The next moment, the 2 stepped forward at the same time and began to wrestle with the contact points of the long swords. Crack! Crack! In the subtle, continuous collision, the 2 swords made crisp sounds. Mystical props? What a pity! Gold looked at the remaining force field shield on little Lissop and whispered, Why? Why Gold? Little Lissop's face was full of confusion, and his words were full of questions. Why? Gold's face showed a trace of self-mockery, and his ears seemed to ring again. Congratulations on winning the sword competition championship in Inez territory. Come on. You will be able to get the title of knight soon. After destroying these bandits, you can get the title of knight. I'll leave this group of murderous bounty hunters to you. The title of knight is not that easy to get. Thank you for your efforts. I have applied for the title of knight for you. Sorry. Your honor is not enough for you to become a knight. Sorry. I can't wait for the day when you become a knight. My family won't allow me to wait any longer. I need to get married. You coward. You are going to run away from the family just because of a few failures? Do you know that we have done everything we can to give you the title of knight? One after another, again and again. Each time Goldust's face became hideous. Each time Goldust's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Of course it's because I like to do this. Goldust's footsteps stumbled as he growled. As the long sword turned, the sword's spine slashed outward with the blade of Little Lit Hop. The sword master and guard leader raised his elbow and hit Little Lithop's chin. Bang! With a dull sound, Little Lit Hop retreated again and again. The remaining force field prevented the son of the Lord from falling into a coma. But he felt a severe dizziness in front of his eyes. Little Lit Hop shook his head, trying to wake himself up quickly. And Gold's sword stabbed again. Whoosh! Ding! An arrow blocked such an attack. Like-eyed kept pulling the trigger on his crossbow. 3 consecutive shots from the crossbow gave Little Lithop a chance to catch his breath. Like-Eye drew the long sword from his waist, stared at Gold, and formed an angle with Little Lithop. Although it was 2 against 1, the hunter leader opened his eyes wide, not daring to be careless. No one knew more about the terrible swordsmanship of Gold than Like-Eye. They had worked together to fight the bandits before. Gold could kill 17 people with just 1 sword. And he just used bows and arrows to hold them back. In Lashid's opinion, Gold's swordsmanship is definitely comparable to the noble swordsmanship. There is no chance of winning. Lashid recalled Gold's swordsmanship in his mind, and after quickly coming to a conclusion, the hunter took a deep breath and said, "Master, please leave." After that, Lashid rushed towards Gold. His swordsmanship, of course, was not as good as Gold's. But as the chief hunter of the Lithop family, he should do this. Moreover, he swore an oath at the beginning. Not to Lord Lithop, but to Countess Nanlos. As the hidden man of the Count, he didn't know what was happening in front of him, but he knew that Nanjun couldn't be in chaos, and it couldn't affect the whole Nanlos. The long sword stabbed straight, but Gold easily dodged it. The chief hunter was full of regret. Damn it, I should have known better than to drink. Like-Eyed looked helplessly at Gold's counterattack. The hunter wanted to dodge, but the nerves paralyzed by alcohol made his speed extremely slow. He watched the sword with his own eyes, but was unable to dodge. Then, a hint of cruelty flashed in the hunter's eyes. Can't dodge? Then don't dodge. Like-Eyed let Gold's long sword pierce his chest, and the long sword in his hand also pierced the opponent's chest. Gold frowned. He looked at Lashid in confusion. He knew Lashid very well. To some extent, the two of them were friends. He knew some of Lashid's experiences very well. In the past, he was more resentful than him. In his mind, Lashid was the easiest person to win over. But in front of him, ding! His long sword lightly knocked, and Lashid's long sword deviated from the direction. And the whole person, due to inertia, rushed forward. After being tripped by his foot, he quickly got up again, and pointed his sword at him without fear. Why? The swordsman and guard chief couldn't help asking. Of course it's because I like it. Like-Eye grinned, and used the same words to fight back against the swordsman and guard chief in front of him. Don't you think it's unfair? The swordsman and guard chief asked. Fair? Like-Eye was stunned. He finally knew why Gold did this. Gold understood Like-Eye. Lashid also knew some things about Gold. He was cheated by his former employer. He was abandoned by his former lover. He was abandoned by his former parents. He knew all this, but he still thought Gold had found a solution, unlike him who drank to drown his sorrows every day, and had to rely on alcohol to fall asleep. TSK, you guy, you pretend so well every day. I thought you had let it go long ago. It's certainly unfair for you to do this. You took the injustice you suffered. All of them are vented on the people who gave you fairness. Is this what you call fairness? If you want to get your fairness back, you can go find those who gave you injustice. You are so good at swordsmanship, it would be easy to kill them. Right? Go and kill them. But what are you doing now? Spread your injustice, and then create a group of people like you? Ignorance. Like-Eye shouted loudly, and then was knocked to the ground by Gold's sword. What a noise. Gold stared at Lashid coldly, feeling the pain in his body. Lashid laughed. Gold could have killed him with one sword. But he didn't do it. Gold wavered. Knowing this, Lashid said again, Hee. You are not kind enough. You are not evil enough. And you are wavering. You are just like me. We are all ordinary people with hesitant personalities. We will regret whatever we do. Do you believe that after you kill the young master, you will be in torment in the days ahead, even more than you are now. Because you still have a conscience. Lawsid stood up slowly, looking directly at Gold. And Gold's ears echoed with that voice. Do you think it's fair? Do you want fairness? I have a plan here. It can make you feel fair. Is this the fairness I want? Gold asked himself. He was confused and hesitant. It was because of Lade's words. But more of that. Little Lissip. Little Lissip was kneeling on one knee and praying to the kind Father. Chapter 386, Spreading the Love of the Loving Father. Little Lissip clearly felt Gold's pain. That kind of pain, same as he had felt before. He had experienced it himself. So he understood Gold's feelings. So he thought Gold did not do it on purpose, but was tortured like that, so he had to choose to do that. Just like him. But he was lucky, he had the guidance of the loving Father. Then, can Gold be guided by the loving Father? Little Lidhop immediately knelt on one knee and silently called out to the kind Father. There was no direct response. But Little Lidhop was not discouraged. Because he felt the warm power of the kind Father. It was in his body. It was in his blood. With his breathing, with the beating of his heart, it flowed through his whole body. Is this the gift of the kind Father? The kind Father had already anticipated that I would encounter such a situation. So, did you give me the gift so early? The indescribable feeling of emotion rose from Little Lidhop's heart. That warmth made his eyes more determined. He must let Gold feel the love of the kind Father. And Lawsid? Yes, Lawsid. Little Lidhop also felt the pain from Lawsid. No. To be precise, torment. The torture brought by that torment made Lawsid's soul cry out all the time. It seemed like he was about to collapse at any moment. We are all the same people. Some are not pure enough in kindness, some are not thorough enough in doing evil, and when things happen, the whole person is even more wavering. But the kind Father told me that it doesn't matter. No matter what choice I make, the kind Father will choose to support me. Little Lissip said softly, but his heart beat more and more powerfully, and the blood was completely pumped to all parts of his body, and the strong force brought a burning sensation. Kneeling on one knee, the temperature of Little Lissip began to rise rapidly. Just like a little sun for warmth in winter. He shone his own warmth on Gold and Lawsid. Warmth, peace. Gold was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched his heart. The feeling of anxiety and resentment disappeared. Even when he recalled the meeting at that time, he could more intuitively feel the bad intentions of that guy. Immediately, Gold felt remorse in his heart. Why did he do this? Why did he do this? After doing this, even if he got the title of knight, was he still a knight? A knight without any sense of honor. What was the difference between him and a robber? Is he still himself? In an instant, Gold fell into a trance. Lawsid's feelings were more direct. As the Countess's hidden man, he believed that he should have a sense of honor. But Lord Lithorp also gave him the corresponding respect. He was just the most insignificant chess piece beside the Countess. But under Lord Lithorp, he became a hunter with a very high status. Everyone in South Town respected him. And he liked it here. But he had a mission. Thinking of such a mission every day. He couldn't sleep. He had to rely on alcohol to fall asleep. In the face of those who respected him. He also needed to remind himself that he had a mission. Especially when a lady expressed her love to him. But he had to pretend to be a playboy and broke the lady's heart. He burst into tears. He even thought about giving up everything. But the honor he insisted on. Making him unable to give up everything. Torment. Incomparable torment. He didn't know how long he could hold on. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he would end his life. Living, it's too hard. But what is this warmth? Why do I want to cry? Lawsid stood there blankly, tears flowed unconsciously. At this moment, his emotions became extremely peaceful, and his heart, which had been tossed back and forth, calmed down for the first time. That sense of peace made his breathing smoother. Sorry, I don't know what you, Gold, and Lashur, have been through. But I am willing to be a listener and listen to your stories. At the same time, I am willing to do my best to help you because that's what the kind Father did, and I hope to follow the footsteps of the kind Father and move forward. Maybe I didn't do well enough. But I hope you can help me correct it. Little Lissip raised his head and looked at Gold and Lashur. His eyes were clear and warm. Such a look instantly ignited Gold and Lashur, who were wrapped in warmth. The two were deeply moved. Such a feeling affected their emotions and reason. No. To be precise, the cognition of the two was completely shifted at this moment. Father? He is indeed a kind Father. Feeling the inner peace and warmth, Gold knelt on one knee in front of Little Lidhop. Please forgive my ignorance. Also, please allow me to make amends for my crime. After saying that, Gold held his sword and bowed his head. Unless it was much more straightforward. Father will allow drinking and marriage. Right? I hope to marry Beth. I hope you can agree. Lossid looked at Little Lithop with expectation. Father will not hinder any of our choices. The kind Father will always stand by our side. Little Lithop said, and stood up, and helped Gold and Les sit up. The Son of the Lord looked at the two of them seriously. After that, I will take you to see the kind Father. Now, we need to deal with some things. Little Lithop looked outside the manor, where sporadic gunshots were heard. Obviously, the arrangements of the Dead Poets Society are far more than what they just said. Assassinated my father. Provoked my swordsman and guard captain. Now instigated people to start a riot. Huh? Little Lithorp took a long breath. The Son of the Lord once again felt the love of the kind Father. If it weren't for the kind Father, he would be dead. He asked himself if he could deal with this. Fortunately, it's not too late. Little Lithorp said this and walked out first. Gold and Lessid followed closely behind. It's so easy. After Gold takes action. With the help of both inside and outside forces. The South Town Manor will be breached immediately. After that, with the stimulation of blood and money, the whole South Town will be burned. This is enough to attract the attention of those guys. Humph! Arthur Kratos. Here. Can you ruin my plan again? In the shadows, a figure wearing a hooded cloak sneered in his heart. His plan was perfect. The previous failure was just the bad luck of the medium. Now it was time to show his true strength. After that, of course, he would let the medium understand the horror of death. The figure thought, and looked at Little Lissop, Gold and Lessid, who appeared in the manor with expectation. Go! In front of everyone, give back your injustice. Let this blood be the beginning of death. The man in the cloak muttered in a low voice. But as time passed, the 100-man guard of the Lee Sop family was assembled, and Gold did not take any action, which made the man in the cloak frown slightly. However, the other party did not think that he had failed. Moreover, the other party immediately figured out what Gold was going to do. So that's it. He is worthy of being the one I chose. Thinking of this, the other party's mouth curled up. Chapter 387 Brothers are busy, and you are not here. Killing Little Lissop by yourself is a direct choice. But letting the mob kill Little Lissop is a better choice. Without getting bloodstained, can you gain benefits? Although it is impossible to make death an art, but, for an outsider, it is already good. The man wearing a hooded cloak whispered to himself. Afterwards, this member of the Dead Poets Society changed the original plan. In the original plan, Gold was a discarded child. He needs to bear the anger of the mob. But now, death is necessary. But things can change later. The other party has a little potential. Maybe he can become one of his servants. Unlike the previous servants sent by the left leader and the right patriarch. They are real servants who belong to him completely. Even, in his mind, he has already arranged a corpse ritual for Gold. Of course, Gold is never his first choice. That bandaged swordsman is it. However, because he couldn't be exposed before, he had to shelve the plan, but now it's not necessary. It's almost there. It's almost there. Wait for me to complete the ritual. You will eventually belong to me. An evil spirit returning from the land of eternal night is too precious to the members of the Dead Poets Society. He can imagine that if other members of the Dead Poets Society knew the existence of this bandaged swordsman, how hot it will become. And he tried his best to block the news, but it was only temporarily blocking the Dead Poets Society from knowing about the bandaged swordsman. After all, it is not permanent. Once it is known, he will naturally be blamed. However, as long as he completes the ritual of malice, everything will be different. Death is fair. But the power that brings death is not fair. He knew this as early as 10 years ago. However, the member of the Dead Poets Society, who was scanning the battlefield, had a hint of doubt in his eyes. Where is Lissop? Where is this old fox? Such a major change has occurred. Why didn't the other party show up? The member of the Dead Poets Society was puzzled. Then, just as the member of the Dead Poets Society was puzzled, he suddenly looked at the charging Lissop family cavalry in surprise. Gold was the first to take the lead. Although that little Lissop was also in the team. He was in the middle of the team, which was also the safest position. At least 10 body lengths away from Gold. It was not like what he had guessed, that the mob was going to take advantage of the chaos to kill little Lissop. Instead, it seemed like layers of protection. In fact, After the 4 cavalry scouts returned and confirmed that it was really just a group of mobs with pitchforks and a few muskets, the entire cavalry team began to charge. Unlike the lances used by the knights in the early Silver Age, the knights at this moment were holding high thundered guns. Bang, bang, bang. The fire flickered. From the thick muzzle of the thunder gun, a large number of bullets shot out and began to sweep across the battlefield in a devastating manner. In less than 10 minutes, the mobs gathered in front of the South Town Manor were completely suppressed. The gap in force and equipment was too big. It was a complete crushing situation. There was no possibility of turning defeat into victory. The face of the member of the Dead Poets Society standing in the shadows turned cold. Gold was provoked, but failed, which was completely beyond his expectations. Looking at the little Lit Hop who was safe and sound under the escort of the cavalry, the member of the Dead Poets Society finally understood why Lit Hop did not show up. The other party had the information from Gold, and was sure to win. He also planned to take this opportunity to establish a reputation for his son. Heh, do you still want to make the Lee Sop family hereditary? What a wishful thinking. The member of the Dead Poets Society sneered. Perhaps the mutual restraint between the old lion of Niwen and the tigress of Nanlos has allowed the Lee Sop family to have a strange balanced development period. But neither the old lion of Niwen nor the tigress of Nanlos will let the Lee Sop family become too powerful to be eliminated. Therefore, the Lee Sop family can never be hereditary. What's more, after tonight, the Lee Sop family is history. Thinking of this, the member of the Dead Poets Society looked towards South Town, where there were the secret guards recruited by Lee Sop. Or to be more precise, the Iron Blood team. Not all of them. Only about 1/5. But the fighting power of this Iron Blood team is not comparable to the mobs in front of them. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Looking at the fire in South Town not far away, Gold immediately sent out scouts again. In this regard, the members of the Dead Poets Society in front of him no longer paid attention. As for what happened next, the provoked Iron Blood team members would deal with it on their own. After all, in addition to the Iron Blood team members in South Town, he also provoked some Iron Blood team members in South Town Manor. Not many. Only a few. But this Dead Poets Society member believed that these few people would definitely create great results. Because that was what they dreamed of. A chance to get rich overnight. It's enough to leave this to these guys. And he? Of course. He needs to deal with the people from South Los. If he doesn't attract these people, South Los's plan will be passive. The member of the Dead Poets Society strode towards the road outside the South Town, towards South Los. And just as the member of the Dead Poets Society walked onto the road, a carriage wrapped in fog appeared in his sight. Merida Julius Caesar. It's you. Master. You always charge into battle like this. But you will encounter unexpected things. This member of the Dead Poets Society said. And then he took out his biggest trump card from his pocket. A puppet made entirely of metal. Or to be more precise, a human puppet. But it is different from Arthur's exquisite human puppet. This human puppet is more exquisite and powerful. Even if it is held in the hand, there is a feeling of surging life about to burst out. Just like a volcano about to erupt. Go, my general. The member of the Dead Poets Society casually threw the puppet in his hand. The puppet grows when it encounters the wind. In a moment, it turned into a middle-aged man with a height of 2 meters, wearing a black military uniform and a stern face. As soon as this middle-aged man appeared, the air around him became solidified. It is not an adjective. Rather, the air condensed at this time. Because an illusory storm shadow appeared behind the middle-aged man. Moreover, this illusory storm shadow also bloomed with the power of destroying the world like a real storm. This illusory storm affected the real world, sucking in the surrounding air, allowing itself to grow rapidly. The first to bear the brunt was Melinda's carriage. This fast-flying carriage was dragged into the storm. Enterer. Feeling the illusory shadow behind the middle-aged man exuding a power that ordinary great arcana did not have, Melinda narrowed her eyes immediately. Without any hesitation, the lady was ready to kill the other party with her partner Arthur as quickly as possible. However, when the lady glanced at the side, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Hey, where is Arthur? Chapter 388. I'll take them. No one can help. My brother has something to do. Why are you running away? Melinda complained about Arthur's leaving without saying goodbye. This lady knew very well that her partner must have discovered something and left secretly. But this did not prevent this lady from scolding Arthur. Because the Enterer in front of her was targeting her. Her power is mainly smoke, supplemented by undead spirits. The Enterer on the opposite side is Storm. What will happen when smoke meets storm? Naturally, smoke will vanish. As for the remaining undead, without the main smoke, there is only 3% of the undead power left. Facing the opponent as Storm, they will also be suppressed. The pipe in Melinda's mouth began to flicker rapidly. It was not anxiety, but hesitation. Do I have to use that trick? Everyone has a trump card in the bottom of the box. Melinda was no exception. But, if she used this trump card, she would most likely get into great trouble. That was something she absolutely did not want to see. So, drag. Thinking of this, Melinda took a deep breath of smoke. Then, she exhaled heavily. Suddenly, the thick smoke turned into a piece of fog, which completely enveloped the surroundings. But the next moment, woo! The wind was raging, and the middle-aged man in military uniform, and with a stern face raised his hand, and the whole fog was blown away, but Melinda's figure also disappeared. In her place was a ghost. Or to be more precise, a skeleton warrior appeared behind the Enterer, and chopped down with a rusty long sword in his hand. At the same time, a skeleton hand appeared from under the feet of the Enterer, and firmly grasped the ankle of the Enterer. The cold power flowed into the body of the Enterer. But immediately, it was blown away. Woo! The strong wind appeared again. Not only the cold undead power that flowed into the body of this Enterer, the skeletal hand holding this Enterer and the skeletal warrior that appeared behind him were crushed together. But the bone residue in the sky did not dissipate. The crushed bone residue turned into a skeletal warrior with 4 arms in the strong wind, and rushed towards this Enterer again with a silent roar. The cold power was stronger. The power was far greater than before. But this Enterer didn't even look at it, and the whole person turned into a gust of wind and rushed to one side. There, beside the empty road, ripples immediately appeared. Melinda's figure appeared there, and was retreating at a high speed. This Enterer accelerated immediately, but just when he approached this place, the other party frowned immediately. Boom! In the huge roar, a 3-meter diameter pillar of fire, it shot up from under the opponent's feet. This 10-meter long column of fire shot up into the sky like a uniquely shaped firework. People near South Town were attracted by the bright light. Arthur saw the scene clearly. Good job. Melinda, keep it up. I'm counting on you. The young medium who was chasing quickly clenched his fist in the direction of Melinda's battle, gave her sincere encouragement, and then looked back to the deep forest in front of him. With the help of Fu Jin's vision, when the Enterer appeared, Arthur determined the approximate location of the other party, and soon locked the other party's exact location. As for why he didn't chase him, of course, it was because of the human puppet. When the Enterer appeared, Arthur was still not sure. Although there was a sense of familiarity with the Enterer, the young medium was not sure whether the human puppet could reach the level of the Enterer. Therefore, Arthur had doubts in his heart. However, when he determined the other party's position and locked onto the other party, Arthur was certain. The Enterer was actually a human puppet. Because the one he was following was a human puppet. It was an exquisite human puppet. Arthur, who had an exquisite human puppet, as a vest, knew the exquisite human puppet too well. It could even be said that no one knew the exquisite human puppet better than him. Active spiritual. After perceiving and confirming this, Arthur did not act immediately, but followed silently, while sighing in his heart, is this a brand new path? Even human puppets of the entry-level can be made. Then, what about the higher-level climbers? It should be possible too. Arthur recalled the notes about the exquisite human puppet, which accurately stated that the original human puppet maker, Robin, got it from alchemy, found a brand new path. At that time, Arthur did not have much understanding of the word path. But as his strength grew stronger, and he read more books on the mysterious side, Arthur understood what the word path represented in the mysterious side. Step ascender. Only step ascenders are worthy of the word path. Step enter as human puppets are already amazing enough. The human puppets of step ascenders, it's really scary. No wonder Master Robin firmly believed that he could eventually overthrow the Holy Empire. I don't know, is the puppet of the climber still alive? Arthur thought, and then shook his head slightly. Having confidence is one thing, and whether it can be accomplished is another. According to what Arthur knew, the Holy Empire was not overthrown by Master Robin. Of course, this master also contributed. But failure is also certain. And with the cruel means of the Holy Empire, this master's end will definitely not be good. After all, there are more than one masters who were burned to death in the Holy Empire. And the works of those masters most likely were destroyed. Even if they were kept, they could only be used by the Holy Empire, and then, with the fall of the Holy Empire, these props were consumed and damaged again. After entering the Silver Age, the nobles fought openly and secretly, and these props continued to be consumed and damaged. With the start of the 7 Years' War, these props were consumed in large quantities and destroyed. Therefore, Arthur did not hold much hope that the climber puppet made by this master still existed. Even if it did, it would definitely be in the hands of a few nobles. He wanted to wait? It was difficult. However, it was difficult to get a climber puppet. But it was not difficult to get another exquisite puppet. Even the Enterer puppet, I can also get it easily. Thinking in my heart, Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew very well what the other party wanted to do. Delay time. Complete the ritual. That ritual is most likely the rumored ritual of malice. Apart from this possibility, Arthur really couldn't think of what made the members of the Dead Poets Society, who were still ordinary people for the time being, hide in number 6 White Bird Street, and make such a big fuss. If that is the case, then I want to be polite. I'm going to puppet these two people. The corners of the young medium mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 389. The second round begins. The exquisite human puppet, in front, did not circle in the dense forest, but moved forward in a straight line very quickly. Adding the rustling sounds from time to time, it looked like it had been exposed and was fleeing in panic. If Arthur was not familiar with the exquisite human puppet, he would have accelerated to catch up and stepped into the opponent's next trap. In order to successfully complete the evil grudge ritual, in addition to using the riots in South Town and the pirates who were about to land in South Los to attract everyone's attention, another trap was set up to target the fish that slipped through the net. Because, even if more traps were set up, there would inevitably be some loopholes. So, the other party planned to enter the game with their own body. The other party planned to use themselves to attract all the remaining people together. Then, naturally, use themselves to completely cover up the movement of the evil ritual. Arthur didn't know about the grudge ceremony, but having experienced the cat orange ritual, Arthur had a rough guess about the grudge ceremony. Time, place, substrate. These are of course necessary, and then, the riot in South Town, and the pirates, who are about to land in South Los, may also be one of the links. Of course, the most important thing is movement. The other party arranged it so carefully. Then the grudge ceremony began. When it was completed, there is a high probability that there will be a huge noise. Therefore, overlap. Let exquisite human puppet set up a fake ceremony and make similar noises at the same time. With the characteristics of exquisite human puppet, it will definitely be able to make the fake look real. And if it is given to me, I must deliberately make the fake ceremony of exquisite human puppet. Fail, then, control exquisite human puppet to make an unwilling, finally crazy move, and have a trick of everyone dying together. The best thing is to bury explosives. Then, of course, we have to hide in the dark, continue to arrange, and perform a trick of the return of the evil spirit. Arthur thought in his heart, and his pace quickened. The other party used the characteristics of exquisite human puppet to arrange, and naturally, they would maximize the characteristics of exquisite human puppet. Arthur could even imagine that, after he caught up with them at this time, the other party would become more and more panicked, and use some props, and continue to escape, but this would lay the potential factors for the failure of the ritual. The other party wanted these as a young, honest, simple and kind-hearted medium. Arthur naturally had to cooperate with the other party. And just as Arthur expected, when Arthur accelerated, the exquisite human puppet in front of him also accelerated. A faint glow appeared on the other party's body, making the other party more conspicuous, and the whole person glided forward. Arthur. Kratos. You really followed. With the help of a certain prop on the exquisite human puppet, the figure of Arthur appeared in the eyes of the member of the Dead Poets Society. Immediately, the face of the member of the Dead Poets Society was filled with strong hatred. That hatred was like substance. If hatred could kill people, Arthur would have died countless times. And such hatred is not without reason. It is accumulated again and again. If it weren't for the medium in his vision, this member of the Dead Poets Society would not have needed to go through so much trouble. He wasted a lot of resources of the Dead Poets Society. He even made the left lead singer and the right patriarch dissatisfied with him. And they began to doubt his identity as the son of death. Yes, he was fake. He was completely disguised according to the vague prophecy. However, he was indeed the person with the gift of death found by the right patriarch through divination. If that's the case, Then why can't he become the son of death? Then why can't he become the successor of the Dead Poets Society? Others can do it. Of course he can do it too. In fact, at the beginning, it was extremely smooth. It took him a year to officially enter number 6 Whitebird Street. He used words to provoke the nerves of those who participated in the salon and auctioneers. He used the jealousy of these guys as a sword and greed as a spear to make them fight openly and secretly. In the end, the axe murderer was born. This was the first work he made after planning for a long time. According to his plan, the axe killer will be active in South Los for at least a year before he can be completely eliminated. For this, he also instigated the coach of the Joljok Fencing Club, Desi. Knowing how Ritter, the third-place winner of the last fencing competition, came, Desi, the jealousy was already real. After he said just 2 words, the other party was easily hooked. The axe killer and Desi will cooperate with each other. The latter would be better at concealing the former's identity. But who knew that all was ruined by that damned medium? Then there was the baby theft case and the Mrs. Long Night Salon murder case. He originally wanted to use the baby theft case and Toad Graham to divert everyone's attention, so that Wolf could smoothly take over the Shire District Police Station. But he failed again. Even, this guy died inexplicably. At that time, he suspected that the medium had discovered something, therefore, he had to activate the backup plan of Oak Manor. Originally, he wanted to keep it for himself. But in order to test the medium, he had to do it. But what was the result? Nothing. The other party behaved very normally, but it was precisely because of this normality that he became more suspicious. Afterwards, a series of events in Rat Street confirmed this point. The medium had an extraordinary understanding of Nanlos. He even suspected that there was some powerful force behind the other party. Therefore, he once again hid himself deeply. He pushed out the retired financial advisor of the Grand Duke. He also used James, the police chief of the Dord district, as bait to lure the medium. Sure enough, his guess was right. The medium had a great influence in South Los. Otherwise, how could the blood descendants cooperate with the other party? And it was a deep cooperation. For the descendants of the Blood Marquis, he knew it too well. So, he used the spies of the Dead Poets Society and another descendant of Blood born to test it several times. Everything proved that his guess was correct. Unfortunately, he found out too late, especially when the news that Arthur Kratos was the contemporary Black Cat of the Cat faction. Black and an Enterer spread, he knew that he had to activate the backup plan. Fortunately, he is used to having backup plans. Now, let's start the second round. Thinking in his heart, the member of the Dead Poets Society, who was controlling the exquisite human puppet, stopped, turned around and waited quietly. Just a dozen seconds later, Arthur really appeared in the other party's field of vision. Welcome. The member of the Dead Poets Society made the exquisite human puppet smile. Then, he took off his hood. When Arthur saw the face under the hood clearly, his eyebrows raised. It's you? Chapter 390 Southtown Stage, if you are afraid of death, don't come. Arthur has seen the person in front of him. When Melinda first invited him to number 6 Whitebird Street, he had seen him. Even when the waitress Elena killed Brody by hiding poison in ice cubes, the other party had spoken up for him. It was the male waiter, who seemed to have a good relationship with Elena. Impossible. It can't be Elena's. You must be mistaken. Arthur still remembers the other party's appearance, when he spoke up for him. I didn't expect it to be you. Your name is Horton, right? Arthur asked. His tone did not hide his surprise. After the waitress Elena poisoned the waitress, Melinda checked the waitresses. The first one to jump out, Horton, was naturally the first to be checked. Similarly, he was also the first to be ruled out of suspicion. The other party's resume was very clean, and he was diligent after joining the company. Although he was not very good at dealing with Elena, there are some minor flaws, but they are also what a young man should have. As for the depression after the incident, it made the people around him believe that the other party was not suspicious. Therefore, when it was confirmed that there was a completely ordinary member of the Dead Poets Society in number 6 Whitebird Street, the suspicion of the other party was reduced sharply. Although he was also investigated with a previous detailed preparation, the attention of the investigators was more easily attracted by other people. It's not that those investigators were not cautious enough, but Holden's acting skills were too good. Especially the layout, which was even more amazing. Dare to play the dark under the lamp, which was surprising enough. And the dark under the lamp, that was laid out in advance was even more amazing. If you don't know everything around you, it's impossible to have such a layout. It's amazing. Arthur sighed and raised his hands to applaud. No, my approach is not amazing. You are the one who really surprised me. Sir Arthur Kratos, the member of the Dead Poets Society in front of him, was controlling the exquisite human puppet, staring at Arthur with a sharp gaze, and asked directly, in order to divert attention, to make up for the loophole of the axe murderer. I was completely impulsive about the incident with Elena, so it was too rough. For others, maybe it can't be seen. But for you, I'm afraid the flaw is even bigger. Right? It was also at that time that you targeted me. Right? That's why you are the one who always finds the clues of my layout. Every time I just finish the layout, you choose to break it. You want to make me exhausted and reveal my flaws. Now, just as you wish, I have revealed my flaws, the other party said, spreading his hands, looking helpless. Arthur's face remained calm, as if everything was just as the other party said, but in his heart he shouted, "Hack it. It is so." At that time, I felt something was wrong. I always feel like someone is weaving a big net. I thought it was for me. But who knew this guy was planning a ritual? TSK. If I say it's a coincidence, I don't know if he believes it or not. Arthur sighed in surprise, while the member of the Dead Poets Society continued to manipulate the exquisite human puppet, and said, "To be honest, I was already in a desperate situation before. The continuous failures made the top management of the Dead Poets Society very dissatisfied with me. Even some of their help to me was quietly disappearing, because they think you are also the son of death." Speaking of this, a hint of anger appeared on the other party's helpless face. At this moment, the other party's tone began to rise. "This is also your response to me arranging the axe killer to provoke you. You are telling me that you have guessed my identity and hope that I will be more honest. But I said that this was the unauthorized action of that bastard. Do you believe it?" Arthur, yes. Yes, whatever you say is what it is. The young medium who was complaining in his heart frowned very cooperatively, as if this answer was beyond his expectations. The other party was stalling for time, in order to complete the ritual. He was also stalling for time, in order to find the other party. Moreover, in order to be more natural, and not be discovered by the other party, he had to provide emotional value to the other party. Therefore, while Fukin was looking, Arthur spoke. "You mean, is this a misunderstanding?" "Of course. After his success, that greedy bastard set his sights on my employer, the Mrs. Long Night. His mind is full of shit. He has no idea how big a mistake he has made. If it weren't for this bastard, I think we could be friends." The other party's words began to calm down. Then, the look in his eyes when he looked at Arthur was full of regret. "What a pity, because of a greedy bastard, we missed each other. Are you looking for my arrangement here? I'll show you." The other party laughed as he spoke. And the next moment, the ground shook. The trees in the dense forest were lifted up one after another, and a huge platform made entirely of bones rose from the ground. The platform is 10 meters high, 50 meters long and wide. On the four corners, there are 3-meter-high Jingwan. Layer after layer of skulls overlap, and a hair spit out from the mouth of the top skull and fell straight to the ground. The closer the hair is to the ground, the thicker it gets. By the time it hits the ground, the single hair has become as thick as a thigh. A rope made entirely of dry hair. For thigh bones stick the hair rope into the ground. In front, behind the exquisite human puppet, controlled by the members of the Dead Poets Society, a staircase made entirely of cervical vertebrae and sternum emerges one by one. Every time a skeleton staircase appears, a thick breath of death gushes out from the ground. When the 66 steps appeared, the death aura was so thick that it covered the dense forest like a dark cloud. Any bird that entered the death aura would lose its life. And any ordinary person who entered this area would also be eroded by the death aura. "Look, this is what I prepared for you. But you were too careful. Since you appeared, you have kept a safe distance from me, and didn't give me any chance at all. So, I showed it to you openly." The other party said so. Arthur certainly would not believe the other party's nonsense. The situation in front of him was the same as he had guessed before. The other party was using everything in front of him to attract the attention of the remaining people again. And the death energy visible to the naked eye? It was naturally to cover up the activation of the evil resentment ritual. In the sky? Arthur glanced at the dark cloud of death energy calmly, and Fujin immediately approached quietly. Generally, birds approaching this concentration of death energy. Of course, they were dead. Even arcane creatures could not bear it. However, Fujin, who was promoted entirely by Arthur's death breath talent, did not feel any discomfort at all. Like a fish entering water, Fujin melted into it. Of course, there were also underground rats approached the underground of this high platform. When he was not sure whether the thick death aura, like a dark cloud, was a deception, it was completely Arthur's instinctive caution. Seeing Arthur's silence, the other party smiled and said, "I admire your observation, intelligence and wisdom, but I am also very unconvinced. You have too many advantages. So I hope to compete with you fairly. If you win, I will surrender. If I win, how about you promise me 3 things?" "What?" Arthur showed an interested expression. The other party did not speak again, but raised his hand and took out a deck of cards from his sleeve. Chapter 391, Playing Poker with the Medium. Poker? Arthur's expression showed surprise and astonishment just right. Then, there was a sense of relief. The exquisite human puppet, controlled by the members of the Dead Poets Society, saw the series of expressions of the young medium and immediately laughed. "I knew you, Mr. Kratos, would understand what I meant. What else can test observation, reaction and intelligence more than playing cards?" As he said this, the member of the Dead Poets Society controlled the exquisite human puppet and began to shuffle the cards with one hand in front of Arthur. The whole pile of cards was divided into 2 piles of equal thickness, and then they were brought together in the middle. With a clattering sound, the 2 piles of cards merged into one. Afterwards, the whole pile of cards was divided into 3, and they were moved up and down in the palm of the hand in a fast and agile manner. Even after each up and down alternation, the middle pile of cards would circle around the fingers. When the up and down and the circling tracks appear together, the whole pile of cards becomes like a blooming flower. Especially, from Arthur's perspective, the circling cards are facing up, and each time they are circling, they are different cards, starting from the Ace of Spades, ending with the 2 of Spades. 13 changes. Dazzling. Undoubtedly, this is a very professional technique. At least, Arthur can't find any fault with this shuffling technique. Of course, Arthur knew better that the other party was putting pressure on him. Facing his continuous failures, the other party was very dissatisfied. The other party wanted to win once, even to make him admit defeat. For example, change the competition. It was precisely because of this that the other party showed his professional shuffling skills at the beginning, just to make him give up. If it was a competition in other aspects, Arthur might have changed. After all, as a medium, it is impossible to care about the gains and losses of the moment. But playing poker, his strong point, as long as the conditions are right, with the magic poker box, he is invincible at playing poker. "Did you work part-time in a casino before?" Arthur asked curiously. "Well, my family used to run a casino." The other party nodded calmly. However, Arthur didn't quite believe it. In Arthur's opinion, this was also the other party's further pressure, forging an identity to gain some active advantages. For anyone, it's all too easy. Especially when he takes the initiative to send the steps over, the other party will definitely step on it subconsciously. Digging a trap? No. 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 This is just the improvisation of the medium when facing a disadvantage. Really? That's a challenge for me. I want to check the cards, Arthur said with a smile. Of course. This is the rule. Looking at Arthur, who accepted the challenge, exquisite human puppet smiled even more. Although some other competitions were prepared, this member of the Dead Poets Society was most confident in poker. Therefore, the other party did not object at all, and even kept the rules in mind. And this was what Arthur wanted. One was a professional, and the other was an amateur. If the latter wanted to challenge the former, he would have to tie up the other party tightly to have a chance of winning, even if he had to tie up the other party in the field he was best at. Because only in this way, you would know what the other party would do. What will you do? It will also make the other party misunderstand what you are going to do. Simply put, you must let the other party have a preconceived idea. It must also be unexpected. So, wait. When the other party finished speaking, he was about to throw the poker in his hand to Arthur, but Arthur waved his hand to refuse. Arthur gestured to the other party to put it on the ground about 30 centimeters away from the skeleton steps. Looking at the position of Arthur's finger, the other party kept smiling and nodded. According to the rules of the gambling table, one party provides the poker cards, and the other party has the right to check the cards in any way as long as the cards themselves are not destroyed. Of course, if you suspect that the other party is cheating, you can choose to destroy them, but there must be solid evidence. Otherwise you will lose 10 times. Arthur knows nothing about these, but his uncle Drake is very good at it. According to Drake, his card skills have been passed down from old Charlie, especially in the club. When playing cards with ladies, he has never lost a single game, and claims to be invincible. Arthur is skeptical about this. However, he still remembers some of the rules Drake said. Is it here? The other party confirmed. When Arthur nodded, the other party immediately threw the cards in his hand. At the moment when the other party threw the cards in his hand of nothingness, caught the cards. Looking at the cards suspended in the air, the other party was stunned at first. And then, when he saw the 2 hands of nothingness, shuffling the cards, and checking them one by one, he immediately sighed. I always admire your prudence. There's no way you're a professional and I... Boom! Before Arthur finished speaking, there was an explosion in Nanjun in the distance. Almost instinctively, Arthur turned his head and looked in the direction of Nanjun. Seeing this scene, the other party felt a little more proud in his heart. Want to remember the cards? How can I let you do what you want? The other party could confirm what Arthur just said about checking the cards, just counting cards. Because it was exactly the same as the first time he counted cards. And he had been prepared for this move. Amateur indeed. I will definitely win. The other party thought to himself, and then looked in the direction of South Town, and said directly, that as the group of people I provoked before, they are using their own way to take back what they think belongs to them. Blinded by greed, their ending will not be too good. Arthur said this. The cards in his hand were checked again. Obviously, interrupted by the explosion just now, Arthur needed to remember from the beginning, but the opponent did not give Arthur a chance. The exquisite human puppet controlled by the Dead Poets Society members spoke. Sir Kratos, have you finished checking the cards? Your time to check the cards is almost up. Of course, it is impossible to check the cards endlessly. According to the local gambling table rules, 1 minute is a time limit. Okay. Arthur sped up, and almost swept the cards behind him. Obviously, this was a forced memory. Looking at Arthur's appearance, the other party's smile was almost beyond words. The other party knew that he would win. Arthur was just a complete layman. Thinking of this, the other party couldn't help but speak again. Let's draw cards to compare the size. 3 rounds and 2 wins. If you draw a joker, you lose directly. In order to make this game more interesting, in addition to the previous bets, let's add some more. In 3 rounds, the winner can ask the loser a question. The loser cannot refuse to answer without violating the existing contract, and must be honest. If asked about an existing contract, you can refuse to answer, and it will be considered as a completed answer. How about it? Arthur frowned slightly, and nodded after thinking for a few seconds. At the moment Arthur nodded, a scroll appeared in the other party's hand. When the contract was drawn up, the contract was thrown out as before. Arthur let one hand of nothingness hold the card, and the other hand caught the contract. After all, as we all know, there are only 2 hands of nothingness. Chapter 392. Wearing a clown mask on his face. Arthur carefully checked the contract. After confirming that there was no problem, he signed his name. The members of the Dead Poets Society who saw this scene almost couldn't help cheering. This time, finally he won. He must wash away the shame of the past. Moreover, he must win so that the medium in front of him has nothing to say. First round, you shuffle the cards first. The member of the Dead Poets Society began to pretend to be generous. Okay. Arthur nodded, and continued to shuffle the cards with his 2 hands of nothingness. Compared to the cautiousness when checking the cards just now, he shuffled the cards very quickly at this moment. The members of the Dead Poets Society on the opposite side saw it, and felt a little disdainful. So what if it was faster? He had memorized all the cards. And he would cut the cards later. He could completely control the largest ace of spades to be cut into the desired pile, and then draw the ace of spades. With the ace of spades in hand, how can he lose? Where do you cut the cards? Arthur asked after shuffling the cards. Here. The other party pointed to the top third of the deck. Because the next card is the biggest ace of spades. Without hesitation, Arthur put the whole stack of cards on the ground, took the deck from the position where the other party cut the cards, and directly picked up the first card in the deck below. After cutting the cards, the other party drew first, which is also the rule of the gambling table. However, as Arthur drew the card, the other party was stunned, because Arthur drew the ace of spades. It was the biggest card. How could this be possible? Another piece of shit luck? Is the luck of the medium so good? The other party kept shouting in his heart. But on the surface, he drew a card with a smile. As a result, Arthur was naturally the biggest. Well, your luck is really amazing. If you have any questions, just ask. The other party sighed. Tell me your purpose in detail, Arthur said. The other party was stunned, and surprise appeared on the face of exquisite human puppet. I thought you would ask some more valuable questions. Haven't you realized until now that I am preparing for my own ceremony? From Nanlos to Nanjun. It was all for my ceremony. In Nanlos, I not only connected the pirates, but also sent out all the people that the prince assigned to me. And to be on the safe side, I also activated my hidden pawns, the 3 brothers of the Bourne family. In South Town, I provoked the Lord's chief guard, and those restless residents, and some of the hidden guards of the Iron Blood team. They distracted your attention, so that I could safely complete a real fight with you, and complete my ritual by the way. The other party said in detail. The 3 sons of Lord Bourne are the hidden pawns of the members of the Dead Poets Society in front of you. Arthur was surprised. Then, the young medium sighed softly. So that's how it is. Oh, it seems that you have had suspicions for a long time, and now you just want to confirm the true identities of the 3 of them. Their greed is far beyond your imagination, and their arrogance is even more surprising to me. The title of a lord cannot satisfy any of the 3 of them. Their pig-like brains think they are worthy of a higher position. However, I still think you should ask more valuable questions. The other party said this, with a look of regret on his face. It looked like Arthur had missed out. But Arthur was not moved at all. If there was no the loser does not violate the existing contract, and if asked about the existing contract, you can refuse to answer, and it will be regarded as a completed answer. Arthur would definitely ask about the secrets of the Dead Poets Society. Or just ask where the real other party is. But with this one, it's useless to ask. It's better to ask some semi-public information. But you can dig deeper. The 3 of them, they are already of good value, Arthur said with a smile. It seems that there are some secrets about these 3 people. The members of the Dead Poets Society on the opposite side frowned secretly. Did I miss something? Or, is there something wrong with these 3 people? The other party thought in his heart, but continued with his mouth. Okay, we don't need to talk about them anymore. Come, let's start the next round. This round, I'll shuffle the cards, the other party said, and looked at the deck of cards. Arthur manipulated the hand of nothingness, and threw the cards steadily into the other party's hand. The other party started to show off his skills again. Compared to shuffling with one hand, the opponent, who shuffled the cards with both hands, would dazzle anyone who saw it. The deck of cards seemed to be alive in the other party's hand, and it seemed to be stuck to the other party's hand. Even, as the other party's palm shook, between the 2 palms, the deck of cards became a chain that could be stretched and retracted. Please! After the other party shuffled the cards, he did not throw them out immediately, but started asking like Arthur did just now. Cutting the cards in the same way, this is also fair to the table. Open in half, Arthur said. It's a fair choice. When I was in the casino, I heard people say more than once, open in half, leave everything to fate. The other party said, and cut the cards in half. Then, he drew a card from the pile below. Ace of clubs. This is the largest card in the pile below. As for the ace of spades, it is naturally in the other party's hand. Moreover, the other party has also completed the exchange. The dazzling shuffle just now has allowed this member of the Dead Poets Society to complete a stealing card application of a low-level trick, which is also the most confident method of the other party at the moment. If it weren't for the exquisite human puppet, the other party wouldn't even need to use that dazzling technique as a cover, and could have swapped the cards the moment they were stolen. Is this unfair? He had said long ago that playing cards tests observation, reaction, and intelligence. And what he is doing now is being smart. Looking at Arthur controlling the hand of nothingness. To draw cards honestly. The other party sneered in his heart. Humph. The meaning of the existence of rules, it is used to break. If you don't even understand this, you deserve to lose. Thinking in his heart, the other party is ready to start asking questions after winning. Undoubtedly, what this member of the Dead Poets Society wants to ask most is, naturally, the secret of Kratos' family hidden in South Los. However, it is obvious that This question will be protected by the contract. So, the other party is ready to ask Arthur, "Do you know who your mother is?" He was looking forward to seeing Arthur's stunned and angry expression after being asked. Even if he was protected by the contract, he would still ask. Because, he wanted to see the puzzlement of the medium in front of him. He wanted to plant the seeds of doubt in the medium in front of him. If there was no contract protection, that would be even better. He would listen to the medium in front of him. Then, of course, he would refute. He must let the medium in front of him know the consequences of provoking him. Just as this member of the Dead Poets Society was about to enjoy his victory, Arthur finished drawing his cards, and showed them directly. Ace of Spades. Seeing this card, this member of the Dead Poets Society was stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Ace of Spades should be with me. The other party shouted repeatedly, and took out the cards in his hand. Then, this member of the Dead Poets Society was stunned. Because, the card in his hand was the Joker. On the Joker, the colorful clown was laughing. The member of the Dead Poets Society, who was standing there in a daze, even though he was just controlling the exquisite human puppet, was also turning blue, white, and red at this time, and looked a bit like the clown, as if he was wearing a clown mask on his face. Then, the member of the Dead Poets Society stared at Arthur and growled, "You cheated?" But in the face of such a growl, Arthur was unmoved. He just whispered to himself with a calm expression, "Found it. Chapter 393, 9 out of 10 gambling cases are frauds. And one is a cheater. Found it?" The angry members of the Dead Poets Society were stunned, and then immediately left the exquisite human puppet, and returned to check the surroundings. The whole process was completed in an instant, and there was no unusual sound. But this time, Arthur really found it. About 20 meters below his feet. The death energy just made a slight movement. Such a movement does not exist for most people. Even the members of the Dead Poets Society would have a hard time finding it. But for Arthur, who had the talent of death breath, but had been extremely restrained in absorbing death chi, it was too clear, so clear that it felt like someone was scratching the soles of your feet. Suddenly, the mice searching underground had a direction, and began to dig frantically in that direction. Horton immediately noticed this. The member of the Dead Poets Society was shocked and angry. At this moment, the member of the Dead Poets Society realized that he had been deceived again. Arthur had not noticed him just now. But compared to this time, the member of the Dead Poets Society, who still had a defensive card, did not care. On the contrary, he was more concerned about the poker comparison just now. How could he lose? He would not lose. With such doubts, the member of the Dead Poets Society once again controlled the exquisite human puppet. "You are indeed my most respected opponent. How did you do it?" There was no anger or panic on the other person's face, but he asked sincerely. There is no doubt that the other party has defensive arrangements underground. Arthur was not surprised by this. If not, Arthur would have wondered if he had gone in the wrong direction. You know, above the head, in the deathly aura that was as thick as a dark cloud, there was also a person suspended in the air. Fu Jin saw it and told Arthur. Underground? The mice also found something strange. When approaching a certain area, the mice would quickly lose vitality. The two places guessed before were arranged, so Arthur could not tell where it was for a while. So, Arthur just now faced the opponent, who lost his composure and directly cheated. The effect was naturally good. And now, Arthur continued to cooperate with the opponent, because Arthur needed further confirmation. Holden, you said before, your family used to run a casino, right? Yeah. Holden nodded. Arthur immediately laughed. If that's the case, didn't your parents tell you not to play cards with mediums? Are you talking about psychics or mind reading? How is this? Did you just want to use my mother's background as a breakthrough point to plant the seeds of doubt in me? Then, the anger in your heart now makes you want to kill me. Also, you still want to use, well, is this the exquisite human puppet? You also want to use the exquisite human puppet's fake death to completely cover up your whereabouts. And then make another big move to completely drag Nanlos into the abyss. Arthur interrupted the other party's words. When Arthur's first sentence came out, the other party's body trembled. When the second sentence came out, the other party's eyes widened. When the third sentence came out, the other party blurted out, "How do you know?" Of course I know. I can read minds and communicate with spirits. Just like the poker game just now, in the first round, I read minds and knew that the first card after cutting the cards was the Ace of Spades. In the second round, I read minds and knew that you stole cards and changed them. So, I used spirits to change your cards. Arthur replied with a smile. Bluff. It flashed again at this time. Of course. These are all lies. The other party will use his mother to set a trap for him. Arthur analyzed the other party's behavior pattern. Given the other party's malice towards him, and his habit of provoking others, he naturally had to start with someone close to him. Preferably someone close to him, who was not very familiar with him. According to Arthur's memory, old Charlie rarely mentioned his parents. So the other party would definitely start with his parents. Compared to his father, his mother would be more unfamiliar to Arthur. Because he could ask old Charlie about his father's affairs. The other party knew this. Therefore, he would definitely choose his mother. With such a guess, it would be much easier for Arthur to bluff the other party. As for being so angry that he wanted to kill people, who wouldn't be angry after failing? Adding to the original hatred, it's normal to want to kill people. And faking death to really cause trouble? Arthur had guessed it early on, and as things developed step by step, especially after the appearance of Exquisite Human Puppet, he was more certain of this. Of course, there are loopholes in these words. So, Arthur had to be vague. If it was normal, the members of the Dead Poets Society in front of him would definitely find the clues. But now it's different. They just played poker. When the explosion happened in Southtown, the third and fourth hands of nothingness replaced the original poker with the poker in the magic poker box. Then, when Arthur shuffled the cards again, he rearranged the new deck of cards according to the cards he remembered before, making the order the same as before. This was easy for Arthur, who could change cards. As for remembering the order of 54 cards, it was not difficult for Arthur either. Although he had not yet learned mnemonics, Arthur was always good at short-term memory. Then, he used the opponent's rules to restrain the opponent and got the biggest ace of spades. And in the second game, changing cards again helped a lot. No matter what the other party does, the cards in the other party's hand will definitely be jokers in the end. And the cards in his hand will definitely be the ace of spades. 9 out of 10 gambling. There is still one cheat. Unless you don't gamble, you will lose when you get on the table. Just like Horton in front of him. Under Arthur's words. Even with the help of the exquisite human puppet's body, you can still see disbelief in his eyes. Then, his eyes became dull and lost their luster. Obviously, Horton temporarily left the exquisite human puppet. Arthur, who discovered this, immediately exclaimed, "Hey, not bad." He actually used the method of getting rid of the exquisite human puppet to escape my mind-reading ability. Acting must be done in full. Arthur, who knew this well, would not let down at such a critical moment. And Horton, who saw this scene through the props on the exquisite human puppet, immediately felt a chill on his back. Arthur actually has the ability to read minds. No, that's not right. It's definitely not the real mind-reading ability. It should be some secret technique that can read strong consciousness. As for psychic, it must be some secret technique that I don't know. The member of the Dead Poets Society thought in his heart. But immediately, the other party sneered in his heart again. Humph! Even if I failed this time. But in the end, I still won. Do you think that all these I arranged are just decorations? I will show you how powerful I am. Horton made such a victory declaration. Suddenly, the man in the dark cloud of death moved. The next moment, it seemed that endless death was smashing down on Arthur. Arthur did not even raise his head, but raised his right hand and waved it gently. Song of Death. Flash. The young medium whispered these words. Suddenly, the death in the sky disappeared. It disappeared straight away. There was no sign. It was like a fried meatball being eaten by an invisible big mouth, as if swallowed into the stomach. Horton was stunned. No, to be precise, he was completely dumbfounded. The scene in front of him was beyond the understanding of this member of the Dead Poets Society, but immediately, this member of the Dead Poets Society didn't care about that much. Because a faint voice was echoing on the ground. Little Sparrow, you also take my sword. The moment the voice fell, the 40-meter pale sword energy flew out of his hand and chopped directly into the ground. Chapter 394 got it. The sword energy was pale and extremely sharp. The dead energy filled up and broke the earth. Not only was the ground under Arthur's feet cut, but the 6 layers of defense arranged in it also shattered at the touch, and had no defensive effect at all. In fact, the sword energy that Arthur swung out became sharper and stronger. Because these 6 layers of defense were all constructed by dead energy. When Arthur released Death Breath, these defenses basically did not exist. They were all absorbed by Arthur. Then, filled with Death Slash. Buzz! The unique light flashed and passed. Horton was dead. But not completely dead. In the body, that was split in two, a translucent soul floated up. Standing on the ground, Arthur looked down. The young medium looked through the crack he cut with interest, scanning everything in his sight. The 10-centimeter wide ritual was drawn on the dark soil with blood mixed with hard meat, forming an acute triangle with two opposite angles, one large and one small. A scarlet ritual track went straight up about 3 meters from the intersection of the two corners, then began to fork. And the two ritual tracks turned diagonal upwards, and continued for about 1 meter, and came to the end. The ritual track connected two circles of the same size, with a radius of about 50 centimeters. From Arthur's perspective, in the acute triangles of different sizes, a cervical vertebra with a head attached was inserted in the small one, which was very fresh. The blood had been washed away, but the brain marrow and tissue fluid were flowing slowly. The big one contained 7 pairs of eyeballs, which were facing each other. In the two circles of the same size, there were goat horns smeared with ashes. For Arthur, who had a lot of experience, ashes were quite easy to identify. And the position where Horton was originally standing was where the ritual forked upwards. But as the sword energy fell, the body that was split into two formed a strange shape with the two upward rituals. Arthur easily controlled the strength of Death Slash. It did not damage the ritual on the ground, and thus Horton did not die completely. Spiritual. In his perception, Arthur could clearly sense that Horton's ghost appeared with the help of the power in the ritual. A clearer perception was his own hunger. Arthur's bloodline death snake, thin, remnant, produced a sense of hunger from his body. It was like when you are hungry and suddenly smell stewed meat. It smells good. It smells so good. It makes people drool. Because of this, Arthur did not destroy the ritual on the ground. This ritual worked for him. And Horton in ghost state? It was just an accident. So, Arthur raised his hand and prepared to kill him. Horton in ghost state became more and more sensitive. When Arthur had the killing intention in his heart, the member of the Dead Poets Society immediately shouted, "Wait, Sir Kratos. Why do you call me Little Sparrow?" The other party was stalling for time again. Arthur smiled. Because the ritual on the ground is getting more and more fragrant. It seems that because of the existence of Horton's ghost, the ritual on the ground is running in some unknown state. Evil ritual? Can ghosts also complete it? Or, it was originally prepared for ghosts? Everyone has a soul, but after death, the souls of most ordinary people will fall into a state of confusion and go to the place of eternal rest. Only souls that have been exposed to the mysterious side. There is a chance to become a ghost and stay in the human world. The chance of becoming a ghost is not high. About 1 in 1,000. Horton encountered this chance directly, and Arthur didn't believe it. Therefore, Arthur began to doubt the nature of the evil ritual. However, the speculation in his heart did not affect Arthur's words. Give me the control of those 2 puppets. I believe in fairness. So you give me 2 puppets, and I will answer you a question. This is fair, right? Before Horton was completely dead, the 2 puppets remained in their original state. For Arthur, the 2 puppets were the original goal. Even if there was an unexpected discovery, Arthur would not forget the original goal. People must remember their original intentions. Facing Arthur, who did not forget his original intentions, Horton, who was in ghost state, immediately had ripples in his illusory figure, which made his body distorted. Obviously, Horton was furious at the moment. But the member of the Dead Poets Society still had a smile on his face, and said in a nearly servile manner, "Of course. This is fair," Horton said, and then he controlled the exquisite human puppet to come to Arthur, and shrank back to the puppet form. Then, an item fell down. It was a thin mask. Name, concealed face. Type, other type items. Quality, hero. Attributes, 1, disguise, 2, occlusion, 3, darkness perception. Note, this is the masterpiece of Carmen, the most shining thief in the Silver Age. After he became bald in middle age, Carmen, who possessed extraordinary talent and intelligence, made great progress in alchemy. He was unwilling to lose the ability to use the lock-picking technique because of his baldness. So he made this mask. He hoped that he could have 1,000 changing appearance and beautiful hair. Then, he succeeded halfway. His appearance could change 1,000 times. But the top of the head is still bald. Disguise, You can record 3 faces you have seen. When you wear the mask, you will have this appearance. Hidden. This mask has the function of shielding perception, which will make your hiding stealth correction level +1. Darkness perception. When you wear the mask at night, you will gain an extraordinary perception with a radius of 30 meters. Within this range, your field of vision will become 360-degree. It can see through a certain degree of invisibility. Stealth, supernatural darkness, etc. Note 1. Disguise only changes the appearance, but does not change the body shape, and will not possess the opponent's power. Note 2. When your face is large enough, it cannot be covered by the hidden face. The hidden face will completely lose its function. When Arthur picked up the mask with the hand of nothingness, it was quite unexpected. It was unexpected that he encountered the prop made by the old friend thief. What was even more surprising was the cunningness of Horton. After choosing the target character to imitate, the exquisite human puppet can be transformed back into a puppet, but the character form that has been set cannot be changed. When the hidden face is added, the operating space is much larger. Arthur can even imagine that the character imitated by Horton's exquisite human puppet must be the most inconspicuous one. Only in this way can the exquisite human puppet do more things. Thinking in his heart, Arthur picked up the exquisite human puppet, handed over by the hand of nothingness. Again, and it was exactly the same as the exquisite human puppet he had obtained before. This made Arthur's heart full of joy. With an extra exquisite human puppet, he could do more things. Moreover, there was another very special human puppet. When he thought of the performance of the human puppet entry, Arthur was full of expectations. However, if he wanted to securely obtain this human puppet and appear smoothly afterwards, some arrangements were needed. After all, that human puppet was fighting with Melinda. His partner was not easy to fool. Thinking of this, Arthur looked at Horton with a smile. Horton immediately trembled all over. Chapter 395 General Puppet. Swoosh. A breeze blew by. Melinda pressed her deerstalker hat, jumped and flashed to the side, and appeared 100 meters away. The next moment, boom! The invisible breeze turned into a gray tornado. And this gray tornado swept out like a stick. Amid the explosion, the place where Melinda was originally standing was already in ruins. Whether it was trees or rocks, they were all shattered in this sweep. A middle-aged man, with a cold face, and wearing a black military uniform walked out of the darkness slowly. Melinda, who was far away, narrowed her eyes at the other party. In the previous fight, because the smoke was restrained, she could only rely on props and some undead to deal with the opponent. But it was obvious that most of the props were useless when facing this kind of enterer. She set up 2 traps, and both traps were triggered. But she did not hurt the opponent at all. Even, the clothes were not torn. And what about her? Under the opponent's relentless pressure, she became stretched to the limit. This kind of frustrated battle made Melinda very uncomfortable. Boom! Another flash. Melinda's narrowed eyes showed the dangerous look of a large cat hunting. She was ready to use her trump card. Maybe there will be some trouble later. But, if she can't even pass this level, and dies here, what's the future? Thinking of this, Melinda put the pipe back in her mouth. Phew! The rich smoke was mixed with a refreshing mint flavor. This was what Arthur, that bastard, said smelled good, so she specially made it herself? What was the result? That bastard left her and ran away. What a shitty brother! Melinda cursed in her heart. Of course, this lady knew that Arthur's departure was due to some reasons, and even discovered some key points that she didn't discover. But this did not stop the lady from complaining. Women are always like this. When they think someone else is wrong, even if they are the ones who are wrong in the end, it is still someone else's fault because she will think that it was the other party who did not inform her in advance, which caused her to make a mistake, and caused her to suffer losses that could have been avoided. So, the other party is wrong, and very wrong. Unreasonable? The one who dares to reason with a woman is the real hero. Melinda, who became more and more angry the more she thought about it, did not act immediately. She planned to lead the opponent to a more remote place. Then, cut it into pieces. She thought to herself, this lady did the same thing. But, the opponent suddenly stopped. Discovered? Melinda was a little surprised. She thought that her expression and demeanor were not revealed. The opponent should not have discovered it. Some special perception? Melinda began to guess, but immediately denied it. Because, in the lady's view, the middle-aged man in military uniform was shocked, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Failed? Failed? This? The middle-aged man frowned, and his words became incomplete. Then, not only did the storm shadow behind him disappear, but his face was full of helplessness. You are lucky this time. After leaving such words, the middle-aged man turned and left. Melinda squinted, and her eyes became lively. The lady became interested. The other party's failure is naturally her success. Moreover, she does not mind expanding this success. But at this moment, Arthur's voice came from the side. Lord Bourne's 3 sons colluded with pirates. Melinda turned around immediately. Although it was not the first time she saw Arthur's crow, when the lady saw Fukin, there was still a certain degree of surprise in her eyes. Mystical creatures are not common, and there are even fewer mystical creatures that can connect with human consciousness. And Arthur has 2 at once. Sure enough, these 2 crows have good talents. And there are some special items accumulated in the cat pie. Black dot. Melinda thought in her heart, but she didn't feel any pain or anything like that. For this lady, something she gave away is something she gave away. She will never regret it, even if she picked it out carefully. But at the moment she gave it away, this careful selection only represented her feelings. Moreover, compared to the 2 crows, she would rather discuss the 3 sons of Lord Bourne. 55? Melinda reported a share ratio. She had long been attracted to Lord Bourne's manor, and had already made plans. However, if it was easy to get it, Melinda certainly wouldn't mind. Okay. But I need you to help me pick 2 more crows with good enough talents. After Arthur finished speaking, he let Fukin fly away. Looking at Arthur disappearing into the night sky, Melinda frowned immediately. Something is wrong. According to her usual habits, this lady has been prepared to negotiate with Arthur many times, and has set her psychological expectations on a 46:37 split. Arthur's straightforward agreement always makes this lady feel that Arthur is setting a trap for her. Or, this guy is not so seriously injured that he must be treated immediately, so he has no time to bother with me. Right? Melinda thought, but the footsteps did not stop. Arthur's abnormality showed that the situation was not good, but Arthur did not take the initiative to speak, which proved that everything was still under control. And what she had to do was to catch the 3 sons of Lord Bourne. Catch them red-handed. Only in this way could she negotiate with the Lord. Huh? After Melinda blew out a heavy smoke ring, she immediately disappeared into the smoke ring. At the same time, a brand new human puppet appeared in Arthur's hand. Name: General Human Puppet. Type: Other items. Quality: Legend. Attributes: 1. Human puppet body. 2. Imitation. 3. Storm. 4. Charge. Note: with the help of the legacy left by her companions, Robin madly learned all the knowledge she could learn, including some forbidden knowledge, and this knowledge allowed Robin to quickly promote after choosing the path of human puppet. When she succeeded in ascending the ladder, for the first time Robin, who was blessed with a bright mind, made 8 general human puppets. Different from the human puppets she had made before, these 8 general puppets are the top leaders of the puppet army, and are also Robin's trusted assistants. Puppet body, with a special plant and 2 special minerals as the body, mixed with a very special blood. The puppet branded with secret arts can not only understand more complex commands, but also has a physique comparable to that of an enter, and has mastered a variety of cold weapon knowledge, writing skills, and has extremely high military literacy, which can train soldiers, and can deploy troops, and can easily learn and master 3 secret techniques. Imitation: you can make the puppet imitate anyone, but you must have seen the person's face and heard the person's voice. Storm: take Storm as the entry level, and have the corresponding ability. Charge: fighting the puppet will consume a lot of energy. After every all-out battle, you need to use gold to charge, or bathe in the moonlight. When the battle begins without charging, it will enter the load state, and the degree of damage will accelerate. Note 1. After selecting the target to imitate, it will not be possible to change the character form, but it can still switch back to the puppet form. Note 2. After the puppet is damaged, it can be repaired by using gold or bathing in moonlight. Note 3. When the puppet body is damaged by more than 90%, it is considered a fatal injury and will be directly broken and cannot be repaired. Note 4. You can use the puppet's vision to hearing or directly manipulate the puppet, but cannot give the puppet any ability. Note 5. Facing your orders, the puppet obeys unconditionally. Note 6. Secret arts mastered. None. Note 7. A full charge requires 6,000 gold coins, or continuous moonlight bathing for 60 days. Note 8. Under normal circumstances, The general puppet can use food, sleep, and moonlight bathing to replenish energy. Looking at the attribute introduction of general puppet, Arthur's mouth curled up. Arthur had guessed about the strength of the general puppet, but he still couldn't hide his joy when he really saw it. This is the subordinate of the enter. As for the cost, Arthur, who is rich now, and will be even richer in the future, doesn't care at all. At most, he can set up a special puppet fund. It will be used to charge and repair the 3 puppets in his hands. Moreover, compared to the general puppet that he has already obtained, Arthur was more concerned about another point. The secrecy of the general puppet. Who knows the existence of the general puppet? Or simply put, how did Horton get this general puppet? Arthur thought to himself, while playing with the general puppet. He looked at Horton in the ghost state, and said softly, "The Dead Poets Society is very good to you." Chapter 396. Listen to me, thank you. Holden's smile became more humble. Dead Poets Society's investment in me was only in the early stage. Exquisite human puppet and general human puppet were completely unexpected. Holden certainly understood what Arthur meant by asking, because he had done the same thing before. Use exquisite human puppet as bait, attract some guys, and then use general human puppet to harvest. Or directly use general human puppet as a trump card. Surprising? Arthur showed interest. Do you know the puppet master D'Amato? Horton asked. Immediately, Arthur's mind was filled with the image of naked teleportation. Arthur still had a fresh memory of this half-colleague. If it weren't for the other party's master and apprentice, his initial plan would not have gone so smoothly. I know, very interesting person. Arthur gave a comment that surprised Horton. The puppet master D'Amato was really a swindler in the early years. His reputation in West Berlin was very good. And then, he had to come to South Los. Moreover, he had fought with a medium in front of him. Is it because he was deceived by the other party that he found it interesting? Or is he speaking sarcastically? Horton thought in his heart. But he did not stop talking. Exquisite human puppet, general human puppet, was found in the treasure map of Robin, the king of human puppets sold by the other party. At that time, I spent 11 gold coins. Arthur was stunned. The young medium really didn't expect such an accident. Obviously, the puppet master D'Amato, who was selling the treasure map of King of Puppet Robin, didn't think that the treasure map in his hand was real. Moreover, there must be many copies of these treasure maps. It's the same as the lucky crystals at number 2 Kirk Street. But who knew that there would be a real one mixed in among a bunch of fakes? The luck of the puppet master D'Amato was really bad. And Horton's luck is really good. At least, before meeting him, it was quite good. But after meeting him, it seems that his luck has run out. They are used to hiding in the dark, using exquisite human puppet as a vest, and they are also inclined to death. What's the matter with this poor sense of copying? No, no, no. We still have some differences. I won't provoke others. As a young, honest, simple and kind medium, I stick to my heart. And he? Tisk, it's really not good to instigate others. Arthur felt an inexplicable sense of superiority in his heart. Then, he fulfilled his previous promise. I call you a little sparrow, of course it's because you chirp back and forth, just like a little sparrow, which makes people noisy. Arthur said, and raised his hand, prepared to send Horton off. The promise was fulfilled. Of course, he had to continue to kill the other party. He didn't say he would let the other party go. Moreover, this was his initial thought. Sticking to one's heart is the greatest advantage of a medium. More importantly, his tolerance for hunger is about to reach its limit. Wait, Sir Kratos. Listen to me. We met when we were young. My house is in the back half of Dow Lane. I have passed by your house more than once. It was fate that prevented us from meeting at that time. But fate made us meet again at this moment. Feeling Arthur's murderous intent, the members of the Dead Poets Society in front of him immediately shouted in panic. Oh, so that's how it is. Arthur's face showed a look of realization. Then, the young medium said, My grandfather concealed my destiny, so that any peepers would have some wonderful misunderstandings, and the right patriarch of the Dead Poets Society should be one of them. He found you. He thought you were the son of death. But he never thought that you were just a poor imitator. Have you not noticed that? Our experiences were very similar at a certain stage? Have you not noticed that? You are very obsessed with winning against me? This is the instinct deep in the soul of the imitator. You want to surpass the original. Horton's face was stunned. The member of the Dead Poets Society stared at Arthur blankly, and kept thinking in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All this is fake. but he told him that this was very likely true. Arthur had no reason to lie to him. Moreover, what Arthur said was true. Not only was he and Arthur very similar at a certain stage, but he was really obsessed with winning after meeting Arthur. Since the first time he lost, his desire to win became uncontrollable. Is that so? Horton murmured in a low voice, and the ghost's body began to shake rapidly. It was no longer twisted, but overflowing. I believe it. He believed it. Ha ha ha. Arthur laughed in his heart. In the current situation, he certainly had no reason to lie to Horton. But he had too many reasons to lie to the Dead Poets Society. You know, the identity of the Son of Death, that is quite useful. In particular, the South County Swordsmanship competition to be held on the Pioneer Celebration Day in Newin. As the soon-to-be-recognized champion of the South Low Swordsmanship competition, Arthur had to go. Without the tiger skin, Arthur would not dare to go to the Inner Bay if only the Countess of Nanlos was holding him back. Another point is to continue to elevate the status of the Kratos family. My grandfather can cover up his fate. Even if he can only cover up a little, it is enough to make people imagine and fear. Before he grows up in the true sense, it is necessary to do this. My grandfather, you have to hold on. Don't show your weakness. Arthur thought in his heart, he continued. When my fate was covered, my grandfather told me that there were 57,622 possibilities at that moment, and 57,620 of them were dead ends. There were only two ways to survive. One was extremely difficult. The other was very easy. Originally, I was going to choose the easy one, but who knew? I met Melinda. Speaking of this, Arthur looked helpless. Making Melinda his own weakness, using Melinda to attract firepower is something Arthur has wanted to do for a long time. But he never had the chance before. Now, it is just right. After all, there are no people around. But sometimes, you don't need people to spy. Even, you don't need to do it right now. The right patriarch of the Dead Poets Society has the ability to predict the future like a prophet. The old lion of Newin. Doesn't he, the family background of the Countess of Nanlos, have some special secret techniques of looking back? Props, etc.? Arthur believed that there was. And with such a big movement here, even if they restrained themselves now, how could they not take action later? So he acted very well. Even when he mentioned the name of Melinda, his eyes were full of tenderness, and his mouth couldn't help curling up. Of course, the next moment, all these disappeared. Arthur regained his calmness. As he raised his hand, the dark blue death fire covered Horton. With a scream, this member of the Dead Poets Society completely disappeared from this world. The next moment, another thick death aura erupted from the ceremony. But it was different from the previous thick death aura that was as thick as a dark cloud. This death aura was not only thick, but also pure. The hunger in Arthur's blood immediately rose several levels, but Arthur did not immediately accept this death aura, but his face became solemn, and he whispered to himself, "For Melinda, everything is worth it." After saying that, he jumped down. Chapter 397. The fog is hidden. The moment before dawn, the night is the darkest, and people are the most sleepy. Even the most diligent and responsible night watchman yawns at this time. And the three sons of Lord Bourne, wrapped in bandages, opened their eyes wide, and walked out of the cabin with caution. The three of them had bloodshot eyes, the unique characteristic of staying up late, and their expressions were filled with a strange excitement. They are going to do something big. They are going to attack the poor sis. Attack. Plunder is certainly not the purpose. It is just a byproduct. What they really want to do is to become a hero. Yes, they colluded with the pirates. However, their purpose of colluding with the pirates is to catch all the pirates in one fell swoop. They are patient and tolerant. They are worthy of praise. As long as this is successful, all three of them can get the title of knight. As for who will inherit his father's title, we will talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, it must not happen that three people fight to the end, and then a civilian takes advantage. Thinking of the match this afternoon, the three of them almost touched the wounds on their bodies involuntarily. The eldest son of the Bourne family was injured in his left arm. A 20-centimeter long wound appeared there. This was caused by the second son of the Bourne family. If he had not dodged in time, the eldest son of the Bourne family would have lost his left arm. Similarly, the second son of the Bourne family was also hit by a sword in the lower abdomen. It almost penetrated his body. As for the third son of the Bourne family, who was loved by his father the most, not only was his right forearm almost cut off by the eldest son, but he was also slashed in the chest by the second son, almost disemboweled. And the fight between the three sons of the Bourne family was also the most exciting in the E-Zone ring in the afternoon. It was too real. It was like a real battle on the battlefield, without mercy. Everyone who watched the afternoon match can confirm that, if there was no referee appointed by the Countess at the side, at least two of the three sons of the Bourne family will die because the winner will definitely and certainly kill. However, the most talked about is the winner of Zone E, the fencer who made it to the quarterfinals, who is also called Bourne. It seems that he is a coach from the Joljok Fencing Club. People sigh at the magic of fate. And the three sons of Lord Bourne resent the injustice of fate. I am so outstanding. Why didn't my father designate me as the heir? The three thought at the same time. The three began to act. This ship was a merchant ship of the Bourne family. There were some cannons on board for defense. What they had to do was to use these cannons to attack the surrounding merchant ships and docks, thereby causing chaos, and then, to kill the captain, the first mate, and the sailors who had colluded with pirates, including the sailors who had been drugged and knocked out by them. So, they fought bloody battles, and finally killed the enemy who had ill intentions towards them. Then, immediately inform the people around you of everything. Finally, of course, it is the reward of the title of knight. Commoners may not be able to get such a reward, but as children of nobles, they can definitely get it. Thinking of the title of knight that is about to be obtained, the three of them, regardless of their injuries, acted immediately. The eldest and second oldest of the Bourne family pushed two cannons to the firing port on the side of the ship, while the third oldest, who was the most favored and the most seriously injured, loaded gunpowder and shells. The three sons of the Bourne family involuntarily aimed their guns at the fleet under the name of the MS Long Night, because this lady is famous enough, and it can show their merits. Fire! The third son of the Bourne family aimed at the fleet docked at the dock, and shouted. Then, silence. Too rubbish. You can't even do this. The third son of the Bourne family cursed in his heart, and turned around to do it himself. But when he turned around, the third son of the Bourne family was stunned. Melinda, wearing a khaki hunting suit, a deerstalker hat, and a pipe, appeared behind him at some point. The eldest son of the Bourne family and the second son fell on the deck, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Miss Caesar, without listening to the other party's nonsense, Melinda raised her hand and knocked the other party unconscious. Although after seeing these three bastards pointing their guns at her fleet, the lady wanted to kill the three people directly, but in order to maximize the benefits, she had to be patient. This time, not only the Bourne manor was hers, the Bourne family's fleet was also hers. Of course, not all of it. According to the agreement this time, she had to give half to her partner, that bastard medium. Achoo! Achoo! Just thinking about it, Melinda suddenly felt her nose itchy. Then, uncontrollably, the lady sneezed twice. What is wrong? Who scolded me? Melinda frowned. As for catching a cold? It's impossible. With her strength, there is no such thing as a cold. And almost instinctively, Melinda thought of Arthur. This bastard scolded me? That shouldn't be the case. Even if he wants to scold me, I should be the one to do it. I was left alone to face an enterer who restrained smoke. Wait! No way. Did this guy really find out? As the lady thought, I thought of the abnormality of that bastard just now. Suddenly, the lady's eyes showed surprise. You know, she was careful enough. In order to hide better, she did the preliminary preparations for half a year. Even her closest people, the coachman Edwin and the cook Mary, didn't know. How could Arthur? The bastard? No! Even if this guy really has psychic power. It's impossible. You know, after contacting Arthur, she was just in case, after cleaning up the place. The ghosts and undead were long gone. And only some rats appeared occasionally. Could this guy have the ability to predict or look back? Impossible? Melinda subconsciously denied this speculation in her heart. But inexplicably, the lady felt that it was not surprising that Arthur had such an ability. In short, it was a bit complicated. Just when the lady's mood became complicated, Wind Sword Deljo sneaked into the dock area with his team. This wild Wind Sword needs to determine the exact location of the ruins before the end of the sword competition. Holding a ring in his hand, this wild Wind Sword led his people forward cautiously. This ring is the key to enter the ruins. And he was able to get this ring because of an unexpected ruins exploration. A wizard laboratory that was burned to death by witch hunters during the 7 Years' War. Originally, he thought that the expedition had no gains. As we all know, wherever witch hunters visit, the sky is 1 meter higher. But who knew that? He actually found a secret room that had never been opened. There were not many things in it, only a diary and this ring. The diary recorded the research of the wizard, the Mist Tower. For this, Wild Wind Sword was not surprised. Most wizards have a fascination with the Mist Tower. However, the research direction surprised Wild Wind Sword. The other party was actually researching where the remains of the Mist Tower were. Although it was not clear to whom the remains of the Mist Tower belonged until the end, it was enough. The approximate range appeared. He also had the key. As long as he could enter Nanlos, no one could stop him. With such a belief, Wind Sword Deljo held the ring tightly and moved forward. When the ring trembled, Deljo's face showed surprise, but immediately, this Wind Sword frowned. Because someone got there first. Chapter 398 Archer. Deljo's heart tightened. However, this Wild Wind Sword did not act impulsively. After making a gesture backwards, a team of people hid in this area near the beach and observed carefully. When he found that the people there were just guarding and moving out gravel from time to time, this Wild Wind Sword immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that the ruins he was looking for were most likely discovered by others. However, the good news is that the people who discovered the ruins have just started digging. It's not over yet. Thinking of this, the Quanfing Sword signaled the team members to retreat. After the group completely left the beach, the Quanfing Sword looked at the team members behind him. Although Del Xiao is the leader of this expedition team, Del Xiao knows that if he wants to complete an expedition, it is useless to have only him as the leader. The whole team, including him, has a total of 13 people. Everyone has a corresponding job, such as archaeology, puzzle solving, decryption, mechanism, cooking, etc., which are all things he is not good at. The reason why he can become the boss is simply because he is the strongest and loves adventure. It seems that there is no one near that beach, but there are at least 6 secret sentries. Moreover, more importantly, this is in South Los, the archaeologist in the team, who is also the think tank of the team. Audie spoke first. When excavating ruins, it is normal to arrange secret guards nearby. However, it is not normal to arrange so many secret guards near the ruins in Nanlos. You know, the more secret guards, the better. You have to keep a certain degree, especially in a prosperous city like Nanlos. Too many people represent the risk of exposure. Unless that beach has been privatized. And it is not easy to privatize a beach in Nanlos. It represents strength and reputation. Their plan was to take it and leave. But now it is obviously not possible. As for conflict with the local forces of South Los, unless it is absolutely necessary, they are unwilling to do so. They know the reputation of the Tigress. Does the Tigress know about this relic? Or is it that the Tigress dug this relic? The team chef, who is also the deputy attacker, Pulit, asked, leaning on his mace with one hand, scratching his head with the other. Compared to the archaeologist Audie, Plit is younger and stronger, but both have the same hairstyle. Only, Audie is naturally bald. Plit shaved his own hair for cooking convenience. If that count is really digging, we might as well leave. The puzzle solver Edwina in the team rolled her eyes. This is a lady, slender, with a throwing knife and a dagger on her waist, and a rapier in her hand. Dark red hair, still dazzling at the moment before dawn, had to be covered with a headscarf. How about let's go now? I don't know why, as soon as I entered South Los, I felt terrified. Little Winna immediately added that as the team's decryption expert, the mechanism cleaner, Little Winna is Edwina's sister. Unlike her slender sister, this lady is much shorter, and there are no more weapons on her body, but her red hair is equally dazzling. Similarly, Xiao Winna is also the one with the most helpers in this team. Her role in the team has already determined this. Apart from Xiao Winna, Pulite has the most helpers. This chef has 2 assistants. And these 2 assistants are also responsible for the firepower support of the team. Xiao Winna looked at the Captain Deljo. And the Quanfing Sword looked at the Deputy Captain Audie. Of course, the Quanfing Sword didn't want to leave just like that. However, if the team members want to leave, he will not object. Following Deljo's gaze, the rest of the team also looked at Audie. As the oldest and most experienced person in the team, Audie made the decision most of the time. It is definitely not the Count of Nanlos who is digging here. If it was, believe me, we would have been discovered just now. The Nanlos family is far more powerful than people think. So, it should be someone else. But this person should be quite tricky. What we need to do now is to get as much information as possible after daybreak, and find an ally. A reliable and powerful ally. As Audie spoke, a figure appeared involuntarily in the minds of everyone present. If that gentleman is an ally, I agree. Plid was the first to agree. Then Edwina and little Wina also nodded. Well, let's do it. Sword of the Wind Deljo made the final decision. Immediately, the team began to return to their residence. But when the team had walked less than 200 meters, swish, swish, a very special sound, like the sound of cloth being torn, came from the direction of the sea. The face of the Sword of the Wind changed. It's Nanlo's sea defense field that has disappeared. Hurry up. The Sword of the Wind urged the team members to speed up. The Maritime Defense Force field of Nanlo's is aimed at pirates. It is usually hidden, and appears at critical moments. But it will never disappear. If it disappears, it can only be broken by someone. Moreover, it was broken silently. There is a problem inside Nanlo's. When he thought of this wild wind sword was tingling. He didn't know who broke the Maritime Defense Force field of Nanlo's from the inside, but he knew that. If they were found in the dock area at this time, then he will definitely become a suspect. Or even, he will just take the blame. This Quumfing Sword knows all too well about the behavior of those nobles. Not only Quumfing Sword knows, but everyone else in the team knows too. Therefore, the whole team started to run as fast as possible in a secretive state. And under the eaves of a house not far away, a crow was standing in the shadows watching this scene. But immediately, the crow's sight turned to the direction of the lighthouse. A lady who was 2 meters tall appeared there carrying a bow of the same height. With the help of Winnie's vision, Arthur could clearly see the blue and red patterns on the lady's dark skin. That was a kind of decoration of the islanders near Nanlo's. However, unlike those ordinary islanders, the lady's decoration had power. When the blue and red patterns flashed, the other party took off the bow on her back. Then, draw the bow. The bow was halfway drawn, then he released the bowstring. Buzz! Amid the unique buzzing sound of an empty bow, the bow did not change at all, and an arrow condensed entirely from air, shot towards a spot in the dock area. Bang! Hidden in the darkness, the man who was hit by the arrow had his upper body blown to pieces. The remaining people saw the scene and turned around and ran. The archer continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows without panic. But his eyes did not even look at these people, but looked towards the location of the crow. Suddenly, Arthur's heart trembled. Chapter 399 The Dog in the Dark is watching everything. When the unknown archer looked over here, Arthur controlled Wu and I to turn over and hide in the groove formed by the eaves and the wall. This groove formed by the eaves and the wall is just enough for Wu and I to hide. Although Arthur has absolute confidence in Winnie's hiding at night. But who can guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen? Arthur always habitually prepares for the worst. And now, this caution saved Wu and I from a disaster. The archer's eyes were filled with doubt. She confirmed that someone was watching her just now. But there was no one in her field of vision. It was definitely not stealth or invisibility. With the blessing of the eagle mark and the dark tenon mark, even the stealth and invisibility of the entry could not escape her eyes. But immediately, the archer became excited. As Mrs. Susan said, "There's a big guy coming." The excitement in his heart did not stop the archer from shooting arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another. The air arrows pierced through all the guys who destroyed the sea defense barrier, and the archer's eyes were still quickly scanning the surroundings. Then, "I found you!" the archer shouted excitedly. Then, the longbow at his hand was directly pulled into a full moon. Buzz! The invisible air arrows turned into gray arrows as the archer loosened his fingers. The gray arrow disappeared instantly. When the arrow reappeared, it was held in the hand of a man in a hooded cloak with 2 fingers. The hood covered his face, but there was a brown beard on his exposed chin. Such archery and perception. "Are you the head hunter of Countess Nanlos?" "Lady Valerie?" the hooded man asked politely. "It's me." "Who are you?" The archer admitted his identity frankly, and then asked back. The hooded man immediately laughed. "You really ask even though you know the answer. However, I am willing to give you some hints. In exchange, I hope you can persuade the Earl to let Horton go. After all, he is just a child." Saying this, the hooded man exerted a little force, and death was wrapped around the gray arrow. Suddenly, the arrow died. Snap! The arrow shattered. The remaining wind disappeared without a trace. "Death Coil? You are the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society." "Bottraman." The Countess's hunter narrowed her eyes, And then the smile on her face became more excited. She raised her hand, and a dagger floated in the air beside the archer. The dagger was completely black, and was carved from stone, with fine lines on it. After those lines came into contact with the air and the light of the lighthouse, they seemed to come alive in an instant. As the lines on the dagger twisted and bent, the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society sighed helplessly, and disappeared from the spot, appearing on the sea in the distance, and continued to row away from the dock. In front of the left lead singer, more than a dozen pirate ships were looming. The next moment, the ever-bright lighthouse fell into darkness. However, immediately, a brighter existence appeared. That dagger. Not only did the dagger shine with a light that was several times brighter than the lighthouse, it also shot out beams of light as thick as an arm, chasing the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society across the sea, landing on the pirate ship hidden in the sea. Boom! One pirate ship after another exploded. Hundreds of pirates were shattered by such explosions. And the remaining pirates were not far from death. In fact, they died more miserably. In the scorching light, the remaining pirates burned. Just like torches one after another, the sea was completely illuminated. Only Bloody John, who hid the farthest and ran away when he saw the situation was not good, survived. This old pirate, who had been out to sea since the end of the Silver Age and had rich experience, had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Looking at the rays of light, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Arrow of the sun! It's the arrow of the sun! The old pirate muttered, and then he shouted to the people around him. Go! Go! This is a trap! Go back to Coconut Island. The old pirate had no intention of staying or observing, and turned the boat around and ran away. Arrow of the Sun, one of Hulk's 27 items. And, rumor has it that it ranks in the top 10. Although he didn't know why it appeared in South Los. As long as the Arrow of the Sun was there, the old pirate knew that he had absolutely no chance. Even if he was an enterer, it wouldn't work. Unless he finds two more strong men of the same level, otherwise, facing the endless sun arrows, he could only be exhausted to death on the sea. Bloody John ran away. And the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society circled the sea and returned to the lighthouse. It was not him, but his voice. This is also my sincerity. I hope you can persuade the Earl. I attracted the enemy and destroyed the enemy. You call this sincerity? The Countess's chief hunter sneered, not moved at all. Moreover, the sun arrow became brighter, but it did not continue to emit light, because the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society was not nearby at all. Run away? He is really more slippery than a loach. After the Countess's chief hunter confirmed, he put away the props that the Countess lent her. The light of the lighthouse lit up again, and the guards belonging to the Countess appeared in the dock area. Sir, the team of the Old Lion that sneaked into South Los was completely wiped out. A guard reported. Everyone was excited and relieved in their hearts. You know, after receiving the news that an elite secret guard from the Old Lion from the inner base sneaked into South Los, their hearts were hanging. Everyone was working at full capacity, looking for this team, but nothing was found. However, fortunately, there was Mrs. Susan. After just a little arrangement, they killed all the opponents. Well, continued to track down the possible hidden players. After the Countess's chief hunter gave an order, he walked towards the direction where he felt the gaze before. Portraman should have been here before. The chief hunter hoped to find more traces here. Or will Portraman take advantage of people's blind spots and hide here again? With this idea, the chief hunter began a detailed inspection. Unfortunately, the hunter chief investigated twice, but did not find any trace of the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society. I will definitely catch you next time. The hunter chief said this, and turned away. However, about 20 seconds later, the hunter chief came back again. The hunter chief quickly checked again, confirmed that there was really no one, and then left. This time, the hunter chief did not come back again. But he really left. After all, although the results were good, the sea defense field was destroyed. The hunter leader needed to inform Mrs. Susan immediately, and have someone repair it as soon as possible. Just a dozen minutes after the hunter leader left, a cream-colored Labrador dog came out of the courtyard with its tongue hanging out, and disappeared into the night before dawn with a brisk pace. Chapter 400 Bloodline. After Arthur Lebu and I quietly returned to number 2 Kirk Street, he was not in any hurry. The young medium, who habitually kept a hand, had planted another spy in the dock area. His death hound. Coolidge. Coolidge, who was smart, loyal, and had special abilities, would definitely bring back everything he wanted to know. Therefore Arthur, standing at the bottom of the pit, looked around intently. It was different from what Arthur had thought before. The bottom of the pit in front of him was not a secret place dug entirely by Horton. There were also traces of excavation unique to the miners of Nanjing. In addition to the unique wooden supports used during mining and the oil lamp hooks every 3 meters, which proved Arthur's guess, there were miners' bodies. Lissop used the original mine as the origin, digging around Nanjing, exploring the mineral content he had, and this was an abandoned exploration mine. No! At least, this lord has made good use of this place. Arthur's eyes swept over the bodies. Each body had broken bones and tendons after being hit by heavy objects. Obviously, these were the victims of the mining disaster. Nanjing, which has mining resources, attracts a large number of outsiders. Even those who have gone bankrupt in Nanlos will choose this place as their place of residence. For such people, generally no one really cares about their final destination. As for those who care, after paying some money, I don't care anymore. It's not that life can be measured by money. It's that the living are always influenced by money. Of course, there are also those who are not influenced by money. Arthur looked at some corpses that were obviously not wearing miners' clothes, and remained silent. Arthur looked back at the ritual side of the evil grudge ceremony. Horton didn't choose this place for no reason. The other party is using the resentment of those who died unjustly to activate the evil grudge ceremony, and then, with this resentment, attracting more dead air to complete the whole ritual. The young medium clasped his hands together, whispered, "Rest in peace." The voice was soft and sincere. This was not bluffing, but a sincere wish. Because of the later, swallowing. As a vested interest, Arthur thought he should have some attitude, instead of turning a blind eye. Of course, in addition to attitude, it would be better to do something else. Thinking in his heart, Arthur released the suppressed death breath. Suddenly, long whale inhaling the river. The rich and pure death energy poured into Arthur's body. This time, in addition to the amount of death energy that should be stored, the most essential part merged into Arthur's flowing blood, rushed to the heart, and flowed to all parts of the body with the beating of the heart. As if in the cycle, the illusory big snake appeared in front of Arthur. The big snake moved according to Arthur's wishes. When Arthur was happy, the snake shook its head and tail. When Arthur was angry, the snake hissed. When Arthur was sad, the snake coiled up and looked sad. Arthur's every move affected the snake, because the snake was Arthur himself. In a trance, Arthur confirmed this guess. And at the moment when Arthur confirmed this guess, the illusory snake began to absorb the purest power of death. Its body became real, and expanded again. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 1,500 meters. When the snake's body grew to 3,000 meters, it stopped growing. A strong feeling filled Arthur's heart. It made him feel extremely happy. That was the purest happiness. And the words are describing this happiness. Death snake. Thin. Remnant promoted to death snake. Remnant. Death snake. Remnant, tracing back to the ancient times, gives you the qualification to step onto the steps to God, and through the influence of your gift, the breath of death, your bloodline becomes richer, which makes it easier for you to step onto the steps to God. Death and the snake are entangled in parallel. Death chases the tail of the snake chases the beginning of death. In the repeated cycles, another special promotion occurs, even if the bloodline is still incomplete, but the specialness in your bloodline is enough to attract the attention of most of the descendants of gods. The descendants of demons, make those steppers envious, and make the darkness. Dead creatures fear, because they all know your talent that is not from the human world will eventually complete your bloodline. Effects: 1. Awakening. 2. Hide in the shadow. 3. Body. 4. Snake eyes. 5. Snake language. 6. Swallowing. 7. Snake breath. 8. Snake shadow. Awakening. You have awakened a special bloodline. Now you become different. Physical +5, 3 + 2, spiritual +5, 3 + 2. Hide in the shadow. When you are in the shadow, in the darkness, you will get a stealth +6 correction. Snake body. Your body joints and muscles are not only flexible like a snake, but also allow the whole body to coil like a snake. At the same time, when facing swords, muskets, explosions, and flames, the defense level is +3. When facing acid, poison, the defense level is +4. And when facing thunder, The defense level is plus 12. When there is enough food, your body will grow rapidly in a way that breaks the limit, and it will give you a matching physique, defense, lifespan, and you can freely control the size of your body. However, in winter, you will still feel drowsy instinctively. If you choose to hibernate, your body will grow faster. If you refuse to hibernate, the growth rate will remain the same. Snake eyes. Looking at others with snake eyes can make people with weak wills fall into hallucinations instantly, and it will be a deterrent to those with strong wills. If the opponent panics during the intimidation, they will also fall into hallucinations, and the creatures in hallucinations will be dragged into the realm of death. Snake language. You can communicate with snake hissing, command ordinary snakes. Even arcane snakes will be intimidated by you. Even if you don't communicate with snake hissing, snake creatures still fear you and want to follow you. Reckless swallowing. You can open your mouth to a degree beyond your own limit, and you can swallow anything smaller than your mouth. Moreover, you can ignore the toxins, sourness, dark energy, etc. contained in the food you swallow. Even stones can be digested and absorbed by your stomach, and turned into the purest nutrients to nourish your body. Snake breath. The gas you exhale can turn into a poisonous miasma at any time. Your saliva will corrode the earth. When you want, you can turn Nanlos into a poisonous miasma swamp country with a hibernation. When you don't want to, you are a normal person. You can kiss your beloved girl at any time. Snake shadow. The resonance of the breath of death and blood completely changes your shadow. It can turn into 33 snake shadows, silently attacking the person you want to attack in your field of vision. When the attacked person dies, it will turn into the purest death air and be brought back. Note 1. The physical and spiritual aspects brought by awakening are absolutely safe. As you eat more food, hibernate will grow slowly. Note 2. When hiding in the shadow, running fast will not affect the hiding level, and in the light, when the body is completely exposed, there will also be a +1 stealth correction level. Note 3. The snake body can reach 5 meters at this stage. The current normal lifespan is 444 years. When maintaining the normal state, the defense level is naturally +1 when you release your own restrictions. When it reaches 5 meters, the natural defense level is +5. The defense level against thunder is +24. Note 4. Each one defense level is about the explosion level of a single high explosive grenade. Note 5. When you complete a deep sleep, you can effectively reduce the drowsy state. Note 6. The initial attack level of each snake shadow is equivalent to the power of a projectile fired by a heavy musket. The snake shadow can turn and can also track the target every time the snake shadow completes an attack. If it absorbs enough death air, it can continue to attack and increase its own attack level up to the power of a 6-pound small Emperor cannon, and it will consume a lot of death air. When the death air is insufficient, it needs to return to your shadow to replenish the death air. However, the next time it attacks, it still attacks with the power of a heavy musket shooting a projectile. At the same time, after completing an effective attack, it can stop attacking and bring back the death aura for you. When all the snake shadows are out, your shadow will fade, but it will not disappear. Note 7. The ritual cat orange, under the harmony of your talent, does not conflict with your bloodline, but complements each other. The word thin in the bloodline that Arthur was very concerned about completely disappeared with the swallowing of the ritual of evil. The normalized death snake remnant bloodline brought Arthur a comprehensive enhancement. Attack, defense, hiding. This feeling of progressing in tandem made Arthur's mouth curl up, especially when he found that his naked body was immune to a single high explosive grenade explosion. Arthur, who was extremely insecure, felt less anxious. As for the normalized +12 defense level against thunder, the additional +24 defense level without the restriction of the body? Arthur, he swore he didn't mean it. Who knows why his bloodline always defends against thunder? He didn't want to. Really didn't want to. Earl Nanlos, please don't get me wrong. I'm definitely not targeting you. I mean, the Shadow Earl's plan has taken a step forward. Oh, Horton is a really good person. The young medium carefully felt the changes in himself, while giving a high evaluation to the member of the Dead Poets Society. Even though the other party was killed by him, and no body was left, this did not prevent Arthur from being grateful to the other party, and rethinking about the Dead Poets Society. Before, Arthur planned to use the identity of the Son of Death to give himself an extra layer of protection. But now, it seems that he can make better use of it. Maybe he can complete his bloodline and improve his talent. Of course, The original plan of swordsmanship cannot be forgotten. But not now. Now? Touching the dog head that appeared in the shadow, Arthur communicated with his hound, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society. Will he come to South Los? So, the Dead Poets Society cares about Horton much more than expected. Then I can naturally increase my bargaining chips. Thinking of this, Arthur jumped up. Chapter 401 The happiness that comes from childishness is the beauty of life. Good morning, Mr. Kratos. Good morning. When Arthur was carrying the breakfast he bought from the snack stand, and holding today's new newspaper under his arm, he bypassed the Evers Mobile snack stand on the side of Westmeck Avenue, and turned into Kirk Street. He met many neighbors, who got up early to send their children to school. Every child standing at the public carriage stop greeted Arthur enthusiastically. Arthur smiled, and nodded to the children one by one. The medium, the cat, the dog, and the bird, plus the performance of the fencing competition, Arthur's attraction to these children was simply overwhelming. In other words, when these children looked at Arthur, they would shout in their hearts, "Tie pants are hot." But the adults were different. Although they had heard of, even, seen Arthur's performance at the fencing competition with their own eyes, they also praised Arthur's character. However, when they personally met Arthur, they thought more about the rumors about Arthur's bad luck. Therefore, when their children greeted them, these parents had an awkward but polite smile on their faces, pulled their children back a few steps, and kept a distance from Arthur. After Arthur walked away, they would repeatedly tell their children to stay away from him. Stay away from him. Why? Is Mr. Kratos a bad guy? He's not a bad guy. But you must stay away from him. Why? Why so many whys? You'll understand when you grow up. When the parents used their authority to order their children. Arthur had already walked to the door of number 2 Kirk Street. Faced with such a conversation, Arthur didn't take it to heart at all. In youth, the unique innocence will eventually be replaced by the ability to judge the situation. People call it maturity. Arthur didn't object. Because, the world is like this, the real world educates those innocent children, tells them to learn to be mature, to learn to grow up, to take more responsibilities, but rarely tells these children to be happy. Arthur didn't know before. After dying once, Arthur naturally knew it. So, Arthur hopes to live happily, if he can live longer. That would be great. Therefore, when he opened the door of number 2 Kirk Street, "Pan, I'm back. Did you miss me? Come. Let Dad hug you." Arthur put his breakfast and newspaper on the shelf, took off his coat, and was about to hug Pendragon, who was guarding the door. But Pendragon avoided him with disgust. Then, the cat called out in a long tone. It sounded dirty. How can a kitten say dirty words? I had something to do last night. If I hadn't gone out hunting, why are you eating dried fish? Arthur reached out and picked up Pendragon again. This time the kitten did not dodge, but it still looked disgusted, and then raised its paw and used its paw pad to block Arthur's mouth that he wanted to kiss. But it only blocked for a moment. Then it let go and took the initiative to rub Arthur. Pendragon's intelligence is far beyond that of ordinary cats. Naturally, it knows the dangers that Arthur faces every time he goes out. It chooses to comfort Arthur in its own way. Arthur also knew this. So, everything was going in a good direction. Until Pendragon saw Kaliki showing his dog head in Arthur's shadow. Kaliki swore that it was just showing its head, and there was absolutely no other meaning. However, Pendragon was not willing to do it. It thought that it was extremely shameful for it to compromise with Arthur. Now this shameful thing was actually seen by a dog then. This dog must die. With a whine, Pendragon broke free from Arthur's arms and rushed towards Kaliki. Cat kick! Cat fight! Kaliki stood there in a daze, letting Pendragon's meat pad slap him in the face. It's not that he didn't want to resist, but Arthur wouldn't let him. Facing Arthur's partiality, Kaliki kept whimpering. It's okay, Pendragon didn't even stretch out his claws. Just let him pat a few times. Arthur signaled his hound with his eyes, and then he picked up the food. The newspaper went to the kitchen. Today's breakfast was bought at a new snack stand. 5 egg and ham sandwiches with sauce, and a porridge called taco. The latter was highly recommended by the boss, saying it was a specialty of West Berlin, cooked with rice and millet at the same time, with pumpkin, crushed peanuts and syrup. The texture was soft with a hint of crispness, and the sweetness was just right. The words that appeared in front of him made Arthur's mouth taste even better. Your performance in the swordsmanship competition surprised people. Praise them. More people knew your name. Even people who didn't pay attention to you in the past began to pay attention to you. Your name began to become a household name in South Los. XP plus 500. What happened in South Town was noticed by mysterious people. They didn't dare to get close to there. But there were more speculations about you. The rumor that you were the contemporary Black Cat of Cat Party. Black was recognized by more mysterious people. XP plus 300. 800 XP. Unprecedented harvest. Arthur raised his lips and began to speed up the cleaning of the table. As for thinking about the secret skills, Arthur had already thought about it. 800 XP, seemingly enough, but in fact it is not enough, even if he wants to learn all the secret skills he has. One slide gets 500 XP for the entry. Although Arthur is really curious about what this secret skill created by Hulk will look like after it is improved to the limit, but with limited XP, Arthur really didn't dare to learn casually. Moreover, Arthur already had a gold Swift Bird swordsmanship and extreme illusion shadow technique. The former was because the Death Snake bloodline was still incomplete, and Arthur wanted to experiment to see if learning Swift Bird swordsmanship could complete the Death Snake bloodline. After all, the swordsmanship of the nobles was invented to stimulate and complete the bloodline. As for extreme illusion shadow technique, this extreme illusion true shadow art remnant that he had always placed in the second tier. This secret art requires bloodline judgment, as his bloodline was promoted to Death Snake remnant. After removing a debuff, the XP required for entry did not decrease but increased, from the original 300 XP to 400 XP. And Extreme Illusion True Shadow Art remnant also became Extreme Illusion True Shadow Art. Obviously, the disadvantages have disappeared. As for Harris's secret art that can freely shuttle through shadows, Arthur had been coveting it for a long time. This secret technique, which was created to save his life, had a natural appeal to Arthur. Especially when he was about to go to Niwen, it was necessary for Arthur, even if he covered himself with layer after layer of tiger skin. But what if the old lion of Niwen turned the table over? Even if the tigress avenged him in the end, what would it be of any use? He was already dead. Arthur absolutely did not want to see such a result. So, XP, add some points. Chapter 402 Visitor. He silently recited and added points in his heart. The words appeared in front of him: Swift Bird Swordsmanship LV1. This is one of the high-level swordsmanship developed by the nobles of Nanjun to stimulate and complete their own bloodline. In the following 100 years, the Golden Lion family incorporated the fighting skills of Assassin, Shadow Flow and Assassin, Blood Flow, making it a swordsmanship that not only has special effects on bloodline, but also has the ability to hunt targets quickly and efficiently. During the 7 Years' War, after the Old Lion made part of it public, it caused a sensation. Lissop had learned the simplified version and deeply felt the difference. He then spent 30 years collecting breathing methods and meditation methods. He hoped to use this to deepen the foundation of the Lissop family. At this moment, you have just started this sword technique and cannot experience its true effect. Effect 1. Extreme Speed. 2. Quick Strike. Extreme Speed. When you use the Swift Bird sword, your speed is +1 above the required physique. Quick Attack. When you use the Swift Bird sword, the speed of the next sword is +0.3, can be stacked 3 times in a row. Physique, Spirituality +0.3. Entry level, there is no real effect yet. Will it be stimulated only when it is raised to the limit, and the effect of completing one's own bloodline will appear? Arthur narrowed his eyes, and began to consume 200 XP to upgrade Swift Bird's sword to LV2. Immediately, the speed of Extreme Speed became +2. The speed of Quick Attack became +0.5. At the same time, Physique, Spiritual +0.3 was obtained again. Besides that, there was no change. Arthur frowned, looking at the remaining 500 XP, took a deep breath, and controlled his impulse. LV3 Swift Bird Swordsmanship already requires 400 XP. According to this ratio, LV4 requires 800 XP. At LV5, it is 1,600. However, Arthur, who has rich experience in upgrading the level of mystic arts, knows that the upper limit of LV5 will definitely not be just 1,600. The required XP may be several times, or even more than 10 times. XP is not enough. Arthur sighed in his heart. Then, the young medium began to think seriously about the hidden ruins in the dock area. Exploration can also gain XP. If the level of this ruin is high enough, maybe you can get a lot of money. If one ruin is not enough, then get a few more. Arthur touched his chin and began to think about his attitude towards Sword of the Wind Deljo. Originally, Arthur planned to cooperate with Melinda once, sell her out, and get the qualification to explore the secret ruins. However, now Arthur has to rethink. Sword of the Wind Deljo has a complete expedition team. Then can this team, including the Wild Wind Sword Deljo, become his? If it were normal times, it would be extremely difficult. But with the help of Wu and I's eyes, he watched the scene at the dock area, and he was quite confident. Of course, Melinda still had to be notified. However, the time had to be moved back a little to achieve the best effect. Thinking in his heart, Arthur began to learn Extreme Illusion True Shadow Technique. According to the plan, Extreme Illusion True Shadow Technique LV1, young Harris was once an extremely outstanding explorer. Until he discovered a dilapidated laboratory of a mysterious person, his fate changed. This laboratory seemed to have a very serious explosion. However, if you search carefully, you can still find some gains. Based on the above fragments, young Harris began to study. He came into contact with some forbidden powers, shadow. Through continuous human experiments, he gradually completed this secret art. He thought that as long as he mastered this secret art, he could get everything he wanted. After all, this was the core inheritance of the Grey Robe in the Mist Tower. But until his death, Harris did not fulfill his long-cherished wish. Instead, you, who have a unique bloodline, completed this secret art with a more forbidden power death mixed with some shadow. It became a little different from the original because it's stronger. And you now? You're just getting started. Effects: 1. Shadow Thorn. 2. Shadow Devour. 3. Shadow Flash. Shadow Thorn. Mobilize the shadows within a radius of 15 meters with you as the center, forming 1 to 22 spear-like shadow thorns to attack your opponent. When there is only one shadow thorn, it will have the highest level of Arcana level attack power. As the number of shadow thorns increases, the power will decrease accordingly. The length of each shadow thorn cannot exceed 15 meters. Shadow Devour. The corrosive energy unique to the shadow will exist in each shadow thorn. Shadow Flash. You can use the shadow to flash a short distance of no more than 5 meters. Each time requires a lot of physical strength. As the words appeared in front of him, the synchronization of knowledge and body began. Arthur flipped through the knowledge in his mind, and his heart moved slightly. Immediately, the shadow inside number 2 Kirk Street began to shake rapidly. Having just won the victory, Pendragon, who was riding Kaliki around the house and showing off his power, was immediately startled. What puzzled Pendragon even more was that his owner disappeared in front of him. And when he reappeared, he was behind him. "Hey, kitty. Are you surprised? Tell Daddy quickly you were startled." Arthur grabbed his kitten from Kaliki's head. It let out a strange laugh. To be honest, Pendragon was really frightened at first. But when he heard Arthur's familiar strange laugh, Pendragon immediately showed disgust on his face. It swayed left and right, struggling violently to get back on Kaliki's dog head. Unfortunately, how could a kitten escape from its owner's arms? Pendragon, who was tightly bound, could only watch Kaliki slip into the yard. Meow! Meow! The long cat language was filled with curses. But Arthur didn't care. He was very satisfied with the experiment of Shadow Flash. Just now, the feeling of swimming and shuttling did not make him feel uncomfortable. But the distance was a little shorter. However, this is only the Extreme Illusion Shadow Technique of level 1. As the level increases, it will definitely improve. And the power, the Shadow Thorn, of level 1 has the power of Arcana level. Should we say that it is worthy of the forbidden power that is supplemented by his bloodline? Will it be possible to enter the ladder directly when it reaches LV5? Arthur guessed. This guess is very likely. However, it is not easy to reach this step. The XP gap is too big. LV2 Extreme Illusion True Shadow Technique requires 800 XP. Based on this, LV3 is 1600, LV4 is 3200. As for LV5? Arthur smiled. He picked up his kitten and prepared to go to sleep. He stopped thinking. There were too many things to think about. If he continued thinking, he would have a headache. Just as Arthur lay down, a figure appeared in Fukin's vision on the roof, which made the young medium sit up again. Because that figure was the left lead singer of Dead Poets Society, Portraman. Chapter 403. Here she comes again. The moment he saw Portraman, Arthur was on full alert. Although there was some preparation, facing a person like the left leading singer of the Dead Poets Society, no matter how cautious, it is not too much to be on guard. But what was beyond Arthur's expectation was that the left-leading singer of the Dead Poets Society only appeared at the intersection of Dow Lane and Kirk Street. Then, with a smile on his face, he handed a post and a 0 to the child in Dow Lane. Even with the hood covering his face, the corners of his mouth curled up. But it couldn't be hidden from Buchan's eyes. Is this a visiting card? Arthur frowned, with doubt in his eyes. Not only the visiting card, but also the other party's behavior just now. The left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society actually gave tips to people to run errands. And smiled? This is different from the mysterious-eyed person in Arthur's impression. Although there is no explicit statement. Mysterious-eyed person faces ordinary people. They are all high and mighty, and their attitude is visible to the naked eye. Perhaps these mysterious people will be generous. But to obtain this generosity, ordinary people need to be humble. Otherwise, it will only cause trouble. This is the first time Arthur has seen someone actively showing kindness to ordinary people. Are you playing me? The young medium thought subconsciously. And he had already walked out. Outside the door, Merlin was familiar with the child holding the visiting card. The two were talking. Mr. Kratos is sleeping. He can't get up until noon at the earliest. He can sleep until noon? The child who delivered the visiting card was full of surprise, and then he was full of envy. Because Mr. Kratos has too many things to deal with. He has to be busy until late at night, or even work all night. As a male servant hired by Arthur, Merlin thought he needed to defend his employer. He didn't want his employer to be rumored to be lazy and greedy, especially since this rumor was caused by his playmate. Ah! I have to work all night. This is really too hard. The child holding the visiting card exclaimed, and then he looked down at the visiting card in his hand, a little at a loss. Obviously, it was extremely rude to disturb Arthur at this time, and it would also make people unhappy, but if he did nothing, I feel sorry for the 10-string rope in my hand. Especially since the gentleman promised that he would bring back accurate information and 10-string rope. This made the child in front of him feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, the next moment, Arthur appeared in the yard. Good morning. Sir, did our conversation disturb your rest? Merlin asked apologetically. The child holding the visiting card became panicked. This child did not want to be disliked by Arthur, because this will be hated by all the children in Dow Lane. The generous, kind Arthur is the favorite of these children. Arthur smiled and waved his hand, explaining, Not really, I haven't slept yet. Come, let me see what good news the lucky boy has brought me. The child holding the visiting card was immediately relieved, and then handed the visiting card over. A gentleman asked me to give it to you, and said if you are willing, he can tell me the answer, and he will come to me again later. Oh, is that so? Arthur touched it lightly with the hand of nothingness, and after the death intuition, did not give any hint. He took the visiting card. It was written in black ink that he hoped to visit late tonight. It was a sentence without a beginning or an end. But Arthur knew that the other party must have found Buchan on the roof of number 2 Kirk Street. So he wrote this. In this regard, Arthur was not surprised. A crow in the daytime is conspicuous enough. What's more, it is a crow with the smell of death. Perhaps to others, this crow is just conspicuous. But to the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society, this smell of death is probably dazzling. After a little hesitation, Arthur gave an accurate answer. I will wait for him at 2 Kirk Street at dawn. Thank you for your reply, Mr. Kratos. The child with the visiting card smiled and nodded repeatedly. Just as the child was about to leave, Arthur thought for a moment and asked, What's your name? Gawain. The child answered and bounced back to Dow Lane. Arthur watched the other person go away, and then said to Merlin, If there are errands in the future, and you need to take care of this place and can't get away, you can hire Gawain. He is a good kid. Thank you for your kindness. Gawain will be so happy to hear this news. Merlin replied with a smile. For a child of this age, it is really great to be able to work with a playmate. As for Arthur, although it is confirmed that Merlin and the other party's Uncle Gaius are not in danger, he will still arrange some bonds as a warning line. Not only that, it is cheap and good, but also because this instinct has long been imprinted in the depths of Arthur's soul. If he wanted to change, it would be too difficult. Besides, Arthur did not intend to change. Just like when he was sleeping now, he habitually hugged Pendragon. Even if the kitten was not happy, Arthur would never change. As for Pendragon, before Arthur fell asleep, he naturally showed all kinds of displeasure. However, After Arthur fell asleep, Pendragon immediately rubbed into Arthur's arms. Kaliki, who was lying on the corridor, saw the scene clearly. Pendragon immediately raised his right palm, the sharp claws popped out. Kaliki immediately turned his head and pretended to be asleep. On the beam, Winnie, who was taking a rest, opened one eye, looked at the scene, made a low mocking sound, and then closed his eyes again. Immediately, the only sound in number 2 Kirk Street was the long breathing sound. Until noon, dong, dong, dong. The sound of hard knocks on the door broke the silence. Winnie opened his eyes first, without even looking at the door. Then he spread his wings and flew from the skylight to the roof and completed a shift with Fukin. Pendragon hummed in dissatisfaction and distanced himself from Arthur. As for Kaliki, he had already been wagging his tail, because it was Melinda standing outside the door. Melinda brought lunch. There are still 2 hours before the quarterfinals of the swordsmanship tournament. I think I can sleep a little longer. Arthur saw the lunch, but he couldn't help complaining. He didn't get enough sleep for 6 hours a day. The feeling of dizziness and lightness in the body made the young medium feel like he would die at any time. You can catch up on some sleep after eating, Melinda said, carrying the basket and walking into number 2 Kirk Street. Arthur raised his eyebrows. Even though he was still asleep, Arthur noticed something was wrong. When did this woman become so polite? She even knocked on the door when she came to his place. You know, she usually came directly through the smoke. Arthur narrowed his eyes immediately and sat directly opposite Melinda. Seeing Arthur like this, the lady picked up her pipe and snorted coldly. You are teasing me. Is it fun? The great Nanlos medium, the contemporary black cat Sir Arthur Kratos. After exhaling 2 puffs of smoke and watching Arthur being wrapped in smoke and frowning in disgust, the lady did not give up and exhaled 2 more puffs of smoke until Arthur glared at her. Then she said happily, when did you find that place? Chapter 404. My power is all up to your imagination. Where is that? Riddler. Get out of Nanlos. Arthur, who didn't get enough sleep, leaned weakly in his chair and looked like he didn't want to pay attention to Melinda. Melinda was not in a hurry. She just smoked her pipe 1 puff after another, and then exhaled the smoke 1 puff after another, which was full of mint flavor and mixed with a hint of medicinal fragrance. Arthur didn't hate it, but this definitely didn't mean that Arthur was willing to be enveloped by smoke. In fact, this is only Melinda, who has cooperated with him too much. Change someone else? Arthur will definitely let the other party understand what bad luck means. Raising his hand to disperse the smoke, Arthur yawned and walked towards the medium hall. When he turned his back to Melinda, Arthur's confused eyes began to shine, and he muttered indistinctly, I am not the only one who knows about the ruins of the dock area. He knows. He really knows. Melinda held a pipe in her mouth, her lips tightly pursed. After dealing with Lord Bourne's 3 sons today, the lady felt something was wrong, especially when she confirmed that Arthur was not seriously injured and about to die. The lady always felt that Arthur was setting a trap for her. More importantly, after that, she found that someone had been to the hidden beach. Her people were approached without her noticing. What does this mean? This shows that the team is definitely a master. Add to that Arthur's words at this moment. Suddenly, this lady had a guess in her mind. Arthur not only knew there were ruins there a long time ago, but also knew that other people were eyeing it. He planned to kill them all when someone robbed the ruins. This does not violate our contract, and he can get more benefits from me. And this is the reason why he was abnormal before. He was testing whether I could know. If you can know, then continue to cooperate in a more friendly way. If you can't detect, then choose to cooperate in a more intuitive way. Oh, what a bad guy. But you underestimate me too much. Don't you? Do you really think I'm that stupid? Thinking of this, Melinda blew smoke at Arthur again. The lady was a little annoyed. She had been preparing secretly for so long, and was actually under someone else's surveillance. This feeling is not very pleasant, and most importantly, this guy who was monitoring her knew more than she knew. Angry and powerless, the lady almost kicked Arthur in the ass. However, the lady knew it was wrong. It was easy to kick Arthur, but it was not so easy to deal with it afterwards. And, the most important point, she inexplicably admired Arthur in her heart. Always 1 step ahead of others in planning. Always at ease at any time. Such a bad guy. It's a pity that he is a man. The lady sighed. He said directly. Who is eyeing that place? He took the bait. Arthur thought to himself, turned his head to look at Melinda in astonishment, as if to say, How can you ask such a stupid question? Melinda was stunned, and the memories in her mind quickly replayed. Wind Sword Deljo. The answer came out of his mouth. Not only was Wind Sword Deljo a famous ruins explorer, but also because the traces left near the beach today were a group of more than 10 people, but the team will definitely not exceed 20 people. Which is completely consistent with the adventure team under Deljo. Damn it! I knew that the appearance of guys, like Whale Slayer Kong Shang, and Wild Wind Sword Deljo would not be good. Although the entry map is important, it is still a little short of attracting them. I will find a way to get rid of them now. Melinda cursed and turned away. Deljo didn't know that Kong Shang really came here because of the entry map. Arthur thought in his heart, but of course you can't say that. The young medium raised his hand to stop Melinda, and smiled. Don't worry, I won't forget your share. Melinda obviously misunderstood something. Arthur shook his head repeatedly. I deeply appreciate your generosity, which is why we have been working together. That's it? Melinda frowned. Kong Shang is my man. Arthur said. What? Kong Shang is your man? What about Whale Island? Melinda's face showed surprise. Her eyes stared at Arthur without blinking, and the young medium nodded slightly under the lady's gaze. Arthur acted very calmly. After all, he didn't lie. Kong Shang was really his man, and Whale Island would also be under the flag of the Kratos family with this publicity. He just slightly concealed the time when Kong Shang became his subordinate. Of course, it's not his fault. Melinda didn't ask, right? Under Arthur's gaze, the lady of the long night frowned slightly. Obviously, the lady once again reevaluated the Kratos family. I knew that the Kratos family had been hiding for so many years. It's impossible that they didn't do anything. Kong Shang, the Whale Slayer sword, is yours, and Whale Island is also yours. What else? What else have you hidden? Don't tell me that Deljo, the Wind Sword, is also yours. Melinda's voice rose involuntarily. Arthur responded to the lady with a smile. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no either. Let Melinda guess everything. You can imagine how powerful I am. Arthur thought silently in his heart. But Melinda suddenly calmed down and stared at Arthur with a strange look. Then, this look turned into appreciation. And a little excitement. After Melinda walked around the medium's small hall twice with her pipe in her mouth, then he walked into the small hall and pulled out a piece of paper. It said, How soon will you attack Baron Kallor and Baron Houseman? Arthur glanced at the note and sneered. He then folded the note and threw it into the boiler. After watching the note burn, he turned around. What's lunch? Arthur changed the subject abruptly. But Melinda didn't ask. She had already got the answer she wanted. The next step was naturally to get involved. And this can't be rushed. Arthur's attitude has told her that he won't take action recently. So she has plenty of time to prepare. As for why Arthur is cautious and takes so long, of course it's because of the Countess. For this, Melinda understands it well. The lady thought in her heart, looking at Arthur with a softer and brighter look, while she said in her mouth, Cheese beef stew, mustard green, 6 pounds of roasted pork, beef and mutton, and spinach egg soup and white bread. The dessert was egg tarts. All made by Cook Mary. They tasted very good, Melinda said, as she carried out the food. When the food was full, Arthur had already picked up an egg tart. Pendragon ran over from the side, wandered around the corner of the table, and rubbed Arthur's trouser legs from time to time, and looked like he was about to speak. Picking out 2 pieces of beef, Arthur put them in Pendragon's cat bowl. During the whole process, Melinda just watched, without saying much. Just smiling. She had wanted to keep a cat. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to take care of it. Choosing to pet Pendragon at Arthur's place naturally became Melinda's first choice. However, Melinda was not reckless. She could see that Pendragon was wary of her. So, after Arthur had eaten dinner and continued his lunch break, she took out a handful of dried fish from the basket and put it directly into Pendragon's bowl. But what surprised Melinda was that Pendragon did not leave Arthur's side. Arthur, with his back to the wall, opened one eye and smiled. Good son. The compliment from the bottom of his heart, naturally, also came with actual actions. Arthur took Pendragon with him to the swordsmanship competition that afternoon. He did not bring a cage, he just held him in his arms, and took him with him directly. However, when he saw the top 8 contestants today, Arthur was startled. Chapter 405, Top 8. In Elta Square, Arthur saw Born from the Joljok Fencing Club, and a somewhat unfamiliar face in the draw area for the top 8 players. Arthur was not surprised at all that Born appeared here. The other party was originally in the same division as Little Lit Hop. When Little Lit Hop took the initiative to jump out and pledge allegiance to him yesterday, it was not difficult for Bourne to qualify in the division with his strength. What surprised Arthur was another player. The opponent was standing in Zone E. Obviously, the fight between the three sons of Lord Bourne had given this player, who was also from the Joljok Fencing Club, an opportunity. Why did they confirm that it was the Joljok Fencing Club? Because the opponent was wearing clothes with the Joljok Fencing Club logo and emblem printed on them. After confirming that he was the new owner of the Joljok Fencing Club, Arthur proposed this point. No one understood the importance of advertising better than Arthur. And how can one advertisement of entering the top 8 be compared with 2 advertisements of entering the top 8? Similarly, how can 2 advertisements of entering the top 8 be compared with 1 advertisement of entering the top 4? Of course, the most important thing is that the champion is the owner of the fencing club. Thinking in his heart, Arthur looked at the female fencing master of the Earl. No verbal communication was needed. With one look, the female fencing master of the Earl understood what Arthur meant. Cheating? How is that possible? This is just a reasonable distribution of the order of the game. After all, the champion has already been predetermined. Before the draw began, Bourne took the young and somewhat immature apprentice to Arthur. Master, this is our club's new apprentice, Bedwell. A very talented apprentice, very fast, and very agile. Bourne introduced the slender, shy-smiled, awkward young man beside him. Lucky boy, the future is yours. Arthur once again made a similar comment to Gawain, and patted the young man on the shoulder to encourage him. Suddenly, Bedivere was flattered. Although Arthur was not much older than him, Arthur's strength, reputation, and noble character made Bedivere and everyone present ignore Arthur's age. Coupled with the preparation of the mentoring match yesterday, many people, like Bourne, they all began to quietly get used to calling Arthur Master. Master, I will definitely work hard, Bedivere said loudly. This made the people around him look at him sideways. Immediately, the young and immature sword apprentice blushed, and Arthur looked at the remaining 5 top 8 contestants with a smile on his face. Whale Slayer Kong Shang looked arrogant and nodded very implicitly. Wild Wind Sword Deljo smiled, showing his friendliness. The remaining Lord Ernest, the sons and nephews of the 3 lords, Lord Dubois and Lord Bath, bowed to show their respect. Although the 3 of them were all descendants of nobles, they knew the difference between them when facing a person like Arthur. Arthur's strength was not something they could guess or estimate. As for their proud status as descendants of nobles, it was only temporary. With Arthur's victory, he would become a noble after being awarded the title of knight. Become like them? No. Be more noble than them. Because they are just descendants of nobles, not real nobles. And most likely they can't inherit the title, they can only become wandering knights to make a living. So of course they know what attitude they should take towards Arthur. No one is really a fool. Even some dandies know who to mess with, and who not to mess with. The relatively harmonious scene in the lottery area caused the surrounding audience to talk about it. Of course, everyone's attention was mainly focused on the arrogant whale slayer Kong Shang. Who is that tall guy? Yes. Why is he so arrogant to Lord Kratos? He is the owner of Whale Island, and he is said to be very powerful. Can he be stronger than Lord Kratos? Definitely not. That's not necessarily true. Whale Island can survive among so many pirates, and it must have experienced countless life and death battles. It is said that this whale slayer sword can cut a whale in half with one sword. Even if Lord Kratos is very strong, he may not be able to do it. Right? Cut a whale in half with one sword? How terrible. Is Lord Kratos in danger? Miranda naturally heard the audience's discussion. The lady curled her lips secretly. Danger? What is the danger? If it was TA performance for you, do you believe that the whale slayer sword Kong Shang would have immediately knelt in front of that guy and called him sir? For Arthur's performance under the spotlight, Melinda kept calling him childish. However, she felt relieved for some reason. Arthur put too much pressure on her. He was always ahead of the game, and seemed to know everything. Moreover, he seemed to never make mistakes. In addition, he had ambitions that he did not hide when facing her. This lady was always worried that, when she woke up one day, her property would also become Arthur's. And now Arthur's childish behavior made this lady see Arthur's side as a human being. I have been hiding and suppressing myself. When I have the opportunity to show myself, I will naturally add some drama to myself. No wonder I was so concerned about the reports about myself in the newspapers before. Melinda thought to herself, and then she picked up her pipe. But after taking a puff, the lady frowned again. Because she thought, is this a performance by Arthur for her? Damn you. When is it real? When is it fake? I can't tell the difference at all. Suddenly, the lady was in a dilemma. Then, she looked at Arthur with a fierce look. Arthur keenly noticed that there was something wrong with the way Melinda looked at him. What is wrong with this woman? Why does she feel like she wants to bite me? Arthur thought to himself, but he followed the instructions of the Countess as swordsman and walked towards the lottery box. As soon as he reached into the box, a lot fell into his hand. TSK, high-tech, fully automatic lottery. He took out the lot, marked with A. Afterwards, the top 8 players drew lots one by one. Kong Sheng also drew A, and immediately showed it to Arthur, with an excited and slightly ferocious expression, which made the audience in Elta Square more worried. Bourne, Bedwell both drew B. Sword of the Wind Deljo drew C, and Lord Ernest S. nephew also drew C. Immediately, the descendant of the noble family had a sad face. And Lord Dubois, the 2 nephews of Lord Bath, were all relieved. And they were both celebrating their luck. Whether it was Arthur, Kong Sheng, the Whale Slayer, or Deljo, they knew they were no match. Only the 2 civilians had some confidence. Unfortunately, they didn't win. However, it was not bad. At least they knew each other well. And there was hope of winning. After the 2 nobles looked at each other, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. After drawing lots, and confirming that there were no problems with the contestants, the Countess's swordsman announced loudly, "The quarterfinals of the swordsmanship competition begin." Just as the words fell, Kong Sheng's tall figure appeared on the ring. The Whale Slayer's sword hooked his finger at Arthur. "Come on! Chapter 406, I cooperate with your performance." Just as the Countess's swordsman announced the start of the quarterfinals, Whale Slayer Kong Sheng could not wait to jump onto the stage and challenge Arthur. This rudeness made the audience in Elta Square dissatisfied. Arthur's coaching match yesterday won the audience's goodwill. In addition, Arthur himself is from Nanlos, and Whale Slayer Kong Sheng is from overseas. Suddenly, someone started to curse. "You ignorant fellow! Lord Kratos will teach you a lesson in a minute. You foreign barbarian!" The curses made Kong Sheng feel very aggrieved. He didn't want to do this. All this was arranged by Arthur. Originally, Kong Sheng planned to admit defeat if he and Arthur were drawn together. But Arthur disagreed. Arthur hoped that the game would be more exciting. Kong Sheng was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what was going on. Because of the swordsmanship competition, there were not only a large number of vendors around the Elta Square, but also some inconspicuous small tents. Most of these small tents were used to store goods. Some were casinos. The casinos were so small that they could not be any smaller. But they could bet on them. They were semi-publicly mixed among the vendors, and accepted bets from anyone. Among them, many are the property of the Lady of the Long Night. Who among the people of Nanlos doesn't know the relationship between Arthur and the Lady of the Long Night? Before Kong Sheng joined Arthur, he had already found out all this clearly. So, this Whale Slayer sword took it for granted that this was Arthur helping the Lady of the Long Night to make money. For those gamblers, this Whale Slayer sword has no sympathy at all. Gamblers should all die. Kong Sheng had such a simple idea. And he was going to hang up the flag of the Kratos family. What else could he say? Of course he would cooperate. Therefore, Kong Sheng used 200% of his strength to act today. However, it seemed a bit too much. Listening to the abuse around him, this Whale Slayer sword thought that he should come to Nanlos less often in the future. It was not that he was worried about his life being in danger, but with the strength of the major arcana level in South Los. As long as you don't mess with those specific people, you will be safe. But you have to eat and drink water. Right? What if someone spits in your food? What if someone rubs your sausages in the water? Ugh! I feel sick. Thinking of that scene, Kong Sheng felt uncomfortable in his stomach, and his eyes towards Arthur became urgent. Standing on the ring for one more second, this Whale Slayer felt that he would drink added water in the future. The probability of eating flavored sausages is 1 point higher. Arthur noticed Kong Sheng's gaze, and immediately cast a look of reassurance to his subordinate. Since he planned everything, he would naturally arrange the follow-up. Just as Kong Sheng guessed, Arthur was cooperating with Melinda. This was a plan that had been made long ago. However, in addition to cooperating with Melinda, at this moment, Arthur was more concerned about XP. Arthur, who was extremely short of XP, of course. He would not let everything get out of his control. Adjusting his mood slightly, Arthur raised his legs and walked towards the ring. When the audience in the Elta Square saw this, they immediately burst into cheers that were completely different from the previous curses. Come on! Lord Kratos! Lord Kratos! Teach this savage a lesson! Lord Kratos! Teach this savage a lesson! Amid the cheers, Arthur walked onto the ring. The young medium smiled and saluted the audience around the ring and in the Elta Square. This polite gesture made the audience in the Elta Square applaud. However, such applause seemed to stimulate Kong Shang. Humph! With a cold snort, the Whale Slayer sword directly drew out the door panel sword behind him and swung it vigorously. Woo! A dull whistling sound brought a gust of wind over the heads of the audience in the Elta Square. Suddenly, the audience was shocked. But what surprised the audience was just the beginning. Wow! Wow! The sound of waves? Where does the sound of waves come from? For the people of Nanlos, the sound of waves is too familiar. Among the residents of Nanlos, more than half of them work in the port of Sis in the dock area, and most of the remaining people work to serve Sis. Therefore, everyone is familiar with the sound of waves. Therefore, everyone knows that it is impossible to hear the sound of waves in Elta Square. Where did the sound of waves come from? Just when everyone was puzzled, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at that! On the ring!" The exclamation attracted the attention of people in the entire Elta Square. People looked towards the ring. Immediately, everyone was stunned. The sea. No! It's waves. The waves. A wave more than 20 meters high appeared behind Kong Shang. Just looking at the huge waves made people feel like they were about to be crushed. Everyone in Elta Square was about to stop breathing. As ordinary people, they couldn't tell whether what they saw was real or fake. Even if they looked carefully, the waves behind Kong Shang seemed a little illusory. This? How is it possible? It must be fake. Everyone screamed uncontrollably. Some even subconsciously wanted to run away, but their legs were out of control. He could only stare at the huge wave and... Well, a huge blue whale broke through the waves and rushed straight towards Arthur. The audience standing behind Arthur, when they saw the whale, were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. But Arthur still had a smile on his face, fighting the wind and waves in the sea, and then hunting whales? Arthur didn't know what Kong Shang's rituals and secrets were. But the scene in front of him made the young medium seem to see an old fisherman named Santiago, who hadn't caught a single fish for 84 days. Still choose to go fishing. However, Santiago caught a big marlin. And Kong Shang wanted to kill a whale. Ha! Kong Shang raised the door panel sword in his hand, and chopped it down heavily after a loud shout. The huge wave was split by the door panel sword, and its power increased by 3 points out of thin air. The blue whale was split by the door panel sword, and its power increased by another 3 points. It seemed that everything in front of the door panel sword would be split in two. This sword is unstoppable. This sword is unmatched. This sword will cut Arthur. Many people covered their eyes, daring not to watch the next endgame. Therefore, they missed the next scene, which made those who saw it with their eyes open their eyes and mouths wide. They just heard a sound echoing indifferently. Dark sound. Transform into formless. Chapter 407. Who hasn't had a heroic dream? The blue whale disappeared. The huge waves broke. The door panel sword stopped in front of Arthur. The roaring blade whistled, and only the creaking sound of teeth clenched. Everyone looked at the place where the sound came from. Kong Shang holding the sword. The teeth of this whale-slaying sword kept ringing. The veins on his forehead were bulging. The hands holding the sword, the muscles from the forearms to the upper arms had already bulged. His sleeves were completely torn apart amid the people's exclamations. Everyone could see that this whale-slayer sword had tried his best. But the door panel sword in the opponent's hand could not move forward even a little bit. It was as if an invisible big hand was holding the blade. No! To be more precise, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on this whale-slayer sword. Crack, crack. This time, Kong Shang's mouth was not the only one that made a sound, but all the bones in his body began to make a sound. So awesome. Lord Kratos is too strong. The gap. It's like the gap between heaven and earth. The people in Elta Square finally came back to their senses. They all exclaimed in surprise. And some even shouted. Miranda looked at this scene and curled her lips again. However, there was more smile in her eyes when she looked at Arthur. She didn't hate the ambitious Arthur. So she wouldn't hate the current Arthur. And when the two are combined? Melinda likes it more. As a collaborator, she likes it more. But Arthur has no time to pay attention to the current Melinda, and he is even more deaf to the cheers around him. He is carefully feeling Kong Shang in front of him. Is every muscle, every bone under control? He has completely controlled his own power. And that illusory shadow, spirituality, has violent fluctuations. Arthur thought secretly in his heart. One should know his own business. Arthur knew very well how he became an enterer. It was all due to his extraordinary talent. Breath of Death. With the help of Breath of Death. Although he was truly an enterer to some extent, he had many limitations. Therefore, Arthur wanted to see what a normal, extreme major arcana was like. In short, Arthur, who was called an enterer because of his talent, was not satisfied. He also wanted to try the hard work aspect. After all, oftentimes, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But what Arthur wanted was 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. Don't forget, he also has the bloodline Death Snake. Talent, bloodline. The remaining hard work? Of course Arthur would try. And there was no suitable opportunity before. Now with the Whale Slayer sword Kong Shang accompanying him and acting, it is naturally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Similarly, this is why Arthur insisted on having Kong Shang act with him. It's definitely not just for XP. Absolutely not. Arthur emphasized in his heart, after carefully sensing Kong Shang again, the young medium who knew that the time was about the same, said directly, "Dark sound. Return to the invisible." The voice was as calm as before. And Kong Shang, who was struggling to hold on, was struck by lightning by this calm voice. Not only was he twitching, and he rolled over. He didn't roll down, but he stretched his body, and did 5 somersaults in a row, and then he fell under the ring, and his whole body was shaking. We won. That's amazing. The savages overseas saw this, and this is our Nanlos's medium. Cheers and shouts were endless. But the next moment, it stopped abruptly. Because, when Arthur confirmed that he had won the game and smoothly entered the semifinals, he jumped off the ring to help Kong Shang, the Whale Slayer. However, this Whale Slayer was not grateful. Not only did he slap Arthur's hand away, his face was gloomy. Immediately, this behavior angered the audience nearby. Savages are savages. Get out of Nanlos. Go back to your island. Amid the curses, the Whale Slayer lowered his head and said nothing, but Arthur didn't mind the hand that was slapped away before. Once again, Arthur stretched out his hand. This time, the Whale Slayer's sword did not slap Arthur's hand away, but stared blankly at the palm in front of him. After 4 or 5 seconds, the Whale Slayer's sword asked, "What is this secret technique? Want to learn? I'll teach you," Arthur said with a smile. Kong Shang, the Whale Slayer's sword, trembled all over, and then all the strength in his body was drained away at this moment, and he collapsed to the ground. He murmured, "I lost." The audience in the Elta Square saw the scene, and they were completely struck by Arthur's gentlemanly demeanor and chivalry. That was the description of heroes that they had since childhood. As they grew up, such descriptions were completely defeated by reality, torn apart, trampled. The strong people that people meet will make us naive people become bloody. Therefore, everyone sneered at the heroes that they yearned for when they were young. We think it is childish. We say this numbly, and we don't believe it at all. But in the dead of night, when you are alone, looking up at the night sky, you will still think of the innocent dream of childhood. Because you can't be that kind of hero, but the description of the hero has never changed. Looking at Arthur at this moment, many people think of the innocent description of the hero. The face of that hero has long been unclear. But it seems maybe it should be Arthur's appearance? Is this the master? Many people murmured to themselves. Then, "Paw paw paw." Thunderous applause rang out. Amid such applause, Arthur supported Kong Shang and walked to the temporary lounge under the bell tower. In the lounge, Melinda had been waiting there. Childish. Looking at Arthur, the lady gave a direct evaluation. Arthur stuck out his tongue at the lady. "Lil. Childish." The lady emphasized. "Please call me a dream maker. If you can, I don't mind you calling me a dream maker. Whatever the people of Nanlos need, Arthur will create it." Need a heroic dream? Arthur will create a heroic dream. Although it's for XP, it's not all. Arthur once had a heroic dream. On that hot summer holiday, stayed in front of the TV, watched a monkey jump out of a stone, watching him jump 1,000 miles with 1 somersault, watching him transform into 72 forms, watching him make a scene in the sky. The vacation was so long that it seemed that the monkey would never become the fighting Buddha. It was so long that he thought it was forever. Who knew that Monkey was only in 25 episodes? And the vacation? It was only 60 days. Alas, I can't go back. I can't go back. Arthur raised his hands, stretched himself, and then laid down on the soft bed. He was sleep deprived, so he had to catch up on some sleep. But the next moment Arthur closed his eyes. Heavy footsteps came closer from afar. Chapter 408 Old Charlie's bloodline is beyond doubt. The next moment, the curtain of the temporary tent was lifted, and Julie, the swordsman of Count Nanlos, who was taller than an ordinary person, walked in with a smile. That smile was full of joy. And a little strange. Moreover, as soon as he entered the tent, the swordsman looked straight at Arthur, who was lying there. What did this guy do again? Melinda held her pipe in her mouth, squinting her eyes, after glancing at Arthur. She looked directly behind the swordsman. Under the cover of the swordsman's tall and extremely strong figure, 3 cloaked people walked in. Little Lissop. Even with the cover of the cloak, Melinda confirmed the identity of the leader the moment she saw him. Why did he come to Nanlos? Instantly, the lady's mind was full of thoughts. You know, Nan Town had just encountered an event that could be called a disaster last night. Lord Lithop was stabbed. South Town was also in a mess. This morning, her spies described in detail to her that the buildings in South Town were blown up. More than 20% of them were burned, and the number of miners and residents who died was initially estimated to be at least 500. Under such circumstances, Little Lithop could not leave South Town at all, even if Little Lithop did not have the right to inherit Lord Lithop's title. However, Little Lithop really inherited the coal and iron mine. In order to successfully mine the minerals in the future, I have to pretend. Unless the title. Little Lithop inherited the title. Almost instantly Melinda guessed the answer. Little Lithop in front of her exchanged part of the income from the coal and iron mines for the inheritance of the title. No, it's hereditary. Has he completely turned to the Earl of Nanlos? That old lion will probably be furious. Right? The lady thought in her heart, and more doubts appeared in her eyes. After coming to Nanlos to meet the Earl, Little Lithop obtained the hereditary title. This is the normal process. Then why come to see Arthur? In the lady's puzzled eyes, the Earl of Nanlos' swordsmanship master spoke. Lord Lissop, I think you should say the next words yourself. After all, this is about the future of the Lissop family. Having said this, the swordsmanship master stepped aside. However, the look he gave Arthur was getting more and more strange. Kong Shang, the whale slayer sword, also moved his body quietly. He gave the center of the tent to Arthur and Little Lithop. Then, the eyelids of this whale slayer Kong Shang began to twitch rapidly. Because, Little Lithop took off his hood and knelt on one knee in front of Arthur. My lord. He addressed Arthur respectfully. Little Lithop's face was full of annoyance, remorse and helplessness. The young lord even cried in his voice. Your reminders yesterday were all maliciously speculated by me, and as a result, but it caused irreparable losses to Nanjun. And my father was assassinated. As the inheritor of the Nanjun coal and iron mine, I was not only panic-stricken, but also full of anxiety. So, I used 20% of the coal and iron mines to pray to the Earl for the hereditary title and territory in Nanjun. I think I need to make the Nanlos family complete. However, I know that I am not capable enough. I am too young. And I am too arrogant. So, I ask you to manage everything in Nanjun on my behalf. Listening to Little Lissop's words, whale slayer Kong Shang's head was buzzing. What's going on? Why don't I understand? Because of inner anxiety, he exchanged the Nanjun coal and iron mine for the hereditary rights of Nanjun, and then, he felt that he was not capable enough, and gave Nanjun to Arthur? What's the purpose? Is Arthur your father? You are so filial. Whale slayer Kong Shang has never doubted Arthur's strength and ability, since he called Arthur master. This whale slayer sword recognized Arthur. However, this whale slayer sword never thought that he would witness such a thing. Shouldn't such things only exist in picture books and novels? Shouldn't they just be legends? Hey! It seems that there really is such a legend. The founder of the empire in the legend. When he arrived at a place, people came to him with soldiers and food, and begged the young man to take him in. And are you willing to give up your territory? But legends are just legends, and seeing is believing is the truth. How can this be compared? Master is worthy of being a master. Finally, whale slayer Kong Shang sighed like this, and the look he gave Arthur was no longer one of sincere admiration, but of respect. This whale slayer inexplicably felt that he seemed to have witnessed history. And Melinda's azure eyes flashed with deep surprise. When When did Arthur gain little Lithorp's loyalty? And it's not just ordinary loyalty, but die-hard loyalty. Otherwise, how could little Lithorp hand over the territory to Arthur? Could it be the time when he left last night under the pretext of meditation? Isn't it possible? 1 or 2 hours can turn a person into a die-hard fan. Even the Old Lion's Lion group can't do it. Right? No wonder Julie has that expression. Melinda thought in her heart, the tobacco in the pipe burned faster. Like the swordsman, Melinda looked at Arthur strangely. Under the gaze of everyone, Arthur sat up slowly. The young medium raised his hand to help little Lissop up, and motioned for him to sit next to him. Then he slowly said, "Little Lissop, I appreciate your trust. But I am just a medium. For managing a territory, I'm not good at it. Even if you ask me to manage a manor, I need the help of a professional butler, and I must entrust him with full authority. Otherwise, it will be a mess." Arthur's tone is slow, and his voice is gentle, which immediately makes such words more modest. However, Melinda curled her lips. "Hypocritical guy, you said so much, but in the end you still have to accept it reluctantly? Humph, I see through you." The lady hummed in her heart. And in fact, it was just as the lady expected. "But I want to try." Hearing such words, the Countess S. Swordsman, Whale Slayer Kong Sheng, Little Lissop S. Guard and Swordsman Gold, and the Hunter Leader Leishide were not surprised. They all thought the same as Melinda, thinking that it should be like this. But they felt a little regretful in their hearts. They thought they would see something different in Arthur. At least, before, they thought so. And now? It was just expected. Only little Lithorp was different. The young lord looked at his loving father with burning eyes. If father manages Southtown, will he live in Southtown Manor? If so, that would be great. I can listen to my father's teachings every day. Thinking in his heart, little Lithorp immediately said, "You must be fine, you." "Me? No. 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 I didn't say it was me." Arthur smiled and waved his hand, interrupting little Lithrop's words. Then, Arthur looked at Melinda, with infinite tenderness and love in his eyes. "Dear, can you help me manage Southtown?" Chapter 409 Different Sameness. Melinda was stunned. Not a disguise, not a performance. She was really stunned. The lady looked at Arthur stupidly. Her heart was already churning. An emotion that could not be expressed in words filled the lady's heart. Before, Arthur had said that he would use coal and iron mines to plan for Southtown. Although the 20% coal and iron mine business eventually turned into a transaction. Cat school, Cat Cave's secret technique, ritual, props, and, because her collection was not good enough, she also wrote an IOU to Arthur, with interest. And this was based on the cooperation between the two of them in operating the 20% coal and iron mine. But now, Arthur really sent the entire Southtown here. It's just talk. It's just action. Saying and doing are completely different. The former is illusory, irrelevant, and will only disgust Melinda. But the latter? Melinda felt something strange in her heart and began to quickly divert her attention. Doesn't he have any regrets at all? Melinda hoped to refute the strangeness in her heart with more questions. Unfortunately, it was useless. Because the answer was yes. Arthur really didn't have any regrets. Just now, she watched the whole process. From the beginning to the end, Arthur didn't hesitate at all. Melinda admired this decisiveness. But, what should I give back? Melinda felt a little powerless in her heart. Then, suddenly the lady had doubts in her heart. Doesn't he really want to sleep with me? Does he? Immediately, Arthur noticed the meaning in the lady's eyes. The 6 hands of nothingness, floating on the side. All raised their middle fingers to the lady, even the hand of nothingness, holding the box of Athos, was the same. This hand of nothingness raised its middle finger with the difficult method of hooking the box with its little finger. Of course, Melinda couldn't see these. However, Melinda could see what Arthur meant in his eyes. You want nothing? Oh, let it go. Let it go now. I'll eat it if you let it go. Melinda immediately responded to Arthur with her eyes. Arthur and Melinda were communicating with each other purely through their eyes. But it was different in the eyes of the people around them. The people around them only thought that the two of them were full of affection. Is this love? The people around them couldn't help but think in their hearts. Yes, this should be love. Otherwise, why would you just give away a territory? Especially since this territory is not a poor and barren place, but close to South Los, with mineral resources. A truly rich place. Managing such a territory The wealth created in a year is enough to make any noble in South Los look at it with awe. Such wealth. The people around couldn't help thinking. But immediately, they became ashamed. They looked at Arthur and Melinda, who only had each other in their eyes. I feel that I am vulgar, a sinner who has defiled love, and the most ignorant person in the mouths of poets and writers. Kong Shang, the whale slayer, scratched his head and began to walk out of the tent without making a sound. Although he still wanted to say something to Arthur, the whale slayer felt that it was not appropriate now. Look at the affectionate gaze between Arthur and Melinda. At this time, there was no room for others. The Countess as swordsman also chose to walk out. In fact, when the Countess's swordsman walked out of the tent and felt the rare warm sun in the winter in South Los, she still felt dizzy. Arthur had given her too much stimulation. From birth to now, she had never seen a person like Arthur. It made people want to explore. There was no other meaning. She just wanted to talk to Arthur about some things that confused her. She always felt that Arthur would talk from different angles, give her some very interesting answers. Then, the swordsman thought of some rumors about the Kratos family. No! To be precise, the rumors about the Kratos family patriarch, Charlie. Immediately, the swordsman had some other ideas in his heart. However, he immediately shook his head. What a pity. Too thin. The swordsman turned his head and glanced at the tent, and sighed again in his heart, which he didn't even know what it meant. He walked straight to the side. Gold, the chief guard and swordsman of Little Lit Hop, and Like-eyed, the chief hunter, walked out of the tent with smiles on their faces. This is in line with what the Lord said about a kind father full of love and compassion. The Lady of the Long Night, who is famous for bloody killings, also felt this love. Right? It would be very warm. Right? Among all the people who walked out of the tent, only Little Lit Hop had regrets in his heart. Father is always so unexpected. However, if my father cannot stay at the Southtown Manor, then I will come to South Los often. Little Lit Hop would not refute Arthur's decision. The only thing that changed was himself. In the tent, only Arthur and Melinda were left. Immediately, their actions became much bolder. Almost at the same time, they raised their hands and raised their middle fingers to each other. Then, they were stunned. Then, they raised their feet together, prepared to step on each other as toes. Then, the two looked at each other who had raised their feet, and stepped back cautiously. They began to choose a more secretarial way, and opened their mouths at the same time. Tui! The saliva they spit out crossed each other, and as the two dodged, it all fell to the ground. But the two who still opened their mouths to spit out saliva frowned, and their facial features were distorted. The scene of the saliva crossing each other kept replaying in their minds, and they both felt a little strange. Disgusting. The next moment, vomit! Melinda made a retching sound. Arthur, who was feeling nauseous, immediately became energetic. Come on. Let us talk business. I'll leave Nanjun to you to manage. With your skills, except for the part that must be handed over, you can still make a lot of money from the rest. So, what can I get? Arthur gestured. The relationship between the two was destined to not need so many twists and turns. Talking openly and honestly is the most appropriate way. What do you want? Melinda suppressed her nausea and asked. She didn't know what to give back, so she might as well listen to Arthur. Ship and mysterious knowledge, including but not limited to secret arts, rituals, etc. Arthur's answer made Melinda stunned. Ship, Melinda had some guesses. She knew that Arthur was obsessed with the fleet. Melinda agreed with this. After all, with the tax-free policy, she would be so obsessed. But mysterious knowledge, this surprised Melinda. With the accumulation of cat pie, black, it is impossible for these things to be missing. Could it be that he is compensating me? When this thought came to Melinda's mind, the lady's heart skipped a beat, but immediately, the lady shook her head. It's impossible, Arthur is definitely not so kind. So this guy wants? Thinking of this, the lady immediately narrowed her eyes, gritted her teeth at Arthur, and said in a low voice, Did you plan this a long time ago? Chapter 410, Entry Atlas. Calculation? I just really need a ship and more mysterious knowledge. Arthur sighed helplessly in his heart. Telling the truth, why doesn't anyone believe it? Is the income of Nanjun big? It is big. It is not big either. For a small town of 20,000 people that was born around a mine, as long as the mine is not exhausted, it is a continuous source of wealth. But such wealth cannot all fall into one's pocket, because there are taxes, and the maintenance of South Town. Among them, taxes must be paid, otherwise you will be struck by lightning in South Los. This is definitely not an adjective. It is really struck by lightning in every sense. The countess who claims to live in seclusion, and really lives in seclusion, will never tolerate anyone who dares to evade taxes. As long as the situation is serious enough, it will be struck by one lightning. If it is more serious, it will be two. In short, taxes are the biggest expense. Even if the countess gets a share of the profits, it is still the same. Unless the coal and iron mine becomes the countess's, it is possible to be tax-free. And the maintenance of South Town is also a big expense. Moreover, it is laborious. A small town with a population of 20,000 is definitely not an easy task to run. Just eating, drinking, defecating and urinating is enough to give Arthur a headache. Add to that the corresponding security, transportation, communication issues. Arthur simply does not have enough manpower. Especially in terms of communication. With the Countess's involvement in the Southtown coal and iron mine, it will inevitably become extremely important. And among his men, no one can really deal with the people said by the Countess. Arthur himself can handle it, but asking Arthur to fully devote himself to it, it is really not worth the loss. Moreover, Arthur can be sure of one thing: if he really shows up, the Countess will definitely not mind sending more people to accompany him to solve the problem, because if he puts all his energy into Southtown, it will be in the interest of the Countess. A lord will praise and reward Interer, who can be seen every day and is tired of dealing with trivial matters. Therefore, Arthur simply exchanged part of the income to Melinda in exchange for what he needs more. Now is no exception. Compared with him, Melinda has more experience in dealing with the Countess. There are enough people. Moreover, Melinda needs Southtown more. For him, Southtown is a complicated and tiring income, which is far less direct than exchanging for more ships and conducting tax-free coastal trade. But for Melinda, owning a piece of land like Southtown, there are so many things that can be done. Not to mention the long term. Just the Salon of the Lady of the Long Night will have to go up 2 levels. More importantly, the subsequent auction will be even more powerful, can attract more people compared to South Los. Southtown is safer for some people. As for the mysterious knowledge, Arthur has finished reading the books brought from Emer Manor. He needs more books to expand his vision of the mysterious side. However, he has no way to say it directly. And his original words, after hearing what Melinda said, can no longer be used. At this moment, the young medium looked at the Ms. Long Night in front of him, sighing softly. I said no, do you believe me? I just want 12 brand new Kirk sailing ships and some mysterious knowledge. Melinda blew a thick puff of smoke at Arthur. The lady answered with action instead. In the strong mint scent, mixed with a faint medicinal scent, Arthur spread his hands. Then, Melinda did not go any further. The lady had a good sense of proportion. The next moment, a huge smoke ring was spit out. Melinda went into the smoke ring. In about 10 seconds, Melinda came back again, with a palm-sized brown notebook wrapped with a black rope in her hand. After Melinda untied the rope, she threw the notebook to Arthur. Here you go. This is something I have summarized based on the various undead secrets I have learned. Although it is only the entry-level diagram I saw back then was the core inheritance of the Black Robe in the Mist Tower, the gift of the soul. Moreover, I can assure you that this map is complete. So, forget about the ship. Entry-level map. Arthur's heart trembled, but he remained calm on the surface. Do you think it is still useful to me now? Arthur rolled his eyes. In the seemingly normal words, there was a temptation. Arthur was quite clear about Melinda's power. Except for the undead related. There is also smoke. Moreover, the proportion of smoke is obviously larger. Can one person use 2 entry maps? Arthur guessed in his heart. At the same time, waited for Melinda's answer. And this lady, naturally would not disappoint Arthur. Why is it useless? Although most people would only choose a map that is close to their own strength, but you are the contemporary Black Cat. The passing through the secluded secret technique you mastered, and the entry map you chose, it must be related to death. And what about this soul gift? It also has the characteristics of death. So there is no conflict. And, didn't you plan everything long ago? From the moment I appeared in front of you, you have been planning it. I now suspect that. You also arranged for me to meet you that day. As she said this, the lady took another deep breath of smoke. And Arthur? While silently memorizing this information in his heart, he raised his hand and gave a middle finger. I arranged it? Didn't you just want to use me? And then suddenly found out that my identity was wrong. And after careful investigation, you found out something. And then you became selfish about my cat sex Tongyu secret technique and the entry map? At this time, Arthur was not giving in. Because Arthur had already discovered that this woman wanted to make him feel guilty. Then, give him fewer ships. This won't do, my friend. Medium ships are not cheap. However, Arthur still had some doubts in his heart. Have I been taking too much advantage of Melinda recently? Why do I feel like she is being too picky? Should I give Melinda a break? If she takes too much advantage, she will go bald. Thinking in his heart, Arthur glanced at the top of Melinda's head, where she was wearing a beautiful deerstalker hat. Is this guy really bald? Otherwise, why does he always wear a hat? Or, has he washed his hair? Arthur thought in his heart. I think you're thinking something offensive to me. 6 ships. While saying this, Melinda suddenly bargained. Having been discovered, the lady stopped pretending and just came out with it. Arthur was not afraid of this kind of clear price tag and replied immediately. 12 ships. 7 ships. The two sides began to spar. In the end, it settled on 8 ships. At the end, Melinda held on tightly. Arthur could only agree. However, looking at the notes beside him, Arthur knew that he had made a fortune. If it weren't for the absolute information gap, everyone would think that he had already become an enterer. This note with the entry map, even if he and Melinda had a cooperative relationship, would definitely have a price that he couldn't imagine. This was still because of friendship. After all, scarcity makes things valuable. And now, it's a bargain. Right? Arthur thought to himself, and raised his hand to pick up the notebook. And just when Arthur's fingers touched the notebook, the young medium was stunned, because rows of words surged upwards. Looking at these words, Arthur had only one thought in his mind. He really made a fortune this time. Chapter 411. Are you polite? Arthur quickly scanned the text in front of him. Soul ceremony. In the notes, recorded by Melinda, there are many secret arts related to the undead, among which the core inheritance of the black robe in the Misty Tower. The soul ceremony is even more coveted. These secret arts, the entry-level diagrams, ordinary people need to spend countless time to learn, and must have extremely high talent to achieve success. But for you who have the talent of Death Breath and the bloodline of Death Snake Remnant, it's really too simple. Just like these advanced techniques you just forgot. And now, you just remembered them. Moreover, because of your talent, the characteristics of your bloodline, they also mutated and promoted, becoming completely different from the original. The soul is just a part of death. Effect 1. Soul binding. 2. Whipping. 3. Bone occupation. Soul binding. Because of your talent and bloodline, after upgrading the soul gift mutation, every time you kill an opponent, you can use Death Aura to imprison the opponent's soul to serve you. Whiplash. Use Death Aura to build an invisible whip that can cause double damage and 10 times pain to ghosts, evil spirits, and other creatures. Bone divination. When you choose to extract the bones of the opponent you killed, you can use it for divination. Note 1. When you imprison a soul, you need to occupy part of the spirituality, depending on the strength of the soul, starting from spirituality 0.1 to 3, when spirituality exceeds 3. Death Aura will automatically cut the opponent's soul, making it meet the maximum limit, but it will cause irreparable loss of memory. Note 2. The soul that is captured will completely lose all blood, secrets, talents related to the body, but the secrets and talents related to the soul can be retained. Note 3. The soul has the memory of the previous life, but as time goes by, such memories will become confused and disappear under the influence of your death energy. When the memory disappears completely, the detained soul will become your slave. They are numb, they are loyal, they are tireless. The upper limit of spirituality occupied will be greatly reduced, almost negligible. You only need to pay a little death energy every day. Note 4. After the memory of the detained soul disappears completely, it may be promoted to a ghost, evil spirits, and if they meet certain conditions, there is a very low probability of becoming evil spirits. But if they fail to be promoted, the soul will completely disappear. Promotion may depend on the soul's own talent. Specific conditions include but are not limited to their own talent, environmental factors, tool factors, etc. Note 5. The strength of the death whip is completely determined by the death chi you supply, And similarly its length is also determined by the strength of your death chi. Moreover, when facing the soul you have imprisoned, as long as it is in your field of vision, the whip of death is completely locked, and when the imprisoned soul is promoted to a ghost, evil spirit, murderous spirit, evil spirit, this effect still exists. Note 6. When fortune-telling with bones, burning with the fire of death will give more accurate fortune-telling results, but it is still not 100% accurate. Arthur looked at the words in front of him, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Imprison the soul? Not only did he kill the opponent, but he also imprisoned his soul? What kind of hellish devilish behavior is this? Moreover, this is because of my talent. The result of my bloodline mutation and promotion? Are you polite? Am I that kind of person? I am described as a villain, the young medium said in his heart. But there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He wanted to experiment. No! He was definitely not a pervert. He just wanted to try. Could he get from the opponent's soul no more secrets? According to Note 3, it should be feasible. However, it needs to consider time and deception. The dead will not lie, but the souls of the dead can lie. Having complete memories, naturally, they have the memory of being killed, so Arthur can fully imagine the hatred in the other party's heart when he appears in front of him. Under such hatred, it becomes natural for the other party to deceive him. After all, it was just a bunch of lies. I wonder if observing the words and expressions, eyes as sharp as a torch, can see through the lies of the soul? Arthur thought to himself, but was not too anxious. Because Arthur didn't know if observing the words and expressions, eyes as sharp as a torch, could see through the lies of the soul. But there was one thing Arthur knew. That was, bluffing could fool ghosts. Arthur was very sure of this. As long as they believed, he could deceive them. It is a little difficult to make them believe, but not too difficult when they were alive. I killed them all. After they died, how smart could they be? Especially as time passed. Their memories began to become confused. When time passed, I felt that it was unfair to try to deceive ghosts. There was no challenge at all. Arthur curled his lips in his heart. However, Arthur did not really despise them, because he knew very well that when the soul's memory was confused, after the passage of time, the information he obtained would be so complex and erroneous, and it would be such a huge project to sort it out. But Arthur was not afraid of these. Something is better than nothing. Even if he spent a lot of effort to sort it out, it would be much easier than creating something from scratch. You know, he could also obtain evidence from the side. Where there is a trace, there must be a trace. A thing is definitely not born out of thin air. What the soul knows, others can also know. He only needs to mix it a little bit to distinguish the real from the fake. Thinking in his heart, Arthur looked at Melinda with a smile in his eyes. The lady in front of him always brings him surprises. Melinda, who is full of fairness and surprise, immediately became extraordinary in Arthur's eyes at this moment, even though Melinda was smoking a pipe at him at this moment. But in Arthur's eyes, she was a little cute. Of course, if this notebook contains the secret technique of the ghost carriage, Arthur assured that Melinda was not just a little cute, but extremely cute. So, the so-called secret of the ghost carriage is not ghosts, but smoke? Arthur believed what Melinda said, and this notebook was her summary. And there was no ghost carriage in such a summary, so this was the only possibility left. As for the ghosts around the ghost carriage, of course they were disguised. It was completely to fit Melinda's name of Lady of the Long Night. Because, according to the rumor, when the lady traveled, she was carried by the dead in a carriage. Don't look at me like that. Are you trying to trick me again? I'm telling you, I won't be fooled again. Melinda said this. However, she was obviously timid. As soon as she finished speaking, Melinda disappeared into the smoke ring. She was obviously scared away. Seeing this, Arthur couldn't help but smile. Do I need to trick you? When did you not run into the muzzle of a gun yourself? TSK. After a teasing sound, Arthur picked up Pendragon, who had a cat-faced puzzled look and did not understand the human world at all. When he was about to catch up on his sleep, his friend Scott's voice rang out outside the tent. Arthur, put on your clothes. I'm coming in. Chapter 412. South Los Love Story. Scott's words made Arthur turn over and sit up. He swore that Scott definitely did it on purpose. In fact, this was also true. As the new editor-in-chief of the Clarion finished speaking, he quietly lifted the tent curtain, not completely, but only a crack. When he found that there were only Arthur and Pendragon in the tent, Scott's face showed obvious disappointment. What are you disappointed about? Are you polite? Are you tarnishing my character? Arthur said to his friend repeatedly. I will never doubt your character, Arthur, nor will I think you will do something tasteless. I am just making a simple inference. Scott raised his right index finger and shook it several times. Inference? Arthur was startled and looked at Scott in surprise. Yes, inference. You have given South Town to Miss Caesar, wouldn't she be touched? And moved? I can't help myself, shouldn't I? You won't take the initiative, but if she does, shouldn't it be a passionate affair? Scott said seriously. Ah. Yes. Yes. You are right. If you don't write novels, you are wasting your talent. Do you believe that if Melinda was still here, you would have been slapped in the face and thrown out? Arthur rolled his eyes and lay back down. I believe it. But isn't Miss Caesar here? Only my good friend Arthur is here. Scott came over with a smile. The young editor brought a stool and sat down next to Arthur's couch. He took out a pen and paper. Obviously, an interview needed to begin. Arthur was not averse to this. In order to gain more XP, he needed such an interview. However, before starting, Arthur specifically asked, Did Julie, the swordsman, remind you? Yes, I did. Don't write what shouldn't be written. Moreover, the swordsman has already taken action with his men. She promised me that, when the top 4 are decided, your match with Whale Slayer Kong Shang will become reasonable, at least reasonable enough for ordinary people to recognize. Scott smiled bitterly. However, there were no more complaints. After seeing the reality of part of the world, the new editor-in-chief understood that some things are better known by a small number of people. Otherwise, it will only cause panic and chaos. Just like the scorching wind Greta they met that day. If anyone knew that this pirate was not only cruel, but also had power beyond the imagination of ordinary people, most people would feel despair. And when such despair spreads, no one can guarantee what will happen. Alas, so my supplement must start from other aspects. If you want to describe the swordsmanship tournament in Nanlos, you can't just write about the swordsmanship tournament in Nanlos. You have to write about the local conditions and customs of South Los. You have to write about the richness and beauty of South Los. You have to write about the contestants of this competition. For example, the love between the medium of South Los and the lady of the long night? Scott said, looking at Arthur expectantly. The gossip in his eyes was as real as it could be. Arthur could guarantee that Scott was definitely not just writing a report, or just wanting to eat melons. And he? As a good friend of the other party, how could I not satisfy the other party's desire to eat melons? It's definitely not for XP. It's just for the pleasure of helping others. Arthur thought in his heart, and slowly spoke. When I saw Melinda for the first time, I knew she was the person I loved most in my life. The world in front of me, because of the mysterious side, horror stories can't be written. But love stories can always be written. Right? A melodramatic love story will never attract the prying eyes of some terrible existence. Right? Arthur began to make up a story. These stories are extremely exaggerated. But when the premise of South Town is for you is set off, everything becomes real and credible. Did you climb up the windowsill of Lady Caesar's back garden? Scott in the record looked at Arthur with the eyes of a warrior. I didn't. It's not me. Don't talk nonsense. I just devoted myself to art. Tribute to 17-year-old Romeo and 13-year-old Juliet. You know, love always makes people lose their minds. Even me. For Melinda, I did some things that were totally unreasonable. Those things, even if I see them now, are still incredible. Arthur showed a perfect bitter smile. So, if you encounter those things now, will you refuse? Scott entered the professional state and began to keenly find the topic. No, I will still do that now. No matter how incredible it is. No matter how unbelievable it is. I will do it. Because she is Melinda. Arthur shook his head firmly. And then his eyes became soft. That kind of softness was something Scott had never seen before. Before this, Scott did not understand love. Because it was invisible and intangible. But after this moment, Scott understood what love looked like. That was the look on Arthur's face when he mentioned Melinda. That is, love. As if inspiration from deep in his brain was aroused, Scott began to write furiously. Moreover, unconsciously, the new editor began to polish the love story of Arthur and Melinda. Arthur hugged Pendragon and quietly left the tent. He had no habit of disturbing others' work, since I have to create a weakness for myself. Let's make this weakness thorough. Thank you, Melinda. Thank you for taking the initiative to become my lover. Feeling the warm breeze in the afternoon, Arthur, bathed in the sun, sighed heartfeltly. and then turned his eyes to the ring. The match between Bourne and Bedwell had come to an end. Even though Bedwell was talented, fast and agile, he still lost to Bourne, who was equally talented and had more fighting experience. Bourne successfully advanced to the semifinals. The coach of the Joljok Fencing Club was full of joy and excitement. Bedwell, as his opponent, felt disappointed, but he was very kind and sincerely blessed his opponent, as the two walked off the ring. The third match did not start immediately, but a song and dance performance was held as before. Those who could perform songs and dances on the ring during the intervals of the matches were all paid. Similarly, such songs and dances were also to attract more people, so that the vendors around could feel that the money they spent was worth it. Arthur did not know much about songs and dances. However, at the end of the performance, he still gave applause. Then Sword of the Wind Deljo and Lord Ernest's nephew walked onto the ring. When everyone's attention was drawn to the ring, a figure quietly approached Arthur. Chapter 413, Take the Lead. Adi approached the medium with bated breath. As the deputy captain of the Wild Wind Sword Deljo team, an archaeologist, this bald middle-aged man is certainly not an ordinary person. Moreover, unlike most mysterious people who change their careers halfway through, Adi has a legacy. Part of it comes from his mother. The other part comes from his teacher. His mother is a mysterious person who changed her career halfway through. Fortunately, he did not become crazy or chaotic, and he opened the door to a new world for Adi. His teacher was from the Theophat Psychic Order, which was a well-known organization in Yanbao. With his teacher's strength at the level of the Great Arcana, he was qualified and capable of taking over the Theophat Psychic Order. But his teacher was more interested in archaeology and digging into history. Coincidentally, his mother was an archaeologist. Therefore, he became the teacher's apprentice. However, he was not the best, but only very good in one aspect. Or to be more precise, he was biased. Among the many secret arts of the Theophat Psychic Order, he only mastered stealth, invisibility, etc., and he reached a very high level with time. But the rest? It's not that he doesn't know it. It's just that he is a mess. However, even so, relying on his biased ability, Adi is still famous, and has become the deputy of Sword of the Wind Deljo. Therefore, Adi is very confident about approaching Arthur this time. Of course, he has no ill intentions. He came here to pull Arthur into the group. The strict security around the beach today is enough to tell them that without a big shot like Arthur joining, their operation will be a complete failure. Adi was still thinking about his words for a while. Then, he suddenly realized something was wrong. A chill suddenly appeared in his heart, and that chill was like a thorn in his back, making Adi shiver involuntarily. Then, he raised his hands high and lowered his body to show that he was harmless. As the deputy captain of the expedition team, Adi really understood what this situation meant. Warning. A warning mixed with murderous intent. If you ignore the warning, the next attack will be filled with murderous intent. Adi was certain of this. Adi was extremely grateful for this. The deputy captain of the expedition team was grateful that he had not encountered a madman who would attack without knowing the truth, and was also grateful that he was extremely experienced. Adi, who was cautious, had experienced similar things more than once. Every experience told Adi that if he wanted to live, he should give in at the first opportunity. As for being strong for a while, absolutely impossible. Adi had seen too many rookies who were arrogant for a short time because of trivial things like face, and eventually lost their lives. So, at this time, Adi said that he was harmless, lowered his head, and did not look around at all. However, a dog head came over. Adi did not notice when the dog head appeared. Labrador? Cream color. It is not pure, but the smile is pretty. The moment he saw Kaliki as someone who loves dogs very much, but cannot keep a dog due to work reasons, Adi almost subconsciously gave his evaluation. But then, Adi's face froze, because he confirmed that the warning of murderous intent came from this dog with a beautiful smile. How could this be possible? Then Adi, who was quite knowledgeable, trembled. He thought of a possible death hound. Don't come over, it's death hound. Adi immediately used the communication technique to inform his companions, who wanted to come over when they saw something wrong, facing the death hound in front of him, except for their captain who was on the ring. All of them were useless. Moreover, if he attacked rashly, it would only anger the opponent. It was far better for him to fight alone. Adi was about to crawl on his stomach, But Kaliki raised his paw to stop him. Kaliki looked at Adi with disdain. And the whole dog shrank into the shadow at Arthur's feet. From Adi's perspective, it was as if he had disappeared. His stealth, which he was proud of, was nothing in front of the death hound. Adi stared blankly at the place where Kaliki disappeared, and his eyes naturally followed the shadow to look at Arthur. Almost immediately, Adi realized from the bottom of his heart, Sir Kratos is saying that I am not even as good as his dog. There was no doubt. There was no hesitation. Adi was very sure. Compared with the others in the team, Adi can be said to be experienced. So he can see the difference when Arthur shows kindness. The kindness that is at ease, and in control of the overall situation has a little edge. Although it is hidden very deeply. It really exists. And now? Adi has confirmed this. No. To be more precise, Adi overturned the previous definition of Arthur. People who can raise death hounds, even if they are kind, are only kind to a limited extent. Moreover, this is not kindness with hidden edge. It is clearly the last trace of moral mercy in death. Terrible people, Adi thought in his heart, and he was even more cautious. The deputy captain of the expedition team immediately adjusted his mood, and without any hesitation, he simply stated his purpose. Sir Kratos, I want to discuss something with you on behalf of our team. There is near the beach in the dock area. I let you go before dawn. I didn't expect you to dare to come. A chuckle interrupted the words of the deputy captain of the expedition. Suddenly, Adi was struck by lightning. What? The people digging the ruins are from Kratos' family? Are you kidding me? Thinking in his heart, Adi immediately shook his head. In the eyes of the deputy captain of the expedition, Arthur had no need to fool him. What's the point of fooling them? They don't have extraordinary wealth. Nor do they have any special secrets. The strength of the most impressive Captain Deljo is nothing in front of the opponent. The opponent can't be targeting them. Right? Others may be. The Nanlos medium in front of him is definitely impossible. After all, the black cats of the rumored cat faction. Black are all elite. And there are many of them. It is impossible to target them. Of course, the most important thing is time. Arthur has a very accurate grasp of time. They really went there before dawn. That is to say, Arthur had already generously let them go once. But they came back again. And they wanted to cooperate with Arthur, the controller of the ruins. It's over. We've hit the gun. Adi cried out in his heart. The deputy captain of the expedition seemed to see the death of himself and others. Instinctively, the deputy captain of the expedition began to think about how to change the death in front of him. But it was difficult, or even impossible. It's really dead. The deputy captain of the expedition began to feel despair. But at this moment, Arthur asked softly, How are you going to compensate me? Chapter 414 The Initiative of the Medium. Compensation? When Adi, who was ready to close his eyes and wait for death, heard this sentence, his eyes widened immediately. There is still a chance. No need to die. The joy in his heart made the deputy captain of the expedition team breathe faster. He began to think about what he and his people could take out as compensation. Money? There is some, but the medium in front of him would definitely not look down on it. The same goes for secret techniques. Even the secret technique of their captain, the Wild Wind Sword Deljo, is one level lower than the medium, who has already entered the rank. As for the props, after years of exploration, they have indeed accumulated a lot of props. But they are all regular secret technique level. There are very few real masterpieces. Moreover, even such masterpieces are difficult to impress the medium in front of him. As an archaeologist who works part-time as a mystic, Adi has a pretty good eye. Therefore, just by glancing at the medium in front of him, he quickly determined that the value of the props Arthur had was far greater than theirs. What did they have left? People? Themselves? Thinking of this, Adi had a bitter smile on his face. To express our apologies, we are willing to serve you, the deputy captain of the expedition team said, while quietly looking at Arthur. Adi wanted to tell the number of services based on Arthur's expression. In Adi's mind, 2 times is the most appropriate. 3 times is also acceptable. However, when the deputy captain of the expedition team saw the obvious disdain on Arthur's face, he couldn't say the number of times. The deputy captain of the expedition team stopped talking. From the original serve a few times to serve, with 2 words missing. The meaning has changed greatly. The former is temporary employment, and the latter is equivalent to selling one's body. The deputy leader of the expedition team wanted to explain, but he couldn't say it, because the medium in front of him frowned after showing disdain. He looked down on them. Let Deljo show all his strength in front of me tomorrow. If he passes, I will accept your service. If he fails, I will give you a suggestion, Arthur said lightly. And then he brushed past Audie and walked into the tent. This alms-like tone made the deputy captain of the expedition team smile bitterly. He glanced in the direction of the tent, and then walked towards his teammates. He knew that they were in big trouble this time. If the captain could not pass the test tomorrow, they would most likely be killed. Right? No. They would definitely be killed. Although the medium only made a suggestion. But this suggestion must be full of death. And from beginning to end, the deputy captain of the expedition team never thought that Arthur was after them. First, it was the name of the black cats. Second, it was Arthur's disdainful attitude, looking down on their appearance. If it was only the first one, the deputy captain of the expedition team would still have some doubts in his heart. But when the second one came out, the deputy captain of the expedition team had no idea at all. And this is what Arthur wanted. Arthur needed an expedition team like Deljo, looking for various ruins, replenish XP. A sincere invitation is naturally the best. But it is not easy to impress a major arcana. At this stage, Arthur has a lot of things that can do this, but those are what Arthur needs himself, and he can't use them as bargaining chips. So, Arthur chose another way to invite the other party. He will not invite the other party. Instead, he wants the other party to beg him. The reversal of the relationship between the two directly changed the original dilemma. For this batch of goods, I don't want to pay for it, but I want the goods. What can you do? Little Arthur, you have to remember, we are not robbers, we are mediums. We can't take other people as things at will. So, we have to make the other party, including the person and the things, our own. If you take your own people as things, you are not a robber. Arthur remembered what old Charlie said. And now? He simply put his knowledge into practice. According to the original plan, Arthur was going to use Melinda a little bit to let the other party enter the game smoothly, but who knew that the other party would take the initiative to deliver himself to the door. Then Arthur would not be polite. And the result was also good. Of course, there will be accidents at any time. After that Audie returned, this expedition team might leave Nanlos overnight. Although under the deterrence of Death Hound and his advance cordon arrangement, this possibility was very small. But just in case, Arthur still let Wu and I go with him. After doing all this, Arthur picked up Pendragon and lay back on the soft couch. Scott was still making the final changes. Arthur closed his eyes and dozed off, and focused on Deljo's expedition team. The match between Deljo and Lord Ernest's nephew had come to an end. Deljo won easily. This Quanfing sword didn't he take it seriously at all, and he got the ticket to the semifinals with just a casual strike. However, when this Quanfing sword walked towards the position of his teammates, he found that his teammates looked a little strange. What is wrong? The invitation didn't he go well? This Quanfing sword asked. It's not that it didn't he go well, but it was unexpected. Audie didn't he hide anything, and directly recounted what had just happened. Just after Audie finished speaking, the youngest little Winna immediately raised her hand to speak. Why don't we give up this ruin? I always feel that this time is too dangerous. We should leave Nanlos right now. Nanjun is so big, even that medium can't find us. Chef Prit nodded in agreement with Little Winna's words. But Little Winna's sister Edwina shook her head. That medium raises death hounds. If we run away, and he releases the death hounds, our tracks will be completely untraceable. When the death hounds find us, that will be when the medium finds us. And we will not be able to face an inner at all. The slender red-haired puzzle solver. The mystic shook his head. Sorry. It's me. Audie immediately stood up to apologize. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Deljo. Everyone agreed to let you communicate. And who would have thought that the beach belonged to this gentleman? Deljo smiled bitterly. The people around him also looked helpless. Everyone felt the teasing of fate. Then, everyone looked at Deljo, waiting for Deljo to make the final decision. Looking at his team members, Deljo's face became serious. The leader of the expedition team suddenly asked an unexpected question. Do you think this gentleman wants us to agree? Or does he want us to disagree? Chapter 415, I really don't eat beef. After hearing their captain's words, the whole expedition team was stunned. Those who reacted slowly, such as the chef, the deputy attacker Plit, and Xiaowina were still scratching their heads. And those who reacted quickly had already guessed what their captain said. For example, Audie and Edwina. Captain, are you saying that this gentleman doesn't want us to agree? Edwina lowered her voice. Deljo nodded. Xiao Wen's face showed confusion. Why? Shouldn't he be hoping that we agree? Yes, why? Plit was also puzzled. He wanted a reasonable excuse to attack. Now I finally understand why he didn't give any warning when he found us peeping at the ruins under the beach. Because he knew we would go find him. Because he was waiting for us to find him. Then he can start his game. A hunting game that belongs to him alone. And we are the prey, Adi said, while a look of fear appeared on his face. And the wild wind sword Deljo nodded. Yes, this is the question I just thought of. This gentleman abides by his own rules, but he definitely doesn't mind killing some people who break his rules. If no one breaks his rules, then make some, just like the idle noble we met before. The wild wind sword paused when he said this, because he saw that the team members were still in fear, compared to the noble who they thought they could handle but still survived. The medium in front of them was the one who was truly frightening. If he was caught in the other party as Hunt, even he would not be able to survive. However, he had to keep his team members alive. Thinking of this, the wild wind sword no longer hesitated, and said directly, I will do my best tomorrow, and I will definitely pass the test. Captain! The team members looked at their captain, who looked serious. Little Wenna's eyes were already filled with tears. Even though she was the youngest, she could tell that her captain was ready to risk his life to keep them alive. Little Wenna had noticed. So how could the others not have noticed? Immediately, everyone looked sad and angry. Don't act rashly. On the stage, that gentleman will be restrained. But if you fight in private, that gentleman will not have any restraint. In fact, this is what that gentleman wants. He hopes you will do this and start his hunting in advance. The wild wind sword reminded his team members. The surrounding team members. Each of them was filled with reluctance, but nodded helplessly. They can ignore their own lives, but they cannot ignore the lives of their companions. For a moment, the atmosphere in this corner became tragic, and it was out of tune with the joy around. Arthur, are you polite? You are making me think I am a pervert who doesn't eat beef. With the help of Wu and I's vision, Arthur looked at everything in front of him, and began to complain crazily in his heart. He is really not a bad person. At most, he is not a very good person. But he really didn't mean any harm. He just wanted Deljo and the others to work for him. And he wasn't asking them to work for free. He would pay them. But he didn't have any money now, so he would owe them for the time being. He swore that, when Deljo and the others found valuable items, they would give them to him for identification, and then he would give them to Melinda for sale, and if they got enough gold coins, he would definitely pay them. How could someone like him be considered a pervert all of a sudden? Alas! Arthur sighed in his heart. At this time, Scott finished the last revision, and when he saw Arthur breathing slowly with his eyes closed, he did not disturb him and chose to leave quietly. The report in his hand was today's supplement. It was the exclusive news of the Horn. And he could guarantee that today's report would definitely explode South Los. The new editor-in-chief couldn't wait to see the public's surprised look. At the same time, the new editor-in-chief also expected to rely on this report to take the Clarion to a higher level. Arthur opened one eye and glanced at Scott's back. Then he hugged Pendragon and began to prepare for sleep. But it was clear that this was completely a luxury. The exclamations that sounded from time to time in Alta Square made Arthur mistakenly think that he had entered a concert. The sound was close to 100 decibels. After trying several times, Arthur turned over and sat up, rubbing his face. The young medium gave up the idea of catching up on sleep here. He walked out of the tent and looked at the ring. On the ring, the two nephews of Lord Dubois and Lord Bass were really fighting hard. Although they could not win the championship, if they won the third place, even if they became a wandering knight afterwards, it would be a good qualification. At least, they could get 2 more sets of armor from their uncle. Therefore, while the long swords in the hands of these two people were heading straight for the opponent's vital points, by moving his feet, he made the opponent's vital attack less fatal. And after crippling the opponent, he launched a more fatal attack on the opponent. The fighting style of both sides has long gone beyond the usual fencing game between nobles, and is completely a battlefield fighting style. Similarly, this fighting style where every sword draws blood attracted the exclamations of the audience around. Even with the 3 brothers of the Bourne family as a prelude yesterday, it is still the same. Because, today, Lord Dubois and Lord Bass's 2 nephews are more skilled in swordsmanship. The physical strength is also longer. At the same time, it is also more ruthless. The nephew of Lord Dubois faced the long sword of Lord Bass's nephew stabbing at his lower abdomen, and suddenly stopped dodging, letting the long sword pierce through his lower abdomen. The long sword in his hand pierced into the opponent's chest. Puff! Puff! With two metal cutting sounds, Lord Dubois and Lord Bass's nephew fell to the ground with each other's long swords. Amid the exclamations of the people around them, the blood of the two people flowed from the blades. Anyone with a little knowledge could see that this was a fatal injury. The two young men risked their lives for their goals. The doctor next to the ring immediately rushed to the ring and carefully examined the two men. But the results of the examination were extremely pessimistic. The doctor's experience told him that once the long swords on the two men were pulled out, the two men would bleed to death immediately. With a little regret, the doctor shook his head. Everyone around saw this scene. Suddenly, people's eyes were filled with regret. They were mourning the loss of life. And at this moment, a faint voice came. Why not? Let me try. Chapter 416 Admission Ticket. The calm voice was so loud in the silence. When everyone looked in the direction of the voice, the afterglow of the setting sun just bypassed the clock tower on the Elta Square, and the dazzling light shone on the figure wearing a black coat, holding an orange cat, with a gentle smile on his face. Master! Sir Kratos! Different names came one after another. Arthur put Pendragon on the ground. Wait for me here, don't run around. Saying these words, under the gaze of the crowd, Arthur quickly stepped onto the ring. Injured internal organs. Arthur could tell at a glance that the injuries of Lord Dubois's nephew and Lord Bass's nephew were serious. Under the conventional medical level in the world before him, for injuries like these two, there is basically no other possibility except waiting to die. But the world before him, there is a mysterious side. Can you do me a favor? Arthur looked at the doctor on the ring. This doctor was wearing a cotton mask, a hood and gloves. Judging from the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, he was already a middle-aged man. However, he had very heavy dark circles under his eyes. Being able to serve as a doctor on the ring meant that he had a considerable reputation in South Los. As for the dark circles under his eyes, apart from the fencing competition, he should be busy with his own affairs. Right? Just like him. Arthur was sure that, if the fencing competition lasted a week, he would have dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, the final championship match would be tomorrow. After that, he planned to take a good rest for 2 days, and definitely not go out, just sleep. Of course, what do I need to do? The doctor asked politely. You hold the hilt of the sword. While I slowly pour out the liquid medicine, you need to pull out the sword steadily and slowly, and definitely not too fast. You can't shake your hands either, Arthur warned. Although Hand of Nothingness can also do this, Arthur didn't want to expose the fact that his Hand of Nothingness was different. Coincidentally, there was a ready-made doctor in front of him. As a doctor, steady hands are the most important. After all, after experiencing the Holy Age controlled by the Church and the Silver Age controlled by the nobles, doctors gradually got on the right track in the Pioneer era. For example, the barber and doctor are the same person, and they firmly believe that bloodletting, laxatives can cure most diseases, and use irons to treat anal fistulas. After that, most of them stopped using this ignorant medical method. Of course, some places still believe it, especially those who are suffering from hair loss, who firmly believe that bird droppings can promote hair growth. In this regard, most people understand. After all, that is their only hope. Who would blame a person who is superstitious because of baldness? Every hair of them and them, but they all have names. I understand. The doctor grasped the hilt of the long sword that was stuck in Lord Bass's nephew's body. The young man's long sword was stuck in his chest, and he was more seriously injured. Arthur took out a bottle of healing potion produced by Almur from the medicine bag in his coat, unplugged the bottle, and slowly poured it around the wound. Under the doctor's shocked eyes, the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Focus! Arthur gently reminded the other party. Anyone who faces the mysterious side for the first time will have a similar state. Arthur had already understood this, so he was not angry, and he controlled the flow rate of the medicine. Okay. The ring doctor nodded immediately, and began to slowly draw out the sword. Very steady, without any trembling. No extra wounds were made. The medicine was also slowly seeping in. When the blood that had overflowed touched the medicine, it immediately began to form a scab to prevent more blood from seeping out. Obviously, although Almur was not very reliable most of the time, the potions he made were quite good, I can ask her to make more in the future. Just in case. Arthur thought to himself. And when the ring doctor completely pulled out the sword, he immediately poured out half of the liquid in the test tube, and poured the remaining half into the mouth of the nephew of the Lord. Looking at the scabbed wound and the steady breathing of the nephew of Lord Bath, Arthur nodded secretly. His purpose, half of it is done. One more thing is left. Arthur spoke up suddenly for his own purpose. In addition to the necessary XP, Arthur also needs an entry ticket to the South Los aristocracy. The title of knight is a noble recognized by the public, but it is not very useful in the South Los aristocracy. Arthur is very clear about this. Arthur is even more clear that if he wants to enter this closed, ancient, rigid and dirty circle, it will take more time, energy, and suppressing nausea. Arthur naturally had some resistance to this. But if he wanted to obtain the inheritance and mysterious knowledge possessed by these nobles, he had to be unafraid of dirt. As for being tougher, as long as the Nanlos family was not extinct, Arthur would remain calm. However, Arthur's luck was quite good recently. When Lord Bois' nephew and Lord Bath's nephew both fell to the ground, Arthur knew that his chance had come. Although the two young men could not inherit their uncle's titles, as children of nobles, they were still incomparable to ordinary people even if they became wandering knights. And with the grace of saving his life, when the two families held salons and banquets again, Arthur would definitely be among the invited guests. Similarly, when Arthur held salons and banquets, he could also invite the other party. Don't underestimate such salons and banquets. This is the so-called circle, a kind of protective membrane that blocks the promotion channel for most people and allows a small number of people to enjoy more resources. When the order is chaotic, this membrane is useless. As long as you are strong enough, it will break with a poke, and at most you will bleed. But when the order is complete, this membrane becomes high above, hidden in the glory, and makes those who look up unable to open their eyes. Time passed by minute, and when Lord Dubois's nephew also became breathing steadily and out of danger, the people in Elta Square once again applauded the young medium. Arthur nodded to all around. Then, he looked gently at the two young men still lying on the ring, and said in a slow voice, "Rest well, it's all right, everything is over." "Thank you, Sir Kratos." The two thanked him together. Arthur smiled, and motioned for the stretcher to go on the ring. There was no persuasion. There was no instruction. Compared to the common people, the pride of these noble children will not easily accept the kindness of others. Of course, because of this pride, Arthur is not worried about his return. Whether the two have learned a lesson from this near-death experience, this kind of return will not change. After watching the two noble children being carried off the ring, Arthur also jumped off the ring and hugged Pendragon, who was waiting beside him. At this time, the ring doctor walked over quickly, bowed, and then asked in a very low voice, "Sir Kratos, do you think people can be resurrected after death?" Arthur listened to such a question. His face still kept a smile, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 417: The Difference Between Cats and Dogs. At this moment, Arthur thought that the ring doctor in front of him came with the test of the Countess of Nanlos. He had performed the play of guiding the dead souls to the place of eternal sleep, and releasing the evil spirits, and in the eyes of the Countess, this became his desire to revive his parents. Even before, the female swordsman had hinted at it. So, when the ring doctor in front of him spoke, Arthur subconsciously thought that the other party was the same. After all, the other party was the doctor of this sword competition, and the real person of the Countess. The reason why the other party did this was, of course, the taunting of the Countess. It could be because of the South Town incident. It could also be because of other things in South Los. However, Arthur immediately realized that the other party should be responsible for his own behavior, and had nothing to do with the Countess. First of all, given the identity of the Countess and his relationship, I will not be so tolerant as to repeat such warnings to him. Although this serene and secluded Earl is not a harsh person, he is also not a kind person. Therefore, compared with repeated admonitions, this Earl is better at expressing his position through actions. For example, a bolt of lightning. Secondly, and most importantly, the ring doctor in front of him took off his mask. With light yellow hair, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and sorrow. The sorrow hidden in the eyes and deep in the face, under Arthur's observation. Torching gaze, it was clearly revealed. Has the other party lost a relative? At this age, if it's the parents who died, although it's sad, it should be calm. So, it's the wife or the child. Arthur thought in his heart, and continued in a gentle voice. The dead can be resurrected. But I don't recommend doing that. Why? The doctor on the ring immediately became a little excited. And Sue? The doctor found out that he was wrong. I'm sorry, Mr. Kratos. I lost my temper. I'm Leinster. And I used to be a doctor at the Leinster Clinic. Now I'm... The doctor immediately took a step back, apologized, and introduced himself. But at the end, the doctor didn't know what words to use to describe himself now. Leinster Clinic, Arthur had heard of this clinic. It was a well-known clinic in the Dord area. Not only because the doctor in the clinic, Leinster, was a skilled doctor, but also because the doctor was kind and generous, and provided a lot of free medicines to the workers in the local neighborhood. Arthur remembered this clinic because the newspaper reported not long ago that Leinster's wife had an accident and died. I deeply sympathize with your experience. However, I still don't recommend you to do this. Because you don't know who you brought back, Arthur said, his face showing just the right amount of helplessness and sadness. Although the doctor in front of him was not a spy sent by the Tigress, Arthur didn't mind deepening the Tigress's impression of this matter. As for the Tigress being indifferent? Impossible. During the short time he and Leinster were talking, at least 2 dark visions had scanned this place. Arthur was sure, after he finished talking with Leinster, the doctor would definitely be questioned by the Tigress's subordinate. Of course, the most likely scenario is that after the questioning, the doctor's memory would be slightly biased. This would make everything more reasonable. Can't be sure who was brought back? Dr. Leinster muttered to himself. My condolences, Arthur said softly, with an apologetic look in his eyes. After nodding slightly, he passed by the other person. Outside of Elta Square, Edwin's carriage had already stopped there. The quarterfinals of the swordsmanship tournament had ended, but the performance was not over yet, and would continue until late at night. If he had enough sleep, Arthur wouldn't mind enjoying the following song and dance performances, or strolling around the rare market formed by the swordsmanship tournament. But under the premise of lack of sleep, Arthur just wanted to go back and catch up on his sleep. Opening the door, there was no one inside. Sir, there are some things that need to be taken care of. However, she asked me to ask what you would like to have for breakfast tomorrow? Asked Melinda's driver. Mostly egg tarts. As for the rest, Mary can choose whatever she wants. Also, please thank Mary for me. She made me feel the beauty of the world again. Arthur replied with a smile. Arthur had tasted Mary's cooking skills more than once. They tasted great. Especially the egg tarts. Arthur likes it even more. And facing such a cook, Arthur must express his gratitude. It is because of cooks like Mary that the profession of chefs is not tainted by the guys who call themselves chefs in the so-called White Rose and Red Rose. After those 2 guys made such disgusting food, they dared to sell it. The most important thing is, the 2 guys never eat the food they made. They really have to thank the security of Nanlos. If it were in other places, this kind of guy will definitely be beaten to death. I will convey it truthfully. Mary will be very happy that someone praises her cooking skills, Edwin said, and closed the door for Arthur. The carriage drove smoothly to number 2 Kirk Street. And outside the door of number 2 Kirk Street, Merlin did not leave. He and his playmate Gawain were standing outside the gate waiting. The energetic Gawain was a little nervous. When he saw Arthur getting off the carriage, he looked even more nervous. Thank you, sir. I will definitely work hard. Although nervous, Gawain still thanked him loudly. I am looking forward to your performance. Now, you have to go home. I don't want your family to misunderstand anything because of your late return, Arthur said with a smile. Okay, sir. Gawain nodded immediately. The kind Arthur made the child completely relieved and looked forward to his work more and more. Merlin was making the final report of the day. According to your instructions, dinner will be provided by Endora's mother-in-law's kitchen. The main course tonight is fried meat, hash browns, fried fish, and the soup is peanut butter and tomato soup, as well as white bread and baked potatoes. Well, see you tomorrow morning? Merlin. See you tomorrow morning? Sir. Arthur watched Merlin and Gawain go away. Normally, Merlin would finish work much earlier than this time. Unless he specifically ordered dinner, he would usually just leave a note. Waving goodbye to Edwin, Arthur entered number 2 Kirk Street, yawned and pushed open the door. Pendragon jumped out of his arms and walked inside. Coolidge told Arthur that he wanted to stay in the yard. As a dog with dignity, it didn't want to be ridden by a cat. Arthur understood this, then dragged Kalichi into the room, and put Pendragon on Kalichi's head. Coolidge, the dog's face was shocked. Pendragon, cat face was confused. Arthur laughed loudly. Arthur was in a good mood and had a great appetite. He ate all the food on the table in a flash, and then he fell asleep with Pendragon in his arms. Until, just before dawn. When that figure appeared, Arthur suddenly opened one of his tightly closed eyes. Chapter 418, The Night of the Son of Death's Coming to the World. Just before dawn, when everyone was drowsy, the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society, Portraman, arrived as promised. The man in a hooded cloak passed through Dow Lane like a ghost, and came to the gate of number 2 Kirk Street. He looked up at the tall death snake fig, with a sigh in his eyes. There was also a similar plant in the former holy place of the Dead Poets Society. Autopole. The existence of the other party has always been the symbol of the holy land of the Dead Poets Society. And it is also one of the important symbols of the Dead Poets Society. Many old-school Dead Poets Society members still respect it as the holy tree. As for those bastards of the new school, if it weren't for those bastards, how could the Holy Land be destroyed? How could the president be seriously injured and hide? And how could the entire Dead Poets Society lose its foundation? And the holy tree, after it was burned, uprooted? There is no life anymore. Portraman's eyes were filled with hatred as he recalled the past. But then he became excited. Different. Everything is different. The appearance of the Son of Death in the prophecy will change everything. The Dead Poets Society will not only rebuild the Holy Land, but also make the glory of death shine again. Portraman looked at the death snake in front of him. Even as the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society at this time, he also became emotional. Because, the prediction of his old friend, Portraman didn't believe in such predictions before. However, as time passed, one thing after another appeared, all telling him that the prediction was true. It's just, there were some deviations before. This is nothing. Prophecy, isn't it like this? The important thing is, now it's back on track. As for the loss and consumption in this process, all of this is normal. Death has a process. What about those who follow death? All of this is allowed. As long as we find the real son of death. Thinking of this, Portraman took a deep breath, tidied his clothes, and knocked on the gate. The invisible hand opened the gate. At the same time, the door of number 2 Kirk Street was opened. The left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society, without hesitation, stepped into the room. As the door behind him closed, Portraman took off his hood, revealing a handsome face. The brown beard on his chin did not make him look sloppy. On the contrary, it gave him a mature charm. Moreover, his manners were elegant, and he was graceful even when he walked. However, immediately, his steps paused. Because Coolidge. He was ordered by Arthur to temporarily reveal his figure. Coolidge, who was lying at the corner of the corridor, was discovered by Portraman. Almost at the first glance, Portraman saw the real existence inside Coolidge's cream-colored Labrador, Death Hound. Portraman was stunned. Then he laughed. Isn't it normal for the Son of Death to raise a Death Hound? No need to be surprised. It's all normal operation. The left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society told himself this. At the same time, I became more and more convinced of my friend's prediction. Walking to the front of the medium small hall, the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society bowed slightly and greeted softly. Good evening, Arthur. I am really glad that you agreed to meet me. You may not know what we paid for this meeting. Oh, what did we pay? Arthur, who was sitting in the medium small hall, stood up as the other party spoke, and asked, while going to the kitchen to boil water. Portraman stood at the door of the medium small hall, looking at Arthur's back in the kitchen, smiled bitterly. You are asking knowingly. Isn't all this under the control of you and your grandfather? We never thought that. You are the real son of death we have been looking for. We never thought that. Your grandfather could cover up fate, and let us shift our focus to the fake Holden. As he said, the smile of the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society became more and more bitter. Because, he thought of the words with his good friend after fate was covered by that old Sir Charlie, at that moment. 57,622 possibilities were generated, 57,620 of which were dead ends. There were only 2 ways to survive. One of them was extremely difficult. The other was very easy. The easy one is something we cannot see. And the reason why our Son of God chose the difficult one, what made us spy on him, was because of a lady. Maybe. This is love. The left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society could hear the helplessness of his friend when he told him such words. And he understood his friend's helplessness very well. Because he was the same. Obviously. because of Arthur's choice. They discovered Arthur's true identity. But they were not happy at all. There was always a feeling that love was mocking death. Moreover, it was death who went to meet him. The only comforting thing was that the lady did not reject death. If his friend had not stopped him, he would have contacted the lady and asked her to join the Dead Poets Society. Don't interfere with the love of His Royal Highness the Son of God. We only need to ensure the safety of His Royal Highness the Son of God and the safety of the lady. The rest? Just watch. Remembering his friend's words, Portraman quickly adjusted his mood, and his eyes, looking at Arthur's back, showed a burning and tangible expectation. Sure enough, the right patriarch of the Dead Poets Society, who was rumored to have the ability of prophecy, also has a similar ability of looking back. Arthur had expected this, and was not panicked at all. He was not excited either. Everything was under his control. He boiled the water, and let it stand for a moment, controlling the water temperature very accurately. Brewing tea for Portraman. When the aroma of tea filled with the fragrance of beans began to spread in the medium-small hall, Arthur looked at the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society opposite. His eyes were very peaceful, without any fear or hatred. Just peaceful, and a little helpless. Portraman turned the teacup with his fingers. When he saw Arthur's eyes like this, he immediately admired his old friend in his heart. Before, he always misunderstood his old friend. He always thought that his old friend was too arrogant. But now, he realized that he was wrong. He thought a simple thing was too complicated. It also made him complicated from a simple person. In fact, these are not necessary. He just needs to discuss it with his friend. Then, just do what his friend told him to do. For example, at this time, without any hesitation, the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society took out a scroll from his arms. Dead Poets Society has 3 major rituals and 7 major secret arts. And this is Sound of Death, one of the 7 major secret arts. After saying that, the other party placed the secret scroll in front of Arthur. Then, without waiting for Arthur to speak, the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society directly opened the scroll and spread it flat, trying to let Arthur see the words on the scroll. At a glance. Chapter 419, I Never Lie. Arthur was startled, looked up at Portraman opposite him. His eyes were full of surprise. And what about Portraman? The left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society had a trace of guilt on his face. The attitude of the Kratos family towards us is very clear, that is, to stay away from them. Similarly, this has affected our Holy Son. But there is room for reversal. From the way our Holy Son treated Miss Caesar, our Holy Son has the impulse and passion of a young man. At the same time, our Holy Son is a person who is extremely committed to his promises, and will not refuse responsibility. So, we might as well create a fait accompli. As long as our Holy Son learns one of the 7 secrets of the Dead Poets Society, then even if the Holy Son is unwilling, the facts will not change. Moreover, this is a very rare opportunity for us to be alone with our Holy Son. When the rest of the Kratos family returns to South Los, we will never have any chance again. When the old lion, the tigress, really sets her sights on His Royal Highness the Sun, we will also have no chance. Recalling the words of his old friend, the right patriarch, Portraman's heart was filled with lamentations. He did not want to use such a despicable method. But he also understood that the facts were just as his friend said. As time passed, the members of the Kratos family returned to Nanlos, or the Old Lion, and the tigress really set her sights on His Royal Highness the Sun. They really have no chance to get close to His Royal Highness. The former, even his old friend could not predict. According to his old friend's explanation, not only their His Royal Highness, but also the fate of all members of the Kratos family has been confused and covered up. Any prophet can see it, it's all chaos. Even, forcibly observing will encounter the backlash of that chaos. The pain is like being cut by a sharp blade, and will instantly fill the whole body. And this should be the ruler of the Chaos Blade when His Royal Highness described the family emblem motto. I just don't know what the Leviathan axe has. As for the latter, this point, there is no doubt. As time goes by, their Holy Son will surely shine with a brilliance that will attract the whole of South Los and South County. Naturally, it will attract old lions, tigresses, and other high-level predators on this continent. Of course, in addition to these ideas, his old friend also has the intention of testing. Although his old friend did not say it, but Portraman could guess that if it is really confirmed, his old friend would definitely not procrastinate, and would directly hand over the 7 secret arts of the organization to His Highness the Son of God, instead of just handing over the voice of death, as he did now. His old friend He wanted to use the voice of death to make the final confirmation. The Son of Death is extremely special. When other people learn the 7 secret arts of the Dead Poets Society, it often takes several years or even more than 10 years. Even for those with extremely high talent, it would take 1 or 2 years. Why was Holden confirmed as the Son of Death so quickly? It was because, without any ritual, he learned the voice of death in just 1 year and 10 months. Even if he just learned it and was not proficient in it, it was still surprising enough. After all, there was no ritual beforehand, and the difficulty was greatly increased. Similarly, the situation was the same for His Royal Highness the Son of God in front of him. Even, it will be a little more difficult. Because His Royal Highness the Son of God has already completed other rituals. This is certain. I hope your Royal Highness's ritual will not conflict with the secrets of the Dead Poets Society. Portraman prayed in his heart. Then, the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society stood up. "Sorry, Arthur. Please forgive us for having to do this." As the voice fell, the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society bowed and apologized. And looking at the scene in front of him, Arthur sighed. "I really don't want to have anything to do with the Dead Poets Society." Hearing these words, Portraman's heart sank. It was obvious that His Royal Highness's misunderstanding of the Dead Poets Society was deeper than he thought. In this regard, Portraman was ready to explain. But before he could say anything, Portraman found something wrong. Because his emotions became excited with the words of His Royal Highness. A feeling of suspicion and disgust towards his organization arose. In just a moment, such emotions were dispelled by his firm belief. But this was enough to make the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society stunned. Because this was exactly the performance of the voice of death. His Highness the Son of God actually learned it. He learned it after just one look. This is incredible. Even though Portraman never doubted Arthur's identity as the Son of Death and was extremely convinced at this moment, I felt my whole body trembling. And my scalp was numb. What a talent this is! Only the Son of Death is worthy of such a death talent. Compared with this, what is Holden? No! Why should I compare a fake with His Highness the Son of God? This is disrespectful. Bah! Fake. After spitting in his heart, the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society has already knelt on one knee. Your Highness. No need to doubt it anymore. The person who could learn the voice of death, one of the 7 secrets of the Dead Poets Society, in one glance must be the Son of Death. Portraman, who was already convinced, changed his name directly. And what about Arthur? There was more helplessness on his face, as if he was suffering under coercion. In fact, that was the case. He had to hold back, so he didn't laugh. For this, Arthur was very grateful for the skill bluff he had mastered. Similarly, in order to divert his attention, Arthur looked at the words in front of him. Sound of Death. This is one of the core secrets that existed when the Dead Poets Society was first established. It was first created by the first-generation Shaka of the Dead Poets Society after he witnessed his teacher one shouting at the shadow in order to save others. He had some insights, and it took him 10 years to create it. This first-generation Shaka named his teacher as Passionate Shout Ode to Courage, and swore to revive his teacher, but with an accident, the first-generation Shaka passed away, and the second-generation Shaka who inherited the Dead Poets Society led the Dead Poets Society to a different path. But it is undeniable that, even after being called the voice of death, the hymn of courage is still powerful. And your talent, bloodline, further strengthened this secret art. However, please remember the hymn of humanity, always a hymn of courage. Effect, 1. Bewitching. 2. Pardon. Bewitching. Your voice is full of bewitching. You can easily convince some people who think they are stubborn. Especially when adding the power of death, any creature that hears your voice will involuntarily have the desire to kill. They will all rush to the carnival of death. Pardon. When your voice is added to the power of death, equals in the middle, low-level undead creatures will choose to obey in an instant. High-level undead creatures will also be happy to help. Note 1. You can choose to turn on or off the sound of death at any time, but the sound of death must be the sound you speak out in person to be activated, and it cannot be replaced by ventriloquism or other secret techniques. Note 2. The creatures bewitched by you cannot detect this bewitching, and will only think it is natural, and when your bewitching is resisted, the bewitched creature will ignore you. Be wary of you or hate you depending on the situation. Note 3. When the creature you bewitched kills, it can bring back the breath of death for you. Note 4. The target killed by the creature you bewitched is not considered as the target killed by you, and cannot be captured. Note 5. When issuing a pardon, your whip can effectively make high-level undead creatures understand what obedience is. Arthur's eyes swept over the voice of death. I don't know why, but I always feel that this voice of death is somewhat compatible with the profession of medium in some aspects. Illusion. It must be an illusion. As a young, kind, honest and simple medium, how could I lie to others? Arthur thought to himself, looking at Portraman again, and asked helplessly, Look, do I still have a chance to refuse? Chapter 420 Members. Portraman felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Sure enough, just as his old friend had guessed, although His Royal Highness the Son of God was extremely talented, he still had the innocence of a young man. It would be best to start from this aspect. Thinking of this, Portraman softly recited, Death follows us everywhere. Your Highness, welcome home. Saying these words, Portraman knelt on one knee again to salute. Moreover, this time, the left leader of the Dead Poets Society did not stand up immediately, but raised his head slightly, looking eagerly at Arthur. The young medium sighed very cooperatively. Then, he stood up and supported him. Thank you, Your Highness. Your glory is like death, eternal. Portraman spoke almost instinctively. No flattery. Only sincerity. Because, the left leader of the Dead Poets Society is a person who firmly believes that Arthur can lead the Dead Poets Society out of the predicament, but it is precisely because of this sincerity that the words of the left leader of the Dead Poets Society are far beyond any kind of false flattery. The situation of the Dead Poets Society is worse than I thought. Otherwise, the top leaders of the Dead Poets Society would not regard a so-called child of prophecy as a lifeline. Arthur thought silently in his heart. Under normal circumstances, when an organization is at its peak, the appearance of any child of prophecy will. They are all icing on the cake. And they are all mascots in a sense. Only when an organization is facing ruin and is about to disappear, will it need the Son of Prophecy to cheer people up. And the Son of Prophecy will be trusted. Because they have no other choice but to trust. Wait! The prophecy of this so-called Son of Prophecy. Is it false? Arthur's heart trembled. And he frowned secretly. However, the words in his mouth did not stop. Can you tell me about the current situation of the Dead Poets Society? Of course, Your Highness. Faced with Arthur's question, Portraman was overjoyed. The left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society was eager for Arthur to participate in the operation of the Dead Poets Society now. Only by deepening the bond between Arthur and the Dead Poets Society, Arthur can be the true son of death. So, Portraman immediately explained in detail. With the emergence of Black, after the fall of the Holy Empire, those bastards defected from the organization under the leadership of the reckless man Doikawa. They thought they had mastered the true meaning of death. After developing silently for 10 years, they began to clamor against us, the orthodox ones. We and them have experienced a 200-year-long war. Both sides suffered countless casualties. In order to survive, we had to sign a contract. But just before the 7 Years' War, those guys actually teamed up with the Blood Marquis and sneaked into the Holy Land of Adabul under the leadership of a traitor. They not only burned the holy tree, but also destroyed the water source and land of the Holy Land, forcing us to leave the Holy Land and disperse to various places in South County. Among them, Niwen has been our base camp for these years, with 33 official members. In West Berlin, there are 11 official members. In the territory of Einhaz, there are 7 formal members. In the territory of Bet, there are 13 formal members. In the fort of Lhasa, there are 3 formal members. In the fort of Sidian, there are 5 formal members. In the territory of Novia, there are 6 formal members. In the territory of Rude, there are 12 formal members. In the territory of Kadidman, there are 8 formal members. Except for the members of Niwen. The remaining territories are headed by an official member of the Arcanal level. The remaining official members are scattered in the important towns within these territories, developing subordinates in the form of branch chiefs, and implementing the true meaning of death and Nanlos. In order to pave the way for the liar Horton, only a few auxiliary personnel were left. When Portraman mentioned Horton, he gritted his teeth. A total of 98 official members? Excluding Niwen. There are 8 mysterious people on the Arcanal level. And the remaining people, each of them is considered a small leader, spread out and develop. Arthur was somewhat surprised at the number of members of the Dead Poets Society. It's not that there are few people, but that there are many people. In Arthur's estimation, for an organization like the Dead Poets Society that everyone hates, the official members can be as many as 20 to 30 people. I didn't expect that there would be as many as 98 people. You know, These 98 people are not ordinary people. Except for the Arcana level leaders in various places, the remaining official members of the Dead Poets Society, their strength also exceeds that of ordinary mysterious people. And this does not include Niwen. As the temporary base camp of the Dead Poets Society, Niwen not only has nearly 1/3 of the Dead Poets Society members, but these members must be very strong. However, this is an unexpected surprise for Arthur. Arthur knows very well that he will go to Niwen to participate in the South County swordsmanship competition next. And with the help of the Dead Poets Society, the danger will be greatly reduced. In fact, this is one of the important reasons why Arthur made, admitting that he is the son of death. Everything is for survival. Arthur sighed in his heart. But Portraman continued. 30 of the 33 members of Niwen were incorporated into the 30 choirs, among which the 4 notes are also Arcana level, and the alternative 4 notes are also Arcana level. The 3 non-staff members are 3 special talents found by my old friend Arid. They are proficient in forging, alchemy and potions. Each of them brings 3 to 9 apprentices to provide us with the items we need. I am at the entry level. My old friend Arid should have touched the threshold of ascending the level. The detailed and almost unreserved words made Arthur nod slightly. However, there is one thing that Arthur is very curious about. Why is there no major arcana? In the last battle with New Dead Poets Society, the original 4 notes were all killed. They are all major arcana. The current 4 notes are just the original backups. However, Your Highness, please rest assured, they have great talents and will definitely grow to the level of the real 4 notes within 10 years. Moreover, those bastards suffered more losses than us. Faced with Arthur's inquiry, Portraman naturally did not hide it. When the left leader of the Dead Poets Society mentioned those traitors, his handsome face always showed uncontrollable anger. Similarly, there is also a desire to win. In this regard, Arthur expressed his understanding. 200 years of war, that is no joke. The 2 sides have long been an undying feud. However, because of this, Arthur felt more and more strange. I only heard the young medium whispered puzzledly. So that's the case. But why did Horton cooperate with those guys from the new school before? Chapter 421 Blood. What? Portraman frowned, his face became gloomier than ever before. Then, the left leader of the Dead Poets Society said directly, Your Highness, I need to deal with this matter personally. It may be related to the traitor in the Holy Land atop more than 30 years ago. Okay. Arthur nodded, with no intention of objecting at all. Because, this is what he wants. Houghton's connection with the new Dead Poets Society has been hidden by Melinda. The reason why Arthur told Portraman so generously was because he was worried that the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society would follow him. From the enthusiasm and expectation shown by the other party, this is very likely to happen. Although it is impossible to follow openly, hiding in the dark is also something that makes Arthur very uncomfortable. He has too many secrets. He doesn't want to have such a pair of eyes around him. So, when he knew that there was a traitor in the Atobal incident, the holy place of the Dead Poets Society, I immediately knew what I should do. Your Highness, I will keep your identity confidential. Except for the top leaders in the organization, no one will know your identity. At the same time, I will arrange a full-time contact person for you. He will never disturb your life, but when you need him, you can contact him at any time. When leaving, the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society said this. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Arthur thanked him sincerely. No. You brought us hope. But the left lead singer of the Dead Poets Society shook his head and corrected him. Then, the other party disappeared in the shadow of Kirk Street. And until this time, Arthur had time to check the text messages that kept coming to him when he fell asleep. What happened in South Town is known to more South Los people. They are surprised at the audacity of those thugs, and even more surprised at the ability and courage of Little Lissip, especially after that. Little Lissip made it clear that it was all your credit. You had reminded him implicitly a long time ago. But he not only did not notice it, but also misunderstood you. He regretted it very much at this moment, and was determined to follow you and listen to your teachings. The people of Nanlos were shocked by your surprise. And some people were outspoken, believing that it was the ability of a psychic. Your reputation has greatly improved. XP plus 500. Your giving the management rights of Nanjun to Ms. Caesar caused an uproar. Many people think that you and Melinda are in true love. More people think that you are really spending a lot of money to pick up girls, and a small number of people are impressed by your pure bloodline. XP plus 500. Feeling impressed by my pure bloodline? Nanlos and old Charlie as acquaintances? My grandfather always gives people surprises quietly. Is he trying to give me a big surprise now? Arthur thought silently in his heart. He looked at his XP value again. 1,200. Adding the remaining 200 XP, this value exceeds the total value of any previous time. There is no doubt that, with the help of this South Low sword competition, Arthur has a good harvest. And this is not the end. First, such news needs time to spread. As time goes by, more people will know about this matter. Arthur's XP will inevitably enter a period of rapid increase. Second, after dawn, when Arthur won the championship and announced the knighthood to the public, the chain reaction would occur. He would also receive a large amount of XP. And this was only in the South Lows range. If he went to the bigger stage, Inner Bay, Arthur was still a little excited when he thought about getting more XP. However, correspondingly, the danger would also increase sharply. So he must be stronger. So add XP points? He silently said in his heart. Arthur added all the 1200 XP he just got to Swiftbird swordsmanship. Although he had the idea of working hard, he would never ignore the importance of bloodline and talent. In terms of talent, he had no idea about Breath of Death. But in terms of bloodline, Arthur could make up for it by using the swordsmanship inherited by the nobles. Swiftbird swordsmanship LV4, the swordsmanship created by the nobles of Nanjun for the sake of bloodline. But they misjudged the resilience and awareness of their descendants. Most people, after learning it, find it useless and choose to give up. Compared with practicing swordsmanship day and night, it is more suitable for them to indulge in it. However, you who accidentally got this swordsmanship are not among them. With your diligence and hard work, you have brought it to a very high level and have begun to play its true effect. Effect 1. Extreme speed. 2. Quick attack. 3. Full of blood. Extreme speed. When you use the Swiftbird sword, your sword speed is +4 on top of your physique. Quick strike. When you use the Swiftbird sword, the speed of the next sword is +1.0, can be stacked 3 times in a row. Full blood. The power contained in your blood is being slowly stimulated, they will gradually become pure. This will be a long process, and during this period, your appetite will be greatly increased. Physical, spiritual +1.2, 0.3 by 4. In the harmony of knowledge and body, Arthur could clearly feel the changes in himself. Not just the increase in physical strength and spiritual strength, but something deeper. Boom, boom, boom. The heart beats powerfully again and again, pumping blood to all parts of the body, allowing the blood to nourish the organs, muscles, bones, and even the skin. Arthur could feel this nourishment. It was very slow, but it was real. Then, before Arthur could feel it more carefully, an unprecedented feeling of hunger came from his stomach. Hungry. His stomach was completely empty, and his brain kept telling Arthur to eat. 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 Arthur's eyes turned green at this time. Without any hesitation, Arthur went straight to the storage room in the basement. Compared to the remaining bread in the kitchen, the storage room contained emergency dry food made by old Charlie himself. In order to deal with possible emergencies, in addition to setting up traps in number 2 Kirk Street, in addition to preparing enough weapons, digging secret rooms and secret passages, a large amount of food was also stored. In order to ensure that the food could be stored for a long time without spoiling and provide enough energy, old Charlie personally made this palm-sized large biscuit that could provide an adult with a day's supply. It can be said that, except that it was a little hard and a little unpalatable, it had no disadvantages. With Arthur's physique, he didn't care about this hardness at all, and his mouth was open to an unimaginable limit after lifting the suitcase-like emergency dry food box over his head. The large biscuits inside fell into Arthur's mouth like raindrops. But it was not enough. Arthur lifted another box and poured it into his mouth in the same way. Then, another box. At this moment, Arthur's bloodline Death Snake, talent Death Breath, and ritual Cat Orange were completely detonated by the swordsmanship Swiftbird swordsmanship. They are independent of each other. They are also indistinguishable from each other. Because they were all in Arthur's soul body, they began to cooperate. They began a cooperation where 1 + 1 + 1 was greater than 10. At this moment, Arthur's stomach was like an enlarged and enhanced steelmaking furnace, turning any substance that entered it into the purest energy, supplying it to the tissues of the whole body. The next moment, Arthur's blood showed a very special change. It lit up. Chapter 422, The Snake Wing. A ray of light appeared in Arthur's blood. Very faint, very dim. Even, there was a feeling that it would go out at any time. But it really existed. The blood mixed with ray of light slowly gathered in Arthur's heart. Boom! The moment Arthur's heart beat, it made a sound like a war drum. All the objects in the secret room shook with such a sound. The walls were trembling slightly. Then, the wind, self-generated. The shadow, automatic. When the wind and the shadow met, two golden lights lit up in between. It was a pair of eyes. Golden vertical pupils. Sharp, cold, and unbearable to look directly at. The golden vertical pupils were filled with confusion, because their owner's attention was all attracted by the changes in their bodies. Arthur looked at his heart, at the place where the strands of light gathered. A shining snake shadow, the size of a little finger, appeared there. The moment the bright snake shadow appeared, it began to travel all over Arthur's body. Arthur clearly felt that the changes in all parts of his body, which were originally only slowly nourished by the blood, were accelerating. At the same time, the power fed back to the blood was also getting stronger. But he was even hungrier. Arthur poured more emergency dry food into his mouth, until all the food stored in the secret room, enough for a family of 6 to eat for half a year, was swallowed by Arthur. The feeling of hunger was slightly relieved. At the same time, new words appeared under Death Snake. Remnant. Snake wings, with a unique talent as support. The most special part of the bloodline was ignited with swordsmanship, and with a powerful stomach provided by the ritual as an aid. A small part of your bloodline was repaired at a speed beyond imagination. Just like adding a pair of wings. Although it is still a broken body. Although it still cannot be directly reflected in other special effects. But you still need to be thankful, because if it weren't for all the coincidences, it would be impossible for you to reach this step. Even if your talent is unique, because your bloodline is also unique. Effect, while speeding up bloodline repair, you can bless your bloodline special effects: shadow hiding, snake body, snake eyes, snake language, rampant swallowing, snake breath, snake shadow, so that the original bloodline special effects gain an additional level +1 feature. Note 1. Only one bloodline special effect can be blessed at the same time. Note 2. Each bloodline special effect can only be blessed for 15 seconds. Note 3. When the blessing is completed, snake wings will enter a 3-day cooling period, during which your bloodline repair will return to its original speed. Note 4. Eating a large amount of food or taking a secret potion to restore physical strength, eating gold and bathing in sunlight, moonlight, can speed up the cooling period. The text in front of him told Arthur what happened. Arthur was not too surprised by the linkage of bloodline Death Snake, talent Death Breath, and ritual Cat Orange, because the bloodline Death Snake and the ritual Cat Orange had reached an agreement on eating. However, 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 10, which Arthur did not expect. The Death Snake bloodline has a new special effect, Snake Wings, again, which Arthur did not expect. Of course, what Arthur cares about most is the words in the notes. Unique bloodline. If there is no talent, the support of the ritual, even if there is swordsmanship to make up for it, can't complete the bloodline? That's really despairing. Arthur muttered to himself. Almost immediately, Arthur thought of those great nobles who disappeared in the long river of history. Do these great nobles have special bloodlines? The answer is of course yes. Then, apart from some descendants who enjoy themselves, the descendants of these great nobles must also be diligent and hard-working. But these diligent and hard-working descendants, even if they practice the family swordsmanship to a high level, but it still cannot be activated. When the bloodline is completed, what will be done? Faced with this situation, I am afraid that those who practice hard will be more desperate than those peers who enjoy it in advance. It may even give birth to more noble children who are willing to enjoy it. Because everyone will think that, even if they practice swordsmanship hard, they cannot be activated, and their bloodline is completed, it is better to enjoy it. Then, having power, but not being able to obtain it, makes many noble children become twisted, pervert. And this once again accelerated the family's decline. TSK, it's really terrible. Arthur murmured in his heart, began to quickly clean up the secret room, went upstairs, and held his kitten in his arms. The world is so cold, the kitten is the only warmth. Hee, let Daddy take a breath, Arthur said, and took a deep breath of Pendragon. Pendragon's cat face was disgusted. However, when he found that Kaliki seemed a little envious in the distance, Pendragon immediately became proud. And then, he hugged his old father a little shyly. Pendragon, who was holding Arthur, did not notice that. As he hugged his old father, the envy on Kaliki's face disappeared. Only an indescribable helplessness remained. especially when he saw Arthur secretly giving him a thumbs up. Kaliki's face became even more helpless. It is the death hound that countless people are afraid of. Why did it become like this? Its owner is not a fool. Is he? A very normal owner. Moreover, there is a strong smell of death. But why does he sometimes become more foolish than a fool? He always issues some house-like orders? Is it because of the cat? When he thought of the Pendragon riding on his back and on his head, Coolidge was full of complaints and looked unhappy. Then, the dog no longer paid attention to the owner he could not define, and lay down behind the door, quietly hiding in the shadows. Arthur let Pendragon carry him back to the medium's hall. He took out the bedroll from the hidden cabinet nearby, and after spreading it out, he fell into a deep sleep again. The appearance of snake wings strengthened Arthur, but did not help him overcome his sleepiness. 6 hours a day is indispensable. As for the emergency dry food in the secret room, it's true that it was eaten up. However, it can be replenished. In Arthur's memory, there is a recipe for this emergency dry food when he had time. He would imitate and add it in as a supplement. No one disturbed him during this sleep, and he did not need to set an alarm. Arthur slept very soundly. The young medium who woke up naturally used the hand of nothingness to open the door for Melinda, and then continued to wash up, carrying the breakfast. Melinda walked into the kitchen and looked at the dishes that had not been cleared with disdain. Then, blow out a smoke ring. 2 skeletons came out and began to clean. Although Melinda knew that this was the work of Endora's mother-in-law in the kitchen, she couldn't help it when she saw the table. When a clean spot was cleared on the table, Melinda put the basket full of food there. It's really convenient. Arthur didn't hesitate to praise. And Melinda also enjoyed such praise, and her mouth curled up immediately. Then, the lady took a deep breath with her pipe in her mouth, and after blowing a smoke ring towards Arthur's ceiling, she tried to be very indifferent and asked in a very casual manner, "Do you have anything to do tomorrow?" Chapter 423 Breakfast in a Small Space. Arthur looked at Melinda in surprise. Then, the young medium rolled his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and said in a tone of pointing and contempt, "If you want to pretend to be in love, you can't hold a pipe. If you want to pretend to be indifferent but really care, you can't wear a hunting suit. Even now, you don't want to call me dear." As he said that, Arthur looked at Melinda with a half-smile. Of course, Arthur knew why Melinda asked him if he had anything to do tomorrow. Because, to inherit the title. Before the winter, Melinda would inherit the title of Baron Camille. Coincidentally, it was shortly after the end of the South Low Swordsmanship Tournament. This was told to Arthur by Melinda herself a long time ago, and Arthur did not forget it. As for why she chose to inherit the title the day after the South Low Swordsmanship Tournament ended, it had nothing to do with the South Low Swordsmanship Tournament. It's related to the Nanlo Sea boundary. It's related to the Southtown riot. These two things took up most of the Countess's energy, preventing her from noticing that Melinda was opening Baron Camille's secret collection. This is Melinda's real purpose. As for the guy who just got killed, TSK, want to tease him? Melinda, you're still 100 years away. Arthur expressed this with his eyes. Melinda was so angry that she took a deep puff of her pipe. It's not that Arthur guessed wrong, it hurt the lady's heart. Rather, the lady was angry about her poor acting skills. She had really intended to tease Arthur, to avenge yesterday's escape. But what was the result? Failure. The lady had considerable confidence in her acting skills. Logically, she shouldn't have been seen through like this. Sure enough, you know me too well. Melinda sighed, and began to think of other ways in her heart. Arthur took a glance, picked up the egg tart from the food basket, and said while eating, "Don't think about it. It's useless. Unless you can hold my arm and stay calm. Otherwise, it's all in vain," Arthur said with certainty. Melinda's other aspects made Arthur quite wary. But Arthur was not worried at all about her treatment of men and the series of designs, layouts, etc. that came from it. Melinda hates men. That instinct bursting out from deep inside her body. It can't be concealed no matter what. To put it simply, it's too good to be true. The same thing happened just now. Melinda must have thought for a long time before she came up with a way to tease him without touching him. What a pity. He remembered that Melinda ran away yesterday. With this woman's face-saving personality, how could she be so gentle today? He had been on guard for a long time. However, compared to these, Arthur was more concerned about. Will there be any problems with your advance? Arthur had seen things that backfired more than once. Even if it was Melinda who was in charge of this matter, Arthur still needed to ask clearly. No, because it was arranged by the Earl, Melinda said, with a smile in her eyes. Arthur immediately reacted. The Earl's arrangement? Someone wants to make a fuss about this matter? Baron Camille wouldn't suddenly have a distant nephew somewhere. Right? Arthur looked at Melinda. Although he knew Melinda wouldn't do anything unnecessary, he still wanted to confirm it. Don't look at me, it was the old lion who did it. The news was sent back by the Earl's spy, so we cut the Gordian knot so quickly. Faced with Arthur's distrust, Melinda immediately gave Arthur a middle finger. Arthur gave him a middle finger back, while turning rapidly in his heart. Opportunity. An opportunity to open the ruins near the beach. Most of the Tigress's energy is involved. And there is also the cover of Melinda inheriting the title. It is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Arthur did not take the initiative to speak. Because Arthur is sure that Melinda will not fail to think of this. As the active developer of the ruins, Arthur does not believe that Melinda will not be tempted. The previous stagnation, it's just that the timing is not right and there are not enough people. In order to secretly excavate the ruins, Melinda must be very careful and will never hire professional ruins explorers in a big way. She must mainly use her own people. At the same time, she must also use the name of building a warehouse or something else. However, the progress is quite slow. It is so slow that the warehouse or other things should be completed soon. And it is impossible to delay it any further. This is the first point. There is also a more important second point. Melinda learned from him that more people were watching there, especially the Kratos family where he was, who had been paying attention to it for a long time. So, Melinda appeared in front of him. This woman wanted to use his professional expedition team of Wind Sword Deljo to complete the exploration of the ruins, and use this as an excuse to shut him up and get the part she deserved from it. What a generous and cooperative woman. After Arthur sighed in his heart, the whole person enjoyed breakfast more and more comfortably. Melinda next to her also wrote slowly on the table with her finger. Beach. 5-5. Melinda wrote stroke by stroke. Arthur was not moved at all. He knew that this was not Melinda's bottom line. In fact, this was true. When Arthur picked up the 5th egg tart, the lady wrote on the table again. 4-6. I invested too much in the early stage. This is the bottom line. Although the lady wrote like this, but after a short pause, the lady added, I'll give you 4 new cogs. 8. Arthur wrote with the egg tart in one hand and the other. Why don't you just die? Greedy bastard. This wasn't written by hand, but expressed by the lady's eyes. Then, the lady wrote 6 more. This is the last new ship I can use. The last new ship? That is to say, there are still second-hand ships. Arthur began to calculate in his heart. When Melinda heard about Bloody John, she gave him 2 ships. Later, she gave him another new ship because of the incident with the 3 sons of the Byrne family in the dock area, using the management rights of Southtown as a bargaining chip. He got 8 new ships from Melinda again. Add to that the current 6 new ships. Before he knew it, he had 17 new ships, almost catching up with the 20 ships that he had with Melinda. Most importantly, these 17 brand new Kirk sailboats, he didn't spend a penny at all. According to the cost of a brand new Kirk sailing ship, it costs 25,000 gold coins. I actually fleeced this woman of 425,000 gold coins in the past 2 or 3 days without knowing it. No wonder this woman has become a little stingy recently. I guess all the ships she ordered at the Nanlo shipyard are gone. Forget it, just think of me as being soft-hearted this time. Who made me a young, honest, simple and kind medium? Sighing in his heart, Arthur nodded reluctantly. After all, you can't just keep plucking the wool from one person. What if you plucking all the wool out? You have to feed it, and plucking it again. Seeing Arthur agreed, Melinda was a little surprised. Did he agree so easily this time? Will this guy set a trap for me again? The lady thought in her heart, but then, her eyes saw the empty basket. Asshole, you didn't even leave me any food. Chapter 424 Championship. Melinda's glare calmed down as the breakfast from Endora Granny's kitchen arrived. But soon, the lady's eyes became surprised, astonished, and after that, she was even more shocked. Because Arthur had eaten food for 20 people in front of her. 10 kilograms of roast beef, 4 kg of salad, and a whole loaf of white bread weighing 1 kg. 10 consecutive loaves were swallowed by Arthur. Swallow. Open your mouth, ah. The kind of swallow that is gone in one gulp. Melinda, holding a piece of white bread in her hand, stared blankly at the scene in front of her. She stared at Arthur's belly. There was no bulge at all. It was as if the food just eaten was digested directly. Wait! Digested directly? Melinda reacted. Learned a new secret technique? Or was the bloodline promoted? Or climbed the ladder? When the last guest appeared, Melinda even felt a long buzzing in her ears, which was a physical phenomenon that only occurs when one is extremely shocked and confused. After about 2 or 3 seconds, Melinda shook her head after coming to her senses. There is no unique aura of the step climber. That must be a new secret technique or bloodline promotion, Melinda thought in her heart. But she did not look relaxed at all. Even if he was not the step climber, Arthur's strength should be stronger. Suddenly, the lady had a sense of urgency. Arthur had already entered the stage, with his strength increasing little by little. Who knew if she would suddenly find out that her partner had become a stage climber when she came to her senses? No! I have to work hard too. I was too lazy before. Even if I find that thing in the ruins, I must improve myself with a more diligent attitude. Otherwise, I will be completely left behind by this bastard sooner or later. Melinda chewed a piece of bread, thinking at the same time. This lady knows very well that only equal strength is the premise of cooperation. When one party far exceeds the other party, it is not cooperation at all, but dependence. Even if there was so-called cooperation before, the cooperative relationship will change unconsciously. This is the reality. Maybe Arthur will leave some kindness for her. But this lady does not want this kind of charity. She wants to be equal. I am full, Edwin will take you to Elta Square in a while. Saying these words, Melinda opened her mouth and blew out a big smoke ring, and then she disappeared into it. Arthur touched his hungry stomach. The young medium didn't care about Melinda's departure. He knew why Melinda left suddenly. He didn't mind Melinda's positive change. In fact, he was looking forward to whether Melinda would surprise him later. A stronger Melinda would only bring benefits to him as a partner, as long as he can ensure that he is strong enough. Arthur is confident about this. Because he is very talented. He is hardworking. He has everything now, by exchanging his talent for his own efforts. But that is all for the future. Now, he still wants to eat something. But unfortunately, the 2 apprentices of the enduring Granny's kitchen have told him that there is no food for lunch. Therefore, when Arthur boarded the carriage, he specifically asked Merlin to go to the Ander Granny's kitchen to order dinner for 30 people. In addition, he also asked Merlin to buy flour, sugar, peanut oil, beef jerky, and other ingredients. After the emergency biscuits were finished, Arthur certainly needed to replenish them. Moreover, compared to ordinary food, this kind of emergency biscuits is more suitable for Arthur now. As for whether the recovery secret medicine and gold can fill his stomach, it should be possible. Since the recovery secret medicine and gold can speed up the cooling period of snake wings, it should be enough to fill your stomach. Arthur planned to try it in the second half of the night. When it was time for supper, the carriage, under Edwin's control, drove into the Elta Square briskly and smoothly. Compared with the previous 2 days, there were more people in the Elta Square today. As the championship of the swordsmanship competition, the attraction was naturally far greater than the previous 2 days, especially after the preparations of the previous 2 days. Today, people were even more enthusiastic. When Arthur's carriage drove into the Elta Square from the special passage, many people had already shouted, "Champion! Champion!" When Arthur got off the carriage, the voices were more than 10 decibels higher. The voices in the entire Elta Square burst out like thunder. Arthur smiled, humbly gestured to the surroundings, and then walked quickly to the draw table. The original process was to draw the top 4 players first, then, after the 2-on-2 battles, the winners will compete for the championship in the evening. However, Lord Dubois and Lord Base's nephew were both injured yesterday. Even with Arthur's treatment, they could not compete on stage at this time. Therefore, the semifinals directly became the championship game, with one person getting a bye. The winner of the other 2, and the bye will compete for the championship. After that, the losers will compete for the runner-up and 3rd place. Master Bourne, the coach of the Joljok Fencing Club, who had advanced before, bowed to Arthur. There was a trace of anxiety and tension on the face of this young coach. But more of it was calm. It was obvious that, whether facing the Wild Wind Sword Deljo or Arthur, this young coach had no confidence in winning. But being able to enter the semifinals and secure the 3rd place, this young coach was already very satisfied. It can even be said that, before, this was something that was completely unimaginable. Arthur patted the other person's shoulder hard. Born, I see the light of luck in you. You will definitely have good luck today. Maybe you will get a bye soon, Arthur said. The young coach scratched his head, and a hint of shyness appeared on his face. I am very satisfied with everything I have now, and I dare not think about anything else. I still have to think about it. What if Wind Sword Deljo loses confidence after being beaten by me and just gives up the game? Aren't you the second place? Faced with Arthur's blessing, Bourne didn't take it seriously. The young coach of the fencing club only thought it was Arthur's blessing. But the young coach didn't know that. Sometimes, the blessing of the medium is very effective. For example, when the person in charge of drawing lots has a good relationship with a medium, the blessing of the medium is always effective. Cheating? No. It's just human relations. Bourne took the bamboo stick in his hand, looking at the word empty written at the end. He looked at Arthur in astonishment. Arthur smiled slightly, then turned and walked onto the stage. On the stage, Deljoy stood with his eyes closed, holding the hilt of the sword, with a slight breeze around him. When he heard the clear footsteps, Deljoy opened his eyes. Chapter 425. The wind is like a sword. The sword is like the wind. Bright, firm, and sharp, as if it were a sword drawn from its sheath. Everyone who saw Deljo's eyes at this moment would have this thought at the first moment. Then, it was a stinging pain, just like the people in Elta Square at this moment. They felt as if their eyes were stabbed by something. Many people cried out in pain, and more people covered their eyes and lowered their heads. Only the voice of the Earl Swordsman came to his ears. Begin! The sound of the start attracted everyone's attention. They wanted to see the fighting scene on the ring, but their eyes filled with tears could not see clearly, and everyone's vision was blurred. They could only hear the sound of the wind. The sharp wind whistled. It was like a sudden gust of wind on the sea, which set off huge waves. It also aroused the curiosity of everyone in Elta Square. People are like this. The less they can see, the more they will be surprised. The more you want to see, the more you want to see. And the world? The more you want to see, the less you can see. It's like 100 claws scratching your heart, curious to the point of discomfort. Everyone in the Elta Square began to rub their eyes, and then they widened their eyes and looked at the ring. On the ring, Arthur was the only one left. Deljo had disappeared long ago. No! To be precise, Deljo turned into the wind. The wind hides a sword, and the sword hides a man. The wind is like a sword. The sword is like the wind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the hard stone arena, along with the whistling wind, there were traces as deep as a finger, and between the layers, the fine stone powder was swept into the wind. Suddenly, the invisible wind had color. The gray wind whistled even more. Deljo's figure was hidden deeper. But it was not hiding to escape. It was to gather strength. Yesterday, I learned that the medium of Nanlos wanted to test my strength. When the fate of his group would be decided, Wild Wind Sword Deljo began to prepare actively. Not only did the lives of his group depend on his sword, but also, Deljo wanted to truly see the power of the Enterers. In Bed territory, there were also Enterers, but Deljo could not see them at all. Moreover, even if he saw them, Deljo did not have the confidence to see the power of the other party at that time, because it is fatal. But now it is different. Now I have encountered the Enterer, and I must show my strength to survive, so there is no need to be afraid. Just let go and fight. At least, there should be no regrets. With this mentality, Deljo did not test, nor did he say anything. He showed his strongest killer move from the beginning. Facing the Enterer like Nanlos as medium, any temptation is useless, and any words are rude. Only by using the strongest killer move right at the beginning can you show the minimum respect. Only then can you let the other party see your determination and sincerity. Therefore, the wind is stronger. More and more stone powder is swept into it. The next moment, a 10-meter-high tornado appeared on the ring. Tornado! Nanlos around the ring exclaimed. And almost subconsciously, people were ready to run. In the storm season every year, tornadoes always appear near the coast of South Los. Once a huge sailing ship is caught up, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. And every year, there will be similar endgames. Therefore, no one knows the horror of tornadoes better than the people of South Los. When seeing a tornado, even children know to run immediately. However, before the people around could take a step, the huge tornado did not continue to grow, but directly collapsed, and turned into 1,000 wind arrows that shot towards Arthur. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Facing the arrows flying all over the sky, Arthur only raised his head slightly. He even had time to glance at the Earl's swordsman. When the tornado appeared just now, the Earl's swordsman had murderous intent in his eyes. It was obvious that if Deljo allowed this tornado to form in the heart of South Lowe's city, the swordsman would kill Deljo immediately. Moreover, no one would hold the swordsman responsible. Don't even mention interrupting the swordsmanship competition. Anyone who dares to speak for Deljo will be torn to pieces by the Nanlos people. Fortunately, Deljo was not overwhelmed. Or rather, this was the opponent's strategy. Use the tornado to attract his attention. Use wind arrows to limit his movement space. And then, in the opponent's imagination, it is naturally a sword to kill. Of course, it is just the opponent's imagination. But in Arthur's eyes, it is full of loopholes. Because, in Arthur's eyes, the other party has a clear view. It's not that Arthur has planned everything, nor has he predicted everything in advance. It's just that Arthur is too familiar with the wind. Don't forget, he has a general puppet with the ability of storm. This is a real enterer. Even if there is no chance to show the storm in the true sense, Arthur can possess and feel the storm, and after having this experience, at this moment, looking at Deljo's wild wind, Arthur immediately felt a sense of commanding height. He could instantly find 11 flaws in it. Whoosh! The fine wind arrows were sharp, and they connected into one piece when they fell. The whistling feeling that came towards him was even stronger than the previous tornado. The people closest to the ring had been blown back one after another. If there were no people behind them to support them, they would have fallen to the ground by now. But Arthur stepped forward. Feeling the strong wind blowing in his face, he even wanted to shout out. On the vast sea, the wind rolled up the dark clouds. Between the dark clouds and the sea, the petrels were like black lightning, flying proudly. Others were terrified. He was comfortable. Others retreated. He moved forward. Arthur used his own way to attract the attention of the people present. These are all XP. Although the supplement yesterday afternoon brought Arthur a lot of XP income, but the report about the quarterfinals published this morning also earned quite a bit of XP. You successfully passed the quarterfinals and advanced to the semifinals, which was within everyone's expectations. Everyone was not stingy in discussing your name, and you became known to more people. XP plus 100. You rescued Lord Dubois and Lord Base's nephew in the quarterfinals, which impressed people with your medical skills and amazed more people. XP plus 300. The sum of the two is not as good as the one in the supplement. But this does not mean that Arthur will give up. Arthur knows the principle of accumulating little by little, especially when there is another gap of 3000 XP required to upgrade Swiftbird swordsmanship. To LV5, Arthur wants to use every XP as 10 flowers. Therefore, he tries every way to get more XP. For example, at this moment, Arthur is strolling among thousands of wind arrows. Under the gaze of everyone, he walks to the corner of the ring. Everyone looked at the place in confusion. There was no one there, and nothing there. There was nothing there? Why go there? Just as everyone was confused, a dazzling sword light suddenly bloomed there. The gray smoke was completely dispersed by the flower of the sword blade with a metallic glow. This sword, as fast as a meteor, pierced Arthur. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. Arthur looked at the sword light that flashed in front of him, but smiled gently and said softly, "Not bad." Then he raised his hand, bent his fingers, and flicked. Ding! Chapter 426. I can't keep up with the rhythm. The fingertips hide the death energy. The moment it touches the sword spine, death energy slash bursts out. The gray-white slash flashes by, but it is enough to achieve the effect Arthur needs. Ding! With a crisp sound, the long sword of the Wild Wind sword Deljo broke. The long sword split into two from the position where Arthur's fingertips flicked. The broken end is neat and smooth. The upper half of the sword flew under the ring in a spiral, and the tip of the sword pierced into the soil, still shaking. It made a continuous tremor. Deljo, who was holding only the back half of the sword, stood there stupidly. How could it be? How could it be? How could it be? Such words echoed in Deljo's heart like a magic sound, and completely filled the mind of this Wild Wind sword. Recalling the scene that just happened, this Wild Wind sword was puzzled, and shocked. You know, that was his strongest attack that he had been preparing for a long time. But he was defeated so easily. One move. Just one move, and he was defeated. No. To be precise, he was not defeated. He was seen through. It was as if Arthur was very familiar with everything about him, and had guessed that he was going to set up a double bait, and then give him the strongest attack. He even knew the direction of his sword. But this? Is it possible? Impossible. This Wild Wind sword knew very well even Audie, Preet and Edwina, who were most familiar with him, could not do this. Perhaps these companions could guess that he was going to set up a bait. But it was absolutely impossible to guess where the strongest blow would come from. But Arthur guessed it. A person who had met him no more than 3 times, saw through everything about him, mastered it. And this Wild Wind sword was shocked. How did he do this? Could this be a medium? Didn't a detective once say, exclude all the impossible, and the one that remains, no matter how incredible it is the truth? This Quanfing sword threw away all the impossible and came up with an incredible answer. The other party, who was a psychic, had already mastered everything about him. Apart from this possibility, this Quanfing sword really couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. After all, his sword just now. Even if other entrants came, it is impossible to block it so easily. But the Emperor, who is a medium, is different. Unparalleled perception combined with extraordinary strength naturally can do this. And facing such a person, they are still coveting the other party's property. It is really bold. And when the other party gave them a chance, they actually ran into the other party's gun again. And the other party was willing to give them another chance. What tolerance and kindness! Wild Wind Sword Deljo, who had been holding the mentality of leaving no regrets, was completely convinced at this moment. He put away his sword and bowed. Master, I lost. Wild Wind Sword Deljo admitted his defeat frankly, and admitted defeat directly. This frankness attracted the appreciation of the people around him. Then, there was applause. They had seen the power of Wild Wind Sword Deljo. The palpitation when the wind blew in their faces, everyone has not forgotten. But unfortunately, Wind Sword Deljo's opponent is Lord Kratos. It's because their medium in Nanlos is too strong. It's not because Wind Sword Deljo is too weak. Thinking in his heart, the eyes of the people around him turned to Arthur, and the applause became even more enthusiastic. Under the gaze of everyone, Arthur smiled and said, even if you lose, you are still a qualified swordsman. After that, Arthur turned and walked down the ring. Behind Arthur, Wind Sword Deljo let out a long sigh. The Wind Sword, who was personally recognized by Arthur, showed an irrepressible smile on his face, turned around and waved to his companions. Every companion in the Wind Sword expedition team smiled. Being able to survive, isn't it joyful enough? However, the Nanlos people around were a little puzzled. Why can you be so happy after failure? Could it be that? Is it because Lord Kratos praised him as a qualified swordsman? Is this the charm of Lord Kratos? It's really amazing. Yes, it's really amazing. The surrounding Nanlos people were talking about it. However, Wind Sword Deljo and his companions didn't care at all. Even, this Wind Sword gave up the next game. After all, compared to the game, they have more important things to do. To meet that master, the young coach of the Joljok Fencing Club, Born, was bewildered. Was the master right? Did I really advance successfully? The young coach Born stood there in a daze. When he unconsciously walked onto the ring, the young coach came back to his senses. He looked at the people under the ring. There were the expectations of ordinary audiences, and the cheers of many familiar people, especially the apprentices of the club, who shouted loudly. After waving to someone he knew, the young coach turned his head and looked at the representative of the organizer of the competition, the female swordsman of Count Nanlos. Sir, I admit defeat to the master. It is a rare quality to move forward courageously. It is even more precious to never give up. However, it is also rare to have self-knowledge. The young coach knew the gap between himself and Arthur. It was not something that could be changed by pestering. It required diligent and hard practice. So he needs to cheer up. After encouraging himself, the young coach walked off the stage. Similarly, there was applause behind the young coach. Voluntarily giving up may be looked down upon at other times. But in this fencing competition, it won't happen. Because, there is Arthur in this competition. On the first day, he treated the competition as a coaching competition. On the second day, he was even more powerful. Just now, he defeated the enemy with one move. Facing such an opponent, giving up, there is nothing to be ashamed of. However, this made the Countess's swordsmanship master a little confused. The championship ended too quickly. The process is a bit behind schedule. According to the process, the championship will be interspersed with singing and dancing performances, and then, when the moon appears, the awards will be presented. Finally, there will be fireworks. But now, according to the original process, the fireworks will probably be set off in the evening. Fireworks in the evening, it's not impossible. But it's still not as good as at night. It's like eating barbecue with cumin. No. I have to delay for a while. But I can't do this kind of work, why not? Subconsciously, the female swordsman looked at the tent under the bell tower. Inside, Arthur was resting. Chapter 427. Hang the carrot in front of you. In the tent under the bell tower, Wind Sword Deljo introduced the main members of his expedition team to Arthur. In addition to the deputy captain and archaeologist Adi, who had already met him, the team also included the chef and deputy attacker Plit, the puzzle solver and mystic Edwina, and the other party's sister Little Winna. And the one that Arthur cared about the most was Little Winna. The other party turned out to be a decryptor and a mechanism cleaner. The puzzle solver and the decryptor seem to be the same. In fact, they are two completely different professions. The former is to solve puzzles in the exploration, and the latter is to decipher the secrets hidden in the texts, symbols, or images in the ruins. It is usually done by knowledgeable scholars. Little Winna has a special talent. She can not only sense danger, but also sense some hidden information in texts, symbols, or images. Therefore, she is one of the most reliable people in our team. Wild Wind Sword Deljo saw Arthur's doubts, explained immediately. After receiving the captain's praise, Little Winna raised her head proudly. She is already 17 years old, but she looks like a child. Especially her height, she looks like she is only 7 or 8 years old. Is it affected by talent? Arthur guessed, and the smile on his face became more gentle. The young medium said, I recognize Deljo's strength. You are Deljo's team members, partners, if Deljo is willing to trust you. I am willing to give you the corresponding trust. At the same time, when you complete 3 expeditions for me, as compensation, you can choose to keep a part of the items obtained in each expedition, except for the necessary items to be handed over. You can exchange this part of the items with me for gold coins, secret knowledge, and rituals. If it is not enough, you can exchange it with the next expedition. If it is not enough this time, I allow you to borrow from me, and I will give you the lowest interest. All of this can be written in the contract. Hearing Arthur's words, the eyes of Wind Sword Deljo and all the people in the expedition team lit up. They originally thought that even if they survived by chance, they would probably work in vain. Unexpectedly, they only needed to complete 3 expedition missions. And after that, they could actually get some spoils of war. Of course, more importantly, this part of the spoils of war could actually be exchanged for secret knowledge and rituals. You know, the Nanlos medium in front of you is a real Enterer, and he is the strongest one among the Enterers. In fact, it is unknown when he will become a climber. It is unimaginable for ordinary people to be able to exchange secret knowledge and rituals from such a being. But they can? Immediately, everyone in the expedition team of Wild Wind Sword Deljo felt that happiness is knocking on the door. Can I exchange for the secret art of the cat school? Little Winna raised her hand and asked. The rumor that Arthur is the black cat of the modern era is being rapidly recognized as time goes by and Arthur gradually demonstrates his strength. The people in the expedition team have certainly heard of such rumors. However, Little Winna's question made the faces of Wild Wind Sword Deljo and others change. And Little Winna's sister Edwina even scolded her. Little Winna, everyone is not a rookie who has just entered the mysterious side. They are very clear about the importance of secret arts. Each school and family regards their own secret arts as treasures, and is full of severe punishments. Any coveters will be mercilessly hunted down. Therefore, the faces of the adventure team members present changed drastically. They don't want to face danger again after just escaping a disaster. But Arthur waved his hand gently. Okay. However, if she exchanges the secret art of the cat school with me, Little Winna will have to live as a black cat clan and, at the same time, she will have to sign a new contract. Moreover, Little Winna's future children will also be members of the Black Cat clan. Arthur explained with a smile. Is that so? Little Winna looked hesitant, obviously because she was hesitant to give up her current identity as an explorer and become a Black Cat clan. But the rest of the adventure team didn't hesitate at all. They were all excited. Cat faction. Derived from the famous Cat Cave. Whether it was the rumor about the previous Black Cat of Cat faction, Black, or the legend of the Golden Lion Cat of Cat Cave, it was enough to make people yearn for it. Even Deljo, who had the major arcana level Wild Wind Sword, was slightly moved. Mercy. Tolerance. It was far more merciful than imagined. The tolerant Nanlos medium captured the hearts of most of the expedition team at this moment. As for Wind Sword Deljo, who was only slightly moved, Arthur glanced at him calmly and said softly, "Entry Atlas can also be exchanged." "What?" Wind Sword Deljo exclaimed. Then, this Wind Sword knelt on one knee. "It is my honor to serve you." Wild Wind Sword Deljo knelt down. Deljo's teammates, his friends, also knelt down. "It is my honor to serve you." Everyone said so. Even little Winna was shouting in a daze beside her sister. For this girl who had an extraordinary talent, but whose talent affected her intelligence and emotions, she had no idea what she was saying. Anyway, in her heart, everyone shouted, and she followed suit. That should be right. Right? Looking at the people kneeling on the ground, Arthur's mouth curled up. Wouldn't this really motivate you? Arthur knew very well that conquering the expedition team of Wind Sword Deljo was only the first step, and the key was the second step. He needed this expedition team to serve him, rather than being lifeless and rotten. So, he offered the condition that if they completed 3 expedition missions for him, then they would get a share of the profits. And to make this condition more attractive, gold coins, secret knowledge, rituals, all of them were used as bargaining chips by him. If this is not enough, is the cat pie enough? Is the entry map enough? Enough. When whipped, the cattle and horses will move forward. But if you fish a carrot in front of the cattle and horses, they will start running without your whip. If you give them proper care, they will run faster. For example, give them housing in Nanlos. For example, introduce them to husbands and wives in Nanlos. For example, raise their children in the school they run. Death warriors? No. 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 This is just an ordinary expedition team. After all, the gold coins they want to exchange need to be earned by them. The secret knowledge and rituals they want? The same. It's just a transfer. Arthur smiled and helped his expedition team members up, and began to sign the contract. All the promises just made were written in the contract. Everyone signed their names. Looking at the contract that was glowing and taking effect, the atmosphere in the tent became more relaxed, and everyone's relationship quickly became much closer. "Boss, the ruins on the beach." "Shoo?" Little Winna asked curiously, and Arthur raised his right hand, raised his index finger to his mouth, and then whispered 3, 2, 1. Chapter 428, when Arthur said he was not good at it. As the countdown went on quietly, everyone could clearly see the smile on Arthur's face. It was a smile that came from the heart, and was full of joy. It was not a smile out of courtesy. Immediately, Sword of the Wind Deljo and the others had a guess. Miranda Julius Caesar. Except for this lady, Sword of the Wind Deljo and the others could not think of anyone else who could make Lord Kratos smile like this. The next moment, the guess of Wild Wind Sword Deljo and others was confirmed. A huge smoke ring appeared in the tent. Then, a woman in khaki hunting clothes, deerstalker hat, blue eyes, delicate face, a pipe in her mouth, and a very unique temperament appeared in front of everyone. "Miss Caesar, good afternoon." Wild Wind Sword Deljo and others bowed to greet them. In these 3 days of the sword competition, I have seen Melinda from a distance. In fact, even if I have never seen Melinda, as long as I have heard some descriptions about this lady, I will definitely recognize Melinda's identity in the crowd at a glance. After all, there are ladies who smoke pipes. There are ladies who habitually wear hunting clothes and deerstalker hats. There are also ladies with blue eyes and good looks. But when the 3 are combined, and the location is still locked in South Los, there is only one. That is, Melinda Julius Caesar. "Dear, why are you here? Have you finished your business?" Arthur walked from the couch to Melinda and asked softly. Looking at Arthur's hypocritical appearance, Melinda subconsciously wanted to roll her eyes, but the lady took into account the presence of Wild Wind Sword Deljo and others, and she forcibly held back, and she also showed a sweet smile, which is only when a little girl faces her beloved, a smile that only a woman can have. When seeing this smile, Wild Wind Sword Deljo and others were certain. This is the smile that should be had when in love. And here in Arthur, he saw no less than 5 flaws. Especially the look in his eyes, which was not focused enough, seemingly looking at him, but was actually looking at the people around him. How could a lady who was in love have other people in her eyes? Bad review. However, if it was just a simple smile, it was extremely good. Obviously, it was specially practiced. Isn't it specially practiced for me? Arthur thought to himself. His eyes became more gentle. Why could he be sure that Melinda would come? Of course, it was because Melinda had just quietly told him that she was coming. When there were outsiders, Melinda would always maintain the corresponding etiquette. However, most of the time, Melinda would choose to show up directly in private occasions with only Arthur. In the words of this lady, it was just that she liked the feeling of freedom. Coming and going as she pleased. Just like going to a public restroom. Arthur didn't care about this. Because Melinda knew her limits. It was definitely not because Melinda would bring him considerable profits every time she appeared. He, Arthur, Nanlo's medium, how could he lower his bottom line for a small profit? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As for Melinda's rare violation of his own preferences, the purpose of appearing here? Arthur knew it clearly in his heart. It was nothing more than wanting to meet Wild Wind, Sword Deljo, and others. Or to be more precise, the ruins under the beach had an unexpected problem, so much so that this lady couldn't wait to borrow the professional knowledge of Wild Wind, Sword Deljo, and others. Arthur thought in his heart, and silently waited for Melinda's response. And the lady looked at Arthur's gentle eyes, and the hair on her back stood up, especially the goosebumps on her arms. If it weren't for the hunting suit, she would have been discovered by now. This guy must have done it on purpose. I really want to kick this bastard, Melinda thought, but she kept that sweet smile on her face. Well, it's almost done. However, there is a door, which accidentally blocks the way, Melinda said, her voice paused slightly. This lady was waiting for Arthur to take advantage of the situation, but to the lady's surprise, Arthur did not do so. Even though there was a deep regret in his eyes, he just nodded slightly. Melinda looked at Arthur's expression of what a pity. We talked about cooperation too early before. I would have made a big profit now, and couldn't help but curl her lips. Although Arthur is a bastard and annoying, he is really good sometimes. He is a qualified partner. Melinda thought in her heart. The voice became clear. So, I need your men to help. No attachment, then there is no need to hide. The lady said it openly. Okay. Arthur nodded, no excuse, no refusal. Just like the cannot raise the price just now. This is also the content of the cooperation that was discussed before. Arthur can't refuse. For Arthur, he killed people and set fires, destroyed the bodies and disappeared, has a bad personality, but in general, he is still a half-good man. Because he keeps his promises. Moreover, he never lies. On the side, Wind, Sword Deljo and others became nervous. They thought this was a test of their abilities by Arthur. It was the ability to explore, not the strength to fight. Deljo exchanged glances with Audie, Plit, Edwina, and then stood up directly. Sir, if it is the situation we think, I think you can let us try. Unlike the simple little Winna, Deljo directly used a more intimate name to narrow the distance between himself and Arthur. Just like the volunteering in front of him. Rather than leaving this kind of thing to others, it is better for them to take the initiative to ask for it, to improve their status in Arthur's heart. For the sake of entering the hierarchy map. Compared to those untrustworthy nobles, Arthur is more trustworthy. Looking at Deljo, who took the initiative to stand up, Arthur knew that the big pie he had drawn before was effective. He nodded with a smile. Okay. Then, Arthur looked at Melinda again. Deljo and the others' identities are still a little sensitive, Arthur reminded. Leave it to me. They will return to Beth territory after the swordsmanship competition tonight, Melinda replied. Then, the two smiled at each other. It was a tacit understanding. Both knew very well that they needed to keep a low profile, and keep a low profile again. They must not let the tigress find any abnormality. Of course, I can't completely get out of the tigress's sight. I need to find the right balance. So, Arthur walked straight out of the tent, whispering as he walked. Do you need a medium to save the situation and delay time? I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Arthur said this in his mouth. The corners of his mouth, but he couldn't help but curl up. Chapter 429 Sincere Arthur. Arthur is definitely not a man who says he can't do it, but actually has practiced all his combos in secret. He is really not good at dealing with the current situation, saving the situation and delaying time. And the reason why he took the initiative to stand up is, of course, because the current situation can allow him to gain XP more effectively. Arthur, I leave it to you. Please delay for an hour. The female swordsman asked solemnly. I'll try. Arthur said this as he walked towards the ring. Seeing Arthur reappear, the people of South Los in Elta Square had already applauded. When Arthur stood on the ring, the applause was already thunderous. Everyone looked at Arthur with a smile. Everyone looked at Arthur with expectation. In this situation, Arthur almost blurted out. The people of the country can tolerate me. and not make money for sin. Apprentice Arthur. Pay tribute to my parents who feed me and clothe me. At the last moment, he stopped abruptly, and the words became, some problems occurred in today's championship game. Because it ended early because of me, and it was too far from the expected time. Our Lord Earl prepared beautiful fireworks for everyone. Although it is not impossible to set off fireworks in the evening, the sunset is also beautiful. We can quietly appreciate the sunset, and then welcome the brilliance of the fireworks. So, I was pulled to the rescue by the respectable Julie, the swordsman. Because of me, naturally I will make up for it. Arthur did not hide the reason why he appeared on the stage. Although most people could guess it, Arthur's sincerity still won everyone's favor. The applause that had just stopped rang again. Arthur smiled and waited for the applause to fall, and then continued, I can't change cards. I can't change a poker card into any card I want. I can't move objects out of thin air. I can't wave my hand, the desired items will fly over to me. Of course, I can't summon the dead, and I can't make the dead respect me with just a thought. I am just an ordinary medium, and at most I have a little talent for swordsmanship. So, I can only share some common sense of swordsmanship with you here. Arthur's words attracted everyone present. As the champion of this swordsmanship competition, Arthur's swordsmanship is proven to be powerful, and they have seen it with their own eyes. Even if they didn't understand, with Arthur's guidance, they should become stronger. Right? Many children and young people had bright eyes. The older people also had curious eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, Arthur looked at the female swordsman. Master Julie, please find me a standard long sword. Okay. The female swordsman nodded. As the two talked, the people in Elta Square couldn't help but look at the female swordsman. Especially when the female swordsman picked up a standard long sword. Everyone's eyes became strange. Small. Too small. The standard-sized long sword, in the hands of the 2.5-meter-tall female swordsman, was like a piece of firewood. However, in Arthur's hands, it became normal again. This instantaneous contrast made the Nanlos people present unconsciously widen their eyes. Arthur saw this scene. This is what he wanted. Boring teaching, he himself hated it. So, he hoped that his swordsmanship teaching could be more lively. Now, please put yourself in the role of fighting against Julie, the swordsman. As Arthur spoke, the people of Nanlos present involuntarily put themselves in the scene of fighting against this female swordsman. Then, all shuddered. There is no chance of winning. No chance of winning at all. The only possibility is to be torn to pieces. The size difference is too big. This is the first lesson of swordsmanship. Don't compete with opponents who are bigger than you. This is not only true for swordsmanship, but also for hand-to-hand combat. However, life is often not satisfactory. It is difficult for you to guarantee that you will be safe throughout your life, and you will never face such a situation. Therefore, you need swordsmanship. The emergence of swordsmanship and fighting skills is to defeat the strong with the weak, Arthur said, raising the standard long sword in his hand, and gently turning the long sword in his hand. Now, please hold your sword tightly, turn your sword with your wrist, feel your sword carefully, find its center of gravity, and then cut it in the direction of the center of gravity. As he said this, Arthur swung the sword directly down. Swoosh! The sharp sound of breaking through the air startled everyone in Elta Square. Because Arthur didn't seem to swing it hard, he just swung it lightly, and made such a sound of breaking through the air. This is a superposition of power. It is not difficult to do this, Arthur explained. This is not a profound swordsmanship. As he said, it is just common sense of swordsmanship. After finding the center of gravity of the long sword, you have to use the long sword to cut the bread. The long sword needs to cut the bread quickly while swinging. If you can cut the bread into the same thickness, you have passed the test. Next, you have to cut the tofu. If you can make the tofu not break, it is also the same thickness. Then you can go and light the incense. Of course, at this stage, we only need to teach them to find the center of gravity of the long sword. And in the following period of time, the people of Nanlos in Elta Square are doing this. Most ordinary citizens do not have swords, but this does not prevent them from making gestures in the air. After seeing everyone get into the state, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. Done! He can guarantee that in the next period of time, everyone will be immersed in the world of swordsmanship. Under normal circumstances, of course not. But with the sound of death, bewitching, that was different. Although it didn't include the power of death, it was enough to convince those who heard Arthur's voice. And when most people started to make gestures, the rest of them would also follow. In fact, that was also the case. Under Arthur's guidance, the people of Nanlos present all felt stronger, and even many of them wanted to compete with those around them. However, Arthur would not allow such a thing to happen. Learning swordsmanship is to strengthen the body, and to be prepared for any eventuality. We need to thank the Earl for allowing us to live in a safe and prosperous South Los, instead of having to live on the edge of a knife. So, if you really want to practice swordsmanship, please come to the Joljok Fencing Club, which is my fencing club. You can communicate and practice there. Arthur advertised himself honestly. He also thanked Count Nanlos honestly. This was not flattery. This was to bring the two sides closer. And this approach was quite effective. In the following time, the female swordsman kept smiling. And so did Arthur. After all, this was a win-win situation. It was not until the championship was officially announced that Arthur's eyes showed a hint of surprise. And this? Chapter 430 Achievement. The champion of the swordsmanship contest was officially announced after the evening singing and dancing. The champion of the 9th South Los swordsmanship contest, Arthur. Kratos. As the female swordsman announced, cheers rang out in the Elta Square. South Los people waved their hats and colorful flags vigorously. But Arthur was slightly startled, because some unexpected words appeared in front of him. Achievement unlocked. Achievement, champion of the swordsmanship contest, XP plus 200. These two short lines of text made Arthur's brain work quickly. Before achievement appeared, Arthur had not thought of it. However, after achievement appeared, Arthur had more ideas. The unlocking of achievement should be the recognition of a large number of people, just like I won the championship of the sword competition this time. What about the medium? Compared to the champion of the sword competition, more people should know and recognize my title of medium. So, I need another point, recognition from people in the same industry and sequence. Arthur thought to himself, but frowned secretly. My medium achievement is not unlocked, because people in the same industry and sequence do not recognize me? TSK, people in the same industry look down on each other. You treat me, a young, honest, simple and kind person, like this, but you will encounter bad luck. When you go out, you must look at the road, otherwise you will be hit by a carriage, and your death will be very painful with broken bones and tendons. When drinking water, you must be careful, otherwise you will choke and suffocate to death. Arthur thought in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face, and he thanked the female swordsman. Arthur, you deserve it. The female swordsman congratulated Arthur. Just now, when Arthur took the initiative to close the distance with the Countess, the female swordsman looked at Arthur with a more friendly look. Arthur clearly felt this kindness. He knew that this was the reward for his performance just now. Arthur knew too well what the Earl wanted. The other party wanted the stability of ordinary people. He also wanted the stability of the mysterious people. Only in this way, South Los will prosper. And as the latter, he led the former, created the prosperity of South Los. If he did not get the kindness, the Nanlos family must have perished long ago. Similarly, he would definitely get some positive feedback for doing this. For example, hiring the Nanlos Count as staff. After the old Count passed away, the Nanlos Count expanded the original staff and divided it into 16 staff, 66 staff, and ordinary staff. Among them, the most core 16 staff is prepared for the mysterious people on the Nanlos side. The Count of Nanlos is learning from the old lion in the inner bay. By winning over these mysterious people, he can not only strengthen his own power, but also bring stability to Nanlos. And what the Countess paid? It was just some promises. The promise to give those mysterious people the corresponding space for status advancement, and the right to borrow mysterious knowledge. These are all ready-made. It is completely free of cost. But it is exactly what Arthur needs. Especially the latter. Arthur has been coveting the mysterious knowledge collected by the Nanlos family for a long time. Maybe he can't see the core, but as long as he can expand his mysterious knowledge reserves, Arthur doesn't mind. If it was before, it would be quite difficult to join the 16 staff group. But now it's different. Arthur's identity has changed. More importantly, with some accidents happening before, the changes in the staff group have made it meaningless, which is exactly the time for Arthur to take advantage of it. In fact, the female swordsmanship master was already a little tempted at this time. After Arthur showed his inclination, the female swordsmanship master had the idea of recommending Arthur to join the 16 staff group. Even, it would be best if he could be the head of the staff group. Because, in the eyes of the female swordsmanship master, it would be better to let those mysterious people who need to be tested layer by layer, and still don't know their true thoughts, be the head of the staff group, which would eventually cause trouble again and again. It would be better to let Arthur, who is inclined towards the Earl, take the position. Arthur, who had been quietly watching the female swordsman, eyes as sharp as a torch, observing words and expressions, flash rapidly. When he found that the female swordsman's eyes showed some thought and hesitation, Arthur immediately said, "Thank you, Earl, for providing me with a stage." Undoubtedly, Arthur's answer made the female swordsman very satisfied. Immediately, the swordsman made a decision. Recommend Arthur to join the 16 staff group and serve as the group leader. The female swordsman thought of this, and patted Arthur's shoulder. Then, she took out the champion's prize. A saber. A sharp weapon level. The prize money was 100 taels. For ordinary people, it was naturally a very good reward. However, for the mysterious people, it was nothing. 100 taels was just 10 gold tickets. And a saber of sharp weapon level? Just exchange it for another 10 gold notes. However, Arthur did not despise it. In fact, in his heart, Arthur did not complain about the Earl's stinginess, because the real reward was immediately distributed. The strength of Sir Arthur Kratos has been witnessed by everyone, and his noble character is even more amazing to me. Therefore, the Earl has appointed Arthur Kratos as a knight. Fencing Master Julie announced loudly. Suddenly, the surroundings were quiet. People's faces showed envy and blessings. The extra prize of the champion of this sword competition, except for those who were really out of touch with the news, the rest of the people basically all knew about it. But this did not prevent people from being envious when they saw the title of knight as a prize. That was really crossing the class, becoming a noble. If in the Silver Age, the common people saw the current Arthur, but they had to bow and salute, the whole ceremony of enthronement was simplified because the Earl lived in seclusion. There was no Lionheart ceremony as most people imagine. There was no elaborate ceremony. There was only a simple conversation between the female swordsman and Arthur. I look forward to your contribution to Nanlos. Arthur Kratos. It is my honor to serve Nanlos. With only these 2 sentences, the whole enthronement ceremony was over. Arthur did not kneel on one knee, but took the sword with both hands. At this moment, Arthur once again thanked the Countess for her seclusion. It was really great that there was no need for elaborate ceremony and kneeling to be crowned. Arthur always had awe for the rules, because Arthur knew very well that if he wanted to truly integrate into this world, he had to abide by the rules that existed in this world. Even if it was a little uncomfortable, he had to do it, unless you were strong enough to ignore everything. And obviously, Arthur knew he was far from that. So, the young medium had prepared himself mentally. And now he doesn't need to. That's really the best. Moreover, there is an unexpected surprise achievement unlocked. Achievement, Knighthood, XP plus 500. A knighthood that is obviously higher than the champion of the Nanlo Swordsmanship Tournament brings Arthur more XP. Seeing the XP value reaching 1100 again, Arthur's happy smile suddenly became extremely sincere. And under the illumination of colorful fireworks, such sincerity became dazzling. Cheers came one after another. People celebrated wildly. Alta Square was immersed in a sea of joy. Everyone participated in it. Everyone's attention was also focused here. Even Arthur, who was not good at drinking, joined the champion parade with a glass of wine. Therefore, no one noticed that. Under the beach somewhere in the dock area, an unknown adventure was quietly unfolding. But it was not going well. Chapter 431 Hidden Door. Walking out of the smoke ring, Wild Wind Sword Deljo and his party have appeared underground on the beach in the dock area. Torches and braziers illuminated the underground area. Urs, another confidant of Melinda, looked at Melinda, who came out and immediately bowed. My lord. While saying this, Urs looked at Wild Wind Sword Deljo. There was reluctance in his eyes and dissatisfaction. Moreover, he was helpless. Urs has been here for 3 months. In order to clean up those undead and constructed monsters, 7 of his men died. But when he got to the innermost part, there was no road, just a wide hall. Although there were some things there, those things were not what his master needed. When Urs looked at the group of Wild Wind Sword Deljo was also looking at the subordinates of Miss Caesar, short hair, deep eye sockets, a scar at the corner of his mouth, a slender figure, exposed arms with obvious muscle lines, a pair of palms with calluses on the base of the palm, the right index finger, middle finger, and thumb also have calluses On the left side of his waist are 2 swords, one long and one short, and on the right side are 2 rows of darts, dual-wielding darts, and proficient in bows and arrows. Hunter? Windsword Deljo judged the other party's identity. At the same time, he was more and more certain of the Lord's love for this lady. Obviously, the people of this lady are between rookies and novices. Such people can't possibly find this relic. It must be that after the adults knew that this lady was interested in the relic, they intentionally guided this lady to find this place, and silently watched this lady's progress. After discovering that this lady's progress was stuck, they unnoticeably asked them to come out and help solve the problem. Even they were able to survive so peacefully, it is also for this reason. As for why the black cats were not used, look at the eyes of the person opposite. The master certainly does not want the black cats to have any estrangement with the other party. So, they were used as strangers. Even if something goes wrong, it will not affect the relationship. Deljo, who instantly understood the intention of his master, immediately winked at the team members. Adi and others were not fools either, and immediately understood what their captain meant. Everyone controlled their temper very well, and wore a humble smile. Seeing this scene, Melinda sighed in her heart. Sure enough, I was able to find this place by accident, because Arthur deliberately set up a trap for me to find it. Damn guy. He actually used me as a pathfinder. No, this guy didn't want me to be a pathfinder, but wanted to completely trap me here. This bastard knew very well that the thing was attracted to me. Bastard. Melinda cursed in her heart, while secretly rejoicing. If she hadn't been habitually generous to talented people, and hadn't signed a cooperation contract with Arthur by accident, she would have been trapped and killed in his ruins. And her industry in Nanlos? Of course, it was taken over by the Kratos family. Or, this was Kratos' plan, the terrible Kratos family. Melinda thought silently. The pipe in her mouth flashed quickly once, and after looking at Windsword Deljo and others, the smile became more polite, and the voice became more sincere. We have encountered some troubles here. We have excavated the last part of the ruins, and there is no way out. There are some things there, but they are not proportional to the dangers we encountered before. Moreover, they do not match the information I searched for. Melinda asked Deljo. It is the hidden door. In the Holy Age, due to the persecution of the church, many alchemists and potion masters would set up similar mechanisms in their laboratories to confuse the people of the Inquisition. At first, it was just a simple secret room. Later, as time went by, it gradually formed a complete system. Ruin explorers collectively called it the secret door. Deljo did not dare to neglect the question from Melinda, and immediately explained in detail. But, we searched there, and there was no secret room? The wall tiles are all solid. Urs looked puzzled. Although this hunter of Melinda was honest and irritable, but he was not stupid. After seeing his master's polite attitude, he immediately restrained his temper, and asked in a gentler manner. Because, the secret room may not be at the end, said the Sword of the Wind. Melinda narrowed her eyes. The lady reacted instantly. Urs blinked and understood. There was no secret room at the end of their exploration. But what about the long and complicated corridors? Who can guarantee that there is no secret room somewhere? Mr. Deljo, please, Melinda said without any hesitation. Professional matters should be left to professionals. She knew this when she was 8 years old. But the Sword of the Wind waved his hands in fear. Miss Caesar, please call me Deljo. After saying that, he began to signal the team to move. He bowed respectfully to Melinda again, and then joined the team. Arthur was the master he was loyal to. Melinda is Arthur's lover, and is likely to be his mistress in the future. He is also prepared to work for the master for a long time, and in exchange for the entry map, he dares to accept the honorific at this time. Then remember to accept the comfort of next time. He is the Wind Sword, not the Iron Sword. He understands the ways of the world. Looking at this scene, Urs was even more puzzled. This hunter of Melinda originally thought that the Wind Sword was a team or a new partner hired by his master at a high price. But the respect before him tells him that it is not. Facing the doubts of her subordinates, Melinda sighed softly and said, "They are Arthur's men." Immediately, Urs suddenly realized. Although he stayed underground for 3 months, he still knew what was happening on the ground. Especially when he knew that his master and a nobleman had a spark of love, his curiosity could not be suppressed. If he did not know his master's temper, he would have gone to gossip with others. Seeing the realization on her subordinates' faces, the flame of the pipe in Melinda's mouth flickered rapidly. At first, She just wanted to use Arthur a little. But as time went by, she seemed to be unable to get off the horse. Everyone began to think that Melinda was Arthur's lover. But she and Arthur both knew that there was no possibility for them. What was worse was that with the closer cooperation, her power and industry had been deeply tied to Arthur. If an accident happened, it would be like cutting off one of her arms. When she thought about the fact that her years of hard work would go to waste because of her end of love. No! Absolutely not. This is intolerable. Melinda said this in her heart. However, when she thought of Arthur, the lady began to get annoyed again. Is there any magic potion that can turn Arthur into a woman? Almost subconsciously, the lady began to think. At this moment, Miss Caesar, we found the entrance. Sword of the Wind, Deljo shouted. The professional Deljo team, showing their professional ability, just beside a corridor, a secret door had been opened, and the mechanism inside had been cleaned up. Marilinda walked down the stairs. Urs followed closely with his 8 men and the Deljo team. When they reached the end, Marilinda was stunned. Urs and others were stunned by the torches. Even the Deljo team couldn't help but exclaimed. Gate of Life and Death 3000? Chapter 432. Let's do something. Kong Shang. Looking at the densely packed walls and ceilings, round or square, long or flat, wooden doors of different sizes, metal doors, Wild Wind Sword Del Chiao and his party felt their scalps tingling. The Gate of Life and Death, as the name suggests, is a gate of life and death. The Gate of Life is alive. The Gate of Death is dead. It was originally created to avoid the pursuit of the church, and is a branch system of the Hidden Gate. When Deljo discovered that there was a hidden gate in this relic, he guessed that there might be a Gate of Life and Death. However, what Deljo never expected was that it would be Gate of Life and Death 3000. You know, most of the time, the number of gates of life and death is based on 3, 6, or 9. That is, there are 3, 6, or 9 gates with a gate of life in between. Some will be 18 or 27. But like 3000, Deljo has only heard of it. Seen? It was the first time. Even before seeing it with his own eyes, Deljo didn't believe in the so-called 3000 gates of life and death. Because it's expensive. With the time, energy, money to build the 3000 gates of life and death, you can choose a more suitable mechanism, and there's no need for such a stupid method. Deljo walked up to Melinda and whispered about the 3000 gates of life and death. So among these 3000 gates, there's only one gate of life? Melinda asked. Deljo nodded solemnly. This isn't that difficult. Is it? We should be careful, try it step by step, and retreat if we see something wrong. Isn't that enough? Urs scratched his head and asked. If it's other ruins, this would work. But this ruin in front of us, I'm afraid it won't work. What ruins are here? Relics related to the Mist Tower. Although I don't know which of the 4 is it, but with the strength and ability of those 4. If they had set up the Gate of Life and Death 3000, they would never allow anyone to take advantage of it so easily. Melinda's eyes secretly swept over the Wind Sword Deljo. She once again confirmed Arthur's familiarity with this place. Arthur's subordinate Deljo had a good understanding of this place. Then Arthur? I'm afraid he knows this place very well. Right? The lady thought to herself, and took a deep puff of her pipe. The fire flickered brightly, and then thick smoke drifted away. The smoke did not completely disappear, but drifted towards the nearest door. However, as soon as it approached the door, the smoke completely dissipated. No! To be precise, it was dispersed. Melinda frowned slightly, and then another puff of smoke came out. This smoke was thicker than before. It was like fog in the morning. The next moment, 2 undead walked out of the fog and walked towards the next 2 doors. But just like the smoke before, the 2 undead were dispersed as soon as they approached the 2 doors. Mystical technique. Undead cannot approach the door, unless it is a human. Deljo muttered to himself. And to prove his words, he slowly approached the door beside him. Unlike the smoke, the undead were dispersed by invisible forces when they approached. Deljo stood in front of the door in the true sense, and even raised his hand to touch the door frame. However, he did not push the door. He just touched it slightly, and then quickly retreated. Hiss! Do you have to use human lives to explore the way? 3000 doors. 3000 lives? The owner of this ruins is really... This hunter of Melinda wanted to say ruthless. But when he thought about himself and others digging up other people's ruins, what's wrong with others being a little ruthless? It's normal. Put yourself in their shoes. Someone digs your own grave, and Urs will be beaten to death by that person. Then, feed it back. Scratching his head, Urs, who knew he was not very smart, looked at Melinda. Sword of the Windeljo and his group also looked at Melinda. And Melinda sighed slightly. Use 3,000 lives to fill the gap? Impossible. She had a caravan on land, an ocean-going fleet, a guard, and her men on the 4 offshore islands, far more than 3,000 people, but she couldn't let her men go down as pathfinders. As for the others? If it's the enemy, she doesn't mind. If it's the innocent, she can't do it yet. Her pride makes her disdain to do so. So, I'll go find Arthur. After saying that, Melinda disappeared into the smoke ring. Looking for Arthur, it's obviously not unacceptable to this lady. If at the beginning, this lady was also very proud, she didn't want to do this. But when did she completely let go of this meaningless self-esteem? Probably. When Arthur spat at her for the first time? Or when he gave her the middle finger? The lady couldn't remember clearly. Anyway, the two of them did this without realizing it. Is it good? The lady didn't know. Is it bad? It's definitely not bad. Because, the lady knew very well that Arthur could be trusted at the critical moment. Ah! Arthur opened his mouth and ate a roasted elbow. Without even spitting out the bones, he just chewed it in big mouthfuls. Kong Shang, the whale slayer's sword on the side, felt his scalp tingling. He also ate pork elbows. He could also eat without spitting out the bones. But he really couldn't eat 10 pork elbows in a row. Especially after eating 10 roast pork elbows. Arthur didn't feel full at all. He picked up the unsliced sausages on the side and put them into his mouth. One by one. It was as smooth as eating noodles. Then, there was white bread and salad. Finally, there was the big pot of soup. Gulp. Gulp. Looking at Arthur, who finished the soup in 2 gulps and wiped his mouth, Kong Shang began to doubt his life. I am not strong enough. Is it because I can't eat enough? The whale slayer sword asked himself. However, Kong Shang did not forget the business. Sir, about Bloody John. Say. Arthur, who had eaten half full, glanced at the empty dinner, stopped eating temporarily, picked up the hot towel beside him, and wiped his palms and mouth corners. At the same time, he listened carefully to Kong Shang's report. After the top 8 were decided, Bloody John gathered a large number of pirates and appeared outside the port of Sis. However, before they got close, those pirates were eliminated by Count Nanlos. And Bloody John himself ran away when he saw that the situation was not right. But unlike usual, Bloody John did not run to the sea this time, but returned to Coconut Island. Bloody John's men rested on Coconut Island. At the same time, Bloody John's confidants appeared on the 3 deserted islands before. After listening to Kong Shang's report, Arthur couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his chin. Could it be that the whereabouts of the Pirate King's legacy are really on those 3 deserted islands? What a coincidence. Or is there something else there? Arthur guessed in his heart. Kong Shang on the side asked in a low voice. Sir, let's do him a favor. Coconut Island is 50 nautical miles away from Shisi Port. We can rush 50 nautical miles and launch a sudden attack. The battle can be over in 2 hours. Chapter 433. The melon field is full of badger. They are all the same. There is no reason not to eat the fat meat that is right in front of your mouth. However, Arthur did not rush forward in a hurry. No one can guarantee that the reason why Bloody John appeared near Coconut Island and the 3 deserted islands is really because of the legacy of the Pirate King. It may also be something else. It is necessary to find out clearly. Don't worry, just send someone to keep an eye on it. Arthur ordered. Yes, sir. If there is any news, I will inform you. Whale Slayer Kong Shang said, bowing, and then stood up and left. The sword competition has ended. Whale Slayer Kong Shang naturally has no excuse to stay in Nanlos. If he stays for 2 more days, he will be targeted by the guards of the Earl of Nanlos. Moreover, compared to Nanlos, Kong Shang likes his own Whale Island more. After Kong Shang left, Arthur pondered for a moment and raised his hand. General Puppet appeared in his hand. Master. The puppet swelled in the wind, and in a breath, a 2-meter-tall, black military uniform and stern-looking middle-aged man knelt on one knee in front of Arthur. You need to go to Coconut Island. I hope you can investigate the fact that Bloody John appeared on Coconut Island and paid attention to the 3 deserted islands nearby. Remember, try to hide your whereabouts. Arthur ordered. Although Whale Slayer Kong Shang had been saying that Bloody John was concerned about the 3 deserted islands, but with Arthur's caution. His attention would not be attracted only by the 3 deserted islands. This is one of the reasons why Arthur sent out the general puppet. It's not that he doesn't trust Kong Shang, the whale slayer's sword. With the gift of the sea, Kong Shang, the whale slayer's sword, is among the top in Arthur's trustworthy series. It's just that the whale slayer's sword is too preconceived. It is very likely to be confused. Therefore, Arthur sent out the general puppet. Of course, another reason is strength. Bloody John is an entry-level person, and Kong Shang is already a step behind him. This is why Arthur did not remind Kong Shang. If Kong Shang monitors Bloody John in his own way, he will naturally be able to do it easily, and know how to hide himself and save his life. If he reminds him, Kong Shang will change his monitoring method and be discovered? Then Kong Shang will be dead. Arthur didn't want to lose Kong Shang, a subordinate who had just pledged his loyalty, not only because of the opponent's great arcana strength, but also because of Whale Island. In Arthur's plan, Whale Island has become his supply station for retreat. If Nanlos can't survive one day, he will go out to sea, using Whale Island as a springboard, and head to the sea. Yes, Master. General Puppet nodded in agreement, and stood up to leave. Arthur handed the concealed face to General Puppet. Tailing, monitoring, nothing is more practical than the hidden face that can change a person's appearance, especially since the hidden face can also block the perception of others. It is an extra insurance for hiding the identity of the General Puppet. Arthur is very concerned about this entry and 100% loyal subordinate. After the General Puppet put on the hidden face and saluted Arthur again, he turned into a breeze and disappeared at number 2 Kirk Street. Looking at the empty number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur grabbed Pendragon and said, "Hey, come, let Daddy take a sip." Under Pendragon's extremely disgusted eyes, Arthur pushed and hit him, and he directly moved his face closer and kept sniffing. Pendragon, the cat-faced man, had no desire to live. Then, Pendragon looked at Kaliki. Kaliki, who was hiding in the dark of the corridor, looked at Pendragon in confusion. "Pen, did you smile just now? Coo, huh? Pen, you dare to deny it. Coo." When Arthur released Pendragon, Pendragon rushed towards the confused Kaliki, and the extremely fast speed even made the big orange start the drift mode while running. Arthur watched this scene with a smile. Then, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Arthur didn't forget to make the emergency biscuits tonight. Nanlos, the Earl's mansion. When Granny Cullen walked towards the study from the kitchen with the freshly stewed soup, Julie's tall figure rushed into the Earl's mansion. She was walking forward with big strides. But when she saw Granny Cullen, she paused and stopped. "Granny, do you have a midnight snack?" The female swordsman, who was very efficient outside, like a little giant, scratched the back of her head like a child, and asked the grandmother. "Yes, I prepared your favorite roasted lamb leg and mushroom soup," Granny Cullen said with a smile. "Okay, thank you, Granny," the female swordsman shouted loudly, and then rushed to the study again, looking at the female swordsman's tall figure that was flush with the wall and wider than the wall. Granny Cullen took the soup back. The grandmother knew very well that the Earl had no time to drink the soup now. Julie's hurried look just now was enough to show that something important had happened. "I hope everyone will be safe this time," the grandmother prayed in a low voice. Then, the Earl's soup was placed on the charcoal stove. Julie's roasted lamb leg and mushroom soup were also placed in an incubator nearby. The pie and tomato juice belonging to the chief guard Kathy were in another incubator. And the roasted frogs, roasted snakes, and roasted lizards that the chief hunter Valerie liked to eat were in a separate corner of the kitchen. As for Lady Susan, the elderly Lady Susan would only drink some soup for a midnight snack. However, unlike the Earl, Lady Susan drank vegetarian soup. Granny Cullen remembered everyone's taste. She couldn't help much. She could only let everyone eat the food they liked. Considering that the discussion might last until late tonight, Granny Cullen looked at the ingredients. She planned to make more delicious food. While busy in the kitchen, Julie had reported everything about the fencing competition to the Countess truthfully, and recommended Arthur. "My lord, I think Arthur is very suitable to be the leader of the 16 staff group. His strength and talent make him the best choice. He has due respect for you. His property is also in Nanlos." The female swordsman's swift and decisive attitude did not change when she faced the Countess of Nanlos. After hearing the recommendation of her swordsman, the man sitting behind the desk in the high-back chair pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. and his legs off the ground swayed back and forth several times. Then he asked the older lady next to him in a clear voice, "Mrs. Susan, what do you think?" The 2-meter-tall, slender old woman pondered for a moment, and nodded slightly. "Sir, we can try. Arthur Kratos is a rare chess piece. Madam Susan, you know, I'm not talking about Arthur Kratos, but another Kratos." When mentioning another Kratos, Countess Nanlos's legs under the table shook more vigorously. "That old bastard owes me. His grandson is still, which is reasonable." Mrs. Susan said so, but her well-maintained face, which was blessed by mysterious power, still had a blush on it. Seeing this, Countess Nanlos immediately jumped off the stool and straightened her 1.4-meter-tall body and said loudly, "I Ash Bonaparte Nanlos will definitely help you, madam." To avenge. Chapter 434, The Hardest Level. When Melinda appeared at number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur was sifting and mixing flour. The fried flour exuded a unique aroma. In order to make the meal more filling and to take into account the taste, Arthur added enough peanut oil, chopped sesame seeds, and beef jerky. Of course, there were also salt and sugar. Looking at Arthur working hard to mix the dough, Melinda took a breath, and all the smoke was sucked into her body. The pipe in his hand disappeared. Arthur didn't like smoke, Melinda knew it. Moreover, she often teased Arthur with this. However, that was normal. In normal working state, Melinda would not let the smoke affect Arthur. "You can actually make military rations?" Melinda asked with a little surprise. The lady was very sure that Arthur was making military rations, because she had made them herself. The recipe may be slightly different. She prefers to add more crushed peanuts and milk, but the process is the same. Fry the flour, sieve the flour, mix the flour, then use the mold to compress it. Finally, wrap it up piece by piece with craft paper. In her ocean-going fleet, just in case, everyone has a corresponding quota. What military rations? It's just simple emergency biscuits. I'm just expanding my snack recipes and making them myself, more assured. Arthur rolled his eyes, reminding Melinda to use the right words. "Ah. Yes. Yes. 1 piece is enough to keep you full for the day." Melinda raised her middle finger at Arthur. "For others?" "Yes. But for me? Every piece is a snack," Arthur said calmly. Melinda wanted to kick Arthur because Arthur was telling the truth. Arthur's appetite this morning, Melinda saw it with her own eyes. Immediately, the lady's breathing became rapid. Subconsciously, the lady wanted to take another puff. However, looking at the busy Arthur, the lady still chose to turn around and walk to the courtyard, standing under the death snake banyan, and began to puff. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She thought she had not performed well just now. If she could do it again, she would definitely be able to gain the upper hand. No need to do it again. Just think carefully, it's okay to wait a while. Immediately, the lady fell into deep thought. The fire in her pipe kept burning, the smoke drifted away in the night. When Arthur finished replenishing the emergency biscuits, after smoking 3 pipes of cigarettes, Melinda returned to number 2 Kirk Street with a winning heart, and then, "What trouble did you encounter there?" Arthur asked. Immediately, Melinda's momentum stagnated. That's not right. She shouldn't have spoken first, taking Arthur's appetite as the starting point, then extending the production process of military rations, and then highlighting the fact that Arthur had previously confused people? How could he just go against the rules? Isn't this the first round? Are we starting the second round now? Why is it over now? Oh, do you really think I'm blind? Arthur looked at Melinda, whose momentum was blocked, and sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he became more serious. Don't be surprised. Right? You just left with Deljo and his party. You came back so soon. There must be a big problem there. Otherwise, with your personality, you would have told me what you gained from this trip if you came back at this time. Even if you planned ahead of time. Arthur smiled. Melinda clenched her fists, hardened. The lady was sure that Arthur did it on purpose. Moreover, every word of the words he said now seemed to be correct, but when put together, the lady always felt a strong sense of sarcasm. Mocking her for being too eager for quick success. Mocking her for not reacting quickly. Also mocking her for being incompetent. Huh? 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 The lady's breathing became rapid. However, soon, the lady calmed down and informed Arthur of everything she encountered in the ruins in a very objective way. Arthur was not surprised by this. He dared to say this, and do this because he had grasped the lady's career ambition. He knew very well that when the lady faced serious matters, what would he do? Of course, he definitely had no ill intentions. He was just simply taking revenge on someone for the discomfort he felt after being sprayed with smoke. Now, I feel much better. 3,000 gates of life and death? 3,000 lives? Interesting. I am now more and more looking forward to what is in this ruins, Arthur said, his mouth curled up. Seeing Arthur's confident look, Melinda also breathed a sigh of relief. Although just in the ruins, in front of everyone, the lady showed her absolute trust in Arthur. But in her heart, she was still a little worried. After all, it was a secret technique. A 3,000-meter gate of life and death that the undead could not approach. It was impossible to fill it with human lives. Right? Fortunately, Arthur had a solution. No! Without filling it with human lives. He still knew the real gate of life. Could this guy have known where the correct gate was a long time ago? When this thought came to mind, the lady inexplicably determined this. Because only in this way, Arthur would be so calm and confident. And because only in this way, it is consistent with Arthur's guess that he had known about this relic for a long time. And Arthur's confidence is not a disguise. Nor is it pretending to be calm. In a place where the lady can't see, one rat after another on Kirk Street quietly sneaked into the beach designated by Arthur, mixed in with the original rat group, and easily bypassed Urs, Deljo, and the others' gazes came to the underground where the Gate of Life and Death 3000 was located. No one would care about the rats in the ruins. Just like no one would care about the cream on the cream cake. It was normal for a few rats to appear in the ruins. In fact, many expedition teams regarded the rats that appeared in the ruins as a lucky symbol. In fact, the ruins with rats are much safer than the ruins without rats. Of course, there is also a risk of the spoils being eaten. These things happen right under Melinda's nose. Even a smart and cautious lady like this one, she didn't expect Arthur to use mice to explore the way. She simply thought that all this was Arthur's plan. Just like several times before. Huh? Okay, it's true. There's really nothing I want in there. Only in this way, you are willing to trade with me. Melinda breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that she has completely relaxed. That thing? Which thing? Please explain it clearly. Arthur complained in his heart, but nodded slightly on the surface, and said in a more playful tone, the matter there will have a result tomorrow night at the latest. But before that, should we talk about what will happen tomorrow daytime? You won't forget the most difficult step in the process of inheriting your title. Right? Suddenly Melinda's face froze. Chapter 435 Melinda's Ambition. Melinda certainly knows what Arthur is talking about. After dawn, she will start the ceremony of inheriting the title of Camille. The whole process is not complicated, and can be roughly divided into two parts. The first part is that the representative of Countess Nanlos will present her with a sword and medal, recognizing her title. The focus is on the second part, the banquet. According to the proper process, the banquet will start at noon and will last until the evening. Although the time is long, but for most people, it is a sweet thing. Because, during such a long time, everyone has too many opportunities to get closer to each other. Of course, during this period, they have to prepare guest rooms for drunk and tired guests. And food and music cannot stop. They must be there all the time. Food must be exquisite and delicious. Music must be pleasant to the ears. There is no problem with these. For the wealthy Melinda, these are small things that cannot be any smaller. What really troubled Melinda was the opening dance. As the heir to the title, she was the absolute protagonist of the banquet. She had to dance with her lover Arthur. It would take about 3 minutes. This was different from the previous salon of the Lady of the Long Night. She and Arthur could not be seen in a hurry, but had to dance in public. Whenever she thought of that, the lady became stiff all over. The hair stood on end. The stomach began to twitch instinctively, and the feeling of vomiting rushed to the forehead. Arthur saw this scene and shouted directly, "Vomited in my house. 200 gold coins." Huh? Melinda took a deep breath and suppressed the feeling of vomiting. Then, the lady raised her hand and gave a middle finger. "I'm sure your family must have dragon blood," the lady commented. "It is well known that dragons are greedy and love gold and jewelry." "No, that is no longer passion. It is a kind of paranoia. In the early days of the Empire, there was a saying like a dragon without a bed of gold coins has no right to mate. As for Arthur, in the eyes of this lady, sometimes he is the same as a dragon." Arthur rolled his eyes. "Don't compare me with those big reptiles. I am a descendant of the real dragon." The young medium thought silently in his heart, and he once again said to Miranda, "Are you sure you vomited at the banquet? Is there any problem? On such an important day, if you lose face, you will become the biggest joke in the South Los noble circle in the past 10 years. Those nobles will definitely teach their children. Don't learn from Caesar's barbaric and ignorant woman, who vomited at the banquet for her succession to the title because of stupidity and greed." Arthur described it in an exaggerated tone. Melinda did not refute. Because, this lady knows, if such a thing really happened, the nobles would definitely do this. Even, they would do something more extreme. So, huh? Melinda took a deep breath again, her face became serious, and the seriousness in her deep blue eyes made Arthur sit up straight unconsciously. "Arthur, what do you think of hunting suits?" Hunting suits? I'll sit here and watch." Almost at the moment when Melinda spoke, Arthur guessed what the woman in front of him wanted to say. Immediately, she shook her head repeatedly. But before Arthur could finish his words, the lady spoke faster. "What do you think of my hunting suit? Do you mind if I tailor it for you? Don't worry. It's very clean. I've only worn it once. And it will definitely be in time. Do you like black, khaki, or gray?" As Melinda spoke, Arthur's middle finger was already raised. Some things only have 0 times and countless times. So, don't dream. "Do you think you can break the bottom line of my Nanlos medium?" Arthur sneered. Similarly, Melinda sneered. "If I have the entrance and ascending diagrams of cat sect or cat cave, and you still refuse, then tell me the so-called bottom line." The lady hugged her shoulders, looking at Arthur, seemingly very sure of the bottom line of the so-called Nanlos medium. "There is no bottom line." Arthur denied this. "I tell you it's impossible. Even if I, Arthur Kratos, go on a hunger strike, I can't wear your clothes just because of the entrance to the cat pie or the cat hole." Arthur said it forcefully and loudly. Melinda smiled. This lady swore that even if she tried her best, she would find a cat pie entrance stair map. Of course, it's best to have a cat hole. And hunting suit? Oh, she also has skirts. Although not many, only one. But it's enough. She is indeed a woman with a strong sense of revenge. Arthur sighed in his heart. He knew very well why Melinda made such a request. It was nothing more than revenge for hurting his heart. However, wasn't what he said true? Since it was true, why didn't he let people say it? The young medium thought in his heart. And the words in his mouth continued to ring out. Why don't you prepare for morning sickness? Compared to vomiting all over the floor for no reason. Morning sickness is more popular. I can guarantee that all the guests will open their eyes wide to find all kinds of details. And prick up their ears to not miss any words. Hee hee. What about 10 months later? Or, are you sure you can hide it from the guests present? Melinda sneered again. This time it was the succession of the title, which was completely different from the previous salon. At the salon, she could just pretend to have morning sickness. Then she could say it was a misunderstanding. But at the ceremony of the succession of the title, the identities of the people who came must be different. Not to mention anything else, the female swordsman who represented the countess was a kind person. If she had morning sickness, she would definitely help her. With her strength, even if she didn't know medicine, I can also sense that something is wrong with her. At that time, she will become a joke. What's so difficult about that? You love me so much that you think you must give birth to a child for me, in order to keep me by your side in the true sense. As long as you express this to the female swordsman, she will definitely be happy to help. In fact, if you tell her in advance, she will cooperate with you. As for 10 months later, we are trading time for space. We have to believe in the wisdom of future generations. Arthur said half jokingly and half seriously. He is now deeply tied to Melinda. Now it is Nanjing. Coastal transportation. In the future, there will be ocean transportation and island management. Arthur knows very well that he and Melinda have been inseparable for a long time. So, you can tease when you should tease, and hurt your heart when you should hurt your heart. But you still have to solve the problems when you encounter them. Hee hee. You describe me as a girl who is infatuated with love. Melinda said so. But, the next moment, the lady took off the pipe in her mouth, took a deep breath and said, Arthur, are you ready to be a father? Chapter 436 Fighting for the Crossing. Fighting for the Crossing. Arthur looked at Melinda across the table. He knew that Melinda was telling him about their plan, but he needed to confirm more things. He carefully examined Melinda's expression. Eyes like torches, observing words and expressions. They all flashed like searchlights. But he didn't find anything. Suddenly, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. The young medium stood up, walked in front of Melinda, and stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. Of course, Arthur looked down at Melinda. His eyes were gentle, and his lips were smiling. Under the candlelight, Melinda, who was already beautiful, became even more attractive, especially her blue eyes, which moved like waves. It was like seeing the sea. It was intoxicating. It was fascinating. Anyone who saw Melinda at this moment would be attracted by her beauty and marvel at the charm of her eyes. But Melinda looked up at Arthur. From Melinda's perspective, Arthur's face was completely illuminated by the candlelight above his head. There was no shadow on his nose, eyes, or neck. All he had was Arthur's fair skin. Under such bright light, Arthur's long eyebrows, straight nose, and bright black pupils were all infinitely beautified. Especially those black pupils, which were different from Melinda's azure blue eyes. These black pupils were deep and bright. And at this moment, they looked infinitely affectionate, as clear as a child's eyes. The innocent and pure feeling of youth filled it, so that even if Arthur's mouth drooped slightly at this moment, it did not destroy this feeling, but made people feel that Arthur was smiling with his lips pursed. Unconsciously, Melinda raised her palm and placed it in Arthur's palm. The two looked at each other. Melinda's breathing began to quicken. Under the candlelight, the dust was floating. The next moment, a purse containing 200 gold coins appeared on the dining table at number 2 Kirk Street. Then, ugh, Arthur, you don't chew shrimps? The young medium looked at his feet, and his mouth began to twitch. You've eaten too fast. Melinda picked up a napkin and wiped it, while saying, the whole action was extremely elegant. If there was no puddle on the ground, it would definitely be a role model for noble ladies to learn from. I'll leave it to you. Melinda said this, and disappeared into the smoke ring. Arthur raised his hand, and gave another middle finger. Then, it was time to clean and ventilate. Sure enough, no matter how beautiful a woman is, after vomiting, it still smells bad. Not to mention going to the toilet. Arthur leaned against the window, muttering to himself. At number 6 Whitebird Street, Melinda, who had returned to her study, turned her head unconsciously, and looked through the window in the direction of Kirk Street. That guy must be cursing me now. I should have eaten more leeks if I had known, Melinda murmured softly, and turned around to start the final preparations before the title succession ceremony. Not only did she need to confirm the candidates who would accompany Baron Camille's manor tomorrow morning, but she also needed to confirm the dress for tomorrow. Just now, she did not lie to Arthur. At this moment, at number 6 Whitebird Street, the most famous tailors in South Los were all there, modifying the dress according to her ideas. And Melinda? She needed to cooperate with the constant trying on. This was a torment for Melinda. Melinda, who didn't like dresses, even if she drastically cut down on the decorations of the dress, and made it based on hunting clothes, the whole process was still complicated. But those tailors? They were very excited. Not only because the salary Melinda offered was high enough, but also because this was the dress to be worn when inheriting the title. As long as Melinda inherited the title wearing this dress, then those who participated in making this dress would definitely gain considerable fame, even to make their reputation better. Therefore, each tailor tried his best. And it made Melinda miserable. I should have brought Arthur along earlier. This guy must be reading a book leisurely, eating a midnight snack, Melinda thought to herself, and it became more and more unbearable. And Arthur? It was just as Melinda guessed. After cleaning up the vomit, he just lay there reading a book, eating snacks. However, today's snacks are very different. Arthur held the book in one hand, reached into the purse that Melinda had dropped with the other hand, picked up a gold coin, and threw it into his mouth. Crack! The 2-gram gold coin was directly crushed in Arthur's mouth, and then quickly softened under the infiltration of saliva, and a rich cocoa and cream aroma appeared during chewing. In fact, Arthur felt like he was eating gold coin chocolate at this moment. The only difference is that the gold coin tastes better than the gold coin chocolate, and it gives you a stronger feeling of fullness. He made a careful calculation. 1 gold coin can equal 5 emergency biscuits. You can make 10 emergency biscuits, and it only takes 1 gold coin. In short, it's not worth it. But this gold coin is really delicious. As for the potion to restore your strength, Arthur also drank one. It tasted like the original potion, nothing special. The feeling of fullness was similar, but it was far less delicious than the gold coin. And soon, only half of the purse containing 200 gold coins was left. Just eat until you are 70% full. Just eat until you are 70% full. Arthur told himself. But he couldn't help but feel distressed. 100 gold coins are not a lot for Arthur now. However, 100 gold coins for a snack is still a luxury for Arthur now. Even an old lion wouldn't dare to eat like this. Wait. Old lion. When he put away all the remaining gold coins, Arthur suddenly remembered a rumor about gold coins. When preparing to unify the currency in the early years of the pioneers, gold coins were to be abolished. But because the old lion suddenly discovered a gold mine, the gold coins were retained. Moreover, some people swore that the gold mine was the richest mine ever. Do I have a chance to visit the gold mine? If I can I lick the gold there? If I can eat dozens or hundreds of tons in the refining warehouse. And I shouldn't be discovered. Right? Arthur touched his chin with one hand. He began to seriously think about the feasibility of it. He always felt that if he could really eat dozens or hundreds of pure gold, it would bring him unexpected benefits. And maybe the death snake bloodline would be complete. However, the difficulties can be imagined. The gold mine is the lifeblood of the Golden Lion family, and is the most important property. It is not easy to get in, let alone open a buffet in the refining warehouse. The difficulty of each item is rising linearly. However, Arthur already has an idea. Maybe it can be done this way. Chapter 437 Suspicious of Others. Arthur thought of the Dead Poets Society. According to Portraman's description, the Dead Poets Society and the Old Lion of Niwen have a considerable degree of cooperation. You know, he is the son of death. With the help of the Dead Poets Society, it should not be difficult to get close to the gold mine of the Old Lion. But in addition to Portraman, the left leader, the Dead Poets Society also has a right patriarch. Compared to Portraman, Arthur was more concerned about the right patriarch Arid, although he had never met him, and Portraman did not introduce him in detail. Arthur could guess that the current Dead Poets Society was always under the control of the other party. If he wanted to truly use the power of the Dead Poets Society, he had to get the other party's approval. Or, the other party died. Arthur touched his chin, and then shook his head. He knew too little about the Dead Poets Society. Without absolute certainty, it was better to keep the status quo. As for the Old Lion's gold mine, I wonder if the Countess is interested. Arthur pondered. Then, his thoughts began to spread. Can the Old Lion's gold mine be used as a flashpoint, completely detonating the conflicts between the nobles in Niwen and Nanjun, and then let the Old Lion be attacked by the crowd? And to do this, the Old Lion must be shown to be weak enough. Also, benefits. The latter is easy to say, the gold mine is the best benefit. And the former? It seems that as long as it looks like that, it will be fine. As long as the arrow is on the string, it must be shot. Of course, this is only one side. It can be said to be Plan A. As a medium, Arthur also thought of Plan B. That is to unite with the Old Lion and annex the nobles from all over Nanjun. Jumping left and right? No. This is just the medium. Improvisation. What bad intentions could a young, honest, simple and kind medium have? He is not a conspirator, so why would he do such a terrible thing as starting a war? He just wants to walk around the inner base safely, and then return to South Los, and if possible, it would be best to taste the gold mine. Isn't that right, Pan? Arthur bent down and picked up Pendragon, who passed by his legs, and asked softly, Meow. The cat looked disgusted. After experiencing the cat orange ritual, Pendragon not only had a physical, but also a spiritual, and a qualitative change in wisdom. Although it didn't know what Arthur was asking it. But the cat's intuition told it that it was definitely not a good thing. What? You also agree to redistribute their property according to their IQ. Is it right to take out the part of money that does not match their IQ? Pan, Dad tells you, this is a scam. We psychics never lie. Arthur looked at his kitten seriously. Pan. Pendragon looked at Arthur in confusion, seemingly unable to believe how Arthur could say such shameless words without changing his expression. Meow. Meow. Immediately, Pendragon began to refute. In his excitement, Pendragon's cries became one, and he looked like he was about to speak out of anger. Okay. I understand, I know. No problem, I understand you, but you can't be a liar. As a psychic kitten, you must remember that we psychics never lie. Arthur looked like he understood Pendragon. Pendragon tilted his head, and didn't want to pay any attention to Arthur at all. Then, I saw Kaliki grinning. It's you? Why are you laughing? Are you laughing at me? Meow. With a high pitch, Pendragon rushed out of Arthur's arms and ran straight to Kaliki. Kalki was hit by Pendragon's meat pad. What happened to it? It didn't do anything? It just squatted there, sticking out its tongue. Arthur watched the cats and dogs chasing each other in the room. He thought number 2 Kirk Street was more lively. At least, it would make him feel at home. When Pendragon lay on his belly, panting heavily, Kaliki squatted beside him and watched silently, hesitating whether to lick Pendragon's fur to show his friendship. Arthur picked up Pendragon and stuffed another ball of death air into Kaliki's mouth. Only then did the cat-dog fight end. Arthur lay back in the quilt and closed his eyes. Kaliki happily swallowed the death air and stood guard in the corridor, wagging his tail. Arthur's breathing became long. The young medium felt that tomorrow would be another long day. He needed to sleep more. In fact, Arthur's premonition was soon verified. In the morning, at 5 o'clock, Melinda appeared at number 2 Kirk Street. We got Baron Dakenier's manor before 7 o'clock. The manor is 25 kilometers away from South Los, so we need to leave immediately. Melinda, holding a pipe, directly lifted Arthur's quilt. The lady knew that Arthur didn't have the habit of sleeping naked. Do you know what time it is now? 5 o'clock. I didn't go to bed until 4:30. Arthur emphasized. You can catch up on your sleep on the way. Melinda took a puff of her pipe and exhaled heavily. This time, even the sleepy Arthur found something wrong. Sure enough, you are also a woman. Only during these few days of the month, I will feel that you are a woman. Arthur sighed like this. Huh? The smoke, much thicker than before, enveloped Arthur. Melinda didn't say a word, but her eyes became more serious. This made Arthur lower his head subconsciously. He thought he had accidentally taken off his pants when he fell asleep. But his pajamas were still firmly on his body. What happened? Don't tell me, you really had your period? Arthur said as he moved his nose, trying to smell if there was any unusual smell on Melinda's body. Suddenly, a blush appeared on Melinda's cheeks. But the next moment, the lady frowned again. Then, she took 2 more puffs of her pipe and asked seriously, Arthur, do you like me? Arthur was confused. He didn't know what he had done to make Melinda misunderstand him like this. He just wanted to have more weaknesses. Not really want a weakness. He wanted to explain. But Melinda said directly, Then do you look down on me? Ah? Arthur was even more confused. What happened? What happened? And Melinda continued to speak. If it's not love, nor hate, then you want me to marry you? But I declare in advance, no matter what, I will not marry you. Amidst a series of confusing words, Arthur finally came to his senses. Looking at Melinda with a stern face in front of him, the young medium raised his lips. Are you really not going to get married? No. Really not? No. Will you change your mind? If I say I won't get married, I won't get married. Even if I die. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Arthur smiled. Why are you thanking me? Melinda frowned. Not only should I thank you, but I should also thank God. Arthur shrugged and put his hands behind his head. Melinda's blue eyes sank slightly. Are you sick? Yes. 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 I am sick. And I am extremely suspicious. Arthur nodded and admitted. Suspicious of what? I always suspected that you would like me and marry me, so I was always scared to death. And I have had nightmares recently. Now? That's great. Arthur cheered. Melinda's fists clenched instantly. Are you kidding me? As she said this, the lady threw a bunch of things in front of Arthur. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at these things, said in surprise, Is this a visiting card? Chapter 438. When the trigger is pulled, the bullet fired is the same, regardless of age. Visiting cards. What Melinda threw to Arthur was 3 visiting cards. They were from Little Lit Hop and Dubois, 2 nephews of Lord Bath. The content was the same. Hoping to attend the ceremony of Melinda's succession to the title. Almost at the moment of seeing these 3 visiting cards, Arthur understood why Melinda had reacted that way just now. This lady felt that she was arranged by someone. Pride makes you feel that you have lost your freedom at that moment. But this strange feeling makes you even more hesitant. You are not sure what my starting point is. Although I feel that my dignity is damaged, I am afraid that it will affect our cooperation, so you are testing me in this way, and you can also discuss me, right? Arthur, who finally figured out what was going on, raised his lips. You don't think I arranged this, do you? Arthur looked at Melinda with a teasing smile. If it's not you, Who else could it be? Melinda looked unconvinced. If it was just little Lithorp, Melinda believed that it was possible that the young man acted on his own initiative. But there were also visiting cards from Lord Dubois and Lord Bath's 2 nephews. Don't think that just because Arthur saved their lives, they would take the initiative to hand over visiting cards for the title succession ceremony. Even if they wanted to, it was impossible. Because they had their uncles, the 2 lords, behind them. Unlike the Lysop family, which is a new noble, the 2 lords who uphold tradition will never let their nephew do such an unruly thing. In the process of nobles' communication, it is absolutely not allowed to appear rashly in such a grand occasion. It must start with a small gathering. It is best to be a private salon, unless there is an existing relationship. For example, a family that has been deeply rooted in South Los has already dealt with these nobles. Then, there is a scene of actively handing over a visiting card. In fact, it was not only Melinda who thought so. Arthur himself was also guessing what was going on. He confirmed that he had no relationship with the Dubois and Bass families. As for the Kratos family, definitely not either. Arthur was very sure of this. However, at this time, facing Melinda's doubts, Arthur did not give any more explanation. That's not what I meant. Maybe it was because of me. But I didn't know it beforehand. Arthur shrugged, he got up from the bed, and went straight to the bathroom. Melinda frowned behind him. This lady believed that Arthur would not lie to her at this time. Then it could only be the Dubois and Bath families took the initiative. Does the Kratos family have such influence in South Los secretly? They can actually control the Dubois and Bath families? You know, this is the most loyal knight of the Countess. Could it be that the Countess took the initiative? Impossible. That person is absolutely impossible. As soon as this thought popped up in Melinda's mind, she completely threw it out of her mind. She knew the character of the Countess too well. When it didn't really affect Nanlos, the other party would not care at all. Even if many people died, as long as Nanlos was peaceful and prosperous, the other party would ignore everything. If she could get more benefits, it would be even better. That's how he rose to prominence. As Arthur's strength and influence were exposed, he would be valued by the other party, but it would never reach the level of showing goodwill. What happened? Or is there something I don't know? Melinda thought. Until Arthur finished washing up and got on the carriage with Pendragon in his arms, Melinda, who was sitting opposite Arthur, had not figured out the clues. And the more this lady thought about it, the more she felt like she had missed something important. This feeling is terrible. Arthur stroked Pendragon and glanced at Melinda, who was fidgeting. He knew that his partner, who was good at overthinking, had started to overthink again. If it was usual, this would not matter. But it was not possible today. Today was the day when the other party inherited the title. No mistakes were allowed. After all, the other party had obtained the title, had obtained a new identity, and had been integrated into the aristocratic circle. There are only benefits and no harm to him. Therefore, the young medium sighed in his heart and asked softly. Once there were 2 children arguing, one of them beat the other to death and was imprisoned by the local lord, but the child didn't know fear at all, because he knew he was still a child. His parents also said he was a child. And he persuaded others that he was just a child. If it was you, what would you do? Arthur looked at Melinda with a smile. He was using his own way to ease the tension of his partner. This was quite useful. Melinda was immediately attracted. Killing someone means paying with one's life, the lady said very straightforwardly. But what if his parents stopped him? Arthur continued to ask. Killed together. This child had an argument with others and killed the other person. It is very likely that his parents had an influence on him, or even secretly instigated him, or even, if it was not witnessed by others, there will be even worse things. Arthur motioned to Melinda to continue. Kill people and bury the bodies. The lady continued. What if others try to stop us? Arthur continued. Regard them as accomplices, and punish them together. Some things cannot be watched coldly. Once you are indifferent, when disaster strikes, who will cheer for me? Melinda said seriously. Then, the lady asked, how did the Lord punish us? He asked the waiter to bring the food, but no tableware was given. The person who caused the death and claimed to be a child asked the waiter for tableware. If he knows how to use tableware and does not need to be fed, he is not a child. Then, someone was sent to hang the murderer. Arthur said. Well, it's a good judgment. Melinda nodded. And then the lady frowned again. Such a lord should have a good reputation. Why have I never heard of it? In response to the lady's question, Arthur laughed. Of course he couldn't say. This is a story he made up. Just to divert your attention. Right? After all, how could such a terrible thing happen in the real world? Right? The young medium handed Pendragon to Melinda. Pen just said. It wants you to hold it. Pendragon, who was taken out as a prop, collapsed in his owner's hands, and was in a mess. Melinda was attracted to it at once. This lady wanted to touch Pendragon before, but failed. This time, she could not only touch him, but also hug him. It was really great. Looking at Melinda holding Pendragon in her arms, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for the cat's efforts. The world is a cruel and unfair place. The universe is in chaos, and the only eternal thing is pain. Wow. Cat. It's a cat. Sometimes a word of cat or Mimi can make people feel a little warm. Not for any reason. Just because you have a cat at that moment. Arthur thought in his heart, looking at Baron Camille's manor in the distance. There were already many people waiting. Chapter 439. The visitors are as arrogant as they are humble. Vontel, standing beside the carriage, was wearing a black suit and a wide-brimmed hat full of the old-fashioned aristocratic style of South Los, with a bunch of white swan feathers piled on it. As a young man, Vontel prefers pure hunting clothes or simpler suits, but Butler Vic did not allow him to do so. And this time, he also listened to the old butler's words. Because, this time, it was about the face of the Doyle family. You know, when that lady inherits the title, there will be many nobles present. Master, you must remember to address Master Arthur as your brother when you meet him, the old butler Vic told Fontel. Okay, I understand. Fontel looked helpless. The young heir to the lord always felt that the relationship between him and Arthur was very good and did not need to be changed. But the old butler told him that he had to change. Master, you may not know what Master Arthur represents now. But please remember, as long as Master Arthur is your brother, the Doyle family can exist safely for a day. Even, it can go to a higher level. Fontel recalled what the old butler said. He didn't know what the interim was, let alone what it meant. Even though the old butler told him several times, he still couldn't understand. However, he was looking forward to meeting Miss Anna. Looking at the expression of his young master, the old butler Vic was helpless. It would be great if my young master was Arthur. Although he knew that it was disrespectful to think so, the old butler really hoped that Arthur would become the heir of the Doyle family. Enterer. That's enterer. The old butler, who knew what enterer meant, was full of expectations. Unfortunately, it wasn't he. However, the Doyle family could still borrow a little bit of glory. Thinking of this, the old butler spoke again. Master, you must remember Master Arthur. Before the old butler finished speaking, Albert on the other side of the carriage took off the longbow on his back, and the 10 accompanying guards raised their long muskets. Without hesitation, the old butler pushed Fontel back into the carriage, and stood outside the carriage door, blocking any eyes that might be looking at Fontel with his body. Duh. The crisp sound of horse hooves, continuous. The next moment, a cavalry team of 50 people appeared in everyone's sight. As the sword master of the Doyle family, the hunter leader Albert's whole body tensed up, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the manor behind him. The terrain in front of him was too unfavorable for the cavalry, and he had to rely on the fortifications of the manor behind him. Although it was really rude to enter without notice, there was no need to worry so much at this time. However, immediately, the sword master of the Doyle family, the chief hunter, heaved a sigh of relief. Because, this cavalry showed its flag. 3 blood-red swords crossed in front of a black iron shield. A bunch of irises were wrapped around the flag. This was the flag of the Leesop family. The 3 blood-red swords represented 3 first-ascent feats. The black iron shield represented that a great man had been saved. As for the irises, in South Los, it represented a major battle that had been reversed. In the entire South Los, the only one who met this condition was Lord Leesop. No! Now it's Lord Little Lithorp. The swordsman, the hunter thought, made a safe gesture to the old butler. The old butler, standing in front of the carriage, put the dagger, the short sword, back into his sleeve, and walked forward with a smile. The Doyle family greets you, Lord Little Lithorp. The nobles always have the so-called noble demeanor. When fighting, you must abide by it. Not to mention, this is the first meeting now. The cavalry column dispersed. Little Lithop, dressed in a splendid outfit, rode out on a warhorse with Gold, who was in armor, when they were about 10 meters away from the old butler Vic. Little Lidhop turned over and dismounted. At this moment, the old butler Vic was completely relieved. At least the Lidhop family was friendly. The hand behind his back slightly raised the index finger. Immediately, the people of the Doyle family raised the muzzle of the musket. "You are Butler Vic, right? It's an honor to meet you. Is Lord Von Teller here? I hope to pay you a visit." The enthusiasm shown by Little Lithrop surprised the old butler Vic. But when Little Lithrop said that he was going to pay a visit alone, the old butler looked at Albert, and after his own swordsman, the hunter, nodded. He took Little Lithrop to the carriage. "Hello, Lord Von Ter. Hello, Lord Little Lithrop." It was a polite meeting, but the conversation soon became heated, because Little Lithrop took the initiative to mention his kind father Arthur. And Von Tell even admitted that he missed his brother Arthur very much. After the two young men had a common topic, they immediately became different. The two families also became harmonious. Gold, the chief guard and swordsman of the Lysop family, and Albert, the chief swordsman and hunter of the Doyle family, were talking in a low voice on one side. Although the guards of the two families were still clearly divided, they were no longer on edge. The golden oak flag representing the Doyle family and the blood sword flag representing the Lysop family stood at the gate of the manor respectively, floating in the wind. In the distance, a convoy was slowly approaching. Sitting in the carriage, Brule leaned back in his seat while smoking a cigar. The cushions filled with velvet and sponge made him feel more comfortable and cozy. Especially when he saw the dozen or so carriages behind him from time to time, this comfort and coziness increased sharply. The Burness family collapsed. The Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Edmund Chamber of Commerce were gone. Finally it was his turn. Brule, taking care of the inland, Nanlos. The estuary is too rich. There are legends of wealth every day, especially when some long-established merchants fall. It is like a whale falling. More merchants will appear in Nanlos. This is what happened to Brule. By picking up bargains in the Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Edmund Chamber of Commerce, his wealth has skyrocketed more than tenfold. But this also made him the target of the Burness family. Just when he was about to run away, the Burness family collapsed. It collapsed completely. By taking advantage of the confrontation, Brule picked up another opportunity, and his wealth soared tenfold again. This also made him the largest and richest businessman in Nanlos besides the Lady of the Long Night, especially after receiving the invitation to inherit the title of the Lady of the Long Night. Brule's heart was extremely inflated. This businessman thought that he was favored by the goddess of fate. Maybe there is still a chance to eat up the industry of the Lady of the Long Night. After this thought came to his mind, the merchant became arrogant. Not only did he ask his driver to slow down, he also asked the rest of the merchants to follow him. He wanted to come with the Lady of the Long Night. He wanted to show off. Anyway, he should be the most distinguished guest in this succession. As for the nobles coming to watch the ceremony, how could it be possible? He would not believe that the Lady of the Long Night had broken through the barrier of the nobles. Huh? The thick smoke was sprayed heavily on the carriage window by the big businessman. Brule liked to see the smoke hit the glass in vain. He appreciated the feeling of powerlessness when one was close at hand but had no hope of breaking through. Especially when the opponent was like this, he would laugh even more. At this moment, it was no exception. Huh? Another puff of smoke. The smoke rolled on the glass. Brule appreciated this scene. Then, the big businessman saw something in the blurry smoke. Suddenly, the big businessman rushed to the window, his forehead against the glass, his eyes widened to the limit, staring stupidly into the distance. The cigar in his mouth? It had already fallen. All that was left was the panic shouting. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Chapter 440 has made all preparations to welcome its master. Arthur looked at the people in front of Baron Camille's manor. Some are familiar. Some are unfamiliar. Little Lysop is one of us, Bontel is half of us, who is the servile, greasy-faced fat man next to him. That's Brule. Initially, he made his fortune by fishing. Then, he took over the market share after the closure of the Coaster Chamber of Commerce and the Edmund Chamber of Commerce. He quickly occupied a piece of the ocean shipping pie. Then, when the Burness family was about to attack him, we brought down the Burness family, and this guy got a little advantage from it. Now, many people in Nanlos believe that this guy is the best businessman besides me. Melinda on the side introduced Arthur to this businessman, who had recently become famous in Nanlos, with a tone of contempt and 99% expectation. It was a feeling of watching a pig growing fat. Winter festival is coming soon, Arthur said softly. Winter is the coldest day in South County. All parts of South County will have a holiday 3 days before this day, and will not return to normal until the 7th day after this day. It can be regarded as the longest holiday for most people in South County. During this period, everyone stays indoors. However, South Los is slightly warmer. In addition to preparing enough food, some people will still choose to gather or visit relatives and friends. Among them, the most popular food is naturally meat. Pork accounts for a considerable proportion. Therefore, a large number of pigs are slaughtered before winter. Such pigs are fat and strong, and are nicknamed New Year pigs by the people of Nanlos. Don't worry, my reputation is loud enough, and this succession to the title has long been at the forefront. Although I have made various preparations, if someone jumps out to help me share some of everyone's attention, I am also very happy to do so. Of course, when we kill the pig, I will ask you to divide the meat. As Melinda said, the corner of her mouth curled up while holding her pipe. Arthur, who was sitting opposite, gave a thumbs up. Look, this is Melinda. In most cases, she is the best partner. As for the pig that Melinda is eyeing, as Melinda's partner, Arthur thinks he can help. Otherwise, when dividing the meat, he was embarrassed. So, isn't one pig too little? If it is fat and strong enough, it will naturally attract some hungry jackals. When a group of jackals fight with a pig, it is normal for both to suffer losses. And it is also normal to eat them. Of course, we can't eat too much, we have to leave some to feed new pigs and attract new jackals. South Los is very big, and some of the overseas islands are rich enough. Arthur said so. Melinda blinked, and more smiles appeared in her azure eyes. Look, this is Arthur. He is the best partner in most cases. She doesn't need to say anything, nor does she need to explain anything to know how to cooperate. Of course. Melinda nodded. Then, the two looked at each other and smiled together. They both tacitly didn't mention why they didn't kill them all. It's not that they are not greedy enough. It's that the master of Nanlos doesn't allow it. When can I let go and do something big? Now, I'm really tired. Melinda sighed. When you can let go and do something big, you will sigh that it was better before, and now it's too difficult. Arthur said softly. When Melinda looked at him with doubt, the young medium said the words he had prepared long ago. When you stand at a high enough height, when you get everything you dream of, you will find that we were the best at the beginning. Even if the turbulent river we saw at that time now looks like a stream. Even if the towering mountain we saw at that time now looks like a small mound. We are qualified to say we are tired at every stage. Because we were standing in the fog at that time. And we were also confused. Arthur said and looked at Melinda. The lady looked confused. Because she didn't know why Arthur said this to her. Wasn't she just sighing casually? I said this to tell you, it's wrong to judge yourself now with the eyes of the future. I also want to tell you. You have me by your side. Arthur explained. Immediately, Melinda's face showed a touch of emotion. Arthur grasped this touch of emotion. He took the opportunity to push open the door, jumped out of the carriage, opened the door. Everyone at the gate of the manor saw Melinda at this moment, and heard Arthur's words. Dear, we are here. A gentle call. A shy expression. This is the scene seen by everyone at the gate of the manor. Even if some people still doubted that the Ms. Long Night was acting real, they couldn't help but frown when they saw the scene in front of them. They wondered if they had guessed wrong. Arthur looked around calmly, nodding secretly. If it weren't for eliminating some unnecessary troubles and paving the way for the future, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Not only did he have to prepare himself, he also had to adjust the mood of his partners. Is it easy for him? Melinda understood Arthur's intention in an instant. Although she was grateful in her heart, she was also a little angry. Is her acting not good enough? Tell her in advance, will she die? Immediately, gratitude and anger merged into a coquettish look that swept towards Arthur. The blue eyes seemed to be able to speak, expressed a little dissatisfaction, but what attracted more attention was the gratitude. Everyone saw this gratitude, but no one regarded it as gratitude. Everyone thought this was love. Under the morning sun, the young man stretched out his arms, letting his beloved girl get off the carriage. The girl's love for the young man was already clear, but when she noticed the bystanders around her, she was still shy, angry, but couldn't bear to say anything harsh to the boy. Only a hint of pouting. Everyone who saw Arthur and Melinda thought so, including little Lidhop and Fontel. Is this the mother? Little Lidhop thought in his heart, and gestured to Gold. Immediately, 50 Southtown cavalrymen took action. They were divided into 2 rows, one holding the helmet in one hand, and the other on the chest. And little Lid Hop went to meet his kind father and mother. Fontel also reacted quickly and followed quickly. And the old butler Vic was even more prepared. 10 guards of Oak Manor rolled the red carpet from the front of the manor to the feet of Arthur and Melinda. Then, it was the flower petals. Under the command of the cook Mary, the fresh flower petals floated over the heads of Arthur and Melinda. Arthur looked at the carpet under his feet, and then looked at the flowers above his head, and always felt something was strange. However, the strangest thing was the closed door of the manor. Immediately, the young medium raised his hand and pointed. Squeak! Suddenly, the gate of the manor in the distance opened with a unique friction sound. It seemed to be welcoming its 2 owners. However, the lifeless manor seemed to be missing something. The young medium thought for a while, smiled at Melinda, and raised his hand again.